The training hall of the Hyuga clan buzzed with activity. Children ranging from 5 to 10 years old practiced the gentle fist technique under the stern gaze of their elders. Listen well. The goal of our Hyuga clan is to become Konoha's strongest. The Patriarch's voice boomed across the hall, his intensity palpable. Amidst the synchronized movements of the young trainees, a frail boy of 5 stumbled, his breaths coming in ragged gasps. Shiratori. Are you even trying? The old Patriarch's piercing gaze fell upon him. Before the boy could respond, the Patriarch's whip, adorned with thorns and barbs, lashed across his back. A searing pain shot through Shiratori's thin frame as he collapsed to the ground. Useless. Pathetic. The whip struck again, each lash tearing at his skin. Shiratori could do nothing but curl up, trembling and sobbing. The other children dared not move, their fear silencing any urge to intervene. Still lying there? Get up. The Patriarch's fury only grew. To him, a branch house member like Shiratori was little more than a servant, a slave bound by the cruel curse mark, caged bird, a symbol of absolute control wielded by the main family. Father, isn't this too harsh? He's just a child. Hyuga Hisashi, one of the Patriarch's sons, spoke up hesitantly. The Patriarch's white eyes narrowed. What did you call me? Hisashi immediately knelt, his face pale. Apologies, Master Patriarch. Don't forget your place, Hisashi, the Patriarch snapped, his tone unyielding. Hyuga Hayashi, the elder brother and heir to the clan, stepped forward to defuse the situation. Father, Hisashi meant no disrespect. Please let it go. The Patriarch grudgingly relented, though his expression remained cold. Hayashi, you'll lead this clan one day. Learn well and remember your duty. Hisashi could only bow his head, bitterness filling his heart. The hierarchy of the Hyuga clan was absolute, and defiance was not an option. On the floor, Shiratori's body throbbed with pain. His young mind burned with emotions he could barely understand, a mix of anger and despair. The Patriarch's sharp eyes caught the flicker of hatred in the boy's gaze. His cruel smile widened. What's this? You dare defy me? He raised his hands, forming seals that activated the curse mark, caged bird. Aya! A wave of unbearable pain exploded in Shiratori's head. It felt as though his brain was on fire, the agony consuming him entirely. His screams echoed through the hall, silencing all other sounds. #awakening. Darkness enveloped him. Who am I? Where am I? Shiratori opened his eyes, gasping for air. A sharp pain in his head brought his thoughts into focus. Wait, wasn't I at home writing novels? What's going on? He looked around the unfamiliar room, his mind racing. The sterile, traditional surroundings were nothing like his own. Is this a dream? No. It feels too real. He spotted a mirror nearby and hesitated before stepping closer. The reflection staring back was a pale, sickly child, his frail body covered in scars. On his forehead was the unmistakable mark of the caged bird curse. The truth hit him like a thunderbolt. This is the Naruto world. Konoha. The Hyuga clan. And I'm in the branch house. Memories not his own flooded his mind. His name was Hyuga Shiratori, a boy from the branch family. The abuse, the whippings, the curse, it all made sense now. This world, he muttered, realization sinking in. This is a world ruled by bloodlines and power. Senju Uchiha Uzumaki, they're the true titans here. And the Hyuga? A relic of tradition clinging to its faded glory. The weight of his situation bore down on him. Reborn into a branch house member's body, cursed from birth and treated as expendable, this was no fresh start, it was a nightmare. But as he processed the memories of the boy who once occupied this body, one emotion stood out above the rest. Hatred. The original Shiratori had died under the weight of torment and injustice, his young heart consumed by resentment toward the clan patriarch. That hatred now burned within him. Shiratori clenched his fists, a cold determination filling his eyes. I may be a branch house member, but I'll forge my own path. This world respects power, and I'll claim it for myself, no matter the cost. Don't worry. Since I've inherited your life, I swear to avenge you, Hyuga Shiratori. The vow echoed with determination. As if responding to his words, the faint remnants of the original Shiratori's consciousness faded away. Ha! Hyuga Shiratori let out a long sigh as the strange sensation in his body disappeared. Easy to promise, but let's be honest. What can a powerless branch house kid like me do to exact revenge? He muttered bitterly. Revenge seemed like an impossible dream. Even if he trained hard and gained strength, the caged bird curse would always keep him under the thumb of the main family. Enduring humiliation and walking the typical underdog path? Ugh, overdone and boring. As he lamented his predicament, a mysterious voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding dong, new host detected. System binding in progress. Asterisk asterisk. Hyuga Shiratori froze, then a spark of hope lit in his eyes. Asterisk the system. The ultimate cheat for any transmigrator. Asterisk. Despite once mocking the idea of systems when reading novels, Shiratori couldn't help but feel ecstatic now. After all, nothing beat the thrill of gaining a powerful advantage. Let's see what you've got, he said, anticipation surging through him. Binding complete. Welcome to the Dimensional Sign-In System. This system allows the host to sign in as characters and obtain their abilities. Note, the abilities gained will develop based on the host's personal growth. Sign in as characters? Ah, I see where this is going, Shiratori said, smirking knowingly. The system will randomly select 5 characters from various dimensions. Once chosen, the selection cannot be changed, unless the host moves to another world. Another world? Interesting. Correct. This system connects to all dimensions. The Naruto world is merely your starting point. Good. Let's get started, Shiratori declared. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and he was transported to a vast, surreal space. Countless worlds and characters flashed before him like a kaleidoscope of possibilities. Finally, 5 characters emerged from the stream of chaos. 1. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. A towering figure with a massive white mustache. From One Piece, one of the 4 emperors, and wielder of the destructive shock fruit. 2. Hitsugaya Toshiro. A young silver-haired man with a black and white haori. From Bleach, captain of the 10th Division and master of the strongest ice Zanpakuto. 3. Zeref Dragneel. A pale young man clad in a black robe, exuding a dark, ominous aura. From Fairy Tail, the immortal black wizard and genius of all magic. 4. Sarutobi, One Punch Man. A bald, unassuming man in a yellow suit. From One Punch Man, the strongest being who defeats anything with a single punch. 5. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki. A blue-haired man with white pupils, carrying a red fishing rod and basket. From Naruto, a member of the alien Ōtsutsuki clan, possessing the Byakugan, Rinnegan, and bloodline limit abilities. Hyuga Shiratori stared, his mind racing. They're all incredible characters. But which one do I choose? Each option was tempting in its own way, but he knew he had to choose carefully. Option Analysis Asterisk. Whitebeard Asterisk. Pros: immense destructive power from the shock fruit. Cons: limited versatility. Vulnerable to spacetime jutsu or genjutsu. Hitsugaya Toshiro Asterisk. Pros: genius with potential. Cons: his overall strength doesn't stand out compared to other options. Zeref Dragneel Asterisk. Pros: immortality and mastery of black magic. Cons: the curse of Angsaram kills those he cherishes, a deal-breaker for someone who values life. Sarutobi Asterisk. Pros: unmatched power with one punch. Cons: baldness. Shiratori grimaced. I've already lost enough sleep writing novels, I can't afford to lose my hair too. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki Asterisk. Pros: possesses Byakugan, Rinnegan, and bloodline abilities. Exceptionally versatile. Cons: in the original series, Urashiki was underwhelming. But Shiratori quickly dismissed this. The system only grants abilities, not personalities. The choice was clear. System: I choose Ōtsutsuki Urashiki. Sign in successful. Abilities of Ōtsutsuki Urashiki granted. Host will develop skills over time based on growth and experience. A surge of energy coursed through Shiratori's body. His veins felt as if they were being filled with molten power, and his vision sharpened to an almost unnatural degree. Byakugan, Rinnegan, bloodline limit. This was only the beginning. Shiratori clenched his fists, a confident smile spreading across his face. The Hyuga branch house's weakest? Not anymore. With these powers, I'll rise to the top and take my revenge.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Whitebeard, Hitsugaya Toshiro, Jerf, Orion, the quality of wine is healthy. These 5 candidates. After comprehensive consideration, Hyuga Shiratori finally chose Ōtsutsuki Urashiki. How about it? Was it unexpected? Surprised? You may be wondering, the Ōtsutsuki Urashiki style performance in the original book is purely a spicy chicken. But in terms of ability alone, it is definitely very powerful. Byakugan, Rinnegan, blood succession snare, yin and yang escape, are enough to be called a big boss. Unfortunately, Ōtsutsuki Urashiki had a problem with his own mind and failed to show the fighting power he deserves. Especially the red light fishing rod made by Ōtsutsuki Urashiki with yin and yang escape. You can easily catch other people's chakra, and then use other people's ninjutsu at will. This is very heaven-defying. Imagine that if the Ōtsutsuki Urashiki in the original work is cautious enough, you can use the spatial ability of Hero Izumi Hirazaka to sneak into the 5 ninja villages, and catch all the ninja chakras with the blood limit one by one. There is no such thing as a dry-tailed beast, and it is the strongest 9 tails. Isn't that mean? Host chooses to sign in Ōtsutsuki Urashiki. Are you sure? Confirm. Hyuga Shiratori chose without hesitation. Another reason is that Ōtsutsuki Urashiki is also a character in Naruto world. There will be no sense of violation in your own ability system. In addition, Hyuga Shiratori is from the Hyuga clan. The image of Byakugan can also be perfectly integrated. Host has chosen to sign in Ōtsutsuki Urashiki, is receiving capacity. Host, Hyuga Shiratori. Age, 5 years old. Sign in, Ōtsutsuki. Lineage, blood following the snare. Skills, Huangquan Biliangzaka, Chakra Alchemy, Floating, Time Backward, 1000 Paper Crane Instant, Tensa Wave Meteor Life. Weapons, Red Light Fish Hook, Red Light Fish Basket, Black Rod. Hyuga Shiratori only feels sudden, and a mysterious power emerges from his body. The eyes seem to be affected by some kind of induction, and the blue veins in the eyelids bulged, opening Byakugan. Perspective of everything? The vision in front of him became transparent and widened. Nothing can stop his sight. Wherever your eyes go, it becomes an all-round vision. At this moment, the curse mark, caged bird on his forehead had a fierce reaction. This is a powerful seal to suppress Byakugan. After the death of the Branch House clan, the curse seal will permanently seal Byakugan, thus ensuring that Byakugan's blood inheritance boundary will not be obtained by outsiders. Hyuga Shiratori's Byakugan pupils swelled and were naturally suppressed by curse mark, caged bird. There is a blind spot of 1 degree at the back of the neck. But how can you suppress the power of Ōtsutsuki if you are a mere curse seal? Humph. Hyuga Shiratori snorted coldly and concentrated on chakra to hit the curse mark on his forehead. Suddenly it was like a blowout, unstoppable. Curse mark, caged bird, he broke through forcibly. The hideous and ugly D-shaped pattern on his forehead gradually faded away. The visual blind spot was resolved. Hyuga Shiratori gained the same 360-degree field of vision as the Zong family. What a wonderful power. Hyuga Shiratori glared at him and concentrated his pupils. The vision passed through Hyuga's house, passed through the Hokage building, and passed through the Death Forest. Until I saw the rust on the door of Konoha Shinobi village, I could see clearly. Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, the Byakugan whose branch house is suppressed can only see things within 1 kilometer, and the high-purity Byakugan of the clan can see things within 5 kilometers. Hyuga Shiratori's Byakugan can be seen hundreds of kilometers away. However, this is far beyond his limit. As long as chakra is enough, he can even see the moon in the sky. The Ōtsutsuki who is stationed on the moon and silently monitors the ninja world? It is the shame of Ōtsutsuki to say that with such power, it will be blown up in Boren Chuan. Hyuga Shiratori shook the palm of his hand. The more he felt his own power, the more he couldn't help but complain about the Ōtsutsuki Urashiki that signed in. This is not a question of ability, it can only show that it is a question of the user. This is like a full-level account equipped with 6 gods, operated by a bronze player. Was abruptly beaten into a comic? Light years away. Ōtsutsuki Peach style, Ōtsutsuki Gold style, and Ōtsutsuki Ura style, the 3 are harvesting a planet that has been drained of life by the sacred tree. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki suddenly felt a bitter cold for no reason. What's wrong? Piyushi. Ōtsutsuki Peach-like questioned. No, nothing. It feels like someone is speaking badly about me behind my back. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki murmured strangely. Joke? In the entire universe, except for my Ōtsutsuki clan, the other creatures are just inferior creatures. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki looked arrogant and authentic. Yes, senior is right. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki pretended to flatter, and then involuntarily cast his gaze on the faint galaxy in a certain direction. By the way, the world that Kaguya is responsible for should have cultivated chakra fruits long ago. Why haven't they paid tribute to the family? I don't know. I didn't hear from her either. Could it be that she dared to betray Ōtsutsuki? Ōtsutsuki Jinshi frowned. He stupid woman? If this is the case, we can go and harvest her share of chakra fruit. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki sneered. Should you set off now? It will probably take a few years to travel to that galaxy by using the space of Huangquan Pyrazaka. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki narrowed his eyes. Do not know why. He had a faint hunch. In that world, something is calling him. Don't worry. Wait until I drain the chakra of this planet. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki focused his eyes on this dead grey desert planet. The old patriarch of Hyuga, relying on his clan status, is very mean to the branch house children on weekdays. Even Hyuga Hizashi, who treated his own son, didn't give him a good face. In the subsequent Cloud Shinobi kidnapping incident, in order to save Byakugan of the clan family, the old patriarch can even force Hyuga Hizashi to die without hesitation? Simply ignore the blood kinship? But for all this, the old patriarch Hyuga stubbornly thought it was justified. Human destiny is destined from birth. The branch house exists to serve the clan. A born servant? Since you are a slave, you should use it without mercy? Today, the Hyuga clan competes with the Uchiha clan for the title of Konoha. The old patriarch Hyuga forcibly persecuted the young clansmen and conducted daily devilish training. Any member of the tribe who could not complete the training, or did not meet his expectations, the old patriarch Hyuga will swing down the dragon whip in his hand. Beat, fight hard, fight to death. There are not a few people who cannot stand the high-intensity training and are beaten to death by the old patriarch. The predecessor of Hyuga Shiratori is one of them. This is why his body will be left with such a huge hatred. The big man doesn't remember the overnight hatred. Hyuga Shiratori's hatred, let's settle it tonight. Hyuga Shiratori's white eyes exuded awe-inspiring killing intent. He wants to kill the old patriarch Hyuga. Just tonight? I thought of killing as soon as I crossed it. I have to say that this puts a huge psychological pressure on Hyuga Shiratori. But Naruto world was originally a world full of killing? If you don't be cruel, you won't be able to survive in this world. Today the old patriarch Hyuga can kill his predecessor, and tomorrow he can naturally kill himself. Either you die, or I die. In order to protect itself, Hyuga Shiratori must be strong first. Into the night. The peaceful Konoha shinobi village, the peaceful Hyuga family. The old patriarch Hyuga lived alone in a spacious room, and he slept peacefully. Maybe it's because I've hit enough people during the day, and it's refreshing and tiring. Although the ninja must be vigilant at all times. But this is Hyuga's house, the most central patriarch's bedroom. There are guards all around, openly and secretly, patrolling 24 hours a day. Besides, Byakugan's pupil technique is remote plus fluoroscopy. In the world, no thief is impatient when he chooses to sneak into Hyuga's house. Therefore, the old patriarch Hyuga can let go of his vigilance as Jonin and sleep peacefully. Silently. In the old patriarch's room, a gap in space was torn open. Huangquan Hirasaka, before the full moment, appeared from the gate of the underworld. This is one of the abilities of the blood snare, the ultimate time and space ninjutsu. Without any marks, you can freely travel through various spaces. Hyuga Shiratori first entered the battle. He did not appear rashly, but deliberately hid in a different space. Through the gap in space, a red light fish hook made of yin and yang escape was shot out. The red light that flickered in the darkness was like Shinigami's iron hook. Unconsciously, it plunged into the body of the old patriarch Hyuga fiercely. Huh? Who? The old patriarch Hyuga woke up suddenly in his sleep. I found a thin red line inserted into my chest. The other end of the thin red line is connected to the gap in the space. It's not even clear who the shot was. Damn thief, what is this? The old patriarch Hyuga reflexively turned on Byakugan, grabbing the thin thread with one hand, and forcibly pulling it out of his body. However, at the moment when the thin line peeled off his body, the old patriarch Hyuga felt weak. I saw that the fish hook was taken back into the gap in the space with a group of blue chakra. Red light fishing rod, a weapon made by yin-yang escape technique that can catch chakra inside the target. Ahem. The old patriarch Hyuga knelt on one knee, covering his chest with one hand, gasping for breath. Damn it. Actually put my chakra. The old patriarch Hyuga was shocked. The identity of the attacker is unknown, and he escaped the surveillance of Byakugan, a heavy guard. He sneaked into his room silently. With one shot, he snatched nearly 2/3 of his chakra. It's really weird. Old patriarch, you look very uncomfortable. Do you need help from a younger generation? In the different space, an immature voice came out. The old patriarch Hyuga looked at him for a moment, only that the voice sounded familiar. It's just like the rubbish branch house clan that he beaten hard today. Do not? Impossible? This is absolutely impossible. How could a child of a servant? What? The old patriarch Hyuga stared at the figure walking out of the alien space with his eyes wide open. Shiratori. The old patriarch Hyuga opened his eyes wide, and Senbei's pupils stared straight at Hyuga Shiratori who walked out of the different space. Old patriarch, your chakra, I accept it. Hyuga Shiratori put the chakra on the hook into the jar behind him. Red light fish basket, it can store the chakra caught, and release the ninjutsu that can be directly transformed into a target during battle. You. The old patriarch Hyuga's face sank, and the other party took away his chakra in front of him. He is full of questions now. Hyuga Shiratori, a branch house kid who is dull and often beaten by him. Where did the power come from? Also, even with good strength. Then how did the opponent evade the heavy guards, Byakugan's patrol, and ran into his room silently? Do the guards eat dry food? The old patriarch Hyuga was furious. I was thinking that after solving the bastard kid in front of me, I must concoct the group of junk guards. As for how to solve it, humph, does this need to be asked? Although I don't know where you got your power from, don't be too smug. The old patriarch Hyuga pointed at him arrogantly, his eyebrows still full of contempt. The destiny of a person is destined from birth. The destiny of the branch house will always be the servant of the clan. I saw that the old patriarch Hyuga had a good heart, and his hands formed a series of complicated handprints. Caged bird technique imprisonment. Do you think I would shout like this? Hyuga Shiratori pretended to scream in pain, and then stared at the ladder with a mocking look. What? This is impossible. Your curse mark, caged bird. The old patriarch Hyuga was shocked again. Curse mark, caged bird is an important method used by the clan to control the branch house. It is a very powerful curse seal. Once planted, it will last a lifetime, and will not be lifted until death. Since the Sengoku era, there has never been a branch house that can remove curse mark, caged bird. Now he was relieved by a 5-year-old kid. It is conceivable that once we let other branch house people know about it, what a sensation it will cause. The clan family with a single pass is likely to be surrounded by many enslaved branch houses in anger. The old patriarch Hyuga's eyes froze, and his wrinkled face revealed a fierce murderous aura unabashedly. Absolutely, I can't let you live. For the benefit of the Hyuga clan. Haha, the words are so nice, but they are only for the benefit of the clan. Hyuga Shiratori continued taunting. Try to use words to arouse the anger of the other person. Anger can make people irrational and more likely to reveal flaws. The Hyuga clan belongs to my clan. The old patriarch Hyuga showed a hideous face, and his stubborn thoughts were deeply rooted, and it was impossible to change. Stepping forward, he rushed over desperately. It just happened? Hyuga Shiratori's eyes were fixed, and he greeted him head-on. At the same time, the red light fish basket behind him transformed chakra. Gentle fist. Gentle fist. The big and small palms of the two slammed together. Boom. The collision of two chakras caused a blast of air. This chakra. I saw the old patriarch Hyuga's arm shook, and he involuntarily stepped back a few steps. His face was ugly. How does it feel to be hit by a familiar hand? Hyuga Shiratori shook the palm of his hand, carefully feeling the powerful power contained in his hands. Asshole. The old patriarch Hyuga was suddenly frightened. Decided not to keep his hands anymore. The body bowed slightly, and his hands were in a strange posture one behind the other. I saw it in Byakugan's vision. A green 8 trigrams circle appeared. You are already in my 8 trigrams array. The old patriarch Hyuga flew out, with both hands ready to make a series of combos. Gentle fist Fayi 8 trigrams 64 palms. The corners of Hyuga Shiratori's mouth rose slightly, and the 360 acupuncture points all over his body ejected a powerful chakra air current. Boom. Old patriarch Hyuga's palm hits him, as if blocked by an invisible wall. But in Byakugan's vision, you can clearly see that it is a powerful chakra barrier. The old patriarch Hyuga looked shocked. This technique, is it? Revolving heaven. Seeing Hyuga Shiratori's footsteps pulled, his body accelerated in place. Under high-speed rotation, the chakra barrier turned into a blue aperture visible to the naked eye. With a huge impact, the old patriarch Hyuga who was approaching flew out. Oh. His back hit the wall hard, the old patriarch Hyuga's face turned pale, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. That's the absolute defense of the Hyuga clan, revolving heaven, passed down by word of mouth. When did you learn revolving heaven? The old patriarch Hyuga showed an incredible expression on his face. He has always guarded the secret techniques passed down from generation to generation by the clan. In this generation, he only taught the eldest son Hyuga Hayashi, and even the younger son Hyuga Hisashi was not qualified to learn. So how did this little branch house doll learn revolving heaven? Just now, Hyuga Shiratori responded indifferently. Using the red light fishing rod made by Yin Yang Dun, you can not only catch chakra from others, but also record the ninjutsu mastered by them. With this ability, Hyuga Shiratori succeeded in capturing a series of moves such as Gentle Fist and Revolving Heaven from the old patriarch of Hyuga. It's absolutely impossible. The old patriarch Hyuga is sweating on his forehead. He is really scared now. The opponent has a fascinating body, able to catch chakra's weird hook. Curse mark, caged bird is resolved. Even the absolute defense Revolving Heaven that the Zong family was proud of was taken away. The old patriarch Hyuga suddenly lost the will to fight and turned around to escape. It's too late to want to escape until now, isn't it? Hyuga Shiratori raised his hand and shot it out. Gentle Fist Method 8 trigrams air palm. Gentle Fist is the only long-range attack palm. There was a violent chakra shock wave. Puff. The old patriarch Hyuga hit a palm in the back and slammed his face through the wall. Wow. A mouthful of blood gushes out. Falling to the ground, dying. Seeing this, Hyuga Shiratori felt an indescribable sense of joy in his heart. It's a revenge, my predecessor? At this point, the last bit of obsession with the predecessor left on Hyuga Shiratori's body has also completely disappeared. Wait, Shiratori, you are an unprecedented genius of the Hyuga clan. The old man can recommend you as the next clan, you can. The old patriarch Hyuga knew that he was now in danger of life, and he tried to fudge him with words. Hehe. Hyuga Shiratori sneered, and sneered at the latter's fudge. This is like a prostitute reader who is madly forcing a book review to change, but in fact they have not even voted for the flower collection. I believe you a ghost, you bad old man is dead. Doghead saves life.jpg. Sorry, I am not interested in the so-called clan, the Hyuga clan. The only thing I am interested in is the powerful chakra. Hyuga Shiratori held the red light fishing rod and flicked it lightly. The gloomy fish hook, like Shinigami's hook sickle, drew a weird parabola in the air and plunged into the body of the old patriarch Hyuga fiercely. Puff. No. Senbei, the old patriarch of Hyuga, gradually dimmed his eyes, and his body muscles shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a blink of an eye, he became a dying old man. When the last bit of chakra remaining in his body was hooked away, his life came to an end. Old patriarch Hyuga, die? The next day, the old patriarch Hyuga was found dead in his bedroom. This breaking news shocked the entire Hyuga clan in an instant. Out of preserving the dignity of the family, Hyuga Hayashi immediately issued a sealing order, and the whole family is forbidden to discuss the matter, otherwise they will be severely dealt with by curse mark, caged bird. But as the saying goes, there is no airtight wall under the sky. The outside world still received a little wind. The old patriarch Hyuga died strangely, but the specific reason is not clear. Naruto building. The Hyuga clan is my second most famous family in Konoha, and the patriarch was killed. This incident is not trivial. Fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato has a serious expression. Need a close investigation. Midokado Homura said in a deep voice. However, the ninja's corpse is related to the secret of the blood inheritance boundary, and the Hyuga clan must not be willing to provide the corpse for us to investigate. This is indeed the truth. Hayashi has already greeted me over there, and I don't want to talk about it publicly. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of cigarette, and narrowed his eyes for unknown reasons. At this time, although he had already stepped down from the position of Hokage in name, he actually didn't let go of the authority in his hands. As an important member of Konoha's senior management, he controls most of the Hokage authority. It was possible to sneak into Hyuga's house and kill people. Who is the sacred murderer? A haze flashed across Uchiha Koharu's old face. A famous patriarch would kill him if he said to kill it, which is really frightening. Needless to say, this must be done by the Uchiha clan. Shimura Danzo habitually put the pot on Uchiha's head. Don't tell me. This happened. The Uchiha clan's suspicion is the biggest. The first is Uchiha and Hyuga's battle for the first place, which is already known to everyone. The relationship between the two parties is bad. The Uchiha clan has enough reasons to play against the Hyuga clan. At the same time, Konoha is the only one with such strength. After all, it should be more convenient to deal with Byakugan's pupil technique, and Sherinon, who is also pupil technique. Master Danzo, if there is no evidence, it's better not to guess. Namikaze Minato frowned, using a tactful attitude to deny the other party's statement. In his attitude towards the Uchiha clan, he is the best among all generations of Hokage. I sincerely hope that I can live in peace with the Uchiha clan. However, the ideal is beautiful, but the reality is very skinny. Namikaze Minato, who was born as a civilian, just became Hokage. The management of Konoha can only rely on these highly respected senior veterans. Humph. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly, relying on his seniority status, relying on the old to sell the old. I often don't put the too young fourth Hokage in his eyes. Instead, he turned his gaze to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was aside. Third generation, what do you think? The other two elders also set their sights on Sarutobi Hiruzen together. Take a deep breath of the pipe and spit out the smoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen said blankly. All in all, let's keep watch on the Uchiha clan first. The sudden death of the old patriarch Hyuga caused quite a stir in Konoha Shinobi village. According to the new patriarch Hyuga Hayashi, the old patriarch died of a sudden illness due to advanced age. But such a statement is very suspicious in itself. Ninjas generally live longer, especially as a big figure in a high position like the patriarch. The old patriarch Hyuga is notorious for his violent temper. Only a few days ago, he and an elder in Uchiha were blushing and scolding each other in the street. Every day, he beats the juniors of the same race and is full of energy. How could such an energetic old immortal die suddenly? There must be a problem here. However, in order to maintain the family's face, the Hyuga clan strictly sealed their intelligence. Outsiders also have no way of knowing. This incident seems to have passed here. As the initiator of the whole thing, no one doubts Hyuga Shiratori. After all, who is pregnant with a child who is only 5 years old? Since Hyuga Shiratori was beaten severely by the old patriarch, he can perfectly disguise as a sick number and hide in the room without going out. In fact, he is dealing with the old patriarch chakra stored in the red light fish basket. Use the secret method of the Ōtsutsuki clan to refine chakra into a pill. This is a high-purity energy pill. As long as you eat it, you can get the infinite power of strange power. And there are no side effects. Is Jonin's chakra just enough to make a pill? Hyuga Shiratori looked at a small purple pill in his hand. Swallow chakra dan in one bite. Hiss. I only felt a tingle all over my body, and all the scars of the body that had been bruised by the dragon's whip all faded away at a speed visible to the naked eye. The skin is smooth as before. Hyuga Shiratori can clearly feel the earth-shaking changes in his own strength. Now I have the strength of Jonin, right? 5-year-old Jonin. If you let outsiders know, I don't know how much it will cause a sensation. Looking at the entire history of the ninja world, it is also unique. You know, in the original book, Heitake Kakashi, known as Konoha's first genius, was only a genin when he was 5 years old. Hyuga Shiratori effortlessly gained Jonin's power easily. I have to say that the Ōtsutsuki clan is indeed a clan for all members. With such a powerful force as soon as he came up, Hyuga Shiratori couldn't help feeling fluttering in his heart. But soon, he tried to restrain his inner swelling. Calm down, this is just the beginning. I can't inflate, otherwise I will become Pushina stubborn. Hyuga Shiratori took a deep breath and adjusted his mind. Power that is too easy to get can easily make people lose themselves and become arrogant. The Ōtsutsuki family in the original book all have these stinky problems. As a result, his abilities were very bug, but he was stupid, and was eventually killed by the protagonist group. After devouring the chakra of the old patriarch of Hyuga, Tango was refined. Hyuga Shiratori really gained Jonin's strength. But this Jonin, limited to panel properties, lack of fighting experience that Jonin should have. For example, the bronze player took a platinum account. What Hyuga Shiratori needs most at the moment is to slowly hone his strength. Hyuga Shiratori was practicing gentle fist alone in the room. Hunting the wind, looks full of vigor. It's just that the movements are a bit jerky and still need more training. The old patriarch was killed, and the Hyuga clan blocked information from the outside in order to preserve the family's reputation. But this does not mean that the Hyuga clan will just let it go. Hyuga Hayashi secretly organized the clansmen to conduct an autopsy and analysis on the corpse of the old patriarch. A series of amazing information came out. First, the immediate cause of death of the old patriarch was chakra exhaustion. It wasn't the kind that was consumed by normal battles, but it was completely pulled out of the body alive. Not a drop. The ninjutsu of chakra that can absorb others in the ninja world is not unheard of. But it's really unheard of to be able to suck up a jonin alive. In addition, the injury of the old patriarch is also very intriguing. There was no obvious trauma on the body surface, but after autopsy, it was found that the meridians and internal organs were ruptured. That was clearly a blow from Gentle Fist. Could it be said that the murderer was a ninja of the Hyuga clan, and a traitor appeared in the clan? For the entire Hyuga clan, there are only two brothers Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi who possess this level of strength. Hyuga Hayashi can be ruled out immediately, because as the legal heir to the clan, he has no reason to kill his father. Hyuga Hisashi is the second son of the old patriarch, but he has been labeled as a branch house since he was a child, and has never been taken seriously. There is indeed a motive for committing the crime. However, Hyuga Hayashi firmly believes that his brother is definitely not such a crazy person. The investigation suddenly reached a dead end. This is also the blame for the Hyuga clan for not having first-class medical ninjas, otherwise they would be able to fiddle with more information from the corpse. For example, the Gentle Fist, who hits the old patriarch, although chakra is very strong, but the grip is very jerky. The murderer is like a Gentle Fist who hasn't learned for a long time, but chakra is strong enough to beat the old patriarch on the ground. In the last corpse of the old patriarch, there will be more or less the murderer's chakra. If Orochimaru, who is good at studying corpses, can do it, it is possible to analyze the chakra characteristics of the murderer and trace the identity of the murderer. The truth is so, but the actual operation is another matter. The ninja's corpse is a treasure trove of ninjutsu information. Especially the corpse of the blood succession boundary, it is very valuable for research. The old patriarch, as the clan of the previous dynasty, hides the secret of high purity Byakugan. The curse mark, caged bird created by the first generation patriarch at that time is an efficient blood relay protection system. How is it possible to let outsiders spy? Coupled with this incident, all the evidence shows that the traitors of the Hyuga clan did it. Therefore, we adhere to the principle of keeping the ugliness of the family. It is absolutely impossible for the Hyuga clan to seek help from Konoha's senior management. In this way, the violent death of the old patriarch was deliberately downplayed. Hyuga clan, training hall. A group of young children are practicing Gentle Fist. The daily training of the Hyuga clan has not changed because of the death of the old patriarch. It's just that Hyuga Hayashi's management is relatively tolerant. At least he wouldn't be beaten with a dragon whip if he didn't agree with him. Otherwise, Hyuga Shiratori doesn't mind changing to another patriarch. 1 month has passed since the journey. Hyuga Shiratori gradually got used to life in this world. This is a world where there is no law to speak of, and power is the foundation of survival. Catch the old patriarch's chakra, and let him instantly possess the power of Jonin. But this is far from enough. Compared with the late-stage movie-level walking all over the floor, there are Ōtsutsuki aliens on the 6 walls. They are nothing but the existence of ants. The so-called effort can defeat genius. In the face of pedigree, it is just a joke. He needs more strength. The opening sign to Ōtsutsuki Urashiki, Hyuga Shiratori's development route is very clear. Catch more chakra and refine it into a pill? According to the current timeline, Konoha will soon usher in a catastrophe, the Nine Tails event. At that time, you can take advantage of the chaos and harvest chakra secretly. Okay, everyone can take a break. Hyuga Hayashi supervises the cultivation of the tribesmen and arranges their work and rest time reasonably. Compared with the old patriarch, it is too humane. Shiratori, come out with me. Hyuga Hayashi's eyes flashed brightly. With a pair of discerning eyes, he keenly noticed Hyuga Shiratori's chakra is extraordinary. To be precise, Hyuga Shiratori deliberately showed it. As I said earlier, only if you have power, you will be respected. The predecessor of Hyuga Shiratori, the reason why he was often beaten badly, apart from the old patriarch's cruel character, there are also his own reasons. Because he was very weak, no one would take another look even if he was beaten to death. In Naruto world, being weak is the greatest sin. Hyuga Shiratori is not a masochist. Since he has the power, there is no need to pretend to be a grandson. Therefore, during training, he deliberately exposed Chakra, who was slightly stronger than his peers. Then it was discovered by Hyuga Hayashi. Okay, Lord Patriarch. Hyuga Shiratori walked out of the training ground. Hyuga Hayashi stared at him fixedly, and looked up and down seriously. This kid, I remember that a month ago, his father beat him up. Oh no, is it an educated child? In daily training, the performance is mediocre. How come there are so many changes in just 1 month? Hyuga Hayashi was very curious and decided to test the opponent with his own hands. I am here to be your opponent, without any psychological burden. Use your full strength to fight over. Hyuga Hayashi stood with his hands covered, and did not assume any posture. Just stand upright like this, like a master. If I fire the 8 trigrams air palm with all my strength, I am afraid you will take off. Hyuga Shiratori complained to himself inwardly. Showing a hand does not mean using all of your whole cards. It is still very necessary to keep one hand. Hyuga Shiratori nodded his hands and made preparations to gather chakra. Actually, this is just a fake. With the power of Ōtsutsuki, the ancestor of chakra, he can mobilize his chakra at will without any seals. Blue veins protruded around the eyelids, opening Byakugan. Under Byakugan's insight, he can clearly see every chakra meridian in Hyuga Hayashi. Secretly commented, in terms of chakra's strength alone, Hyuga Hayashi is about the same as the old Patriarch. What? Hyuga Hayashi did not open Byakugan, because he thought that to test a 5-year-old who is not even a ninja, there is no need to open his eyes at all. How does it feel? How can I feel like I've seen everything through? The skilled Byakugan has strong insight and can even see through the chakra essence of the opponent. But soon, Hyuga Hayashi thought this should be just an illusion. The other party is just a branch house child paper, Byakugan suppressed by curse mark, caged bird, where is the strong pupil power? I'm going to go, Lord Patriarch. Hyuga Shiratori took a step forward with his left foot, bent his left foot slightly, his left hand moved forward and his right hand moved backward. Put out a gentle fist that looks very standard. But in Hyuga Hayashi's view, there are still many flaws in the details of this posture. But this is normal for a child. Hyuga Shiratori rushed to the opponent head-on. With a palm up, gentle fist played. Hyuga Hayashi didn't change his face, but he raised his hand and took it casually. Boom! The chakra in the palms of the two made a loud hum when they collided. Hyuga Hayashi's palm shook, and his eyes narrowed involuntarily. Secretly said in his heart, this chakra has reached Genin, no, even close to Chinin. He thought he had seen the details of Hyuga Shiratori, but he didn't know that the latter had released a C. Chakra only took 1/10 of it. Hyuga Shiratori shot out a series of gentle fist. Boom boom boom. Hyuga Hayashi took it one by one and analyzed it carefully. Power and speed are good, but gentle fist's moves are still slightly jerky. This time Hyuga Hayashi was right. Regarding the proficiency of the moves, this is indeed the current level of Hyuga Shiratori, because the red light fish basket can analyze the opponent's ninjutsu moves from the chakra that is catching the target, but it cannot directly replicate the proficiency of the moves. This is similar to the scientific tolerance in the original work. Next, the two fought for nearly an hour. Under the stunned gaze of the rest of the Hyuga tribe, Hyuga Shiratori was able to raise his hand to surrender. Sorry, Patriarch, my chakra has been exhausted, I can't move it anymore. Hyuga Shiratori pretended to be tired. Alas, I consumed about 1/10 of chakra, so tired? Good job. There was a rare smile on Hyuga Hayashi's staid face. After some detailed tests, he can finally confirm. Hyuga Shiratori is a genius, at least not worse than Heitake Kakashi back then. The ninja family are very realistic. As long as you find that you are an excellent talent, your status will naturally rise. Even the hierarchical branch house system of the Hyuga clan. Potential branch house children will also get good treatment. Of course, the premise is that the status of the clan cannot be violated. No matter how good a branch house is, it can only be the servant of the clan forever. From today, Shiratori is included as the core disciple of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hayashi announced in public as the great grace of the clan. Wow, everyone couldn't help being in an uproar. The core disciple can be said to be the highest honor of the branch house. Only by becoming a core disciple can you be qualified to be a personal servant of the clan. You can even be promoted to an elder in the future. The status of the Hyuga clan can be said to be under 1 person, and above 10,000 people. Hehe. Hyuga Shiratori didn't care about this so-called great grace at all. In his opinion, the Hyuga sect family is just like that, nothing remarkable. As long as he has power, no one can ride on his head. However, the identity of this core disciple is still very valuable. At least in daily life, you can enjoy the generous allowance of the Hyuga clan. No worries about food and clothing, money is enough. This is also the reason Hyuga Shiratori wants to show off. The persona that demonstrates genius gains a certain status in the clan. After all, ninjas also want to eat well. Being a core disciple can make yourself a better meal, so why not do it? After Hyuga Shiratori became a core disciple, he changed to a large independent house to live in to facilitate his daily independent practice. In addition to the basic living expenses each month, you can also receive an additional 10,000 taels of pocket money. This money is equivalent to a bounty for the ninja to complete a C-level mission. It is a very substantial income. Go out shopping. Hyuga Shiratori is going to buy some daily necessities. Walking alone on the bustling Konoha street. Looking at the villagers coming and going around, they listened to the various shouts of vendors. Hyuga Shiratori felt a very real sense of life. It should be said that this was originally a real world. Unlike the tool man in the comics, the passerby NPC is different. Everyone has flesh and blood. Wandering aimlessly, I suddenly heard a quarrel from the side of the road. This isn't the bracelet priced at 300 taels. The girl said timidly. Oh, when did I say it? I tell you this bracelet is an antique from the Sengoku era, worth 2,000 taels. The vendor shouted sternly. Yes. I'm sorry, uncle. I don't have enough money to buy it anymore. There is a faint mole on the corner of the girl's eyebrows, her eyes drooping and mist is faintly, and she apologizes in a low voice. No, Laozi has packed it up for you, and you are amusing me for a long time? Hey, the famous Uchiha clan is amazing, bullying honest people. Vendors Yin and Yang are weird, shouting loudly. The obvious scenario. The rogue rascal is splattering? I do not have. The girl looked around for help. However, all the pedestrians around were watching their noses, pretending not to see them. There are even a small number of people who are still gloating and behave like melon-eating people. The girl seems to be only 5 years old, with a striking flame circle fan pattern printed on the back of her clothing, representing the famous Uchiha family of Konoha. So the question is, why do the mere sellers dare to blackmail a Uchiha child? There are 2 reasons. The first is that the Uchiha clan is in charge of the police force. As law enforcement officers, they will naturally be disliked by the public. In addition, everyone in the Uchiha clan is arrogant and not good at interacting with others. It is a matter of course to be excluded. The second is that Konoha's senior management secretly contributed to the flames. You know this. It's really an ugly scene. Hyuga Shiratori saw this scene in his eyes. Subconsciously opened Byakugan. All-round perspective? As expected. In an alley 200 meters away, and somewhere in a dark corner of the roof, there were several figures in Umbu uniforms. Watching all this in secret, there are people holding pens and notebooks in their hands, waiting for the situation to ferment. Is this the darkness of Konoha? Hyuga Shiratori's gaze flickered slightly with a strange light, and he muttered to himself. Konoha Shinobi Village is sunny on the surface, but it is full of dirty things in the dark. It's really disgusting to set up the game carefully to count a child. Hyuga Shiratori turned around, ready to leave. Don't know what to do. As for you asking why he didn't make a move, then you have to ask him why he makes a move? Sorry, he is not the virgin with justice. Of course, in his opinion, the girl has the ability to solve it by herself. Sorry, mom is still waiting for me at home, I'm leaving now. The girl didn't want to argue with each other, so she chose to step back. However, the trader was reluctant, stretched out his hand to grab the girl's shoulder, and screamed. When you say you buy it and don't pay, are you kidding me? Come take a look, everyone, this is the Uchiha clan, bully the honest people. The vendor's slaps and rolls show the attitude of the villain to the fullest. You hurt me. The girl was also in a hurry, her big black eyes flashed with impatience, and her small fist was slightly clenched. Although she is still young, she does not yet have a jonin school. However, as a child of a famous background, he will more or less carry out some daily training. Know a little about the basic application methods of chakra. It is unceremonious to say that as long as she wants, she can knock the adult in front of her to the ground at any time. She is just innocent by nature, she doesn't want to cause trouble, and she doesn't want to hurt ordinary people with chakra fists. Ah, you little girl, how can you be like this? It turns out to be the Uchiha clan, no wonder. With the yelling of the vendors who excelled in their voices and emotions, some people who did not know the truth drew closer. Holding the prejudice against the Uchiha clan, they subconsciously think it is the girl's fault. I do not have. The girl responded loudly, with a hint of crying in the trembling voice. I felt very wronged in my heart. Why is it like this? Today is mother's birthday, she just wants to buy a small gift for her mother, who knew it was corrupted by rogue traders. The crowd also blamed her blindly and indiscriminately, which made her feel very sad. This Uchiha's stinky girl is very cunning. The vendors continued to mix oil and vinegar, trying to force the girl to admit counsel through the pressure of the fishing boat. Obediently took out several times the money to buy his bracelet. As for whether you are afraid of Uchiha's revenge afterwards? Anyway, the ruffian gangsters were killed. The big deal went to the Hokage building and shouted. Maybe there will be good guys who don't want to be named and give him money to sue Uchiha. Hehe, it's not the first time anyway. Woo. With mist in her eyes, the girl was so bullied that she almost cried. But even so, she still didn't use chakra to do it. Could it be, what's wrong? In the crowd, someone finally raised a question. Although most of them don't like Uchiha, they also don't like a local ruffian vendor. The current aggressive vendors are in stark contrast with the Uchiha girls who show restraint. This shows that the people are not all fools. I'm not mistaken? Hey, you guys, do you want to say something nice to Uchiha? The vendor yelled sternly and irrationally. Everyone fell silent. In the fishing boat yard of Konoha Shinobi Village, Uchiha is the original sin. Saying good things to Uchiha is a kind of politically incorrect remarks that must be criticized. Although the people did not dare to know the Uchiha girls standing in line, they were also very dissatisfied with the merchant's behavior of tagging their hats indiscriminately. Damn it. After the vendor noticed the people's gaze, he no longer supported him. He didn't dare to force the girl too tight. After all, the opponent is a member of the Uchiha clan. Without the support of the fishing boat, he would never bully the latter alone. With this in mind, the merchant's heart faintly retreated. Gee, it's better to forget it. Seeing this, the girl was also secretly relieved. I thought, Shinobu can come down for a while. Seeing a storm, it will pass unscathed. The roots hidden in the dark are not happy anymore. They obeyed Shimura Danzo's order to create conflicts between the people of Uchiha and Konoha. How can one tolerate the reduction of big things and small things? Resolutely do something? Achieved this point, Hyuga Shiratori couldn't help being a little stunned. Konoha's high-level morals were darker than he expected. Under Byakugan's vision, I saw one of them, Umbu, quietly forming a seal. Cast illusion huh? The girl heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that the matter had been resolved, and was about to turn around and leave. However, a shocking scene happened. I saw the vendor grab the bench in one hand and smashed it at the back of the girl's head mercilessly. What? The girl did not react slowly after chakra exercised her body. A short body dodged in a hurry, but due to the sudden incident, her body lost balance for a while and fell on the ground. Why? The girl raised her head, her face undecided in shock. At the same time, he looked at the vendor in front of him with a blank look. Teasing us civilians, Uchiha are all bastards. The vendor pointed at her and cursed. The people around don't know if they have been caught by evil. Changed the previous neutral attitude, all slurs at the girl. Hurry up, Uchiha is not welcome here. Leave from our village. Faced with the verbal abuse from the crowd, the girl was at a loss. Retorted weakly. This is obviously our Uchiha's home. Shut up, wolf ambition guy. Don't think we don't know. The restless people who will rebel at any time are talking about you Uchiha. Everyone seemed to be crazy, occupied by strong negative emotions. Some even took up weapons such as clubs and walked towards the girl murderously. No, don't come here. The girl was frightened. Facing the turbulent people, she completely lost her square inch when she was young. Despicable Uchiha, today we will teach her a lesson. The vendor carried the bench and hit the girl first. The girl was surrounded by angry people and had nowhere to escape. He could only hold his head in his hands and squatted on the ground like an ostrich, trembling in fright. Tears kept dripping down. She just couldn't understand why she had been hurt by others because she hadn't done any bad things. However, after a while, the imaginary beating did not fall on him. With a trace of doubt, the girl raised her head tremblingly. At first glance, it was a boy similar to her age. Boom 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 boom. In twos and threes, all the vendors and passers-by who were trying to attack were knocked to the ground. Tisk tut I really can't see it. So many adults actually shot a little girl. The shot was Hyuga Shiratori. With a whim, he changed his mind about blindness. His action stopped the unpleasant farce in front of him. A trace of chakra from gentle fist is penetrated into the target's body, which disturbs the opponent's nerves and achieves the effect of dissolving the illusion. Everyone returned to normal from the illusion, and they couldn't help feeling extremely ashamed when they thought of what they had done just now. As an adult, he started to bully a child. When I think about it, I feel unreasonable, and the crowd of onlookers disperses in a desperate manner. The vendor also had a guilty conscience, and fled the scene scramblingly. Dismiss the trash fish in front of me. Hyuga Shiratori turned his head and stared at the girl in front of him indifferently. Too weak, it will only hurt yourself. Are you okay? I'm fine. The girl opened her eyes wide and responded subconsciously. Cut. That nosy kid. Gen Umbu punched the wall, his cold eyes under the mask stared at the boy in the distance. Hinder Root's mission. Do you want to get rid of that guy secretly? The other person's tone was cold, like a robot without emotion. Rejected? According to Lord Danzo's order, all our actions must be carried out in secret. Moreover, the kid is not an ordinary civilian, and his silver eyes should be from the Hyuga clan. We don't need to make things worse. My name is Uchiha Spring, thank you for saving me. The girl looked at the boy who looked almost the same age as her with a curious look. Uchiha Springs. It really was her. Hyuga Shiratori has no troubles. It's just a dispensable character in the original book. In the night of genocide, it ended in tragedy. Hyuga Shiratori responded briefly. Hyuga. Uchiha Izumi's gaze fell on his silver-white eyes, and his small face involuntarily showed a look of surprise. You should know that the Uchiha and Hyuga clan are fiercely competitive about who is the first Konoha. Both families will instill hostile thoughts in their respective clans. Therefore, Uchiha Kwan did not expect that in times of crisis, he would be a member of the Hyuga clan who would help her. Shiratori-san, please allow me to say it again, thank you for your help. Uchiha Kwan bowed deeply to him and sincerely expressed his gratitude. No thanks, I just can't understand some scum. Hyuga Shiratori said lightly, faintly looking in the direction where Gen Umbu had left, and took a deep look. Seriously. He was really disgusted by what Umbu did? Secretly incited the people, even used illusion? This ugly face is too dirty? Everyone treats Uchiha, well, it should be just a part of them. Uchiha Spring didn't know the hidden truth, and naively thought it was just the villagers' prejudice against Uchiha. In this regard, Hyuga Shiratori did not want to explain more. The other party was just a child and didn't understand Konoha's deep darkness at all. Let's go, don't you want to buy something? Hyuga Shiratori said casually. Yes, today is my mother's birthday. Uchiha Izumi's big black eyes gave him a subtle look. Huh? Shopping together? Could it be that this is a date? He glanced at the other side secretly again. A long jet of black hair fell gracefully, and his silver-white eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. Obviously they are of the same age, but the temperament of the whole person reveals a sense of maturity and calmness. It smells like the big brother next door. Thinking of this, a lovely blush appeared on Uchiha Kwan's cheeks. I have to say that the children of Naruto world are always extraordinarily precocious. At a young age, you'll have dreams. Hyuga Shiratori has no bold ideas at all. Could someone still be interested in a 5-year-old girl? If so, please report it in the comments section. The reason why he took the initiative to approach Uchiha Spring was of course for another purpose. As for what it is, please let me talk about it later. The hero saves the beauty. Very much in line with the naive fantasies of little girls. Uchiha Izumi had a good first impression of Hyuga Shiratori. The two went together logically. So beautiful. Uchiha Kwan walked to a stall and picked up a delicate bracelet. Oh, the little girl is so insightful. The stall owner noticed the eye-catching family tattoos on the girl. His brows trembled, but he still gave a professional smile. Although the general public don't like Uchiha, they are also one of Konoha's biggest names. Most people would never provoke the latter. It was the previous poppy vendor and Gen Umbu who used illusionism behind his back to make a big death. Na Shiratori-san, is this good looking? Uchiha Izumi put on the bracelet on his own, turned his head and said to Hyuga Shiratori with beaming brows. The silver bracelet is inlaid with a few cheap small gems. Although it is not an expensive accessory, the shape is really good. Especially when worn on Uchiha Spring's white as jade wrist, it is even more perfect. Not bad. Hyuga Shiratori nodded and approved. Then give this, mom will be very happy. Uchiha Izumi smiled happily, his eyebrows bent into beautiful crescents. Boss, how much is this? Shingui 1000 taels. The smile on the stall owner's face remained unchanged. In the face of two distinguished guests, he did not dare to open his mouth and quoted a real price. Forward. The smile on Uchiha Izumi's face suddenly became stiff. She has only 700 taels in her pocket. Although he was born in the Uchiha clan, he is relatively distant from the Patriarch by blood. Hardly enjoy the treatment from the clan. All her pocket money was given by her mother. It has been stored for several months. Sorry boss, I don't have enough money to buy this. Uchiha Izumi reluctantly prepared to take off the bracelet. But at this moment, a hand stretched out from the side and held her wrist. Boss, we want this bracelet. Huh? Shiratori-san. Uchiha Izumi opened his eyes wide and stared at him in surprise. Aren't you not enough money? While talking, Hyuga Shiratori took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket. Almost blinded Uchiha Kwan's curious big eyes. Wrong? Wrong? Uchiha Izumi shook his head and said firmly, Shiratori-san, how can I ask for your money? It's okay, aren't we friends? Just treat it as a gift from me. Hyuga Shiratori said to himself, and directly handed 1000 taels to the stall owner. Thank you for your patronage. Where does the stall owner care who pays? Anyway, if you have money, you are the uncle. Huh? That's not right, this. Uchiha Kwan opened his mouth wide. Hyuga Shiratori was straightforward, and a set of operations to cut the mess. She can't react at all. Don't care, I have more money. Hyuga Shiratori said casually. This is really not a blow. Just received a core disciple allowance of 10,000 taels from the Hyuga clan. Rich and self-willed? It's not the problem. Uchiha Izumi's face was a little embarrassed. Mom's gift, it's rare to choose a central ritual, so Kwan will not refuse. Hyuga Shiratori persuaded solemnly. But, hey then all right. Uchiha Kwan is not good at rejecting the kindness of others. He just lowered his head slightly, looked at the shiny bracelet in his hand, and mumbled softly. Shiratori-san, unexpectedly very tough. I'm a little hungry, then let's see you again. While talking, Hyuga Shiratori turned around and was about to leave. And many more. Uchiha Kwan hurriedly called him, a hesitation flashed across his face, but in the end he made up his mind. Shiratori-san, if you don't mind, can you come to my house for dinner? That's right, I want to thank you too. Got the bait. This is what you are waiting for. The corner of Hyuga Shiratori's mouth rose slightly from an invisible angle. The hero saves the beauty. Date shopping or something. All are foreshadowing. Hyuga Shiratori has a different picture from the beginning, including the rescue of Uchiha Kwan. It is true that he hates Gen Umbu's dirty practices. But this is not the direct reason for his action. As mentioned earlier, he is not a messenger of justice, nor is he a virgin. No obligation, no determination to help a stranger. Approaching Uchiha Spring has a personal purpose. Uchiha Spring led Hyuga Shiratori and stepped into the clan of the Uchiha clan. This arrogant and lonely family has always repelled outsiders from entering their territory. In Konoha Shinobi Village, it seems out of place. Hyuga Shiratori, with the striking features of silver-white eyes, immediately attracted attention as soon as he stepped into Uchiha's clan. Hey, you kid from the Hyuga family, what are you doing here with us? A Uchiha guard stepped forward and asked. Senior, this is my friend. Uchiha Kwan hurriedly stepped forward to explain, and at the same time put a pleading gaze. Well, today is my mother's birthday. I want to take my friends home for dinner. Can seniors be comfortable? Hearing this, the other party frowned slightly. After carefully looking at Hyuga Shiratori for a moment, he suddenly dropped his guard. It's just a little kid. Forgive Hyuga's family will not be stupid enough to send a kid over to inquire about Uchiha's information. Go home for dinner, don't run around with outsiders, no if you don't. Uchiha guard warned. I see, thank you senior for your tolerance. Uchiha Kwan bowed to the opponent. In this way, the two were released by guards. This is the territory of the Uchiha clan. Hyuga Shiratori looked around with curious eyes. This is also his true purpose of approaching Uchiha Spring. Obtain detailed information through field trips to the Uchiha tribe. Of course, the reason he did this was not because he was instructed by the Hyuga clan. It's purely a bold idea on a whim. Hyuga Shiratori has decided that this will be his first fishing ground to hunt chakra. Hyuga Shiratori opens Byakugan. Collect everything from the inside to the outside of the Uchiha clan. With the power of Ōtsutsuki, Hyuga Shiratori's Byakugan pupils far exceed the ordinary Hyuga clan. It is possible to see the chakra in every Uchiha tribe. The Uchiha clan is worthy of being Konoha's top sect. The average chakra strength of the clan is much higher than that of the Hyuga clan. The number of chakras with the Jonin level is also more than that of the Hyuga clan. Based on this alone, the Uchiha clan is the well-deserved number 1 Konoha. The Hyuga clan insists on competing with the former. Of course, it is precisely because of the strength of the Uchiha clan that it has attracted the incomparable fear of the high-level Konoha. But Uchiha's people are so arrogant that they don't like dealing with outsiders. Eventually evolved into the current dilemma. Shiratori-san, what's wrong? Uchiha Izumi blinked and glanced at him curiously. No, nothing, just found that Uchiha is quite big. Hyuga Shiratori lowered his head slightly, and the blue veins on his eyes were hidden vaguely. When Byakugan activated the pupil technique, it was not as obvious as Sharinon. So Uchiha Spring did not find anything unusual. Oh, too. Uchiha Kwan nodded without paying attention, pointed to a small private house at the end of the street, and smiled. Did you see it? That's my home. Hyuga Shiratori took a closer look and found that it was an ordinary house. The house is a little small, I hope Shiratori-san doesn't mind. Uchiha Izumi scratched his head and said embarrassedly. It's okay. The point of home is not residence, but family. Hyuga Shiratori is indifferent and authentic. A trace of sorrow flashed between the eyebrows. His house in Hyuga is quite big, but he is the only one living in it. Those so-called kinsmen are nothing more than strangers with the same surname. He was born in the Filu orphanage, and there are no direct relatives. Is that right? Uchiha Kwan seemed to understand the loneliness inadvertently in his words, and the little hand couldn't help stepping forward and holding his hand, giving a gentle smile. Friends are also very important. Seeing the girl's sincere and pure eyes, Hyuga Shiratori couldn't help but move his heart. In fact, at the beginning, he didn't take the girl in front of him seriously, just as a tool man who assisted him in mixing into the Uchiha clan. But sometimes, it is often unintentional. Friends. Does it feel bad? Hyuga Shiratori's heart warmed. He did not resist this emotional fluctuation. Just go with the flow. Koizumi, are you back? The door opened and a young woman walked out of the room. Uchiha Yukino blinked and looked curiously at the boy holding his daughter's hand. Koizumi takes the boy paper home for the first time. Mother. Uchiha Izumi quickly let go of Hyuga Shiratori's palm. His small face was a little hot. Good evening, Auntie. I am Izumi's friend Hyuga Shiratori. Hyuga Shiratori stepped forward to say hello politely. The expression is calm, without the timidity of ordinary children when they see strangers. Good boy, come in first. Although Uchiha Yukino was a little surprised at the word Hyuga, he didn't care too much. Unlike ordinary Uchiha people, she has no xenophobic psychology. In other words, even her husband came in from an ordinary Konoha civilian ninja. What? Koizumi took the wild man home so soon? No, absolutely. Oh, I saw a young husband wearing an apron and holding a spatula in his hand, and ran out angrily. However, before he could finish his words, he was immediately caught by his wife, who reached out and grabbed his ears. Honey, can you be normal? But Uchiha Hachiman wanted to say something, but under the sharp gaze of his wife's narrowed eyes, he still had to bow his head. Dad, don't be rude to Shiratori. Uchiha looked at his father bubbly. On weekdays, she feels a little headache for her daughter's controlling father. Woo, even Koizumi said the same. Hearing the blame from the baby girl, Uchiha Hachiman's blind eyes suddenly completely lost the light. Hyuga Shiratori silently looked at the happy and warm family of 3 in front of him, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. This peaceful life is actually pretty good. But, who can think of it? In the near future, the Uchiha clan will usher in a bloody extermination. Today is Uchiha Izumi's mother, Uchiha Yukino's birthday. Uchiha Izumi happily presented his carefully selected bracelet. And, even if he knew that he didn't have enough money, Hyuga Shiratori helped to pay for it. As for being attacked by vendors and passers-by today, Uchiha Kwan did not mention a word. On the one hand, she does not want to spoil the good atmosphere of celebrating her mother's birthday, and on the other hand, she does not want her parents to worry about it. Anyway, things are over, haven't they? Oh, how embarrassed to let Shiratori pay the money. Uchiha Yukino held the bracelet reluctantly, obviously also very fond of this gift. It doesn't matter, I and Kwan are friends. Hyuga Shiratori smiled lightly. Hee. Uchiha Izumi smiled silly, looking at Hyuga Shiratori's gaze. There seemed to be a touch of affection faintly. This kid, good means? At a young age, I learned to tease my sister. Uchiha Hachiman's dead fish eyes suddenly became vigilant. You know, I think he was single for more than 20 years. suddenly regained consciousness one day, relying on the dead skin and lamenting face, only then came to today's wife who is like a flower. Although Uchiha Hachiman was reluctant, but with the warm hospitality of his daughter and wife, Hyuga Shiratori was still stayed for dinner. Everyone gets along very well. At the same time, someone in Uchiha reported Hyuga Shiratori's visit to the Patriarch Uchiha Fugaku. This extremely ego family has always been very repulsive to outsiders, even if it's just a child. Uchiha, who is in charge of the Konoha police force, easily found out detailed personal information about Hyuga Shiratori. Born in the branch house of the Hyuga clan, is it Hyuga Shiratori who was recently listed as a core student? Uchiha Fugaku held the file in his hand, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Captain Fugaku, what do you mean by this Hyuga house? Sending a kid over to our Uchiha site, do you want to provoke it? Uchiha 8 generations are mean and habitual to speculate on others with the greatest malice. No, this is unlikely. Although it is a branch house, since it is listed as a core disciple, it must be a manufacturable material. The Hyuga clan does not hide it, and there is no reason to send it over to expose it. Uchiha Fugaku frowned, puzzled. Should you take the opportunity to test it? What is the level of this new generation of the Hyuga clan? Uchiha Taihuo suggested. Well, this might not be a good idea. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes lit up and nodded. According to the data, this kid is only 5 years old, so we also choose a 5-year-old peer from the clan to learn from each other. Uchiha Yatsushiro said. Who should I send? This battle is about the competition between Uchiha and Hyuga, and we must win. Uchiha Taihuo's expression was firm and authentic. Then send Itachi. My son has been brilliant since he was a child, and no one of his peers is his opponent. When Uchiha Fugaku talked about his son, his staid face showed a hint of pride. After a meal, the sky is getting darker. It's almost time for me to go back to Hyuga's house. Izumi, aunt and uncle, thank you for your hospitality. Hyuga Shiratori stood up and said. During this period, he used Byakugan to watch the entire Uchiha clan from the inside to the outside. Remember those powerful chakra. The purpose of collecting intelligence has been achieved. Is Shiratori going home so soon? Not tonight. Uchiha Yukino had a good view of the child, and wanted to keep him overnight. Suno. Uchiha Hachiman winked at his wife, sending a message. Don't forget that this is the Uchiha clan. This extremely xenophobic family allows an outsider to come and eat as a special case. If the clansmen know that they are still taking in an outsider to stay overnight, they will probably be criticized by the family. Oh, that's right, I almost forgot. Uchiha Yukino sighed. When she and her husband walked together, they were also strongly opposed by the family. Yahida was born as a civilian, and through his unremitting efforts, he became an excellent medical ninja. Medical ninjutsu is exactly the talent that the Uchiha clan is in short supply. In the end, the Uchiha family reluctantly agreed to the marriage by recruiting son-in-law. As a member of the Uchiha clan, sometimes she feels helpless towards her family. Koizumi, you can send it off to Shiratori-kun. Uchiha Swane ordered. It's so late, isn't it okay for girls to go out? Hyuga Shiratori was polite. It's okay, this is Uchiha's house, but it's safe. Uchiha Kwan smiled. Hyuga Shiratori and Uchiha Spring, the two strolled on the streets of the clan land. Along the way, Uchiha looked at him like a thief. I have to say that Uchiha Yukino's judgment is correct. If it wasn't for her foresight, let Uchiha Kwan accompany the delivery. I'm afraid someone can't help but jump out now and ask Hyuga Shiratori severely, right? That. I'm sorry, Shiratori-san. Uchiha Kwan's face was a little awkward. Think about being rescued by the other party during the day and paying for her gifts. But his own people treated Hyuga Shiratori so rudely. This makes her very sorry. It's not Kwan's fault. Besides, I don't care about other people's eyes. Hyuga Shiratori looked casually. He didn't care about the Uchiha people who were showing bad faces around him. It's just a group of pretentious dragons? Besides, soon, these people will be his targets for harvesting chakra. Who will remember how many slices of bread he has eaten in a day? Thank you, Shiratori-san. Uchiha Izumi's face changed from sadness and replaced with an innocent smile. Because of the identity of the Uchiha clan, children of the same age basically don't play with her. Among the same clan, most of them are a bunch of arrogant-ass kids. She didn't like to get in. This resulted in her having very few or no friends. Hyuga Shiratori is her first, true friend. Boys and girls walk side by side. Pulled under the light, the shadows of the two lean together tightly. Along the way, there are no dangers. Although wherever you go, the eye-catching ceremony will follow wherever you go. However, in the face of Uchiha Spring, people of the same clan are not easy to find faults in a clear face. However, just as the two were about to walk to the gate of the clan land, I saw a 5-year-old boy, waiting there for a long time. At a young age, there are 2 shallow lines of law on his cheeks. His eyes looked like Gujing Wubo, and he seemed to have a composure that surpassed that of his peers. That is, the son of the Patriarch. Uchiha Kwan looked at him for a moment, and recognized the identity of the other party. Oh, is it interesting to take a filial son in the legend? The corner of Hyuga Shiratori's mouth was drawn with a smile, which seemed to be very interested in the figure in front of him. Bring a filial son. Uchiha Kwan turned his head, saying that he didn't understand the word. Hello, my name is Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi took the initiative to greet him. Hyuga Shiratori. Hyuga Shiratori responded indifferently, what can I do? Friends of the Hyuga clan will visit the Uchiha clan. It is very rare. I want to get to know you. Uchiha Itachi's face was paralyzed, and a smirk that thought he was friendly, but was actually very casual, was squeezed out. Bad rhetoric. Maybe his father instructed him to test it, right? Hyuga Shiratori guessed it in his mind. Uchiha Itachi, Shiratori-kun is my friend. I invited him to be a guest at my house. It's getting late now. What's the matter? Can you wait for tomorrow? Uchiha Spring frowned. She subconsciously feels that the other party is here for trouble. The Uchiha clan are always so exclusive. No wonder it is unpopular in the village. No, I don't mean to exclude outsiders. I just want to make friends with Shiratori-kun. Uchiha Itachi's eyes flickered slightly and forcefully explained. In fact, this is not pure. This is an order from his father. On weekdays, Uchiha Itachi, who considers himself wise, never communicates with his peers. Withdrawn and taciturn. The only person who communicated was Uchiha Shisui, who was a few years older than himself and was also very wise. Uchiha Itachi is born to feel that he is different from others. So how could he put down his IQ and take the initiative to make friends with the ignorant Hyuga Shiratori? But no way, this is the father's order. Let him test the core disciple of the Hyuga clan in front of him. Hey, what's so tempting about this? Among his peers, there can be no existence comparable to him? Uchiha Itachi's brain turned rapidly, thinking of what excuse he would use, and inviting the other party to learn from him. You are here to challenge me. Hyuga Shiratori's light words hit the opponent's heart directly. Uchiha Itachi's pupils suddenly tightened, and Furui Nobu's face showed a strong expression of surprise for the first time. The other party can actually see through his thoughts? How is this possible? The other party is just a 5-year-old kid? Although Uchiha Itachi is only 5 years old this year, but he always felt that he was very wise. Not a kid. Ha 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 ha. Yes, I heard that you are a genius of the Hyuga clan, and I am also a genius of the Uchiha clan. In the end, the other side is better. I want to discuss it with you. Seeing through the intention, Uchiha Itachi no longer concealed it, and said straightforwardly. Sure enough, you are here to make trouble. Why are you doing this? Obviously everyone is Konoha's companion. Uchiha Spring frowned, preconceived that Uchiha Itachi, just like other tribesmen, is extremely repulsive to outsiders. Uchiha Itachi glanced at her faintly. Stupid girl? He disdains to explain. You. Uchiha Kwan suddenly lost his breath. I have long heard that the Patriarch's son is a strange and defiant guy. See you today, really? However, it is undeniable that Uchiha Itachi is a famous genius in the family. Fearing that Hyuga Shiratori would suffer, Uchiha Izumi opened his arms and stood in front of him, said firmly, Shiratori-kun is my friend, I don't allow you to trouble him. Uchiha Itachi was silent for a while, then frowned suddenly. Although he is one of the Uchiha clan, there are very few people who do not exclude outsiders. However, there is still a strong sense of family identity in my heart. Now he has not officially gone to school, except the ideological education called the Will of Fire. In thinking, the family is the key link. Seeing Uchiha Spring now, for an outsider, against him of the same clan, my heart is also angry. I feel that the other party has lost the honor of Uchiha. Calm down, Kwan. It's just a kid's joke. Hyuga Shiratori reached out and pressed the opponent's shoulder, and gently pulled her aside. But, Uchiha Kwan wanted to say something but stopped. She wanted to say that Uchiha Itachi is no ordinary kid. It's okay, it's just an ordinary contest. Hyuga Shiratori downplays authenticity. There was a wave of unquestionable firmness in the silver-white eyes. Well, Shiratori-san, be careful. Uchiha Kwan had to obediently obey and stepped aside. Seeing her listen so much to an outsider, Uchiha Itachi felt a sense of anger in her heart. In addition to maintaining Uchiha's honor, there seems to be a touch of different emotions. As for what it is, he still doesn't understand. Anyway, it's hot. I'm ready. Uchiha Itachi didn't say much, and raised 2 fingers to make a sign of opposition. Well, come on. Hyuga Shiratori did not put a seal of opposition. Because subconsciously, he didn't pay attention to the childhood Uchiha Itachi, just treat it as a kid's joke. He beckoned at the opponent casually and signaled the latter to attack. Wow. Uchiha Itachi attached chakra to the solace of his feet and used the instant technique. Kick up in the lower stage, using a classic Konoha fluid technique. Leaf hurricane. Boom. Hyuga Shiratori raised his hand to a gear and took it easily. This guy. Uchiha Itachi's eyes narrowed. As the saying goes, once an expert makes a move, he will know if there is any. The opponent blocked his kick with one hand, which shows that the strength is not under him. It doesn't seem to be an ordinary kid. A look of surprise flashed across Uchiha Itachi's face, but he is still very confident. As a genius of the Uchiha clan, he has never failed. Punches, kicks, elbows, knee bumps. Uchiha Itachi used a series of physique combos. Boom 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 boom. All were taken by Hyuga Shiratori with one hand. Shiratori-kun, so awesome. Uchiha Izumi's eyes glowed from the side, and the worries about Hyuga Shiratori in his heart suddenly disappeared. No girl would dislike a good boy, especially if the latter saved her. In an instant, the image of Hyuga Shiratori was infinitely enlarged in her mind. This tickle effort. Hyuga Shiratori shook his head, his face somewhat dull. Uchiha Itachi, who was reputed to be proficient in everything in the original book, is now just a little kid. There is no threat to him. Don't underestimate me. It seemed that he was also aware of the opponent's scornful gaze. Uchiha Itachi's eyes were cold, and the figure stepped back. At the same time, his hands skillfully formed a series of seals. Taking a deep breath, spit out a fiery ball of fire. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. The Great Fireball Technique is the ancestral basic ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. The learning difficulty is C level, which can be learned by genin. However, Uchiha Itachi learned the ninjutsu before going to school. I have to say that he is a genius, but, as we all know, in Hokage's worldview, geniuses are not linked to bloodliness. Hyuga Shiratori, with the power of Ōtsutsuki, is the most advanced lineage. Hyuga Shiratori made a fist with his right hand and raised his left hand with 5 fingers slightly bent, making a stance of accumulating power. Focus chakra on the palm of your hand, and shoot it out in one breath. Gentle fist method 8 trigrams air palm. Boom. The chakra shockwave hit in the air, like an invisible big hand, easily tore the fireball open. What? Uchiha Itachi was dumbfounded. I saw an invisible palm in front of my eyes, slapped heavily on his chest. His body shook, as if hit by a heavy hammer. He flew backwards. Puff. Finally, he fell heavily to the ground, and the huge impact forced him to roll back continuously. During the tumbling process, the front teeth accidentally knocked on a stone and dropped one. Looks disheartened, very embarrassed. If you don't make a move, it's a seckle. Hyuga Shiratori waved his palm, without a trace of fluctuation on his face. He used only 1/10 of his strength in the whole process. It's all about playing small pot friends. It's boring. Shiratori-san, okay, amazing. Uchiha Kwan cast an incredible look. The opponent is the son of the Patriarch, who has enjoyed the honor of genius since he was a child. It's unimaginable, and now I have lost to an outsider. I lost. Uchiha Itachi lay weakly on the ground, looking at the stars and moon in the sky, doubting life. Well, that's all for the kids' jokes. Hyuga Shiratori ended this discussion casually. Or in his opinion, this is not a contest at all. It's just a one-sided abuse of food. Child. Uchiha Itachi twitched his cheeks. He has always treated other peers as children. I never expected that people would look at myself with the same eyes today. The mood is depressed enough. Looking up, he saw Uchiha Izumi looking at Hyuga Shiratori with admiration. There was a different kind of emotion in my heart again. This is an experience he has never had before. It's uncomfortable all over. Hyuga Shiratori felt very comfortable seeing the other person uncomfortable. In his previous life, he didn't like the role of a dutiful son. I slaughtered my whole family for Konoha. It's purely NT. If he travels through the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi will be killed in the first chapter. Time is almost up. Goodbye, Kwan. Hyuga Shiratori left the Uchiha clan. The next day, the news that Hyuga Genius defeated Uchiha Genius spread like wildfire in Konoha. Hyuga Shiratori itself did not make a public announcement. It is impossible for Uchiha to publicize his failures everywhere. The communicator can only be someone with ulterior motives. The two exchanges took place in the Uchiha clan, but they were still discovered. It can only show that Konoha's high-level surveillance of the Uchiha clan is highly rigorous. Because of this, the world knew that there was a genius in the Hyuga family, named Hyuga Shiratori. Hyuga Shiratori took the initiative to expose his genius persona to the public eye. Of course, this is also his intention. The character of genius can sometimes conceal his true strength as a comparison. This is so-called, you think I'm on the first floor, but I'm on the 5th floor. This is a high-end battle. Tonight's Konoha shinobi village is as calm as ever. The dark clouds floating from the sky gradually swallowed the moonlight. An uninvited guest wearing a black robe and a Uzumaki mask appeared silently in the center of the village. The hole in the mask revealed a scarlet eye. I saw him take a deep look, impressing the very familiar village. Then he pressed his palm to the ground without hesitation. A huge summoning technique followed his 5 fingers and spread on the ground. Summoning technique. Roar. A terrifying roar of a fierce beast shocked Konoha. Everyone was suddenly awakened from their sleep. Is it finally here? Hyuga Shiratori instantly turned on Byakugan and confirmed the 9-tails demon fox that appeared 5 kilometers away. Emergency? Emergency? 9 has suddenly appeared in the village. 9 tails? The Hyuga clan gathered together. Attention, this is not a drill. This is not a drill. There was a panicked cry from the Hyuga clan. Shadow clone technique. Hyuga Shiratori's mind moved, and an entity clone appeared beside him. According to the original plan, you follow the Hyuga clan to take refuge, and I will harvest chakra. As Hyuga Shiratori ordered, the main body put on the black cloak that was prepared a long time ago. Master Naruto. An Umbu hurriedly rushed to the Hokage building. I already know. Sarutobi Hiruzen put on the battle uniform, and said with a grim expression, call all the famous doors immediately to meet 9 tails. Wait a minute, Hiruzen. From a dark corner somewhere, Shimura Danzo appeared silently. Can't let Uchiha get close to 9 tails. What are you talking about? Uchiha's Sharingan just can suppress the tail beast, you. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. What if they take the opportunity to take 9 tails with their pupils? Shimura Danzo maliciously speculated. Don't forget Uchiha Madara back then. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a moment, and finally agreed to what the other party said. Regardless of how friendly he is actually defensive against the Uchiha clan. Essentially there is no difference from Shimura Danzo. I see. I will let my subordinate Umbu act with your roots. Learn. Ravaged everything, Nine Tails. The masked man manipulated Nine Tails through Mangekyo Sharinon and issued an attack order. Roar. Nine Tails waved its sharp claws and slapped a building in front of him to pieces. With a sweep of his tail, countless crushed stones were blown into the air. It turned into a rain of stones and bombed everywhere. Captain Fugaku? Nine Tails appeared. How did it appear? Looking at the ravaged Nine Tails in the distance, Uchiha Itachi's eyes kept flashing, and his face showed a touch of fear. The Uchiha clan will face Nine Tails head-on. Sharinon with Uchiha Fugaku's eyes reveals a resolute determination. Although there is a certain utilitarian attempt in his heart, he can stand up when Konoha is in danger, and he can be called an indomitable ninja, but his passion is not recognized by some people. Report to Captain Fugaku. Naruto-sama gave an order, said let us. A Uchiha who was in charge of the transmission was full of a grieved and resentful face. Say what? Uchiha Fugaku frowned, with an ominous premonition in his heart. It is forbidden to participate in the battle against Nine Tails. The duty of the police force is to protect non-combatants. As soon as this statement came out, Uchiha Fugaku was hit hard. What? Uchiha Itachi glared at him and jumped out immediately, thunder furious. Those who are not dead, clearly suspect us. As the elder of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi has a keen insight into the political motives of the Konoha leaders. I would rather let Konoha send more heads to fight against Nine Tails, and prevent the Uchiha clan from getting close to Nine Tails. The purpose is to prevent Uchiha from manipulating the tail beast with his pupil technique. To put it bluntly, anti-Uchiha is more important than anti-Nine Tails. The little blood in Uchiha Fugaku's heart is extinguished today. The illusion of Konoha Shinobi village was completely shattered. Follow Hokage's orders. Uchiha Fugaku said word by word. Captain Fugaku. Uchiha Itachi was full of grief and anger. Although he was still afraid of fighting with Nine Tails just now, he didn't expect that he would not let them participate in the battle at all. It's so affectionate. Let's go, let the people take refuge first. Uchiha Fugaku commanded weakly. Run away. Facing the sudden appearance of Nine Tails, Konoha Shinobi village fell into chaos. All the people obeyed the instructions and went to the refuge to evacuate. However, there was a figure that went against the refugees and headed towards Uchiha's clan. Wow. In the black robe, Hitomi Mori Byakugan flashed past. Byakugan's omnidirectional vision saw everything around him. Don't panic everyone, our police force will escort you to evacuation. Uchiha Taihuo shouted at the people. Although most people don't like the police force on weekdays, in times of crisis, they are grateful for someone to protect them. But I don't know who it is. Someone in the crowd Yin and Yang cried out strangely. Speaking so nicely, the police officer, why wouldn't you fight Nine Tails? Who? Spreading rumors here. Uchiha Taihuo's face changed. He was smart, and he was keenly aware that someone was trying to do things in the crowd. Opened Sharinon and scanned it, but couldn't find who was talking. It can be seen that the person who spread the rumors is a ninja who is proficient in lurking? That's right. The police force is so powerful, why not fight Nine Tails? The dignified Uchiha clan. I didn't expect to be a group of cowards who are greedy for life and fear of death. Under the instigation of interested people, the people's emotions were suddenly vented on Uchiha. We are not. Master Naruto told us not to. Uchiha couldn't argue with all his words, and couldn't deal with the angry people for a while. Umbu, who was hidden in the crowd, looked at Uchiha, who was drooling by the crowd. The task of splashing dirty water has been completed. Prepare to withdraw. But at this moment, an unexpected thing happened. I saw a red thread flying from the dark. Like the embroidery needle thrown by Shinigami, it pierced into the heart of Uchiha's iron fire from behind. What? Uchiha Taihuo's body stiffened and turned his head, only to see a mysterious man in black robe pressing on the roof, holding a red-lighted fishing rod in his hand. He drove the hook into his body. Your chakra, I accept it. Hyuga Shiratori grasped the red light fishing rod and pulled hard. Puff chuff. I saw the fish hook stripped from Uchiha Taihuo's body with a blue light ball. Uchiha Taihuo's eyes widened, and Sharinon, which was just opened, faded automatically because of lack of chakra. He collapsed to the ground feebly. Wow. The crowd was in an uproar. They were shocked at the scene before them, and they were at a loss as to what to do. Gen Umbu was also surprised. Who is this? It killed Uchiha Iron Fire with one blow. Uchiha Taihuo is one of the few Jonin masters of the Uchiha clan. Although the opponent took the lead in the sneak attack, only Jonin was able to kill Jonin in one hit. Unidentified attacker, this is important information. Gen Umbu's expression was solemn, and he was about to use the instant technique to leave. But as soon as he turned around, an overly immature voice rang in his ear. Oh, there seems to be a fish slipping through the net here. Not good. Gen Umbu's capillary was erected all over his body, and he immediately pulled out kunao and turned around. Too slow. I saw a gap in space just above his head. Fire-style great fireball technique. Without Jijin, Hyuga Shiratori opened his mouth and spit out a ball of fire. This is the ninjutsu recorded from the Uchiha Iron Fire Chakra that was just caught. Gen Umbu was caught off guard, hit a fireball over his head and was knocked to the ground. At the same time, a red fish hook pierced through the flames and plunged into his body. Another group of Jonin-level chakra was caught. Hey, what happened over there? The nearby police force rushed to reinforcements upon hearing the news. It's all chakras that are not influential. Hyuga Shiratori glanced at Byakugan, and instantly lost interest. Huangquan Hirasaka? Hyuga Shiratori was too lazy to talk nonsense, and went straight into a different space. Koizumi, run. Dad? Mom? You. A big rock shot flying by 9 tails fell from the sky and smashed through the house of Uchiha Kwan's house. Her parents pushed her out of the house at the moment of their death. The husband and wife were both trapped in the collapsed house. Uchiha Shui is weak and sick since he was a child, and has never been a Jonin. Uchiha Hachiman is an ordinary medical ninja, and his combat power is scum. Therefore, neither of them can escape from the ruins with their own strength. Boom, 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 boom. There are more rubble falling from the sky. More houses were smashed. Uchiha Kwan squatted alone in front of the ruins and wept, like a young seedling in the wind and rain. Who will save my daughter? Uchiha Yukino panicked. Damn it, come on. Where are all the Uchihas dead? Uchiha Hachiman was crying frantically for help. However, the reality is that most of the people living in the core area of the Uchiha tribe have been evacuated by police forces. They live on the periphery and are relatively alienated by blood, and they have been abandoned. No one will come to rescue them at all. Boom. The brutal ravages of 9 tails caused huge damage to Konoha Shinobi village. The people fled in panic, wailing and crying everywhere. But all this has nothing to do with Hyuga Shiratori. He is not the great virgin. In his opinion, the life and death of a stranger has nothing to do with him. Unless it is someone who really has a relationship with him. What? Byakugan of Hyuga Shiratori discovered the Uchiha Springs family in a remote residential area in the Uchiha tribe. Spring. Hyuga Shiratori's eyes moved slightly. Originally, he used each other as a tool for infiltrating the Uchiha clan, and unknowingly established a friendship. This is the first friend he came to this world to know. Wow. Hyuga Shiratori changed the course decisively and hurried to the direction of Uchiha Spring. Mom and Dad? Wait, Kwan will rescue you. Uchiha Kwan was tearful, but still very strong. Using his immature hands, he kept digging through the ruins. But helplessly, the big rock pressed against the roof, and with her weak strength, it was simply not enough to move it. The sharp gravel scraped her small hands with blood. Rumble. Houses are constantly collapsing around, and the situation is very dangerous. Under the ruins, Uchiha Hachiman and Uchiha Yukino were both shouting. Koizumi is dangerous here, get out of here. Listen to Mom, Koizumi. Mom and Dad will be fine. I do not want. Although Uchiha Kwan is a child, he also knows that her parents are fooling her. Reluctant to leave? At this moment, Uchiha Kwan saw the shadow under his feet enlarge. I looked up subconsciously and found that a building next to it was unbearable, leaning towards her and collapsing. What? Uchiha Izumi was so frightened that Warong paled and closed her eyes. Wow. Instant technique? The expected damage from the heavy pressure did not come, and only felt the body loose, as if falling into a warm embrace. Uchiha Kwan opened his eyes tremblingly, his expression stunned. It was a figure with a black robe, completely invisible. Holding her in one hand, he escaped and collapsed. Obviously the other party's dress is suspicious, but I don't know why Uchiha Kwan feels an inexplicable sense of familiarity from the latter. His lips moved, and a name was reflexively spoken. Shiratori. June. Haha, you found all of this. Hyuga Shiratori looked at the girl in her arms with surprise, then stretched out her hand to lift the veil on her face. With a calm and calm look, comforted the other party. It's me, are you not hurt? It's really Shiratori-san, I'm fine, but Mom and Dad. Uchiha Kwan's eyes lit up, as if he saw the straw. Although the other party is a child of her same age, she does not know why. She can always feel a mature atmosphere in the latter that is not in line with her peers. Subconsciously, you can rely on the other person as a reliable big brother. Gentle fist method 8 trigrams air palm. Hyuga Shiratori slapped the huge boulder that slumped over the ruins out of the air. Boom. The powerful chakra shock wave blasted the big rock to pieces in an instant. Hyuga Shiratori took another breath and exhaled a whirlwind. Wind-style breakthrough. The wind-style fished from Genumbu blows up the debris in the ruins. The trapped Uchiha Hachiman and Uchiha Yukino were rescued. Go, saved. Thank you, are you Shiratori-kun? The couple who escaped from birth thought it was a member of the Uchiha clan who saved them, but never thought it was Hyuga Shiratori? Not to mention that the opponent is a member of the Hyuga clan. Why would he appear on the Uchiha clan at such a very moment? A 5-year-old child of the other party, even if he started practicing from the mother's womb, he wouldn't have such a powerful chakra. Now everyone should go to evacuation first, it is too dangerous here. Hyuga Shiratori urged. It is good. Koizumi, hold on to mother's hand. Seeing this couple, they were also very witty and didn't ask him anything. It doesn't matter what the question is. What matters is the lives of their family of 3, escort the Uchiha Springs family to a safe place. Hyuga Shiratori immediately turned around and returned to Uchiha's clan land. He was familiar with the topography of the Uchiha tribe in advance. At the same time, Byakugan can also open the full view of the picture and lock the powerful chakras. Using the red light fishing rod made by Yin and Yang escape, and then taking advantage of the space shuttle ability of Huangquan Biliangzaka, launch a sneak attack from the dark, almost one catch. Puff. Another Uchiha was recruited, and chakra was caught. It's the 6th person, it's a good harvest tonight. Hyuga Shiratori put the blue light ball that was enclosing chakra into the red light fish basket behind him. Wow, the elder was defeated, what should I do? There is also a group of Uchiha juniors in front of me. They originally took refuge with their parents, but they didn't expect that a mysterious person would suddenly be killed, and with one move, the respected elders of the Uchiha clan fell to the ground. Suddenly the little friends shook with fright. Fear will be attacked by the enemy in the next second? However, they think too much. Hyuga Shiratori doesn't even bother to shoot the trivial chakra on these little boys. He didn't look straight, and was about to leave the scene. But at this moment, a young boy who seemed to be only in his early 10 years, made a very heroic shot. The thief of Dammit. Uchiha Shisui opened Sharingan of Double Guyu, and fixed his eyes firmly on Hyuga Shiratori with his back facing him. Starting Sharingan at a young age, it's no wonder he has the confidence to make a move. Wow, instant technique? Uchiha Shisui drew his sword and slashed at the back of Hyuga Shiratori's neck. At a young age, his skills are very unusual. The speed alone can even reach the level of Jonin. However, in Byakugan's vision, there are no dead ends. Hyuga Shiratori didn't look back, and when the opponent's blade was about to fall on his body, he evenly moved a step to the side. Cleverly avoided the opponent's fatal slash. What? Does he have eyes behind his back? Uchiha Shisui's eyes widened, and his face showed an incredible color. Then he was even more shocked, and it was still to come. I saw Hyuga Shiratori stretched out 2 fingers and slammed his abdominal cavity twice. Cough. Uchiha Shisui trembled, and Juyin subconsciously planned to use the body replacement technique to evade. But after Juyin, I found that the flow of chakra in the body was blocked, and I couldn't activate ninjutsu, acupuncture. Uchiha Shisui's face was startled, and he thought of the gentle fist fluid technique of the Hyuga clan for the first time in his mind. Could it be that the opponent is from the Hyuga clan? You are still too tender. Chakra at this level is not worth harvesting, but your chakra is a bit special, so I'll accept it. Hyuga Shiratori raised his hand with a hand knife and knocked the Uchiha Shisui in front of him to the ground. Then, with a flick of the red fishing rod in his hand, a group of green chakra was caught from the latter's body. What? Uchiha Shisui was so young that he turned his eyes white and passed out in a coma on the spot. Looking at the green light ball on the hook, Hyuga Shiratori nodded and commented. The quality is not bad. Although it is weak now, it has great potential in the future. Hyuga Shiratori collected the opponent's chakra into the red light fish basket. When he was about to leave, Senbai's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. Shoo, hoo. I saw a series of shurikens flying from all directions. These shurikens are all carefully calculated orbits, almost bypassing the field of view, and shooting from a very turned angle. However, no matter which direction it was from, or the shuriken shot from a blind spot, his Byakugan could see it clearly. Swish 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 swish. Hyuga Shiratori took a step forward and dodged in a coquettish manner. The figure jumped up, dancing with a magnificent figure in the air. Perfectly avoided all the shurikens. However, the opponent's attack is not over yet. I saw that the shurikens were mixed with kunao, and they were constantly changing the trajectory of flight by colliding and hitting each other in midair. Ding 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 ding. In the end, a complex and dazzling multiple compound attack was formed. This is the top shuriken of the Uchiha clan. Hyuga Shiratori's face remained unchanged, his arms opened, and his body swung back. Revolving heaven. From the 361 acupuncture points in the whole body, chakra spewed out, and then the body art maneuver was added to form an absolute defense barrier. Ding 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 ding. Even with your fancy attacks, you will not be able to break through this airtight chakra barrier. The absolute defense of the Hyuga clan. Revolving heaven. You are Hyuga Hayashi. Uchiha Fugaku blurted out, and Sharingan of Sangodama locked the opponent firmly. Shen said, no, I have seen Hyuga Hayashi's chakra color, which is not like this. Who are you on earth? That's it. It was Patriarch Uchiha who made the shot himself, and it really was extraordinary. Hyuga Shiratori glanced at the opponent. His eyes narrowed involuntarily. This chakra, far beyond ordinary Jonin, even stronger than the old Patriarch Hyuga and Hyuga Hayashi. Although he harvested a lot of Jonin's chakra tonight, they were all stored in red fish baskets, and they had not had time to digest them. So for now, Hyuga Shiratori's chakra is not as good as Uchiha Fugaku. Answer my question. Who is your excellency? Why did you attack me from the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Fugaku Sharingan locked his every move firmly, and asked coldly. Who am I? Why don't you guess? While talking, Hyuga Shiratori flicked the red fishing rod in his hand. Throw a series of fish hooks as a ranged attack. Tensa wave meteor fate. This is. Uchiha Fugaku Sharingan must have been surprised to find that those little fish hooks are made of the 2 chakra properties of yin and yang. Any ninjutsu that involves yin and yang escape is not a secretive move that ordinary people can use. He didn't dare to be careless, and with the help of Sharingan's insight, he carefully avoided all the hooks. Wow. Hyuga Shiratori used the instantaneous technique. A stride came to the opponent, and the red fishing rod in his hand suddenly twitched. Chang. Uchiha Fugaku pulled out a handful of kunao to block. With a flick of his palm, he subconsciously attached chakra, strengthening kunao, just avoiding the ending of being cut by a stroke. Oh, the response is quick. Hyuga Shiratori stretched out 2 fingers on his left hand and poked at the opponent fiercely. Acupuncture? Uchiha Fugaku's face changed, and he quickly stepped back and dodged. Hyuga Shiratori immediately threw the hook, ready to catch chakra from the opponent. Ding! Uchiha Fugaku waved chakra kunao in his hand and bounced the hook in the air. But Hyuga Shiratori continued to swing, using the red fishing line to tie the opponent and pull it towards him. However, when Uchiha Fugaku was caught, the corners of his mouth rose with a successful arc. Ninfa Clone Blast. I saw Uchiha Fugaku's body burst open instantly. Of course, it was Shadow Clone that was detonated, and the advanced fire style technique was set on the body in advance. Therefore it is also known as fire style Shadow Clone. The principle that the enemy must attack if it is knocked down. Once the opponent gets close to the Shadow Clone, it will detonate the trap. Hyuga Shiratori was blown out on the spot? This is obviously impossible. It seems that you are not so easy to solve. The body of Uchiha Fugaku drilled out of the ground, and Sharinon was locked in the smoke and dust of the explosion, empty. He seemed to be aware of his back, and he suddenly raised his head. Quack, quack. I saw dozens of crows hovering in the sky, making ominous neighing noises. This is foam technique. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned. Because this is precisely the advanced illusion of the Uchiha clan. The opponent is an outsider, suspected to be from the Hyuga clan. How come the unique magic of the Uchiha clan? This illusion was harvested by Hyuga Shiratori from Uchiha Iron Fire. As the elders of the Uchiha clan, of course, he has advanced illusions of his own. Don't underestimate Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were fixed and he poured a large amount of chakra into Sharinon in one breath. Illusory Sharinon. I saw all the crows scattered around and turned into hidden shurikens, shooting from all directions. Fire-style Phoenix Fire technique. Uchiha Fugaku nodded his hands and spit out groups of fireballs from his mouth one after another. The hit rate is extremely high, and all the shurikens that will be attacked in the future will be shot down without missing a single one. Not only that, but also blew the fireball flying all over the sky towards Hyuga Shiratori. Small bugs. Hyuga Shiratori's face did not change, and he slammed out of the air. Gentle fist method 8 trigrams air palm. Boom. Uchiha Fugaku dodged flexibly, and was punched through a hole where he was standing. Based on this lethality, the strength of the opponent's chakra can be roughly judged. It is indeed a Jonin class chakra, but I am stronger than you. A confident expression appeared on Uchiha Fugaku's face, and his hands quickly made a few marks. A huge fireball was spit out from the mouth, and at the same time, the fireball was condensed into a lifelike dragon shape after its shape change. Fire-style Halong Fire technique. Roar. The extremely hot fire dragon, with great momentum. By coincidence, Hyuga Shiratori also harvested this trick from a certain Uchiha elder before. You can spit out a fire dragon by opening your mouth without Juyin. Fire-style Halong Fire technique. Roar. I saw 2 fire dragons collided head-on, and then bit each other in midair. The heat emitted has caused the surrounding temperature to rise a lot. Even with the same moves, the proficiency is different, and the power displayed is different. Uchiha Fugaku volleyed at the fire dragon with his bare hands. The same chakra's connection controls the fire dragon. He bit the fire dragon of Hyuga Shiratori and attacked him. You are so reasonable, I was speechless. Hyuga Shiratori waved the red fishing rod and split the remaining fire dragon in half. Wow. With the help of the cover of firelight, Uchiha Fugaku used the instant technique to charge and kill. Save up chakra's punch. Hyuga Shiratori hurriedly used gentle fist to respond. Boom. The figure was beaten back a few steps. Tiskit's really a difficult guy. It seems that the chakra of the Uchiha Patriarch is not so easy to collect. Should I show some real skills? Hyuga Shiratori's eyes were cold, and Senbei's pupils faintly turned into blue ripples. This huge pupil power. Uchiha Fugaku's face changed, and he stared suspiciously at the other person's veil. Although he couldn't see the latter's eyes clearly, he could feel it keenly. Under the veil, there was an extremely powerful pupil power. Just as Hyuga Shiratori was about to use Rinnegan's power, a violent sound came from a distance. Long. I saw that the behemoth 9 tails disappeared out of thin air, the disappeared 9 tails. Unsurprisingly, it was 4th Hokage who used the Flying Thunder God technique and left Konoha Shinobi village along with 9 tails. It's a pity, I don't have time to spend with you here. Hyuga Shiratori said calmly. It's not that he is afraid of Uchiha Fugaku. If you really want to work hard, Hyuga Shiratori uses Rinnegan's power and believes that he will definitely be able to defeat Uchiha Fugaku in the end. However, he has greater ambitions than the chakra harvesting Uchiha Fugaku. I stole so much chakra from Uchiha, now I want to leave. Uchiha Fugaku is cold and authentic. Sharinon of 3 Gyujade has a faint sign of kinking together. In the Third Ninja War, after witnessing the death of his companion to save him, Uchiha Fugaku opened Mangekyo Sharinon with blood and tears. He has never revealed to outsiders that he owns Mangekyo Sharinon. On the one hand, because I just opened my eyes, I am not yet skilled. On the other hand, he wants to hide his strength and only use it as a nirvana when he needs it. Uchiha Fugaku is now hesitating whether to use this nirvana. The mysterious man in front of him is not only good at Gentle Fist of the Hyuga clan, but also proficient in Uchiha's ninjutsu and illusion. At the same time, he also has the weird ability to catch other people's chakra. There must be many unspeakable secrets in the other party's body. Based on the considerations of all parties, Uchiha Fugaku finally decided to use Mangekyo Sharinon. As the saying goes, dogs that bite don't bark. Uchiha Fugaku calmly poured the large amount of chakra into his eyes. Get ready to launch the powerful pupil technique. However, all these small actions, under Hyuga Shiratori's Byakugan, are nothing more than actions to cover their ears and steal the bells. Byakugan could clearly see the other parties silently injecting chakra into his eyes. Hihi Mangekyo Sharinon, just want to keep me. Hyuga Shiratori sneered. Decisively mobilized the power of the blood following the snare. Huang Quan Biliang Saka? A gap in space was opened around. What? This is time and space ninjutsu. Uchiha Fugaku glared at him and was taken aback. Goodbye, Uchiha Fugaku. Next time I meet, I will take your chakra away. The figure of Hyuga Shiratori escaped into a different space and disappeared. Uchiha Fugaku was left with a horrified face, staring at the same place. Stay away from the outskirts of Konoha. Namikaze Minato came to Nine Tails holding his weak wife who had just gone through childbirth, as well as his newborn son. Minato, are you planning to seal Nine Tails into little Naruto's body? Although Uzumaki Kushina is usually carefree, his mind is not very clever. But when it comes to children, the IQ as a mother is online. Sorry. Kushina, your body is too weak, now you can't bear the powerful Nine Tails chakra. A look of sadness flashed in Namikaze Minato's eyes. Jinchuriki, once the tail beast is stripped, 100% will die. Tonight, my wife is doomed. No? How can you seal the tail beast on your son's body? Uzumaki Kushina raised her weak face, she didn't care about her safety at all. As Jinchuriki, she knows the hardships of Jinchuriki very well. Destined to be rejected and hostile by others, she is very reluctant to let her son bear such pain. I am Konoha Shinobi, and I am also the fourth Hokage. It is my duty to protect the village. Namikaze Minato said righteously. Uzumaki Kushina opened his mouth and fell into a boundless silence. Regardless of her husband is usually a strict wife, once a decision is made, it will never change. Roar? Damn it's ninja? Everyone wants to use me. Nine Tails let out an angry roar. Having just been manipulated by the masked male pupil technique, Namikaze Minato cut the connection between the two with a contract seal. But this does not mean that Nine Tails will thank him. In its view, the ninja is like a bird, playing with the tail beast unscrupulously. It seems that I can only use this trick. Namikaze Minato took a deep breath, making a seal with both hands. Don't think about it. Nine Tails snapped a paw like lightning. Seal technique King Kong blockade. Seeing that her husband was in danger, Uzumaki Kushina desperately squeezed the chakra that was not already in his body, stretched out a series of chakra chains, and tied Nine Tails. Thank you, Kushina. Namikaze Minato smiled miserably and finished the knot in his hand. A phantom figure that outsiders can't see faintly emerged behind him. It was Shinigami from the underworld. Seal technique Ghoul Seal. Puff. Just as his forbidden technique was about to be completed, suddenly without warning, a red light shot out from behind, and something plunged into his body fiercely. Varied. Namikaze Minato's body stiffened, only feeling that his whole body became weak at this moment. Turned his head subconsciously. Not far behind, I don't know when a mysterious person wearing a black robe and holding a red fishing rod appeared. Namikaze Minato's pale face showed an incredible color, and said solemnly, I have clearly opened the barrier, and it is impossible for outsiders to enter. Minato. Uzumaki Kushina let out a scream. Enchantment? Are you talking about that paper paste-like thing? Hyuga Shiratori can travel freely in any space with the ability of Hiro Izumi Hirazaka. The mere enchantment is naturally not difficult for him. Your chakra, I accept it. The fishing rod in Hyuga Shiratori's hand jerked, and from Namikaze Minato's body, a cyan light ball was drawn. Well, the shadow level chakra is really good. Reaching out his hand to support Tana's gaze at chakra, Hyuga Shiratori's face involuntarily showed satisfaction. You. Namikaze Minato knelt on the ground on one knee, weak and unable to speak. How so? Uzumaki Kushina's face also showed a desperate expression. Faced with 9 tails, it was already a life of 9 deaths. Now suddenly an uninvited guest has appeared, it is almost dead. Don't show such an expression. I have no grudges against you, and I didn't say I would kill you. Hyuga Shiratori said calmly. Namikaze Minato was so angry that at this critical moment when 9 tails was sealed, the other party took away his chakra, and said he didn't force them to die. Who are you? You and the man who controls 9 tails are in the same group, right? Namikaze Minato wanted to ask his own question before he died. No, you misunderstood. 4th generation. I have nothing to do with Uchiha Obito. Hyuga Shiratori casually confided a breaking news. Uchiha Obito? What does this have to do with Obito? Wait, could it be said? Namikaze Minato had a bewildered look at first, and then involuntarily recalled that when he played against the masked man, he had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. At first, I thought it was an illusion. Could it be that I was an acquaintance? How is it possible? Obito died in the Third Ninja World War, and he was my student, how could he? Namikaze Minato's face was unbelievable, and his brain was filled with a series of question marks. It will be spoiled if you are not careful. Hyuga Shiratori waved his hand, expressing unintentional loss. Well, he did it on purpose. With the pupil power to control 9 tails, coupled with the time and space ninjutsu that surpasses the second generation Master Mu, apart from the legendary Uchiha Madara, I can't think of who it is. How could it be Obito? Namikaze Minato stubbornly believes that his guess is correct. In fact, this is no wonder. Who would have thought that the student who used to be the tail of the crane would one day become his enemy? Who on earth are you? Uzumaki Kushina asked. Who am I? This is a good question. Hyuga Shiratori pretended to be thinking, and then suddenly had an idea and replied. My name is Hyuga Tenin. Hyuga Tenin, the founder of the legendary Hyuga clan. It is a figure in the same era as Uchiha Madara and Senjo Hashirama, and it is said that they are not inferior to the former. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but twitched his cheeks. First, a masked man calling himself Uchiha Madara, and then a mysterious man calling himself Hyuga Tenin. Nonsense? Stop kidding? Why don't you say that you are Senjo Hashirama? Uzumaki Kushina scolded angrily. Roar. Seeing the 3 people underneath, Nine Tails suddenly became angry. Damn, it's human bugs, I want to kill you all. Nine Tails struggled wildly with chakra chains. Ahem. Uzumaki Kushina's face turned pale, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Her chakra is almost exhausted? Kushina. Namikaze Minato looked at his wife distressedly. Jinchuriki, who lost the tail beast, would have died slowly. It's so cruel to suffer this kind of pain now before dying. The 4th generations, let's make a deal. Seeing that the time was right, Hyuga Shiratori finally revealed his true purpose. What? The deal? Namikaze Minato also knew that the mysterious man who took him chakra before him was definitely an enemy and not a friend. However, he also had to negotiate with the other party about the predicament of 9 Tails. I want chakra from 9 Tails. Hyuga Shiratori didn't talk nonsense, and straightforwardly understood his purpose. Impossible. Namikaze Minato refused loudly without hesitation. This is absolutely impossible. 9 Tails is Konoha's important strategic weapon, a weapon of deterrence for the great powers. How can it be given to you? Don't refuse so quickly, you have to be clear about your situation. 4th generation. Hyuga Shiratori said leisurely. Because I am Konoha's 4th Hokage, I can't do anything against Konoha's interests. Namikaze Minato still looks righteous. Wow, so decent. Hyuga Shiratori was immediately moved. But he still wants to see if the other party is really righteous. Boom. Little Naruto. Uzumaki Kushina was so scared that his heart jumped out, his eyes widened, and he looked at the baby lying on one side, and the ground next to him was split with a deep crack. Hyuga Shiratori waved the red fishing rod with his palm, and said blankly, next time, I won't hit it crooked. You. Namikaze Minato's eyes are splitting, and he can't wait to rush to fight the opponent desperately, but helplessly. His chakra at this time was empty, and he couldn't do anything at all. He could only watch the latter do whatever he wanted. Minato, save our children. Uzumaki Kushina cried sadly. Sorry, I have no intention of hurting a baby. After all, I am not a devil. Hyuga Shiratori persuaded in a kind tone. You are the devil. Namikaze Minato, no matter how good he was, he couldn't help but curse at this time. 4th generation, please don't be incompetent and furious. Hyuga Shiratori continued to persuade painfully. You are still young and live today. When you become stronger in the future, you may still have a chance to take 9 Tails back, don't you? Fudge. Hyuga Shiratori used a strategic trick. In fact, once he got 9 Tails, he directly used the power of Ōtsutsuki to refine the latter into pill. Take a bite into the stomach. Also grab a fart. Do you think I will steal my life for my own life? Namikaze Minato glanced at his dying wife and smiled miserably. Our husband and wife live and die together. Once Jinchuriki loses the tail beast, I will die. I will never live alone. Namikaze Minato's words were decisive, and there was no room for negotiation. Minato. Uzumaki Kushina looked at each other with emotion. The fact is also true. Namikaze Minato originally didn't have to die. As long as he was cruel and killed Jinchuriki directly, 9 Tails would also die if he was contacted by the contract. In this way, the resurrection time of 9 Tails can be delayed. It's just that Namikaze Minato doesn't want to live alone. I would rather use the forbidden technique to seal up the ghoul, and plan to seal the remaining chakra of the 2 on the child before he died, so that they can see their children growing up in the future. In the end, they both went to Huangquan together. It's really troublesome. Hyuga Shiratori was stunned. Facing such a desperate guy, Fudge Dafa is useless. Crack. 9 Tails broke a chakra chain, and the time to restrain it was running out. Can't drag on any longer. Hyuga Shiratori made a concession after thinking a little bit. Well, then, I only need half of 9 Tails. The remaining half will be sealed back to Jinchuriki, so you don't have to die, right? This. Namikaze Minato's eyes flickered slightly. This method is theoretically feasible. The wife is weak and can't bear the complete 9 Tails, but if there is only half of it, there should be no problem. Minato. Uzumaki Kushina seemed to have grasped a straw in despair. With only half of 9 Tails, they can get back the lives of their family of 3. How to say this is also very cost-effective. Struggling appeared on Namikaze Minato's face. As Hokage, he privately asked to split the tail beast. This is completely contrary to the will of fire education he received since childhood, but looking at the expectant eyes of his wife, and the crying child, Namikaze Minato's heart softened. People are always selfish, and he is no exception. If you can survive, who wants to burn the jade and the stone? 4th generation, I believe you will make the right choice, Hyuga Shiratori said with a set of winning tickets. Let's talk. What do you want to do? Namikaze Minato said solemnly. It's very simple. Jinchuriki is responsible for suppressing 9 tails, 4th generation segmentation of 9 tails, I will harvest 9 tails. Hyuga Shiratori's words are concise and concise. We don't have that much chakra. Namikaze Minato frowned. Hyuga Shiratori didn't talk nonsense, and threw out 2 groups of chakra directly from the red light fish basket behind him. Using the red light hook, they scored into the bodies of the 2. My chakra has recovered partly. The pale color on Uzumaki Kushina's face was reduced a little. Namikaze Minato can stand up and shook hands. There was a look of surprise on his face. Being able to retract chakra as you want, this is also the power of yin and yang to escape. Stop talking nonsense, do it. Hyuga Shiratori ordered. Boom. Damn humans. 9 tails finally broke free of the chakra chains, and a terrifying black chakra bullet gathered in an instant when he opened his mouth. Be careful, this is tailed beast bomb. Namikaze Minato reminded loudly. As expected to be the strongest chakra monster, it's really scary. Hyuga Shiratori grinned, not afraid. Raised his hand and blasted out. Gentle fist method 8 trigrams air palm. The powerful chakra shock wave was hitting 9 tails' chin, forcing it to blast out the cohesive tailed beast bomb. Rumble rumbling. A brilliant explosion broke out in the sky, blowing away the large black clouds, leaving the bright moon in the sky. This is the move of the Hyuga clan. Namikaze Minato gave him a surprised look, and thought to himself, could it be that he is really a member of the Hyuga clan? After thinking about it, I haven't heard of it. In recent years, what awesome characters have appeared in the Hyuga clan? Is it true that Hyuga Tenin? Seal technique King Kong blockade. Uzumaki Kushina fired the chakra chain again, tying the 9 tails back again. Then it's your turn, 4th Hokage. Hyuga Shiratori urged the other party. Remember your promise. Namikaze Minato took a deep look at him, waved his hand and threw a handful of kunao at 9 tails. Flying Thunder God 2nd stage. The figure disappeared out of thin air, and then immediately appeared in the position of Kiwa, standing on top of 9 tails' head. The 4th generation of Dammit. 9 tails opened her mouth to bite him, but in the face of the speed of the golden flash, it can only bite a bit of loneliness. I saw Namikaze Minato made a series of complicated mudra with both hands, and then pressed one hand on 9 tails' forehead. Ninfa Yin and Yang division. This is Namikaze Minato's original forbidden technique, which can divide the target's chakra into yin and yang. In a sense, he is definitely a genius. Asshole, what did you do? 9 tails is furious, although on the surface it hasn't changed much, but the chakra inside seems to be overwhelmed. There is a feeling of being separated in 2 alive, a split personality. Byakugan of Hyuga Shiratori, you can clearly see that the chakra on 9 tails is divided into 2 colors, red and gold. Namikaze Minato also kept an eye on it, and immediately used the sealing technique to wrap the red chakra that belongs to the yin attribute. Then, it's time for me to harvest. Hyuga Shiratori waved the red fishing rod in his hand, plunged into 9 tails' body, and hooked the golden chakra that belongs to the yin attribute. With his current strength, harvesting a complete 9 tails is estimated to be impossible. However, with the cooperation of the 4th generations, half of the 9 tails were caught, and the success rate was very high. Seal technique 8 sign seal. Namikaze Minato's handprints changed, driving the powerful 8 trigrams spell, dragging the chakra of yin 9 tails. Perhaps because of only half of 9 tails, the sealing process went much smoother than expected. Hyuga Shiratori pulled hard and stripped yang 9 tails chakra at the same time. Woo ow 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 wailing. 9 tails was abruptly divided into 2 halves, making a terrible neigh. Humans of Dammit, you will wait for me? I will never let you go. Humans of Dammit, you will wait for me? I will never let you go. The golden 9 tails and the red 9 tails shouted a curse full of hatred in unison. Ran and egg. As a result, the golden 9 tails were collected into Hyuga Shiratori's red light fish basket. The red 9 tails were stuffed into Uzumaki Kushina's belly. Ah. Uzumaki Kushina let out a cry of pain, but Jinchuriki recovered chakra from the tail beast, and his life was saved. That is really good. Namikaze Minato shed tears of moving as he watched his wife who turned in peace. Although it is a little irresponsible to say so, but at the price of half a 9 tails, in exchange for the safety of their family of 3. Namikaze Minato does not regret it. After completing the seal of 9 tails, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina could not help being exhausted. Uzumaki Kushina, whose face was weak, hugged her child tightly. Namikaze Minato, who was calm on the surface, but panicked in reality, shielded his wife with his body, watching the mysterious man in front of him vigilantly. Although he has reached an agreement with the other party, no one can guarantee that the other party will keep the promise. Don't worry, what I hate most is that I can't say anything. Since I promised not to kill you, I won't kill you. However, only this time. Hyuga Shiratori is indifferent and authentic. Of course, in addition to complying with the agreement, there is another important reason. Hyuga Shiratori believes that if Namikaze Minato continues to be Hokage, the environment of Konoha Shinobi Village will be relatively better. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the hypocrite in the original book, is really disgusting. Namikaze Minato secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and made up his mind. After I recover, I must find a way to take back the half of 9 tails. That is the most important property of Konoha Shinobi Village. Hehe. Hyuga Shiratori smiled slightly, guessing how the other person was thinking, but he didn't care. Can you vomit out what you eat in your stomach? Besides, in the future, it is not always certain who will take 9 tails from whom. Tonight's harvest is enough, the remaining half of 9 tails, temporarily store it with your wife. After Hyuga Shiratori said it, Hiro Izumi Hirazaka started. Under the horrified gaze of the two, Hyuga Shiratori escaped into a different space and disappeared without a trace. The outbreak of 9 tails caused huge losses to Konoha Shinobi Village. Fortunately, most of the dead were cannon fodder level ninjas. Konoha's young and outstanding generations, such as Heitake Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma, Yuri Hong, and Might Guy, have long been moved to a safe area to avoid participating in the Battle of 9 Tails. Surprisingly, 4th Hokage actually successfully sealed 9 tails. The people at the top of the solid wood leaf know all about it. This young Naruto, the only way to defeat 9 tails is to use forbidden art ghoul sealing. At the time, Konoha's senior management arranged Namikaze Minato to practice this forbidden technique, intentionally or unintentionally, for today. Seeing Namikaze Minato using Flying Thunder God technique to take 9 tails away, Konoha's senior management predicted the ending. They even negotiated, after 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato died young, immediately let 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen take over the power of Naruto again. Anyway, 4th Hokage has only been in power for a year, and it is still an internship. In fact, Namikaze Minato does not have a ninja troupe available for him to dispatch at all. He is purely a bachelor commander. That's why, Namikaze Minato always fights alone with masks and 9 tails alone. The huge Konoha didn't even have a helper during the period. This is very tragic, but also very sad. This also proves that Namikaze Minato, 4th Hokage, is actually justified. Now the Namikaze Minato and his wife returned safely, which was unexpected by the Konoha executives. In addition to the surprise, there are some subtle changes. Namikaze Minato, who defeated 9 tails alone, became a veritable hero of Konoha. In the eyes of the masses, this young Hokage suddenly raised the highest point of prestige. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was once called Konoha Shinobi by the masses, was eclipsed. Now 4th Hokage has the merits and the prestige is enough. Konoha's senior management no longer has any excuses to continue to hold Konoha's power. As a last resort, part of the power was returned to 4th Hokage. From now on, Namikaze Minato is truly 4th Hokage. You can form your own team and set up Umbu directly under Hokage. Regarding the masked man who caused the 9 tails chaos, Namikaze Minato told Konoha all the information he had learned. Control the powerful pupil power of 9 tails. Can freely enter and exit Konoha's barrier. And learn the secret of the weakening of the Jinchuriki childbirth seal? The Konoha executives were also in an uproar about this. Because according to the information currently known, all clues point to the legendary Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, one of the founders of Konoha, his name alone can bring great psychological pressure to others. Shimura Danzo took the opportunity to bring up the old tune again, throwing out the so-called Uchiha threat theory. It is proposed that the Uchiha clan should be responsible for the 9 tails incident. Yudiden Koharu echoed. Mitokado Homura echoed. Sarutobi Hiruzen is neutral. Namikaze Minato finally exercised the power of Naruto and rejected Shimura Danzo's proposal with 1 vote. Stopped Konoha's high-level suppression of the Uchiha clan. Shimura Danzo was itching with anger, but was helpless, because that was the real Hokage. This made Namikaze Minato feel the taste of power for the first time. Regarding the other mysterious person, the guy who claimed to be Hyuga Tenin, Namikaze Minato chose to conceal information carefully. Because of his agreement with Hyuga Tenin, splitting half of 9 tails is equivalent to betraying the core interests of Konoha Shinobi Village. Once the Dongchuang incident happens, his 4th Hokage's position is not hot yet. I am afraid he will be ousted immediately. He would even be ruined because of this, and he would be wanted by Konoha as a traitor. If this is the ending, it would be even more uncomfortable than killing him. Namikaze Minato is also a human, and he also has his own selfishness. Hokage is his lifelong dream. Once the power is in his hands, he will never give up easily. Half a chakra from 9 tails is bigger than expected. Hyuga Shiratori stays deep and simple every day, and it took a whole year before and after, but it has not completely digested the 9 tails chakra stored in the red light fish basket. So far, he has produced hundreds of chakra pills, and each one has Jonin level energy. 100 pill is equivalent to the sum of 100 Jonin's chakras. As long as you eat it, you can directly gain the infinite power of the strange power and chaos. I have to say that this plugin of the Ōtsutsuki clan is not a joke. According to the current chakra storage in the red light fish basket, it will take about 2 years to completely refine the remaining 9 tails chakra. Hyuga Shiratori is not worried about this, he is still young anyway. Some are a lot of time. At the age of 6, it was time to enter the ninja school. What? With his current strength and a proper shadow level, he still needs to go to school? Okay, unnecessary. Even for disguise, keep Hyuga Shiratori's genius personality. Just send a shadow clone to fool around. Even if Shadow Clone only allocates chakra equivalent to 1% of the body, it is enough to crush the geniuses of the ninja school including Uchiha Itachi. But today Hyuga Shiratori still plans to go to school in person. Think of it as going to the internet celebrity location to punch a card. As a traverser, if you don't go to the ninja school, you always feel that something is missing. Okay, the above is purely a joke. The real reason is that Hyuga Shiratori has one thing to do before leaving. Yes, he is leaving. Leave Konoha Shinobi Village temporarily and go to the outside world to experience. Although Konoha has extremely strict immigration control regulations, under normal circumstances, no one is allowed to take a half step out of Konoha Shinobi Village without a warrant issued by Hokage. The enchantment enclosing the entire Konoha Shinobi Village will be discovered once someone passes. However, all of this is meaningless in front of Hyuga Shiratori's Huangquan Hirazaka. Konoha's barrier was thinner to him than the Virgin Uemo. As long as he wants to pass through the barrier 10,000 times, he won't be discovered by Konoha. As for why he wants to go outside, there are two reasons. The first is to collect more unique chakras in the ninja world, especially those ninjas who have the limit of blood inheritance. The second is to consolidate itself through actual combat. Hyuga Shiratori now has shadow power, but it is also limited to panel properties. Sora has a strong body and severely lacks actual combat experience. This is a common problem of the Ōtsutsuki family in the original work. There is no need to go through arduous practice. As long as you continue to eat chakra pill, you can gain powerful power. Gradually, the Ōtsutsuki family developed an extremely arrogant character. Hyuga Shiratori signed Ōtsutsuki's ability, but he didn't want to be Ōtsutsuki's guilty character. As a traverser, he always remembers a famous saying on Earth. Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival, arrogance is. Ninja School. Welcome everyone to Konoha Shinobi School, you will all be Konoha's best new shoots. Namikaze Minato visited the school in person and gave an eloquent speech. The children in the audience all cast their admiring eyes. The Nine Tails incident a year ago brought forth Hokage's prestige to the apex. Coupled with Namikaze Minato's handsome appearance, its brilliant image itself is also easy to attract people's favor. Even Uchiha Itachi with facial paralysis showed a look of great respect at this time. Fourth Hokage's policy toward the Uchiha clan is more tolerant than previous Hokage. The Uchiha clan retaliated, and actively sent outstanding ninjas to join Umbu directly under Naruto. Driven by the latter, Naruto uses Uchiha to strengthen its power. Uchiha uses Hokage to participate in Konoha's politics. Both parties take what they need, which can be called a win-win cooperation. However, from the perspective of the older Konoha executives, Fourth Hokage is raising wolves. Wolves are unfamiliar, and sooner or later they will be backlashed. Regarding the issue of Uchiha, Konoha executives and Hokage have had many heated discussions. However, Namikaze Minato's approach is to listen to the opinions of the older generations with an open mind on the surface, but in fact it does its own thing and implements its own policies unswervingly. Since Konoha was in control, his temperament has changed. More and more demeanor as a superior, powerful, and status, with a wife and son in the family. Both career and family bloom, Namikaze Minato is simply a winner in life. Incidentally, on the personal level, his strength has also gotten a big breakthrough. Reiznan joins the advanced development of nature changes. Master Sage Mode. With the help of the wife of the Uzumaki clan, he developed a seal technique capable of storing chakra, which greatly improved his combat endurance. Similar to 100 Healing's mark, the comprehensive strength of Namikaze Minato can be said to have improved qualitatively compared to a year ago. In the ninja world, strength is everything. This is why Fourth Hokage can promote cooperation with the Uchiha clan. In the original book, Third Hokage also had an idea to appease Uchiha, but it was strongly opposed by the old school headed by Shimura Danzo. At the same time, the proud Uchiha also refused to accept the old Naruto Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, it's the issue of Naruto's strength. Namikaze Minato was full of confidence. If the Uchiha Madara or Hyuga Tenin appeared in front of him again today, he can also be completely worthwhile. Namikaze Minato's life is not weaker than others. Is the plot change caused by the butterfly effect? This is really interesting. Hyuga Shiratori looked at the moment silently, and the plot became completely different from what he had remembered. In this way, the story profit advantage of being a traverser is gone. But he didn't care, because he himself is not the kind of diehard loyal to the original. Just kidding. Kishimoto is a manga and Hokage who knows a fart. The future of Naruto world will be written by his Hyuga Shiratori. Above, I hope you can spend 6 happy years in school. Of course, if you are a genius with excellent grades, you can graduate early and become a respectable Konoha shinobi. Namikaze Minato's speech ended, and there was thunderous applause from the audience. His eyes scanned the audience. The line of sight first fell on Uchiha Itachi, the genius of the Uchiha clan, the son of the Patriarch. Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Fugaku secretly reached a secret agreement to demonstrate their sincerity in cooperation. Uchiha Itachi will join Hokage Sambu in the future as his right-hand man. Seeing Uchiha Itachi at his young age, his eyes were full of wise eyes. Namikaze Minato squinted his eyes. His heart is determined to be a talent. Then he turned his gaze to Hyuga Shiratori, the genius of the Hyuga clan, the child of the branch house. Namikaze Minato opened the narrowed eyes. Seeing the pair of Byakugan, he couldn't help but recalled the mysterious man who called himself Hyuga Tenin a year ago. Of course, not to say that he doubted Hyuga Shiratori, this little kid. He doubts the entire Hyuga clan. To be sure, the opponent's moves were definitely from the Hyuga clan. At the same time, based on the exchange of information between him and Uchiha Fugaku, it was learned that on the day of the Nine Tails incident, Hyuga Tenin had sneaked into Uchiha's clan and used the weird means of yin and yang to fish out the chakra of the Uchiha clan. So here comes the problem. Who is it that will act against the Uchiha clan? There is no doubt that in Konoha Shinobi Village, the Hyuga clan is the most suspicious, because both sides have the ambition to compete for Konoha's first place. The two have a fierce competition. As for the death of the old patriarch Hyuga, outsiders also guessed that it was the Uchiha clan. Then the Hyuga clan's retaliation is also excusable. Namikaze Minato can choose to open one's eyes and close one's eyes for the open and secret struggles between these famous families. But the Hyuga clan took away half of the Nine Tails, which is absolutely unbearable for him as Hokage. Namikaze Minato once personally visited the Hyuga family and had a closed-door discussion with Hyuga Hayashi, trying to negotiate, let the other party take the initiative to return Nine Tails. However, Hyuga Hayashi appeared confused, as if he had no idea what he was talking about. Pack? You just continue to pretend. Obviously it was your Hyuga clan. You, the clan chief, pretended that nothing happened? Namikaze Minato was extremely dissatisfied, thinking that the Hyuga clan smuggling half of Nine Tails is the real wolf ambition. Secretly, Namikaze Minato maintains a high degree of vigilance against the Hyuga clan. However, he would never think of it anyway. The Hyuga Tenin who attacked Uchiha and seized half of the Nine Tails turned out to be a 6-year-old child from the Hyuga family. And now he appeared rightly under his nose? Hehe. Hyuga Shiratori couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, and gave Namikaze Minato a mysterious smile. There is a feeling of going back to the victim after committing a crime. Experienced the pleasure of a extrajudicial fanatic? Namikaze Minato was startled at first, but he didn't think too much. Give the other person a kind smile. Secretly asked, is the genius of the Hyuga family? After all, it's just a child's paper, you don't need to care at all. Next is the placement of freshmen. Then introduce yourself. It's all trivial things. Anyway, starting from tomorrow, Hyuga Shiratori will only send Shadow Clone instead of school. Shiratori-san, it's great. From tomorrow, we can go to school together. A pure smile appeared on Uchiha Izumi's face. Well, Hyuga Shiratori's eyes flickered slightly, and he couldn't bear to deceive this innocent little girl. But the world is big, he still wants to see it. He stretched out his hand and beckoned and motioned for the other party to come over. Why, yeah. Uchiha Izumi came forward subconsciously, but he jabbed his forehead lightly with 2 fingers. Forgive me, Quan. Hyuga Shiratori's fingertips touched the other party's smooth forehead. As if he had been poked in his heart, Uchiha Izumi's face was slightly flushed with a pleasant blush. At this moment Uchiha Itachi stood by and watched quietly, always feeling an unspeakable feeling in his heart. Quan, open your mouth, I'll give you something good. Hyuga Shiratori had a serious expression on his face. Without any hesitation, Uchiha Quan opened his mouth obediently. Hyuga Shiratori stuffed a purple pill into the latter's mouth. What is this, Guru? Uchiha Izumi blinked curiously, and out of infinite trust in the former, she swallowed the pill without thinking. This is a pill made by Hyuga Shiratori using chakra fished from an elder Uchiha. Now there is still a huge 9 tails chakra stored in the red light fish basket. For him, a Jonin chakra is simply a drop in the bucket. One more Hyuga Shiratori is not much, and one less is not a lot. Just thinking of giving it to Uchiha Spring. Anyway, these chakras are all taken from Uchiha, and it is reasonable to use them on Uchiha. It can be regarded as a small gift he gave Uchiha Spring before leaving. It is said that he had refined hundreds of chakra pills before, but he only gave one to Uchiha Spring. It sounds a bit stingy. Actually not. Hyuga Shiratori signed into the power of Ōtsutsuki at the start, so he could devour chakra dan without restriction. The body of an ordinary mortal cannot withstand such a huge force. With Uchiha Spring's young body, a chakra dan is estimated to be her limit. What's wrong? My body is so hot, it seems to have something, too much. I saw Uchiha Quan's cheeks flushed as if they had a fever. This is the huge energy released by Dan after entering the body. The girl's weak chakra meridian system cannot withstand such a huge amount of chakra. Report teacher, Quan seems to be not feeling well, I will send her to the health room first. After Hyuga Shiratori finished speaking, he did not hesitate to look at the surprised gazes of his classmates and teachers, and directly hugged Uchiha Spring, who was hot all over, and walked out of the classroom. However, instead of going to the health room, he opened Huangquan Hirazaka in a corner that no one saw, directly escaped into a different space. I'm so uncomfortable. Uchiha Izumi was curled up in his arms, his slender eyebrows frowned, and a painful expression appeared on his small face. I don't know when, my eyes became the Sharingan of 3 Guyu Jade. That is Elder Uchiha, who used the ultimate 3 Tomo Sharingan. Chakra in the body also overflows uncontrollably. I made a mistake. It seems that Jonin level chakra is still too much for a child. Hyuga Shiratori expressed his shame. because he ate chakra directly from the old Patriarch Hyuga, and then he ate hundreds of chakra pills extracted from 9 tails. No matter how huge the chakra is, he will always recruit like a whale. Out of inertial thinking, I did not consider that Uchiha Spring is a plug-in without the power of Ōtsutsuki. But it's not a big problem. It happened to be the seal technique caught from 4th generation. Hyuga Shiratori settled his mind and applied a seal technique to Uchiha Kwan's body, overfilled her body with excess chakra, sealed it up, and also deliberately left a gap in the sealing technique, so that the sealed chakra would overflow from time to time for her to slowly absorb it. Perfect? As the seal was completed, Uchiha Izumi's frowned brows gradually loosened. The dual-purpose 3-tomo Rinnegan gradually faded. Too much is too late. For a child who is only 6 years old, getting a large amount of chakra at once is not a good thing. After all, not everyone has the power of Ōtsutsuki like Hyuga Shiratori, and the body can accept the huge chakra without limit. In fact, the 6-year-old Uchiha Spring owns the Rinnegan of the 3-go Jade, which has a promising future. You should know that Uchiha Itachi, who is hailed as a genius in the original work, also started Rinnegan when he was 8 years old. Shiratori-san. Uchiha Izumi said his name in a daze, and then fell asleep deeply. Goodbye, Kwan. Hyuga Shiratori gently stroked her cute cheek. It's also time for him to leave Konoha. It's time to leave. Hyuga Shiratori stood on the top of a building somewhere, Senbei's eyes staring at the entire Konoha shinobi village. As a traverser, he has only 1 year of personal experience here, so he can't talk about the feelings of his hometown. A pure Byakugan with the power of Ōtsutsuki, he can often see farther and deeper. I saw so many dirty things in Konoha shinobi village. It can be said that as much sunlight is on the surface of Konoha, how dark is inside. This was originally a place to hide dirt. Hyuga Shiratori has nothing to miss. In his mind, the only place with a little status is Uchiha Spring. That innocent, pure girl. It is unimaginable. Such a girl will die in the most beautiful cardamom years at the age of 13. What did she do wrong? No, just because I was born into the Uchiha clan. So what did the Uchiha family do wrong? They want to usurp the power of Konoha Shinobi Village. So the question is, who created Konoha Shinobi Village? Why should Uchiha, as the founder, be excluded from the Konoha regime? 3rd Hokage, and those old immortals at the top, what righteousness is holding Konoha? The right and wrong here are actually not important. The key is to rely on fists to speak. The Uchiha clan failed, so they will be nailed to the shame of the traitor forever. There are still 6 years to go before the Uchiha genocide in the original work. But this is only the time given in the original book. Now that history has changed, the future plot has become unpredictable. To be on the safe side, Hyuga Shiratori still left a shadow clone in Konoha. On the one hand, Uchiha Spring can be protected secretly, and on the other hand, he must maintain his genius personality in Konoha. After all, in Konoha Shinobi Village, there are still many chakras that he is interested in. Sooner or later, he will come back to hunt one by one. In order for that day to come, Hyuga Shiratori must leave a dark chess piece to gather information in Konoha. Shadow clone technique. Hyuga Shiratori didn't need the seal, and summoned an entity clone out of thin air. Only chakra, which is less than 5%, is separated. The body is really stingy. Shadow clone spoke out. How much do you want to dominate the elementary school students? Hyuga Shiratori turned him a big Byakugan. Okay, he was Byakugan who didn't need to turn over. This is something that chakra, blood success snack, and Rinnegan can't do. Shadow clone reminded. Byakugan plus gentle fist, it's enough for you to deal with the average jonin. Even if you get hit by an accident, the information will be fed back to me. Hyuga Shiratori explained. Whatever. Shadow clone shrugged. In essence, Shadow clone shares a common position with ontology. As long as it is beneficial to the body, Shadow clone will unconditionally obey. Then I'll leave it to you. Hyuga Shiratori gave a last word. Blue veins protruded around the eyelids, opening Byakugan. In Byakugan's vision, he could clearly see the barrier that encompassed the entire Konoha, including the spherical enchantment in the sky and the underground. No one should ever pass through it silently. So that's it. Is there a perception technique that automatically detects chakra? Hyuga Shiratori narrowed his eyes and carefully discovered the perception technique hidden in the barrier. Huangquan Bilyangzaka is the gate to open up a different space. The farther the space is transmitted, the more chakra needs to be consumed. With Hyuga Shiratori's current chakra volume, naturally, there is no worry that chakra is not enough. The problem is that violent chakra fluctuations will occur when traveling through the enchantment. It is very likely to be discovered by the perception technique in the enchantment. To solve this problem, it is actually very simple. That is to kill the ninja who is responsible for the perception technique. Byakugan of Hyuga Shiratori locks the transmission direction of chakra, which is a perception technique. Soon the position of the operator was found. The Yamanaka clan. Huh? This is... Yamanaka frowned and muttered to himself, why do I feel like I'm being pried? The Yamanaka clan has always been good at spiritual secret arts, and Konoha is unmatched in terms of perception abilities. However, facing Byakugan from a few kilometers away, he still couldn't notice the abnormality. My dear, is this an illusion? Beside him is a woman with a baby in her arms. As a new mother, her whole body and mind are focused on the child. Look, how cute is our little Ino. Oh, yes, my daughter is the cutest in the world. Yamanaka Hi's expression loosened, showing a fatherly smile. In my heart, I didn't take the illusion that occurred at that moment seriously. I didn't notice it at all. Coming from a few kilometers away, there is a pair of white eyes, which is revealing a terrifying murderous intent. Tisk, forget it. Hyuga Shiratori put away Byakugan, and the murderous aura between his eyebrows gradually dissipated. Seeing this warm picture of Yamanaka's family of 3 happily, he couldn't bear to kill. If it were an evil traverser, I'm afraid he would kill the man without hesitation, and also kidnap others' charming wife. He is different. He doesn't greedy other people's wives. Just greedy other people's daughter. Manual doghead.jpg. Okay, the above is purely a joke, please don't take it seriously. Hyuga Shiratori does have a little compassion. But more importantly, he thinks that there is too much movement to kill Yamanaka Kiki now. After all, the opponent is the Patriarch of the Yamanaka clan. Hyuga died of the Patriarch, and chose to conceal information for the sake of face. But the Yamanaka clan is different. Konoha belongs to the middle class, and they have no reason to conceal information. Once the Patriarch is killed, the news will be sent to 4th Hokage as soon as possible. Namikaze Minato has not dared to be wanted publicly because he sold half of Nine Tails privately. If the Yamanaka clan asks for help, Naruto will have reason to issue an S-class arrest warrant. Although Hyuga Shiratori is not afraid of any wanted order. However, he has not yet completely refined the chakra of Nine Tails, and his strength is not enough to ignore the pursuit of a ninja village. To be prudent, let's be steady. So, after comprehensive weighing, Hyuga Shiratori decides to abandon the action of sniper sensing ninja Yamanaka Kiki. After all, there are many ways. There is no need to rely on force to solve everything. For example, relying on Huangquan Biliangzaka. And many more. Isn't this the original approach? In fact, it is a bit different. Hyuga Shiratori possesses Byakugan, who has the power of Ōtsutsuki, and can turn on Hirazaka. Another method is to use Rinnegan's pupil power to open Huangquanbai Ryasaka at a faster speed. At first glance, the two seem to be the same. In fact, if you think about it, you will know the huge difference. To make an analogy, it is like the difference between performing ninjutsu after ki-in and instant ninjutsu. The key is the speed of launch. Huangquan Hirazaka's ability as a blood follower snare is set to be the ultimate time and space ninjutsu. The conditions for its own use are very harsh. If you want to instantly cast Huangquan Hirazaka, even Ōtsutsuki Kagaya in the original can't do it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been hit by Sakura brother in the back of the head because of the slow movement, and finally sealed by Naruto Suzuki. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki is the only one who has instant Huangquan Hirazaka. As for you asking why he was defeated, it can only show that the latter is purely silly, or it can only be explained as a forced plot kill. Okay, back to the topic. Hyuga Shiratori concentrated and mobilized a huge amount of chakra in his body in one breath. To be fair, if it weren't for Nine Tails chakra, he would not be blue enough to use this trick. I saw Hyuga Shiratori's silver-white pupils instantly turned into red ripples with 6 squashes on them. Red 6 Hook Jade Rinnegan. A door of a different space opened up in front of him, sucked him into it, and then closed in an instant. The process before and after this took less than a second. What? Yamanaka Hi's eyes condensed, and his hands were subconsciously imprinted, connecting his chakra with the perception technique. After a while, no abnormal reaction was found. There is no movement at all in the perception technique. Am I worried again? Yamanaka Hi was puzzled. It shouldn't exist to be able to slip under the nose of Konoha's first perception ninja, right? The northern border of the country of fire. A weird door to a strange space appeared out of thin air in a certain forest. Hyuga Shiratori walked out of it. His foot was still on the land of Konoha Shinobi village 1 second before, and he stepped on the border in the next second. The two places are thousands of miles apart, but now they are 1 step away. This is the power of Huangquan than Ryasaka? However, this is far from his limit. If Hyuga Shiratori wanted it, it would be no problem to take this step directly into the country of fire. It can even be said, as long as his chakra is enough. Going directly to the moon and chatting with Ōtsutsuki homes is theoretically possible, because the Ōtsutsuki clan came to the earth across the stars with the help of Huangquan Hirazaka's ability. Byakugan. Hyuga Shiratori's eyes have blue veins protruding. The powerful pupil power allows him to see things from dozens to hundreds of kilometers away. A small town was discovered about 10 kilometers to the east. Hyuga Shiratori did not use Huangquan Hirazaka again, but chose to walk on foot. On the one hand, he didn't have the need to hurry, and on the other hand, he didn't want to rely on the power of the blood succession snare for everything. Just like some people can take a plane, but they choose to take the high-speed rail, you can enjoy the scenery along the way. Since Hyuga Shiratori came to the ninja world, the most important thing is to accumulate the strength to save his life, and he has never seen the scenery of this world. Now Konoha is out, the mountains are high and the ocean is wide, let him roam? However, the scenery along the way does not seem very beautiful. What do you mean? We have already paid the protection fee. I saw that it was a passing caravan, surrounded by a group of thieves. In terms of numbers, the latter occupies an absolute advantage. Without a ninja, the one with more people will have greater natural power. At first glance, this seems to be just an ordinary robbery incident. This kind of thing is shown almost every day. Even the prosperous country of fire is no exception. As for why Konoha didn't send ninjas to clean up, it was probably to support the bandits. If the country of fire is stable, is there still a need for Konoha Shinobi Village? The existence of the thieves group makes ordinary people always want Konoha. In this way, Konoha can not only earn long-term employment expenses. At the same time, you can also use thieves as an experience book for ninjas to improve the combat effectiveness of young ninjas through actual combat missions. Hyuga Shiratori is accustomed to this. For example, the famous escort in the past life, the 5 impermanents sent aircraft carriers to fight against piracy. Is it impossible to ride horses? Manual doghead.jpg. Well, accidentally pulled away again. Back to the topic. The thieves surround the caravan. Things are far from that simple. Byakugan of Hyuga Shiratori is clearly visible. Several ninjas were hidden in the cargo box carried by the caravan. There are also a few ninjas hiding behind the thieves. These two waves of ninjas are obviously not in the same group. Byakugan observed carefully and could see the ninja inside the box, wearing a forehead protector representing Cloud Shinobi on his head. The ninja behind the thieves is wearing Konoha's forehead protector. Mantis catches the cicada, the Oriole is behind. Interesting. Hyuga Shiratori felt a little interested, and then stopped. This is the benefit of hiking. When you find interesting scenery, you can stop and admire it at any time. Now, let's analyze the actions of these two groups of ninjas. Cloud Shinobi ninjas sneak into the borders of the Fire Land, and there is a high probability that they are engaged in spying or spying on intelligence missions. It is a good choice to mix into the caravan as a cover. The Konoha Shinobi should be aware of the clues of Cloud Shinobi's action, but he is not sure. Therefore, in order not to startle the snake, deliberately lead a group of thieves to try. You profiteers are not honest? Laozi has received the news that there is gold hidden in this batch of your goods. The thieves showed greedy eyes and locked on the caravan's cargo box. Nonsense. We only ship ordinary cloth. The caravan retorted firmly. Stop talking nonsense, open the box and let Laozi take a look. The thief didn't want to force him too much at all, and brandished a machete to threaten him. Just the day before, someone passed a message to them that the passing caravan contained valuables. As for who passed the news, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it is true or false, and you will know it after opening it. Damn it. Although the caravan is very angry, but the situation is not as good as the others, so I can only admit it first. Ask someone to open the cargo box. At this time, the Cloud Shinobi ninja hiding in the box suddenly panicked. As Hyuga Shiratori guessed, they sneaked into the border of the Fire Country with the purpose of espionage. Never thought that they would be exposed by a group of damn thieves. Damn it! Wait until I go out and kill this group. Darui, at a young and frivolous age, likes to be reckless in everything he encounters. Don't be so anxious. If you are a ninja, be colder. Samui, the cruel girl ninja. Wait, I think these thieves are suspicious. There is no obstacle in front, but they encountered thieves on the border of the country of fire. Azabai is good at analysis and full of wisdom. 1, 2, 3, 4. Among the thieves, I sensed the breath of 4 ninjas. It is estimated that the other party has already discovered us, so prepare to do it. Troy, Cloud Shinobi Jonin, is also the captain of this spy operation. On the other side, the lurking Konoha Shinobi is also ready to fight. Captain Yushin, confirm Chakra's reaction in the box. Yamashiro Aoba also has a little perception technique, and found the situation inside the box. According to the plan, Haifeng, Xian, first use shuriken to force the enemy out. Bayunyi Mountain, Konoha Jonin, a ninja who has experienced many battles. Cloud Shinobi Team, Troy, Darui, Samui, Mabai. Konoha Squad, Bayunyi Mountain, Shancheng Qingyi, Moonlight Storm, Uzu Xian. The above are all characters who have shown their faces in the original book. But this is not important. Hyuga Shiratori's interest lies in their chakra. With a sweep of Byakugan's pupils, he can see the details of the chakra of these two groups clearly. 2 Jonin, plus 8 Chunin level young ninjas. Hyuga Shiratori has no interest in chakra below the Jonin level. In other words, his hunting targets are only Troy and Bayunyi Mountain. Shu, Hu, Moonlight Hayate and Uzuki Xian threw shuriken and kunao respectively. Boom. Cloud Shinobi and others immediately broke out of the box, swung their swords and chopped off the shuriken. What's the situation? In the face of this sudden scene, the caravan and the thieves were all dumbfounded. But in front of the ninja, their existence can almost be ignored. Cloud Shinobi ninja, what's the point of entering the border of the Land of Fire without permission? Bayunyi Mountain stepped forward and asked. You should be very clear about what we are doing in the Land of Fire. Needless to say, fight. Troy didn't make any rebuttals, and directly took out a set of scrolls and held it on his mouth, making seals with his hands. Boom, boom. Using the prop summoning, 2 huge wind demon shurikens were summoned. Seeing this, Bayunyushin didn't talk nonsense, and pulled out the shinobi sword on his waist. Zhang. Wow, wow. The 2 Jonin each used the instant technique, and rushed towards each other. In addition, the juniors on both sides are also doing it. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. Yamashiro Aobajuian spit out a fireball. Water-style Water Barrier. Darui spit out a powerful wall of water from his mouth. Chiang. Moonlight Hayate and Sam Yi fought a hand-to-hand battle. Boom boom boom. Uzuki Yuyan and Azabuyi had a close hand-to-hand fight. Both sides did not force them, and did it directly. 4-4, so you can come and go. Byakugan is proficient in Konoha swordsmanship, and has a lot of advantages in close combat. Troy immediately opened the distance and threw out an exquisite shuriken skill, back pressure on the opponent. Shancheng Aoba is older than Darui, and logically, he should have more combat experience than the latter. But the result was just the opposite. Darui relied on a fierce force to defeat the former steadily. Moonlight Hayate and Sam Yi were evenly matched, with no results for the time being. Ōtsutsuki is agile, and Mabai is not the kind of direct combat ninja, and is at a disadvantage throughout the process. It seems that Konoha has so many talents. Troy's voice was deep and authentic. The three of his men are all outstanding ninjas of the younger generation of Cloud Shinobi. Unexpectedly, he casually collided with a Konoha patrol team, and they were evenly matched. In that case, don't offend you Cloud Shinobi anymore. Byakugan looked tough and authentic. In fact, my heart was shaken, because after some fights, he found that the opponent's chakra was extraordinary, with a weird characteristic. When he slashed at the opponent with a knife, he would often be deflected from the direction of the blade by an invisible and intangible force. No, it is because Konoha is too strong, that's why Cloud Shinobi has to continuously collect information. Troy threw out his two-handed wind demon shuriken, facing the weapon with both hands in the air, and carried out a dance of control. Magnet-style wind demon flurry. This is blood succession boundary. Byakugan Shandong dodged westward, but found that the opponent's wind demon shuriken, as if it had automatic tracking, automatically turned and flew towards him. Clang, puff. Swinging a knife blocked one of the wind demon shurikens, but was cut open by the second one. The Byakugan mountain pass vomited blood and was hit hard. Teacher Yushin. Shancheng King Yi's heart is anxious. You are careless. Lightning-style emotion wave. Darui took the opportunity to make a sneak attack and released the high-pressure lightning style from both hands to knock down the opponent. Aoba. Seeing that his companion was injured, Ōtsutsuki hurriedly gave up the offensive against Mabai and supported his teammates. Mabai, are you okay? Samui also gave up the fight with Moonlight and Gale and helped his injured teammate. In this fierce battle, both sides suffered injuries. But Konoha's loss is even greater. We won. Troy used the power of magnet style to manipulate multiple wind demon shurikens in the air. There was a triumphant smile on the icy face. He is the Cloud Shinobi Elite Jonin, the owner of magnet style blood succession boundary. However, just as he was ecstatic, he was suddenly penetrated by a weird red light. Puff. I saw Cloud Shinobi's winning ticket in hand, but never expected that an unexpected guest suddenly appeared. Varied. Troy's face changed drastically, and his body became rigid for a while. Slowly lowered his head, only to find that his chest was penetrated by a red line. Your chakra, I accept it. Hyuga Shiratori lurks secretly, and a blow is a fatal blow. As soon as the red light fishing rod was closed, a gray-silver ball of light was suddenly drawn from the opponent's body. Huh. Troy snorted, then felt weak and collapsed to the ground. Troy teacher. Darui and others on the side suddenly exclaimed. This Cloud Shinobi Elite Jonin, a ninja with magnet-style blood succession bound, was just hit by someone like this? This. Konoha and others were also dumbfounded, completely unaware of what happened. At first I thought it was a helper, but now it seems that it is not that simple. Is this Magnet Styles chakra? Good blood succession limit. Hyuga Shiratori nodded with satisfaction, and then put the gray-silver chakra into the red light fish basket. You despicable fellow, how dare you plot against our teacher? Darui was still young, and a streak came up. Wait, don't be impulsive. Darui. The shouts of the two teammates Samui and Mabai behind him failed to restore his stubbornness as a newborn calf. Brandishing a shinobi sword, he rushed forward desperately. Base. Hyuga Shiratori stretched out only 2 fingers and used the empty-handed hand-to-hand moves in gentle fist. Clamped the tip of the opponent's knife firmly. Byakugan glanced at the other person. Vaguely you can see that there is a water blue chakra lurking in the opponent's body. Oh, I remember that you also have the blood succession boundary. It seems that it is called Landun. Hyuga Shiratori thoughtfully and honestly, then changed his voice and shook his head. It's a pity that it's still too small now. You. Darui was suddenly shocked and angry. He was born in Cloud Shinobi's land Dunksu and succeeded to the famous gate, but because he is still young, he has not yet awakened the power of Landun. How did the other party recognize it? The current you have no value of being harvested. 10 years later, let's come back after practicing Landun. Hyuga Shiratori flicked his finger, squeezed the tip of the opponent's knife, and then kicked the latter to the ground. After that, he did not look at Cloud Shinobi again, and turned his gaze to Konoha Jonin Byakugan. Your chakra is very ordinary, but it can be regarded as the Jonin power accumulated bit by bit. I will reluctantly accept it. Hyuga Shiratori flicked the red fishing rod in his hand. With the lessons learned from the past, Byakugan was fully absorbed, and immediately raised his shinobi to block. Boom. The fish hook broke his shinobi, Byakugan's palm shook, and the figure quickly moved backwards. Who is your excellency? This is the land of fire, the land of Konoha. Byakugan issued a warning sternly. Who I am, you are not qualified to know. Obediently hand over chakra. Hyuga Shiratori didn't want to talk nonsense with the other party, took a step forward, and used the instantaneous technique. Wow, so fast. Byakugan is also a ninja with agility, but he still failed to make an accurate response. Hyuga Shiratori slapped the opponent's stomach with a palm. Obviously, when I started, I didn't feel that the power was great, but there was a sudden pain in my abdomen. Cough. Byakugan vomited blood, eyes filled with incredible color. This is Gentle Fist of the Hyuga clan. Boom. Hyuga Shiratori stepped forward and kicked the opponent to the ground, preparing to catch the target chakra. But he was immediately blocked by a group of crows from nowhere. Illusory crow. Yamashiro Aoba used the illusion technique and shouted, I have used the illusion technique to control him. Hai Fang, Xian, do it. Hehe. The corners of Hyuga Shiratori's mouth rose up, showing a playful smile. Play crow with me? Illusory foam. Hyuga Shiratori used the magic arts of the Uchiha clan. Quack quack. I saw crows flying all over the sky, and then flew towards the mountain city King Yi. What? My illusion, how come? Shancheng King Yi was pecking at a group of crows, waving kunao indiscriminately, but the crows hit more and more, and he was bruised all over his body by the crows. It made him suddenly collapsed. Wow, wow. Moonlight Hayate and Uzuki Xian fought one after the other. Gentle fist method, one shot. Hyuga Shiratori did not move a single step, and violently ejected chakra from the acupuncture path behind him, and the moonlight blast that would attack from behind flew away. Then he raised his hand and grabbed it, slapped the Uzuki Xian knife that was attacking from the front, and at the same time pinched the opponent's neck with his backhand and pressed it under his body. Children, don't misjudge the situation. Huh. Uyu couldn't help letting out a muffled groan, and her body was pushed to the ground by the other's hand, unable to move. However, what surprised her was the palm of the opponent's hand sticking out of the black robe. Too immature. It's almost like a child's hand. There is also the body shape of the other party, and it can be seen that he is very small under the cover of the black robe. This touch is not like transformation technique. Is it possible that the other party is really a child younger than her? It is ridiculous. A child killed Jonin in seconds, and no one would believe it. But the only thing that felt a little relieved was that the other party didn't seem to be killing her. Otherwise, squeezing her to death is like squeezing an ant. Xian. Moonlight Hayate saw his childhood sweetheart being pressed under him by the opponent, and suddenly became angry. When my mind is hot, I can't take into account the disparity in strength between the enemy and ourselves. Carrying a knife, he rushed towards Hyuga Shiratori desperately. Hey Fang, stop, don't come here. Yu Xian shouted. Give Shi Yan back to me. Moonlight Gust made a seal with one hand, and there were two more shadow clones beside him. Kanehiryu swordsmanship profound meaning, dance of the three suns and moon. His figure was divided into three, and from three directions, he lifted the sword and slashed towards Hyuga Shiratori. It's too noisy, trash fish. Hyuga Shiratori did not move a single step and did not make any response. This feeling of chakra, can it be said? Troy on the side seemed to have seen something incredible. His eyes widened. Whhhhhh. Suddenly the shuriken and kunao on the ground, as if under the control of some kind of power, rose automatically into the air. Then he aimed at the direction of the moonlight and gust of wind, and fired at it. Puff 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 puff. Several shurikens and kunao in Moonlight Storm's body fell feebly in a pool of blood. How can this be? Isn't this Mr. Troy's magnet-style blood inheritance limit? Samui and Mabai showed incredulous expressions. Not only did you take away the chakra of Teacher Troy, you can also use magnet style. Derui's face turned ugly, thinking that the other party could see through the blood inheritance-bound power hidden in his body at a glance, but he has not awakened yet, so he has no value in being harvested. That guy first used some means to hit the magnet-style chakra mark on the Konoha shinobi, and then used magnet style to control the weapon to make a precise attack. Troy was shocked. The opponent's ability was too weird, it was unheard of. Blast. Mao Yuzian let out a startled cry. Don't worry, I don't have the idea of killing children. But my magnet style has just been learned and I am not yet proficient. I accidentally pinched the ants to death, so I can only say sorry. Hyuga Shiratori's face was indifferent and authentic. He really has no reason to be cruel. But he is not the virgin either, he is bound in battle. Anyway, he has kept his hands, and it doesn't matter whether the opponent is dead or not. Hyuga Shiratori let go of Uzuki Hyuga who was pressing under him. You? Mao Yuzian's face was cold, and her fist was held in her hand, a pair of fire-breathing eyes staring at the other side stubbornly. However, Hyuga Shiratori didn't even look at him directly, and went straight to the Byakugan mountain where chakra had been accumulated and waiting for the opportunity. Uyuzian's small face changed for a while, but she still restrained her anger rationally, turned and ran to Moonlight Hayate. Check the opponent's injury. She found a dozen shurikens and kunao in Moonlight Hayate's body, which looked terrifyingly covered in blood. But in fact, most of the injuries have avoided the vital points. It seems that the other party did not speak, and did not kill. But Uyuzian noticed with sharp eyes, a kunao was inserted on the left side of Moonlight Hayate's back, and the kidney was injured in this position. Although it is not fatal, there will probably be a lot of sequelae in the future. Ahem. Moonlight Hayate coughed a few times in pain, turned his eyes and passed out. How? Your chakra has been saved, right? Hyuga Shiratori's Byakugan saw through the opponent's movements at a glance. Byakugan Mountain concentrated most of the chakra on the sword in the sheath. The palms clenched tightly, putting on a posture of juhi. Byakugan only felt cold in his heart, and the one he had accumulated for a long time was sure to kill, but he was able to see through it at a glance. It seems that today is doomed. Will you let my students go? Byakugan made the final question. I am not interested in their chakra. Hyuga Shiratori expressed his attitude. I hope you can keep your promise. Byakugan Mountain's voice is deep and authentic. Now, he has no other way. We can only hope that the enemy can maintain integrity. Okay, can you hand over your chakra now? Hyuga Shiratori yawned, somewhat impatiently. Contempt? Contempt? The other party knew that he had saved a lot of chakra, but the other party still didn't care about it and had a dismissive attitude. This makes Byakugan very uncomfortable. I will go all out and bet on the name of Konoha Jonin. Byakugan's face showed a resolute color, and he was mentally prepared for a desperate blow. The sword in his hand, due to the accumulation of too much chakra, kept trembling in its sheath. You misuse chakra like this, you will die when I harvest again. Hyuga Shiratori warned. Under normal circumstances, his red fishing rod will not really completely empty all the chakras of the target. But if the opponent uses chakra uncontrollably, there is not much chakra left on his body. If he smokes it like this, I am afraid that he will be in danger of being drained. Now think about the outcome of my failure? Are you so confident? Byakugan was dissatisfied, and said coldly, Byakugan, even if I fight to death, I will not surrender. Well said. Although everyone has different positions, I respect your opponent, Konoha Shinobi, Byakugan. On the other side, Troy, who was lying on the ground, stood up stubbornly. This left Hyuga Shiratori speechless for a while and glanced at the other person. What are you here to join in the fun? I am not interested in the chakra that I have harvested again. Now I lie on the side and can survive. Huh? Cloud Shinobi Ninja, there is no such thing as a bully who bows to the enemy. Troy shouted fightingly. Troy teacher. Samai and the others couldn't help but burst into tears, as if they were all infected by the teacher's ninja character. Cloud Shinobi. Worthy of being magnet-style envoy Troy, as a ninja, you are a respectable opponent. Byakugan also cast a respectful look. The opponent was attacked from the very beginning, and almost all of the chakra was taken away. Now that he can barely stand up, he can only force chakra to overdraw his life and squeeze it out. In this way, no matter what the outcome of this battle, Troy will undoubtedly die. Tisk tusk, it's really interesting. Konoha and Cloud Shinobi, Jonin, are you planning to join forces to fight me? The corners of Hyuga Shiratori's mouth lifted up, revealing a happy smile. Originally, he didn't expect much of the two Jonin in front of him, who didn't have many roles in the original work. Just treat it as a chakra harvested at will. Unexpectedly, Long Tao has such a backbone, he would rather fight him to the death than bow his head. Byakugan and Troy looked at each other, secretly reached a temporary joint agreement, and everything was silent. Well, since this is the case, then I have to fulfill you. Hyuga Shiratori is not a soft-hearted person. He didn't have the need to take the other party's life, but the other party wanted to seek his own death, so he wouldn't keep his hand. Jonin of Konoha, let's go together. Troy made a seal with both hands and took the initiative to attack. Magnet-style Wind Demon Flurry. Under the control of Magnet-style, the metal weapon on the ground floated automatically, and then shot towards Hyuga Shiratori. However, Hyuga Shiratori raised a hand and used the same move. Magnet-style Wind Demon Flurry. WHHHHH. The opposite magnetic force was released from the palm of the hand, and all the metal weapons in the future were forced to stop. This guy uses my ninjutsu, and he doesn't even need Juyin. Troy maintained Juyin's gesture with both hands, his face pale for a while. Most of his chakra has been fished away, and now he can only fight by overdrawing his life. On the proficiency of ninjutsu, Troy is obviously better. But the chakra on both sides is not in the same order of magnitude. No matter how fancy your moves are, it can't be overwhelming. I saw that Hyuga Shiratori didn't need to fight the opponent with Magnet-style's ingenious control. He only needed to continuously release the powerful chakra, and with overwhelming magnetic force, all the opponent's metal weapons were pushed back. Oh, Troy vomited blood, and it seemed that he could no longer hold it. At this moment, Byakugan made a move. Wow, instant technique? Konoha Upanishad Vacuum Sword. The long-awaited must kill and draw a sword. With this trick, he has cut down a hostile Jonin in no fewer than double digits. Ran and egg. Hyuga Shiratori stretched out his other hand, and the palm of his palm instantly condensed into a cyan ball-shaped chakra. That's 4th Hokage's unique ninjutsu. Byakugan Mountain was dumbfounded, apparently also recognizing this famous move. Rinnegan. This is the ninjutsu that Hyuga Shiratori fished from 4th Hokage. Chakra was concentrated on his hand, flowed in irregular directions, and compressed to form a palm-sized chakra ball. Rinnegan collided with the vacuum sword. It is also a ninjutsu at the profound level, and regardless of the level of the technique, the gap between chakra alone is enough to make people desperate. Boom. Byakugan's sword was undoubtedly interrupted. Hyuga Shiratori's Rinnegan trend remained unabated and hit him hard on the chest. Spike. Hyuga Shiratori held a red light fishing rod with a draw, and the Byakugan Mountain that was knocked to the ground by Rinnegan, the last bit of chakra was hooked away. Chakra was overdrawn by limit, and the latter was killed on the spot. Shoo, hoo. Immediately afterwards, under the overwhelming magnetic force, countless shurikens and kunao turned into a metal barrage of death. Beat Troy into a sieve on the spot. The battle took less than 2 minutes. Konoha and Cloud Shinobi's Jonin are both killed. Teacher Yushin. Troy teacher. The young ninjas on both sides couldn't help but let out a cry of sorrow. They focused their hateful eyes on Hyuga Shiratori. Yeah, nice eyes, then you have to remember today's shame. Hate me, stupid underdogs? When you have a chakra that can compete with me, challenge me again. Hyuga Shiratori unscrupulously opened the group mocking mode. In fact, he sincerely hopes that these young ninjas can grow up in the future. At least have the strength of Jonin level. In this way, he can harvest more chakra, right? Everyone was furious, but after the death of the 2 Jonin, they could only furious incompetently. At this moment, the heart is also planting a seed of hatred, and made up their minds that when they return to the village, they must practice hard day and night. One day, they will avenge their teachers. Successfully raised a wave of hatred, Hyuga Shiratori was very satisfied. Then, goodbye. I hope that next time, I can see your chakra and grow. Hyuga Shiratori was about to turn around and leave. Wait a moment. It was Sam Yi who shouted to him. She was clenching her silver teeth and staring at Hyuga Shiratori's back with a cold gaze. Tell me your name. Yes, leave your name. I swear by Yuzian, I will defeat you one day. Mao Yuzian also stood up and shouted. Hehe. The corners of Hyuga Shiratori's mouth were raised, his head turned slightly, and his chin was raised 40 degrees. My name is Hyuga Tenin. The episode where Lu meets Konoha and Cloud Shinobi Ninja. I caught 2 Jonin class chakras easily, which was a good windfall. Hyuga Shiratori is in a good mood. Continue to walk on foot and came to a border town. At first glance, it is only from the buildings and houses here. Whether it is infrastructure or living environment, it is far inferior to Konoha. But there are a lot of people here. The border is remote, where fish and dragons are mixed, and there are everyone. This is what Hyuga Shiratori wants. Where there is danger, there will be opportunities. Yo, this guest officer, what do you need to order? Walked into a small wine house that looked ordinary. Surprisingly, when the shop owner saw the suspicious Hyuga Shiratori dressed in a black robe, he did not show the slightest surprise. On the contrary, it seemed that he was accustomed to seeing him and he was entertained with a smile. I need information. Hyuga Shiratori is straight to the point, knowing what he is coming for. In border towns, there are often hidden underground black markets. On the surface of the shopkeeper, his squinted eyes opened slightly, and a strange cold light flashed. Guest, I only sell drinks here, you found the wrong place. Before the other party could finish speaking, Hyuga Shiratori pointed his finger at a wall and said indifferently. No, where I want to be, it's inside this wall. The shopkeeper opened his eyes completely, and the look on his face became serious. That's it seems like an insider, disrespectful and disrespectful. The shopkeeper reached out his hand and pressed it on a lamp on the wall, turning the mechanism. Rumbling. The wall split in half automatically, revealing a dark and deep secret passage. Please come in. Hyuga Shiratori had seen through the secret room in this small izakaya, and walked into the secret tunnel without any fear. Where is this ninja, so courageous? The shopkeeper muttered in surprise as he watched his back walking straight forward passing through the deep secret passage. Hyuga Shiratori came to an underground secret room. In the dim light, there are many suspicious characters in the room. Most of the ninja team wear a forehead protector that symbolizes rebellion and tolerance, or just like Hyuga Shiratori, the whole body is tightly wrapped, and it is completely impossible to judge the identity. Chakra, who has never met, seems to have a rare new guest here today. Responsible for the reception is a man wearing a fox fur mask, who seems to have mastered a certain perception technique. The first time I noticed that Hyuga Shiratori was a stranger who came here for the first time. Yes, you are the steward here, right? Hyuga Shiratori nodded, not talking nonsense, and directly raised his own question. I'm here to inquire about information. It just so happens that I am the intelligence merchant here. Seeing the business came, the attitude of the intelligence merchant became enthusiastic. What kind of information does the guest need? About the organization or the individual? Either way, I'm looking for a ninja of the blood legacy boundary, or a Jonin level ninja intelligence. Hyuga Shiratori explained briefly. Blood following the limit. Jonin level? The people present are all discolored? Blood succession boundary means a powerful ninja with special powers. Not to mention Jonin, it is also the existence of the top combat power in the 5 great ninja villages. What do you do to collect information from these people? It's nothing more than an intention to start with these people? This tone is not so big. The intelligence merchant gave a serious expression, and took a close look at Hyuga Shiratori. It's a pity that the other party's body is tightly draped, and no details can be seen at all. However, he also has personal means. The palms hidden in the sleeves were quietly knotted. Perception? No need to test. My vastness is not understandable by a small person like you, Hyuga Shiratori said unceremoniously. A cold sweat oozes from the intelligence merchant's forehead, knowing that the other party is not bluffing. The chakra that he released was like a pebble thrown into the abyss, and I couldn't hear the slightest response for a long time. It's worthy of the name? It's rude, respected guest. The intelligence businessman quickly bowed his head and bowed deeply to Hyuga Shiratori, apologizing. The strong is respected, and those with strength will be respected no matter where they are. Hyuga Shiratori waved his hand to show that he didn't care, just plainly. Is there any information I want? Customers' requests are rare, but not without them. But the price of this information is probably a bit. The intelligence businessman rubbed his hands. This black market also has the rules of the black market. Although Hyuga Shiratori can use force to break the rules, it is not necessary to do so, and it will waste time even more. Speak directly. The price of a Jonin's intelligence varies from 500,000 to 2 million taels according to its degree of danger. According to its scarcity, the price of a Jonin's intelligence ranges from 1 million to 3 million taels. The intelligence merchant explained patiently. Hyuga Shiratori touched his pocket. After becoming the core disciple of the Hyuga family, I can receive 20,000 taels of regular money every month. But except for daily living expenses, there is not much left. Because of his personal hedonism, the cost of eating and drinking is the best. Sometimes I have to coax the little girl. So he almost became a Moonlight Clan, and there was not much money left in his pocket. In the world of ninjas, money is not everything, but no money is not everything. As long as you have power, you can get money at will. The intelligence merchant was very witty, and seemed to be aware of his embarrassment in his pocket, and proactively suggested, "Dear guest, you might as well take the reward task of the black market first. There is also the meaning of wanting to test Hyuga Shiratori. After all, the latter is the first visitor here. Who knows if he is a spy from Ninja Village and wants to destroy their black market business. It is good." Hyuga Shiratori thought a little, and agreed to the other party's proposal. It just so happens that he can also practice his hands. I don't know what skills the guest is good at. Infiltration? Theft? Assassination? The intelligence merchant asked. Anything is fine. Hyuga Shiratori replied. Don't take out the low-level tasks, just give me the high-risk ones. Okay. When the intelligence merchant heard this, he immediately glanced at the other person higher, turned around and rummaged in the drawer, and took out several sets of scrolls. This is a mission to sneak into the Daiming Mansion in the Land of Thunder. The purpose is to collect specific information on the strength of the daimyo's guards. The difficulty of the mission is Grade A, with a bounty of 8 million taels. This is a theft mission. The employer wants to get Konoha Shinobi Village's famous ninja, Blade of the Thunder Spirit. The difficulty of the mission is Level A, and the bounty is 8.5 million taels. And this is an assassination mission. The heads of the Prajna of the Kingdom of Forestry are unknown. The target's ninjutsu information is also unclear. The employer only provided portraits of the characters. The difficulty of the mission is A level, and the reward is 10,000. The intelligence merchant also added a note very intimately. Personally, I don't recommend that you take the third mission, because according to the news circulating in the ninja world, the Prajna gods of the forest country are mostly at the level of Jonin. It is said that they have forged a beam with Konoha's roots not long ago. The task of assassinating Jonin is generally classified as S-level difficulty in the black market, and the bounty should be more than 10 million taels. The Prajna of Linziguo, a marginal character who only appeared twice in the original book. Once in the Kakashi Umbu chapter, he killed him and became the name of Sherinon Kakashi. Once during the Five Shadows meeting, Shimura Danzo was attacked and then killed. Commonly known as the Soy Sauce Party. However, this organization can fight with Konoha's roots all the year round, which shows that its strength is not ordinary. This reward task. Isn't it Konoha's release? Hyuga Shiratori is not sure. Of course he is not interested. It doesn't matter if it doesn't matter. The focus is on the portraits of the characters on the scrolls, which are very familiar. Hyuga Shiratori opened the Byakugan with blue veins in the eyelids. So it is. No wonder it's so familiar. It's really far in the sky, right in front of you? The Prajna who assassinated the Kingdom of Forest, I took it. The corners of Hyuga Shiratori's mouth rose slightly. Oh, do you have detailed information about the Prajna people? The intelligence merchant said with a surprised look. Yes. Hyuga Shiratori nodded affirmatively. At this moment, a woman in a grey robe in the black market room suddenly approached on the initiative. Take the liberty to bother me. I have enemies with the Prajna gang. Your information, can you give me a copy of it? Of course, I will also pay for it. The voice of the woman in the grey robe was soft and pleasant, and she also seemed very polite. Are you sure you have an enmity with the Prajna people? Hyuga Shiratori's expression was a little weird, and he even laughed a little bit uncontrollably. Yes. The woman in the grey robe answered quietly. I'll introduce to you, this is our famous black market sneaker, code name, Earthworm. Even the roots buried deep, you can get out. The intelligence merchant introduced. Are you earthworms active underground? This code name is indeed very appropriate. But, are you sure you really want information from Prajna people? Hyuga Shiratori nodded and stared at him meaningfully. Although the latter is the same as him, wearing a grey robe. He even wore a mask inside. But this kind of cover-up, under the gaze of his Byakugan, is just like a woman stripped naked. It's meaningless at all. The other party seemed to be aware of the deep meaning of Hyuga Shiratori's words, and became vigilant secretly. I confirm. Hyuga Shiratori slowly raised a finger and pointed at the woman in front of him. The next word is no less than a blockbuster? Aren't you the leader of the Prajna? If the portrait provided in the scroll is correct. What? There was an uproar in the audience. The grey-robed women have been active in the black market for a long time. Collecting all the information about the Prajna people is a thing everyone knows. Everyone subconsciously thinks that she may be hostile to the Prajna people. However, what no one thought was that the person who kept shouting to catch the thief was precisely the thief. I actually offered a reward for my own information, so that's it. It's no wonder that the guests who came to sell Prajna's information before have disappeared unknowingly. The intelligence merchant suddenly realized. This is a classic phishing mission. Those who offer intelligence deliberately throw out tasks. The purpose is to attract people who have their intelligence, and then kill them secretly. Who are you? How did you see through my identity? Seeing that her identity was revealed, the grey-robed woman no longer concealed her identity, changed her previous polite attitude, and her words were filled with awe-inspiring murderous aura. Hyuga Tenin. Hyuga Shiratori spoke nonsense seriously. Everyone couldn't help but their expressions stagnated. This seems to be a dick. Only the grey-robed woman showed a thoughtful look, and said solemnly, the Hyuga clan. Byakugan? No wonder you can see through my disguise. Yes. Hyuga Shiratori opened Byakugan when he first stepped into the black market. I scanned the audience for a while, as if I had found any acquaintances in the original book. He didn't notice it at first. After all, it is impossible for him to remember every dragon role. But later in the mission scroll of the intelligence merchant, I saw a portrait. It just happened to be a woman hidden in this black market. Sorry, I have no grievances or grudges against you. But you happen to be dangling under my nose, moving the ATM, I'll take it away. Hyuga Shiratori was expressionless and authentic. Huh? If you want to get my reward, it depends on whether you have this ability. After confirming that the opponent was not doing well, the heads of Prajna gathered chakra secretly, intending to attack first. The Prajna leaders hit the killer with pain, and injected a large amount of chakra into the short sword in their hands in one breath. This technique seemed to have a certain mysterious color, and a strange skull shape appeared on the blade. Appeared? The secret technique of the legendary Forest Kingdom is a weird ninjutsu that can erode the lives of others. The intelligence businessman exclaimed. However, in the face of murderous aura, the moves are also very strange enemies. Hyuga Shiratori chose to fight head-on and slapped it with his bare hands. There are no fancy moves, but chakra is shot through the palm of his hand. Gentle fist. Fur. Hyuga Shiratori's palm strike came first and hit the lower abdomen of the heads of Prajna hard. The powerful chakra released from the palms of the palms drove straight into the opponent's body. The blow of gentle fist formed a penetrating trend of hitting the bulls across the mountain. Sizzle. I saw that the heads of the Prajna were stiff, their eyes protruding like a heavy hammer. Then the clothes behind him were shattered by external forces in vain. Even the table 1 meter away behind her was beaten into a smash. It's fancy, vulnerable. Hyuga Shiratori slowly put his palms away. He fell with an understatement. Puff. The heads of Prajna knelt to the ground, the knife in their hands and the mask on their faces dropped. It's just a blow, how come? The other party's face was full of incredible color, and he was suspicious of life. Hyuga Shiratori didn't show mercy because the other party was a woman. With a move in the palm of his hand, a red light fishing rod was instantly condensed with the power of yin and yang escape. Skillfully hooked chakra away from the opponent. What? The heads of Prajna turned their eyes up and fainted with foam at the mouth. Okay, I'm here to pay someone. Hyuga Shiratori put the task scroll that he had previously taken back on the desktop. It has only been 2 minutes since receiving the reward task just now. In the blink of an eye, an A-level mission was completed, which is probably the only case in the black market. The intelligence merchant carefully observed the woman's face and matched it with the portrait on the scroll. Well, it is exactly the same as the portrait provided by the employer. It seems that she is really the leader of the Prajna people. Everyone looked at Hyuga Shiratori in awe. Being able to kill the Prajna leaders in the ninja realm with a single blow is also a little famous. What is this sacred? The other party claims to be Hyuga Tenin. Isn't that legendary figure from the Sengoku era true? Although theoretically impossible. But according to the moves used by the opponent, 100% are from the Hyuga clan. Adults, after the employer confirms, the reward will be paid in full within 3 days. The intelligence merchant changed his previous name and said respectfully, Ro. Hyuga Shiratori nodded. With a huge sum of 10,000 yuan, he is not afraid of the other party's recklessness. Strength is the biggest pillar to safeguard one's own interests. It's useless even if the other party wants to entrain him in private escape. Because even if the other party fled to the end of the world, he couldn't escape his Byakugan's sight. For the information I want, the money is directly deducted from the bounty. Is it okay? Hyuga Shiratori stared at the intelligence merchant with a deterrent gaze. Rather than asking, it is actually an order? Of course it's okay, I'm willing to serve the adults. Intelligence merchants are also very interesting. Although it is a rule in the black market to pay with one hand and deliver with one hand. However, the so-called rules are not worth mentioning in the face of forces beyond the norm. That's it. Hyuga Shiratori successfully obtained information about 8 ninjas. There are ninjas from the 5 great nations, and jonin from some small ninja villages. All in all are some valuable chakras to harvest. The country of water, Kirigakur, located in a lonely overseas island. The unique geographical conditions have created a relatively closed natural environment. Mizukage has implemented a closed policy in all dynasties, but it will not completely close the country. After all, Mist Shinobi also needs intelligence channels to understand the external environment. But somehow, the current 4th Mizukage, especially after the end of the 3rd Ninja World War, As if he had changed a person, he implemented an unprecedented policy of closing the country. Not only has it completely blocked all communication channels between the water country and the outside world, implement the reign of terror in the land of blood mist. However, in the past 10 years, no foreigners have entered the country. Today finally ushered in an uninvited guest. The door of the gloomy space opened, and Hyuga Shiratori walked out of it. Fourth Mizukage's almost perverted reign of terror in Kirigakure. In fact, it is controlled by Uchiha Obito. Manipulate Mizukage. On the one hand, it is to squeeze enough nutrients from the water country, one of the 5 major countries, to replenish Akatsuki's rapid growth. Another reason is to satisfy Uchiha Obito's revenge selfishness. In his cognition, it was because Mist Shinobi forced 3 tails into Nohara Lin's body, forcing her to die in Kakashi's hands. Uchiha Obito hates this hellish ninja world, and even more hates Kirigakure, the source of all evil. So a few years ago, he sneaked into Kirigakure secretly. Taking advantage of 4th Mizukage's practice, he unpreparedly attacked from the dark and hit the latter severely. And with Mangekyo Sharingan's illusion, he has been controlling Mizukage until now. Commander through 4th Mizukage, Kirigakure has complained from top and bottom over the past few years. Uchiha Obito continued to intensify, first inciting the people's fear of blood inheritance limits, and frantically suppressing the big names. He even took the initiative to provoke Kirigakure's civil war, and carried out a bloody and cruel ethnic cleansing of all the bloody and ruthless families. In this way, Kirigakure fell into a protracted civil war. Is this Kirigakure, the legendary town of blood mist? Hyuga Shiratori set foot in this country for the first time. Humid land, the air is filled with mist all year round. The water mist greatly affects the field of view, and the visibility is less than 50 meters. No wonder there are no spy ninjas from other countries infiltrating here. Because outsiders are not familiar with the environment here, they will easily lose their way and reveal their identity. Under the control of Uchiha Obito, Mist Shinobi completely broke off diplomacy politically and rejected the captive redemption regulations of the major shinobi villages. Therefore, once the spy ninja is caught, he will be killed by Mist Shinobi immediately, and the corpse will be analyzed and ninjutsu information will be completely wiped out in the end. This sounds like a terrifying place. The ninja who urged outside forces did not dare to step into the water country. But this does not scare Hyuga Shiratori. A person with power will feel safe no matter where he goes. On the contrary, even if the weak are hiding in ninja village for a lifetime, they have to live in fear. Byakugan. Hyuga Shiratori scanned the surrounding environment. The dense fog that obstructs his vision can be completely ignored under his strong pupil power. According to the information obtained from the black market, Mist Shinobi's lava-style blood inherits the limit. The Terumi clan should be nearby. Found it? 10 kilometers ahead, he found the Zaome clan. Something seems to be the case. A surprised expression appeared on Hyuga Shiratori's face. Because in his Byakugan's vision, he saw a heavily armed Mist Shinobi army, quietly approaching the Terumi family's residence. According to the beautiful family, the situation in the village has become more and more severe recently. I heard that the Shueiyuo clan has been slaughtered. What do you think the 4th generation wants to do? Is it true that it is like killing all the blood inheritance-bound families? Who knows? In the past few years, the guy Kodaki Yakura seems to be a different person, and the policy is getting more and more excessive. There is news from the trustees of the Yoryuki clan that they are preparing to launch a military coup to overthrow 4th Mizukage's tyranny in one fell swoop. The coup, once it fails, it will be a catastrophe. Yes, that is, the risk is too great. Anyway, Mizukage didn't target us. Why should we take this trip in the muddy water? The elders of the Terumi clan are in a meeting to discuss countermeasures. They are already old, they have long been worn down by the years of enterprising spirit, unwilling to participate in a highly risky coup. At the same time, luckily, I feel that Mizukage is only targeting other families, and they haven't organized their homes. What if it's okay? In short, the sword will not fall on their heads for a day, and there will be no tears without the coffin? However, at this moment, a young teenage ninja stood up. The aquamarine eyes stared at everyone with a sharp look. The Ōtsutsuki clan has been annihilated. Mizukage is about to take action against the Yoryuki clan. Who dares to pack the tickets, and it will not be our turn next to Terumi. The Terumi clan fell into a brief silence. An elder raised his eyebrows and scolded. Ming, pay attention to your identity, there is no room for you to speak in the chamber. Sorry Grand Elder, I passed the Jonin exam a year ago. As far as the ninja level is concerned, I am equal to you. As far as personal strength is concerned, I think I should be stronger. Terumi Mei said neither arrogantly nor arrogantly. She is a genius ninja of the Terumi clan. Not only did she awaken the outstanding blood succession boundary at a young age, she also successfully promoted to Jonin. Because of this, she is qualified to participate in the family council. However, as an ancient ninja celebrity, there are always a lot of rules. There are also many stinking problems. For example, patriarchy discriminates against women. Too young, plus Terumi Mei who is a female stream. Naturally rejected by the elders. In other words, jealousy is more appropriate. In the eyes of their older generations, women should be obediently doing housework at home, not qualified to participate in the discussion of family affairs. Also, in view of Terumi Mei's excellent talent, the elders have also developed covetous hearts. once intentionally or unintentionally proposed to her, included in the room. It also deserves its name. Propagating outstanding offspring is also the responsibility of every tribe, but this was flatly rejected by Teromime. This made the elders angry into anger, and even used strong crooked minds. However, Teromime is not a weak woman who is easy to bully. Jonin is strong enough to protect herself. At the same time, this incident really disgusted her, and the shameless old thing wanted to eat her body. I won't get married forever, mother, believe it or not. You? How dare you talk to me like this? Don't move, the humble fellow. The great elder suddenly flushed with anger. Everyone also cast deterrent glances at Teromime, trying to increase the pressure. Teromime frowned and said solemnly, "Elders, I am not here today to quarrel with you. Now the situation is very serious, and we must take the correct action." "Huh? According to you, what should we do to be the right action?" the elder asked. "Together with the Yoryuki clan, make a negotiation with Mizukage," Teromime proposed. "Absurd? The Hui Yoryuki clan has never dealt with us, so why should we unite with them?" the great elder retorted. Constrained by the narrow struggle for family interests, the grand elder stubbornly rejected the Yoryuki clan. "Hey, is it time to care about these things? All the blood succession boundary clan are facing the calamity of extinction." Teromime couldn't help holding her forehead. It's really nerve-wracking to communicate with these stubborn old immortals. Ming, don't be alarmist here. Mizukage has never said to start with the Teromi clan. Maybe after the destruction of other families, our Teromi clan can get a bigger cake, the great elder said confidently. The rest of the tribe also nodded their heads in recognition. In fact, his idea is not completely wrong. Because of the strength of a ninja village, after all, it has to rely on the power of the famous ninja family. As long as Mizukage has a bit of common sense, he will understand that once all the blood succession boundary clan is killed, Kirigakuru's vitality will be severely injured and the overall strength will decline. But they overlooked a critical issue. If Mizukage does not represent Kirigakuru's position, now Uchiha Obito is controlling Mizukage. He can't wait for the entire Kirigakure to be completely finished. How can he care about the loss of Kirigakure's power? Terumime's lips moved, and she wanted to argue. However, the elders expressed their impatience to expel her. "Shut up. It's not your turn to be a woman in the family affairs." Then, as soon as the voice fell, there was a horrified howl outside. "The big thing is not good. Mizukage sent someone to kill. The leader is from the 7 ninja swords." Puff. The shout stopped abruptly, and what turned out to be the terrible sound of killing. "I saw an elite force of mist shinobi suddenly broke into the home of the Terumi clan, and they killed anyone when they saw it." The elders in the chamber panicked, their legs and feet trembling in fright. They were in high positions, and it had been a long time since they had used the ninja to fight. "Damn it, Mizukage really wants to kill them all." Terumime's face changed for a while, and she did not panic in the face of the sudden danger. Instead, he quickly calmed down. "Step forward and direct the clansmen who are at a loss. The life and death of the Terumi clan is here to fight. Everyone, please join me in the fight." Under the leadership of Terumime, the Terumi clan gradually launched a counterattack. Lava-style solving monster technique. The blood of the Terumi clan can release corrosive acid. Ba ba ba. The strong acid corroded the sword and once caused serious damage to Mist Shinobi's troops. But there is an elite jonin in the team. Water-style great waterfall technique. The Loquat Shizang manipulates a large amount of water flow, forming a powerful impact, which greatly dilutes the concentration of the acid. Holding a decapitating knife, he madly beheaded the Terumi clan people. Lightning-style thunderball. The Black Ho Thunder Tooth waved the thunder knife tooth in his hand, condensing a round of spherical lightning, bombarding the Terumi clan. Ninfa Acupuncture Chiban. The Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost hardens its hair and shoots out like a pear flower needle in a torrential rain. 3 of the 7 ninja swords, we are not opponents. The Terumi clan faces collapse. "You bastards." Terumime's brows were stern, but she didn't give in because of it, and her hands became impressed. Boil-style Kiawa technique. "What is this? Wow." Mist Shinobi was caught off guard by the strong acid mist from his mouth. Except for the 3 agile swordsmen, the rest of the elite troops suffered heavy losses. Gaseous acid mist? This is already a new limit of blood succession, right? The Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost looked surprised and authentic. "Cut? Is this the genius of Terumi?" Hei-Ho Lei-Ya looked at the corners of his clothes that had been eroded by the acid mist, his face with fear. "It's the first time I have seen you with 2 kinds of blood inheritance boundaries at the same time. It's a shame, the little girl from Terumi's family. I actually don't want to beat you, but Mizukage's order, we have to follow." Loquat Juzo sighed with regret. 3 predecessors of the ninja swordsman, are you sure that this is an order from Mizukage himself? At the critical juncture, Terumime finally discovered a previously puzzled problem. "What do you mean by this?" Loquat Shizang frowned. "Kill all the blood legacy boundary families. This will greatly damage Kirigakure's combat effectiveness. There is no reason for Mizukage to issue such a messy order." Terumime shouted. "You mean to say that someone pretended to be Mizukage-sama to give an order? Haha, don't be kidding. I watched him give the order with my own eyes." Black Ho Lei-Ya said coldly. "Don't be dying and struggling. Get rid of the dangerous blood succession boundary family. This is in line with the stability of the village." The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost looked righteous on the surface. In fact, the family interests they represent do not belong to the limits of blood succession. Mizukage eradicated the blood succession boundary family, and the profits vacated would be divided among their families. Their thoughts are basically the same as the elders of the Terumi clan. Unilaterally believes that Mizukage will not attack their family. Only Loquat Juzo frowned, savoring Terumi Mei's words carefully. He is different from others, and fourth Mizukage has made good friends since childhood. The understanding of the latter is also deeper than others. Indeed, such an order doesn't seem to resemble Yakura's style of doing things. Loquat Shizang groaned. What are you talking about? Shizo, do you want to resist Master Mizukage's orders? The Black Ho Thunder Ya was vicious and authentic. This matter is indeed strange. I will not violate the current mission, but I will go to Yakura to verify afterwards. Loquat Juzo made a decision. There is definitely a problem with this Mizukage, Terumi Mei said firmly. But when she saw the attitude of the ninja swordsman, her heart was cold, and she had to fight desperately. Sorry, little girl. I won't violate the order without definite evidence. Loquat Juzo dragged the shinobi sword and approached the opponent step by step. Tisk Tusk, the genius of the Terumi clan, is about to die today. Heichu Leiya's face was filled with a grinning smile. From the standpoint of one's own family, it is in their interest to suppress the geniuses of other families. The Watermelon Puffer Fish Ghost was silent. In his opinion, Mist Shinobi Mizukage, these are all unimportant. What matters is the interests of your own family. Facing the menacing ninja crowd in front of him, the young Terumi Mei had difficulty one-on-one. 1-3, the result is only a dead end. That's it. Terumi Mei sighed. However, just at this critical moment, in front of Terumi Mei, a gloomy space door appeared in vain. A red light fishing rod was swung out from it. Hey! The three of the ninja swordsmen were instantly repelled, and cast their surprised eyes. Who? Everyone at Mist Shinobi stared at the weird space door in front of them with vigilant gazes. I saw a mysterious person in a black robe walked out of it. Terumi Mei secretly breathed a sigh of relief, although she didn't know who the mysterious person in front of her was. But the other party tried to rescue her, so it should be a friendly army, right? Thank you, sir. However, without waiting for her to thank her, the next word from the other party made her look dumbfounded. Oh, it was so dangerous just now, you almost ruined my prey. Terumi Mei, ninja swordsman. Hyuga Shiratora's first hunting target. Lava-style blood succession limit ninja, Terumi Mei. I saw Hyuga Shiratori holding a red light fishing rod and turning around to shake it. Puff. The thin red thread pierced Terumi Mei's small chest, and the latter suddenly opened his eyes. Oh. Terumi Mei let out a cry of pain, and then limply limped to the ground. My chakra. I saw Hyuga Shiratori holding two chakra light balls, one gray and one white, with a satisfied look on his face. Lava style and boil style, I have gained 2 powers of blood succession at once, not bad. Terumi Mei's face suddenly became ashes. Originally, when she faced the ninja swordsman, she was already a life of 9 deaths. Now suddenly a mysterious person appeared, who was also an enemy or not a friend, and took her chakra as soon as he shot. This is really a dead end. You guy, aren't you from our village? Loquat Shizang's eyelids flicked. The other party not only interrupted their actions, but also took away the blood succession boundary in front of them, and it was so maddening. Damn bastard! Do you think we are dead? Black Ho Thunder Ya finally reacted, fiercely. Can you sneak into Kirigakure without knowing it? Time and space ninjutsu. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost said solemnly. Yo, isn't this the famous ninja sword trio? Hyuga Shiratori said lightly. Ninja swords 3 people. This is a stark mockery? The 7 ninja swords, who were once frightening in the ninja world, were killed 4 by force in the 3rd Ninja World War against the 8 inner gates worn by Konoha Genin Might. Asshole, what are you talking about? Hey Holeya was itching with anger. No matter who you are, dare to set foot in my Kirigakure territory, it seems you don't want to go out alive. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost is cold and authentic. It sounds like no one can invade Kirigakure, he. Hyuga Shiratori laughed out loud. Why are you laughing? Loquat Shizang frowned, faintly feeling that there was something in the other party's words. I laugh at you being played round and you don't know anything. Hyuga Shiratori sneered. Today Kirigakure, if there are no accidents, should be controlled by Uchiha Obito. No one doubted this kind of brain-dead order to slaughter the blood and the bound family. He seriously doubted whether the senior mist shinobi was eating dry food, or maybe they deliberately let it go. The fact is also true. It's not that the Loquat Shizang and others have never doubted Mizukage, it's just that the families they represent behind have all agreed with the suppression of the blood succession boundary family, and they can't wait to tear off a piece of fat from the latter. It's just that they don't think that when the blood succession boundary family is washed out by blood, it will be their turn next. The remaining 3 ninja swordsmen in the original book were also forced to leave Kirigakure away from their homes, and eventually became rebellious ninjas shouted and beaten by everyone. Cut. What else do you know? Don't think that if you say these unclear words here, we will let you go. The Black Holeia raised the thunder knife in his hand and launched a tentative attack on his own initiative. Lightning-style thunderball. Wind-style breakthrough. Hyuga Shiratori's mouth blows, and the strong whirlwind blows away the thunderball. Wow, Loquat Shizang took the opportunity to cast the instant technique, and the figure quickly came to him, brandishing the huge beheading knife and slashing over. Clang. Hyuga Shiratori held the red light fishing rod in one hand and steadily blocked the opponent's slash. Is it possible to carry my beheading sword head-on? And still with one hand. Loquat Shizang's eyes suddenly tightened. Arrogant guy, don't you think you can't make 1 out of 3? The watermelon mountain blowfish ghost took off the big knife Same Hada behind him and joined the battle. Same Hada slash. The watermelon mountain blowfish ghost injected into chakra, driving the blade of Same Hada to swell, growing sharp barbs, and cutting it head-on. Hyuga Shiratori raised his hand and struck out. Gentle fist method 8 trigrams air palm. Chakra shock wave from the air. The watermelon puffer fish ghost stopped immediately and blocked it with a horizontal knife. Boom. I saw Same Hada opened his blood basin and swallowed most of the chakra in one breath. But the remaining impact made the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost back a few steps. This chakra. The watermelon puffer fish face changed. Keiki. After devouring chakra, Same Hada's blade swelled further, grinning and looking very happy. This is the first time I have seen Same Hada that has grown so big. This is a chakra of the tail beast level. Watermelon mountain puffer ghost was shocked. Boom. Hyuga Shiratori held the red light fishing rod and shook it hard, and shook the Loquat Juzo with a knife back a few steps. It's true, the strength of the body, thanks to the increase in chakra, is amazing. Loquat Juzo also expressed fear. Fighting against the 3 ninja swordsmen with one's own strength, and not letting the wind fall, where is this guy sacred? Terumi Mei raised her head, her wide red lips showing a slow consternation. Cut. No matter how powerful it is, Lao Zi doesn't believe that the 3 of them work together, they can't cure him. Black Ho Thunderya inserted the double knives into the ground with his backhand, and quickly formed seals with both hands. Thunder Knife Uprising Lightning Style Battlesuit. I saw him using the thunder knife as a guide to summon natural thunder and lightning and guide it to himself. Formed a dazzling thunder and lightning suit. I'm going to go. Zi. Lightning style instant? The Black Ho Thunder Fang's speed more than doubled, and the figure turned into a flash of lightning, quickly circling behind Hyuga Shiratori. However, under his Byakugan's gaze, there is no dead end in the attack. Wow. On the side of Hyuga Shiratori's head, he cleverly avoided the thunder knife that pierced the back of his head. Thunder knife skill thunder snake combo. The Black Ho Thunder Tooth made a knife like a snake, dazzling fast. But Hyuga Shiratori swayed from the left to the right, perfectly avoiding all the attacks from the opponent. This guy, does he have eyes behind his back? A look of horror appeared on the face of Black Ho Leia. The body that has been activated by lightning style is indeed very fast, but you don't seem to have the vision to see through the counterattack. Hyuga Shiratori turned around swiftly and slapped the opponent's stomach with a palm. That mere thunder and lightning suit, under his powerful gentle fist, pierced like paper. Fur. Hiho Thunderya was hit hard, and the whole person flew out. Wow. Loquat Shizang once again used the instant technique, slashing from behind him with a knife. Hyuga Shiratori didn't look back, but Raise-non struck it with a backhand. With the strong blessing of chakra, his Raise-non power is even stronger than Namikaze Minato himself. Boom. The frontal beheaded sword, it was abruptly cracked by the tip of the blade. What? The Loquat Shizang was shocked. Hyuga Shiratori turned around and kicked the opponent away with a knife. Ninfa Acupuncture Chiban. The watermelon puffer fish ghost saw the right time and launched a sneak attack from the side. The dense, hard hair shoots out like a torrential rain pear flower needle. Revolving heaven. Hyuga Shiratori erupts from acupuncture points all over the body, forming an absolute defense barrier. Ding, 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 ding. It can't be wrong. With a wide field of vision, to see through the attack from behind, only Byakugan pupil technique. Coupled with this absolute defense, you are a member of the Konoha Hyuga clan. The watermelon mountain blowfish ghost is in charge of the intelligence department in Kirigakure, so he also knows a lot of ninja information about Konoha. Ahem damn. I didn't expect it to be Konoha's Hyuga clan. You are so bold that you dare to sneak into Kirigakure alone. The Black Ho Leia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face embarrassed. What then? After figuring out my identity, what can you do? Hyuga Shiratori grabbed the red fishing rod and flicked it at them. The 3 of them dodged backwards as they did not dare to take it hard. They witnessed the former with their own eyes just now, using this weird fishing rod to catch Terumi Mei's chakra. Hey, you can't be like this. At any rate, Jonin, who is also an elite level, how can he be so embarrassed? Hyuga Shiratori continued to wave his fishing rod. The long red thread, like Shinigami's embroidery needle, flew up and down dexterously, chasing the 3 people. Are you mice jumping up and down? Hyuga Shiratori ridiculed wantonly while waving the red fishing rod. Asshole? Don't be too smug. The Black Ho Thunder Fang was furious. As the famous 7 ninja swordsman, has he ever been ridiculed in this way? Even in the face of Might Dai, who was the most dangerous of the year, the opponent paid the cost of his life for a forbidden technique to defeat him. Now being forced to dodge by the guy who came out of nowhere in front of him, he was really frustrated to the extreme. In extreme anger, the Black Ho Thunderya used a sliding shovel, and cleverly avoided the fish hook that was shot at the head. The 2 knives in his hand were shining with thunder, and they crossed towards Hyuga Shiratori. Thunder knife technique Lei Yan double slash. Hyuga Shiratori took out a handful of kunao and instantly gathered the power of wind style. Wind style vacuum sword. This is a move harvested from Konoha Jonin by Yunyi Mountain. Kiwa collided with Lei Dea Fang. There is a clear gap between the two in terms of endurance. But in terms of chakra's strength, the former has an overwhelming advantage. Coupled with the restraint of wind style's attributes of lightning style, the Black Hoe Thunder Tooth collapsed at the touch. Bang! The double knives in his hand were bounced off by a powerful vacuum slash, and the sharp wind blade cut a bone deep in his chest. Wow! Black Hoe Thunder let out a painful cry. Seeing this, the teammates on the side immediately used ninjutsu for cover. Water style water dragon bomb technique. Loquat Juzo resorted to high-end water style, using a large amount of water to form a dragon. It's boring. Still don't understand yet? There is a huge difference between us. Hyuga Shiratori squeezed his palm, pinched a ball of flames and shot forward. The flames instantly converged into a fire dragon. Fire style Halong fire technique. The high-end fire style of the Uchiha clan. Roar, roar. The fire dragon and the water dragon are intertwined. Surprisingly, water style, which has attribute restraint on fire style, failed to suppress the former this time. Instead, both turn into water vapor and dissipate. What? Using fire style to offset my water style. Loquat Shizang's face was shocked. It's almost time for you to suffer. Hyuga Shiratori opened the red light fish basket behind him, and a gray-brown solution flew out of it, and then it turned into a torrential rain and fell from the sky. What is this? Hiss. The expressions of the three of them changed drastically, and they saw the rain falling on them, and plumes of blue smoke appeared. On the skin, a severe burning sensation occurred. This is my lava style. Terumime, who was lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. The other party not only took her chakra, but also can use her lava style to inherit the limit? Damn it! How can you follow the beautiful lava style? The three of them were corroded by lava style and suffered a lot of injuries, and said with all their faces in disbelief. What's so strange? This level of power can be easily controlled. Hyuga Shiratori didn't give the opponent a chance to breathe at all, and waved the red light hook again. The three had to dodge in a panic. Among them, the Black Hoe Thunder Tooth was cut and damaged. Coupled with the corrosion of lava style, the physical movement was greatly reduced. Puff. The thin red thread pierced his back. Your chakra, I accept it. Hyuga Shiratori pulled out a blue light ball from the opponent's body. Black Hoe Leiya immediately slumped to the ground. Damn it! When did the Hyuga clan have such a ruthless character? The watermelon puffer fish ghost showed fear and sold his teammates on the spot and turned and fled. Loquat Juzo also kept silent, and ran away in the opposite direction tacitly. In this way, at least one of them can run away. I'm really confused. I can only choose one. Do you think I would say that? Only children make choices, and adults want them all. Hyuga Shiratori grinned at the corner of his mouth, grasped the chakra fished from the Black Hoe Thunder Tooth, and instantly released a fierce thunder and lightning. Boom! Lightning struck the watermelon mountain blow fish ghost in the back, knocking it to the ground. Then skillfully used the red light fishing rod to catch chakra of the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost. Wow! Taking advantage of this gap, Loquat Juzo speeded up the pace of escape. I couldn't help but feel fortunate in my heart, but fortunately, it wasn't me who was chasing after me. But just when he wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, suddenly a gloomy space door appeared right in front of him. A Shinigami-like red line was shot from it. What? Loquat Shizang's eyes suddenly tightened, and there was no time to react. Puff. The red thread stuck into his chest. Well, the cat and mouse game is over. Hyuga Shiratori walked out of the door of space and fished the chakra of Loquat Juzo. So far, he has harvested a total of 2 blood succession boundaries, 3 elite Jonin chakras. Where are you sacred? Loquat Shizo raised his head with difficulty and looked at him weakly. Hyuga Tenin. Hyuga Shiratori talks nonsense. A pair of Loquat Juzo. You bullied me for studying less. Haven't you read the history of Ninja World? I kind of believe you are the legendary ninja. Hyuga Tenin. Terumime lay down for a while, then recovered a little bit of strength, barely able to sit up. Because apart from the Hyuga Tenin of the year, the Hyuga clan never appeared any awesome characters. Who knows? Hyuga Shiratori plays mystery and doesn't make a clear statement. Putting on an unpredictable posture. I openly intervened in my Kirigakure's internal affairs. Is Konoha planning to start a war? Heichu Lei asked in a deep voice. After the anger passed, he has now regained his sanity. Knowing that this terrifyingly powerful mysterious person in front of them is not something a ninja of their level can handle. Don't get me wrong, I am not interested in politics or war or anything. Hyuga Shiratori calmly continued, I am only interested in the powerful chakra. Ability to take away chakra from others at will. The watermelon mountain blowfish ghost flickered slightly, and looked at the big knife Samehada in his hand. The ability of his knife is only to swallow chakra, and then through decomposition and digestion, it is transformed into chakra itself as a supplement. In fact, he did not have the ability to directly absorb chakra from others. It is even more impossible to obtain the ninjutsu of others. Compared to the opponent's abilities, it was like the gap between Yinghuo and Haoyu. Interested in the powerful chakra, Terumime carefully considered the meaning between the lines in the other person's words, and she quickly understood the key to the cleverness. In other words, your next goal. 4th Mizukage, and 3 tails in him. Hyuga Shiratori casually said. A terrifying plan? After everyone listened, the color did not change. You want to attack Mizukage, one of the 5 ninja villages. What kind of crazy man is this? I think you have overexpanded, right? Leia, the black hoe, said sarcastically. I have to admit that you are indeed very strong. But wanting to attack Mizukage in Kirigakure, I feel impatient. Foolish dreams? Even if you are really the legendary Hyuga Tenin himself, it is impossible to fight against thousands of mist shinobi ninjas with your own strength, right? Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost added. Indeed, even me, I will not swell enough to single out the entire Kirigakure. Hyuga Shiratori nodded. He is essentially a cautious person. He won't fight insecure battles. The adventurous spirit has never been his style of doing things. So, I need your cooperation. Hyuga Shiratori cast his gaze on them. With the help of these mist shinobi in front of her, she quietly approached 4th Mizukage. There is a high probability that the opponent can be calculated. Maybe you can force the hidden Uchiha Obito. That's it. Is that why you didn't kill us? Terumi Mei said solemnly. It's not necessarily. Maybe I think you look pretty. Hyuga Shiratori teased. You, suddenly, what are you talking about here? A red cloud surged on Terumi Mei's pale face. The young girl who is in her 28 years has an ignorant spring heart in her heart. Only limited by the depressive environment of the Blood Mist country, she hasn't experienced anything that makes her heart beat yet. So when she grew up, it was the first time she heard someone praise her for being beautiful. Hyuga Shiratori didn't know, he said casually, and fiercely provoked the girl's mind in front of him. This is just a casual joke he made. In fact, he and Mist Shinobi have no grievances, and there is no reason to kill each other. His purpose is to harvest chakra. Of course, if Terumi Mei, like Cloud Shinobi's Troy and Konoha's Byunieshin, fight with the determination to die, Hyuga Shiratori will choose to destroy the flowers without mercy. Killing to death is the greatest respect for the enemy. Are you trying to use us to get closer to 4th Mizukage? Humph, why should we listen to you obediently? Heichu Leia looked uncomfortable and authentic. Because I hold your lives in my hand now. Hyuga Shiratori didn't hide it, and threatened the other party's life openly. If he didn't have a reason to kill the other party just now, then there is now. As long as the other party does not follow his request. In Hyuga Shiratori's eyes, there is a strong murderous intent. The huge chakra was released with murderous intent. In many cases, real power is more convincing than all words. Needless to say, Terumi Mei was persuaded. She was suspicious of 4th Mizukage. Hiholeiyo was persuaded, afraid of death. The watermelon puffer fish ghost was also persuaded, afraid of death. Only Loquat Shizang refused to accept. He is not afraid of death. Don't want to use me? I'm Mist Shinobi Jonin Loquat Juzo. Loquat Shizang yelled righteously. In fact, he is also out of personal selfishness. Among those present, he is the only one who has the best relationship with 4th Mizukage. It can be called a close friend who has met since childhood. Have a backbone. Hyuga Shiratori gave her a thumbs up. Just kill me. Loquat Shizo stubbornly said stiffly. I changed my mind. The corner of Hyuga Shiratori's mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. He suddenly thought of a good idea. He wanted to know what his expression would look like when Loquat Juzo knew the truth. 4th Mizukage, whom he had always trusted, was controlled like a puppet. The expression at that time must be very exciting, right? Anyway, I am dead and will not betray my companions. Loquat 10 Tibetan characters take the lead, and he refuses to bow his head alive and dead. Very good will, but I just want you to surrender. Hyuga Shiratori reached into the red light fish basket behind him, and grabbed a handful of blood-red chakra from it. Throw it lightly into the sky, that is. Everyone was unclear, so they subconsciously looked up. That group of chakra gradually turned into a crystal ball. The crystal ball vaguely showed the shape of an eye. 3 Guyu. Sherinon? Ninja is like thunderous pupil technique. Uchiha clan's blood succession limit? No? Everyone, close your eyes and don't look. Loquat Shizo shouted. However, it was too late. The moment their eyes met Sherinon, they had already hit the pupil technique. Certainly, 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 the 4 of them fell into the illusion at the same time, completely losing control of their bodies. Uchiha's power is really convenient. Hyuga Shiratori is indifferent and authentic. The 4 people in front of them are not ordinary ninjas. Under normal circumstances, it is not so easy to be illusionary. But at this time, they were all taken away from chakra by Hyuga Shiratori. They were so weak that they were unable to resist Sharingan's illusion. Then, let's go. Go and see 4th Mizukage. Hyuga Shiratori gave orders to the 4 people who were controlled by illusion. I concealed himself in a different space, waiting for the opportunity. Mizukage building. Uchiha Obito sat on Mizukage's office chair with Giyu lying down, and put his feet on the table without any image. Holding a stack of documents submitted by Mist Shinobi in his hand, he flipped through it carelessly, as if looking for information he was interested in. Beside him, 4th Mizukage stood like a wooden man without a soul. Deep in the hollow eyes, there seemed to be a faint hatred. However, he has been controlled by illusion for a long time, and there is no way for him to harm Kirigakure in front of him. After a while, I saw an aloe growing out of the ground, and after unfolding it was a strange figure with a black and white yin and yang face. Obito, haven't you played enough yet? Don't call me by that name, I am Uchiha Madara now. Uchiha Obito said coldly. Kirigakuer has been turned upside down by you, and if this continues, we will be exposed sooner or later. Definitely reminded. Wait, I want to completely destroy this sinful village. The scarlet pupils under Uchiha Obito's mask were filled with hatred. If it weren't for Mist Shinobi, his beloved girl would not die. The extreme thinking of the Uchiha clan. Great love also produces huge hate. He not only wants to destroy Kirigakuer, but also the entire ninja world. Papa. There was a soft knock on the door. Master Mizukage, there is a task report. I'm dealing with confidential documents, so please tell me directly. Under Uchiha Obito's control, 4th Mizukage spoke. Yes, the ninja swords troops returned and captured a ninja from the Terumi clan alive, waiting for Master Mizukage's disposal. Catch it alive? You don't need to stay alive, just kill it directly. What Uchiha Obito wants is not Kirigakuer's peace at all. He can't wait for Mist Shinobi to die, but, Sir of the Shinobi clan, they asked to see Lord Mizukage. Doubts came from outside the door. Uchiha Obito was silent for a while. Ju on the side whispered. Look, you have gone too far. It has attracted the attention of the top of Mist Shinobi. Humph. This group of tool ninjas who can only obey orders, just fool around. Uchiha Obito expressed disapproval. A space Uzumaki appeared in front of him, and he sucked his body into it. At the same time, he continued to control 4th Mizukage with pupil technique. Come in. Loquat Juzo, Black Hole Ya, and Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon, the three escorted Terumi Mei into Mizukage's office. Master Mizukage. Let's talk, what the hell do you have? 4th Mizukage asked blankly. Dare to ask Master Mizukage, do you really want to kill all Kirigakuer's blood succession boundary families? With all due respect, if you kill all these families, the village's strength will be greatly reduced. Under the control of Hyuga Shiratori's pupil technique, Loquat Juzo asked questions. Of course, this is also a question he wants to understand. The strength of the Swejik Xianja family is too strong and threatens the stability of the village. As Mizukage eliminates the unstable elements in the village, what's the problem? 4th Mizukage answered righteously. You nonsense? Without our blood succession boundary family, how can Kirigakuer have the status of the 5 ninja villages? Terumi Mei shouted outrageously. Prisoner below, there is no room for you to speak. Shizang, kill her. 4th Mizukage gave the order. Yes. Loquat Juzo raised the beheading knife in his hand, then suddenly rushed to 4th Mizukage. Acting simultaneously with it, there are also Black Ho Thunder Fang and Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost? 4th Mizukage's mouth opened in amazement. In the face of the 3 people who suddenly attacked, his movements seemed sluggish, completely unlike the response of a shadow-level powerhouse. To be precise, it is the body controlled by Uchiha Obito, whose mobility is greatly reduced. Puff chuff. Puff chuff. Puff chuff. 4th Mizukage suffered 3 times in a row, and avoided the point by instinctive reaction. But he was slashed by 3 famous ninja knives at the same time, and he still suffered huge damage. A lot of blood spewed out. Wow. 4th Mizukage hurriedly backed away, his stupid eyes faintly flickering with shaking light, and he said solemnly, the 3 of you, what do you mean? Are you planning to start a rebellion? No, I am not. Loquat Shizang's face was distorted, and he seemed to be in an ideological struggle with something. But he still couldn't get rid of Hyuga Shiratori's pupil control, so he could only stare at himself and slashed at his friend with a knife. Rebellion? Uchiha Obito, hiding in the Kamui space, has a look of astonishment on his face. Sherinon stared at the 3 people in front of him, and soon noticed the abnormality. Wrong? There is a problem with the flow of chakra in these people, it's just like when he used pupil technique to control 4th Mizukage. However, at this moment, a scene that he never expected happened. I saw a dark space door opened, and a thin red line shot out. Sherinon of Uchiha Obito has good dynamic vision. He clearly sees a fish hook at the tip of the thin red line. The pupils couldn't help but shrink. This feeling of chakra, the power of yin and yang to escape. Puff. The fish hook penetrated into 4th Mizukage's body with lightning speed, and at the same time the fish line tied him up. Not good. Uchiha Obito's face changed drastically. He was already faintly aware of what the other party wanted to do. Immediately inject a large amount of chakra into the right eye. 3 hooks are connected into one piece. Mangekyo Sherinon. The pupil power surged in an instant. Control 4th Mizukage and immediately release chakra, the tail beast in his body. Roar. 4th Mizukage yelled. Crimson tail beast clothes emerged from his body, forcibly broke free of the red line restraining his body. Hyuga Shiratori retracted the hook and found that only a blue ball of light was caught on it. It was chakra belonging to 4th Mizukage, but the 3 tails inside it could not be caught. Because Jinchuriki has a seal technique on his body, coupled with the resistance of Mangekyo Sherinon from Uchiha. Roar. 4th Mizukage let out an angry growl. Under Uchiha Obito Mangekyo Sharingan's strong pupil power, he is still under control. Kill him. Although Uchiha Obito doesn't know who this mysterious person who jumped out of nowhere is, the only certainty is that the appearance of the opponent will definitely destroy the plan. Wow. 4th Mizukage is covered with a layer of scarlet tail beast clothes, and both speed and strength have been amazingly improved. In an instant, he threw himself in front of Hyuga Shiratori. It came just right. Hyuga Shiratori chose the front side without fear. Gentle fist collided head-on with the opponent's fist with the tailed beast chakra. Boom. The fists collided, releasing a violent shock wave. All the tables and chairs in the office were blown away, and the glass doors and windows exploded. What? Uchiha Obito was surprised, and said in a deep voice, the other party's chakra can actually match Jinchuriki? No. His chakra is even stronger. I saw Hyuga Shiratori grabbing his 5 fingers, pinching 4th Mizukage's fist, turning around and twisting and making a violent shoulder fall. Wow. 4th Mizukage fell heavily to the ground, letting out a roar like a beast. But this kind of pain will only further arouse his fierceness. The translucent tail beast clothes on her body turned into 2 huge claws, and they patted Hyuga Shiratori heavily from both sides. Boom, boom. An unbelievable scene appeared. I saw Hyuga Shiratori's body, with 2 chakra claws also pouring out, firmly holding the opponent's claws. This is the chakra of the tail beast. Uchiha Obito was shocked again. It's also a tail beast, but its strength is very different. Hyuga Shiratori sneered. I saw the tail beast chakra on his body, from a translucent light red to an opaque golden vein. It is the chakra of Yang 9 Tails. Sizzle sizzle. The power of 9 Tails has formed a crushing advantage over 3 Tails. The golden claw easily ripped off the opponent's chakra claw, and firmly held 4th Mizukage in the palm of his hand. It will take a while to unlock the seal, so let's unlock the pupil contract on you first. Hyuga Shiratori opened his palm, and a special chakra technique emerged between his 5 fingers and pressed it heavily on 4th Mizukage's chest. I saw 4th Mizukage's originally hollow pupils, first enlarged and then contracted, gradually returning to focus. What? My pupil control is cut off? This is 4th Hokage's contract seal technique. Uchiha Obito was shocked. Subconsciously thought it was his teacher Namikaze Minato who came. However, when his Sharingan stared at the mysterious person in front of him, he found that the other party's chakra was a chakra he had never seen before. Who the hell is this? Cough 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 cough. 4th Mizukage finally got rid of the manipulation of pupil technique, and Jonin couldn't help vomiting a few mouthfuls of blood on his pale face. Yo, did you finally wake up from the dream? 4th Mizukage. Hyuga Shiratori snapped his fingers, removed the pupil technique on the Loquat Juzo and others. Yakura, could it be you before? Loquat Juzo looked at the latter with a complicated expression. Isn't it? Someone is controlling Mizukage from behind. The black Ho Thunder Tooth showed an incredible color on his face. That's it. No wonder Mizukage's behavior has become more and more weird recently. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost thoughtfully. This is really a cruel truth. I am a member of the Zeome clan, just like this, was killed by someone. Terumi Mei was deeply saddened. Sorry, this is my responsibility. But if there are any complaints, I have no time to say it now, right? 4th Mizukage gave a sad smile. Although the mysterious person in front of him helped him unlock the pupil technique that manipulated him. But he didn't think the other party was here to help him. Judging from the chakra that the opponent took away from him, it is definitely an enemy and not a friend. Okay, now the truth is finally revealed. If you say that, I can save you Kirigakuer, right? Hyuga Shiratori said seriously. And then? What price do I have to pay? 4th Mizukage saw blood for a while. 3 tails. Hyuga Shiratori said bluntly. 3 tails. Hello, are you serious? You are the lion's big mouth. Loquat Shizo and others scolded angrily. The tail beast is a strategic deterrent weapon of Shinobu, which is equivalent to the existence of nuclear weapons. How could it be handed over to outsiders? Sorry, this involves Kirigakuer's fundamental interests, and there is no room for negotiation. 4th Mizukage shook his head and clearly refused. Don't make it so absolute. Hokage also said so. Didn't you agree in the end? Hyuga Shiratori is indifferent and authentic. Hokage? Konoha. The power of the tail beast on your body is 9 tails. Everyone suddenly showed incredible colors. Impossible? In my information, Konoha's 9 tails Jinchuriki is a woman, 4th Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Kushina. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost is in charge of the intelligence department, and it is impossible to remember this important information. Uchiha Obito, hidden in the dark, is lost in thought. In the 9 Tails incident a year ago, he had to leave early because of his defeat in the duel with Namikaze Minato. He thought that the remaining 9 tails would be enough for Namikaze Minato to toss. Based on his understanding of his teacher, the latter would probably use the forbidden technique to seal him up, sacrificing lives as a price to seal 9 tails. It was only the news that Konoha finally came out, but he was shocked. 4th Hokage not only successfully sealed 9 tails, but also lived well. This puzzled Uchiha Obito. After much deliberation, I can only speculate whether Namikaze Minato has any nirvana that has never been used in the world. But now it seems that this matter is probably not that simple. This mysterious guy in front of him not only has the ability to extract chakra from others at will, he also carries chakra from 9 tails. Most importantly, the other party now also wants 3 tails. Collect the power of the tail beast. Isn't this the same purpose as their Akatsuki? Well, it doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I hold all of your lives in my hand now. Hyuga Shiratori issued a naked threat again. 4th Mizukage fell silent. Don't underestimate our missed shinobi, you bastard. Loquat Shizang yelled and cursed. He has a stubborn character, even if he is dead, he is unwilling to succumb to others. However, Hyuga and Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish don't have the same backbone as him, but in the current situation, they are not easy to say anything. Had to focus on 4th Mizukage's body. Terumi Mei has been depressed after learning that her family members died in a wrongdoing. She didn't know whether she should hate the Mizukage who gave the order. Oh. 4th Mizukage let out a long sigh, and said in a deep voice, I have to say, I am afraid of your threat. Yakura? What are you talking about? The big deal is that we will fight with him together. Loquat Shizang stared. No, Juzo, Kirigakuer can no longer withstand major losses. 4th Mizukage shook his head and said in a decisive tone, you are not allowed to fight, this is an order? It is also the last order I give you as 4th Mizukage. You? Loquat Shizang twitched his cheeks and clenched his fists, but with the weak chakra inside him, he couldn't do anything. Heichu Leiya and Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost both breathed a sigh of relief secretly. The two of them are really afraid of death. In addition, Terumi Mei, from today, you will be Kirigakuer's 5th Mizukage. When 4th Mizukage said this, it was as if a blockbuster had dropped. What? The Loquat Shizang and others were surprised. Why? Terumi Mei raised her head. Terumi Mei, you are a very good ninja and I am very optimistic about you. Of course, you can also understand that this is my compensation to Terumi. In short, whether you hate me or not, Kirigakuer will be left to you. 4th Mizukage said firmly. Terumi Mei's face changed for a while, and his brain fell into a cross between heaven and man. In all fairness, she hates 4th Mizukage very much, and even hates all the mist shinobi ninjas who wield butcher knives at her people. But this matter, in the final analysis, is someone behind it is controlling it all. Well, the last words have been explained, right? Hyuga Shiratori patiently waited for the other party to finish saying what they should say. Now, it's time to hand over the 3 tails in you. Now, it's time to hand over the 3 tails in you. Facing Hyuga Shiratori's aggressive attitude. Although the current situation is very unfavorable to me, but doing nothing and just sitting and waiting for death is a loss of Mizukage's dignity. 4th Mizukage chose to face it calmly. He is well aware of the dilemma in front of him. Even if you fight with all your strength, the end result will almost certainly be defeated. But he still has to fight. Because he is Kirigakuer's 4th Mizukage. Will you be dying? You are not afraid that I will kill you after I get rid of you, and then kill everyone else. Hyuga Shiratori continued to try to coerce the other party into submission. If you can succumb to others without fighting, that's also an easy task. This is my final agreement. No, it should be a request. 4th Mizukage said with a serious face, even if I fail, you can't attack other people. Your purpose is only to want chakra. There is no reason to kill Mist Shinobi, right? What if I have to kill it? Hyuga Shiratori said coldly. Then I will commit suicide first. 4th Mizukage was expressionless and authentic. If Jinchuriki dies, so will the tail beast. The other party's conspiracy of 3 tails will go bankrupt? Hyuga Shiratori was also stunned by the opponent's strange operation for a while. Threaten the enemy by suicide, you are really interesting, Mizukage. Hyuga Shiratori said silently. It's very weird, I guess it will become a joke in the shinobi world. 4th Mizukage smiled bitterly, but his eyes were extremely firm. The method is stupid, but I think it should be a threat to you. You won, Mizukage. Hyuga Shiratori thought about it for a while and agreed to the other party's request. A word is a deal. 4th Mizukage secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Listening to the conversation between Mizukage and the enemy quietly on the side, Loquat Juzo and others were involuntarily moved by it. Even Terumi Mei temporarily let go of his hatred of genocide, and said firmly every word. I will inherit the name of 5th Mizukage. The village is left to you. 4th Mizukage took away the last heavy burden in his heart, and stared at Hyuga Shiratori with all his attention. This is probably a formidable enemy he can hardly defeat. Come on, fight to death. Hyuga Shiratori beckoned to the opponent with a relaxed face. 4th Mizukage didn't talk any more nonsense, and took a deep breath. At this time, the chakra in his body had been fished away by the opponent, and the only thing he relied on was the 3 tails in his body. The translucent chakra shrank and turned into a dark red high-density chakra covering the skin, and a second tail grew behind him. This is the second state of tail beastization. Roar. 4th Mizukage let out an angry roar like a beast. Boom. The ground burst as soon as I stepped on it. Using the huge recoil, the body slammed into Hyuga Shiratori like a cannonball. Water-style water mirror technique. A flowing mirror appeared in front of Hyuga Shiratori, and 4th Mizukage's figure was reflected in the mirror. Then instantly copied the other side's appearance and jumped out of the mirror. Boom. The two collided head-on. Not only the appearance was exactly the same, but even the strength was exactly the same. Hyuga Shiratori stepped forward to make a palm. Ninfa coral palm. This palm fell on the opponent's body, and the latter immediately grew extremely hard coral, which greatly restricted the opponent's ability to move. How does it feel to be attacked by your own ninjutsu? Hyuga Shiratori kicked 4th Mizukage out. Crack. 4th Mizukage exploded with the power of the tail beast, shattering the restrained coral, and at the same time slapped a paw on the ground. With the help of the huge chakra of the tail beast, launch a more powerful large-scale water-style great waterfall technique. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. Hyuga Shiratori's body was wrapped in a water dragon and rushed out of the opponent's violent waterfall. And your ninjutsu, how does it feel? Golden electric balls condensed around Hyuga Shiratori. Lightning-style thunderball. Boom, 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 boom. Fourth Mizukage dodged a few lanes left and right, but was hit by one of them and flew out. My heart is dignified. Not only did they receive the ninjutsu of the Loquat Juzo and the Black Hoe Thunder Tooth, but under the action of the powerful chakra, the power is even stronger. Ninfa Acupuncture Chiban. Shoo, hoo, hoo. The hardened hair shot out like a pear flower needle in a rainstorm. Fourth Mizukage immediately raised his hands to block, and said solemnly, this level of ninjutsu, can't, haha, did you notice it now? The same move will have different effects depending on different people. Hyuga Shiratori's eyes were firmly locked on the opponent. With the insight of Byakugan's pupil technique, he aimed each strand of hair at the chakra points in the target body, so as to achieve the effect of tapping acupuncture points to block chakra. This is the inspiration he got from the original work of Ōtsutsuki Kagaya's Rabbit First Stitch. Can't do anything? My chakra. Fourth Mizukage looked at his arm, several strands of hair tied. With his decent amount of knowledge, it can be seen that these hair strands are inserted in accordance with specific chakra points. Therefore, it often has the effect of accurately blocking and cutting off the flow of chakra in his body. Wow. Hyuga Shiratori used the instant technique, as fast as a flash of light. A Raisnon was condensed in the palm of his hand for an instant. Boom. Fourth Mizukage was knocked to the ground heavily. The huge impact is tearing the high-density tailed beast chakra covering his body. Crack, click. Cracks appeared on the crimson chakra skin. I have not yet. In order to break through the blocked chakra cave, Fourth Mizukage had to use more power of the tail beast. Further beastization, which also means that the seal is further opened. I saw Fourth Mizukage's body swelled rapidly. In a blink of an eye, it turned into a giant turtle. This is the main body of Three Tails ISO? Ho 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 ho. Three Tails made a deafening roar that spread throughout Kirigakure. That's right, the seal is completely unlocked, and it will be more convenient to catch chakra. Hyuga Shiratori smiled without anger. Hold the red light fishing rod in one hand. I saw Three Tails retracted its limbs and head into the tortoise shell, and then, like an oversized tire, it turned at high speed on the spot. Finally, with huge mass, rushed towards Hyuga Shiratori with the destructive power of crushing everything. A beast is a beast. Hyuga Shiratori refused to give up, and greeted him head-on. Countless big golden chakra hands emerged behind him. The power of 9 tails. Puff 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 puff. The front is blocking the 3 tails wheel in front of you. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The wheel was forcibly pressed and couldn't move forward, and could only roll on the spot. Torn the earth, causing dust all over the sky. However, no matter how hard he rallied, he just couldn't make half a step in front of Hyuga Shiratori. Three Tails saw that the physical attack was invalid, so he stopped. Opening the mouth of the blood basin, a dark dense chakra core was quickly condensed. Play this with me. Hyuga Shiratori held the palm of his hand and manipulated the golden chakra on his body, transforming it into the shape of the head of 9 tails. Opening his mouth, he condensed a dark dense chakra core at a faster speed. Tailed Beast Bomb. Tailed Beast Bomb. The two used Tailed Beast Bomb almost face to face. The result was a shocking explosion. Boom. The Mizukage building was instantly razed to the ground. The terrifying explosion formed a huge mushroom cloud over Kirigakure. Everyone was awakened by this earth-shattering explosion. Fortunately, Kirigakure is not like Konoha. Civilian buildings are built so densely. Otherwise, it may cause immeasurable damage. Located in the center of the explosion, I saw the behemoth 3 tails, which had already been blown up to rags. Most of the tortoise shell on his body was cracked, and one of his claws was blown away. On the other side, the transformed head of 9 tails was only blown off with one ear, and the specific chakra structure was not damaged too much. It can be seen that they are both tail beasts, but the chakra strength of 9 tails is much stronger than 3 tails. 3 tails, which was hit hard, shrank and withdrew from tail animalization, and 4th Mizukage lay on the ground dying. This is the power of 9 tails. Reminder, this is only half the power of 9 tails. Hyuga Shiratori gave the opponent a fatal blow. The power of the complete 9 tails is probably comparable to the sum of other tail beasts. Even he couldn't take it all at once. He also took advantage of the power of Namikaze Minato and his wife to accept the half of 9 tails. This is also normal. After all, there is no fat man who eats in one go. Who on earth are you? 4th Mizukage showed an incredible color again. Hyuga, forget it. Since you are about to die, I will show you my true identity with compassion. Hyuga Shiratori said seriously. Hyuga Shiratori is just a branch house of the Hyuga clan, a kid who is only 6 years old. Unwilling to tell me my true identity in the end. 4th Mizukage sighed deeply regretfully. He didn't believe the other party's nonsense at all. Hyuga Shiratori? Hyuga branch house? A kid who is only 6 years old? Who are you lying to? There is no way. It's rare to say a truth that no one believes. Hyuga Shiratori shrugged and walked towards the ladder with the red fishing rod in his hand. Puff. Since 4th Mizukage was completely tailed, he unlocked the seal technique on his body. Hyuga Shiratori's yin and yang escape fish hook, which can drive straight in, hooking the 3 tails in his body. 3 tails chakra, I accept it. Hyuga Shiratori tried his best to hook, and forcibly pulled out a grey-blue, full-weight chakra from the opponent's body. Ha-ah! Fourth Mizukage let out a terrible howl, his body became sluggish at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his face was so pale that there was no trace of blood. The tail beast was stripped, and Jinchuriki's life came to an end. Fourth Mizukage's mouth opened, but in the end he couldn't say a word. With regret and unwillingness, the pupils dilated and lost focus. Kodaki Tachibana Yakura, die? Fourth Mizukage. Loquat Juzo and others immediately cast unbelievable horrified eyes. They never thought of it. As a strong movie player, or Jinchuriki of Three Tails, Fourth Mizukage will lose so fast. And it was such a terrible defeat. The other party hardly used any tactics. Purely relying on absolute strength, crushing to win. Hyuga Tenin, is that really the legendary ninja? Terumi Mei stared at Hyuga Shiratori with an incredible gaze. She remembered before, seeing the palm of the other party extending out of her robes. Obviously it is as immature as a 6-year-old child. What is this? Hyuga Shiratori caught the heavy Three Tails chakra and stuffed it into the red light fish basket. Besides, 10 Tibetan loquats, Black Hoe Thunder Teeth, Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost, Lyceum Tachibana Yakura, these powerful ninja chakra. This time the missed shinobi trip is really a bumper harvest. Hyuga Shiratori nodded in satisfaction, feeling particularly happy. Then he glanced over, Terumi Mei and others who lay all the way eating melons. Terumi Mei and others felt tight. Now they have no resistance at all. As long as the other party wants to do it, one finger can kill them all. Haha, don't be so nervous, since I promised Mizukage, then I will not rush to kill. Anyway, I am not interested in you. Hyuga Shiratori looked casually. You already have the power of 9 tails, and now you have taken away 3 tails. Collecting the tail beasts like this, what are you trying to do? Terumi Mei couldn't help asking. Weird power and chaos. This world is very dangerous. Only by mastering more and stronger power can we be carefree and free. Hyuga Shiratori is indifferent and authentic. Chasing power? But you obviously already have the power to defeat the shadow. Terumi Mei said he couldn't understand. Generally speaking, the shadow is already at the top of the ninja's pyramid. The opponent is already standing at the highest point, so what reason is there to chase more powerful forces? Ignorance is not an obstacle to survival, arrogance is. Hyuga Shiratori said a meaningful word. Shadow level, very strong? Hehe. In the latter part of the original book, the movie class walks all over the floor. Jonin is not as good as a dog. It's really not enough to watch the mere movie level. Not to mention there are aliens from Ōtsutsuki. None of the people present could appreciate the meaning of Hyuga Shiratori's words. But the only thing that is certain is that they have firmly remembered this sentence. Sooner or later, they will understand the true meaning of this sentence. Goodbye, Kirigakure bugs. Hyuga Shiratori chuckled lightly, and his gaze fell slightly on Terumi Mei's body. Fifth Mizukage, I hope you can build this village well and work hard to cultivate more outstanding ninjas. In this way, I can harvest more chakra in the future. You. Terumi Mei's expression was stagnant, and she almost didn't explode in anger. Ha 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 ha. There was a laughter full of sarcasm, and Hyuga Shiratori turned and left. Kamui space. This guy ruined my many years of layout in Kirigakure. Uchiha Obito's eyes had a strong fierce light. Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, and the power of 9 tails, where is this sacred? Definitely also very confused. For him, an old yin who has lived for thousands of years, he is used to collecting a lot of ninja information from all ages. He just didn't know anything about the mysterious person in front of him. Didn't he claim to be Hyuga Tenin? Humph? The guy who pretends to be a fool. Uchiha Obito didn't believe it at all, because he was pretending to be Uchiha Madara. Unexpectedly, Big Huyo will meet another Big Huyo? I know Hyuga Tenin, but his chakra breath is not like this. He definitely knew something about the powerful ninja who was contemporary with Uchiha Madara. Hyuga Tenin was a very famous ninja in the Sengoku era. It is reported that the strength is second only to Senjo Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Must know the detailed information of this person. Even after Hyuga Tenin died, he sneaked into the Hyuga clan quietly, and scraped a little chakra message from the latter's body. Therefore, he can pack a ticket to determine that the guy who claims to be Hyuga Tenin is definitely a fake. No matter who he is, it is absolutely intolerable to destroy Akatsuki's plan and steal the tail beast. Uchiha Obito's eyes were full of murderous intent. Then what are you going to do? Do you want to do it? Absolutely asked. At the same time, I did not forget to add a reminder. With all due respect, this person's chakra is very powerful, and his abilities are quite weird. It's not that easy to deal with. Of course I know this. However, even the most powerful people will have time to relax. Uchiha Obito said confidently, this guy just defeated Mizukage and took away the tail beast. It was the time to be proud. At this time, he would never think that someone would dare to attack him. That's it. Are you planning to use space ninjutsu to launch a sneak attack? I understood the other person's thoughts in no time. With the pupil power of my Mangekyo Sharinon, coupled with wood style, it is not impossible to kill with one blow. Uchiha Obito is ambitious, do whatever he wants. Don't be careless. I definitely feel that the other party is a bit unreliable. After thousands of years, he is very cautious. Before he was 100% sure, he would never make a move rashly. Huh? If you are afraid, stay in Kamui space honestly. Uchiha Obito was honest and disdainful. In his opinion, although it definitely represents the will of Uchiha Madara, it does not have much power. People without power are always so timid. Hehe. These despicable, inferior creatures? Juhart sneered. But on the surface he still pretended to care about the other party. Wait a minute, you'd better put on my wood-style coat just to be cautious. I always use Uchiha Obito as a pawn, so I don't want the opponent to die so quickly. Madara, is that too timid? Uchiha Obito mocked the other party on the surface, but accepted the other party's kindness honestly. After all, he is not stupid, knowing that the enemy is very powerful. In case of a miss, you can also save a life-saving hole card. Almost, should I show up too, right? Hyuga Shiratori walked alone on the border of the water country. He is waiting for the appearance of the last prey. Uchiha Obito? The tail beast is the hunting target of Akatsuki's organization, and it is impossible for the opponent to sit and watch him leave the tail beast safely. So it is very likely that he will set up an ambush on the way he leaves, and then make a plot. Hyuga Shiratori kept an eye on himself. On the surface, he pretended to be defenseless and walked on the road swaggeringly. In fact, Byakugan was turned on secretly, 360 degrees without blind spots, and the whole picture was scanned, waiting for the prey to be delivered automatically. Hyuga Shiratori was patient and waited quietly. However, Uchiha Obito, hiding in the Kamui space, couldn't wait. Because the other party continues to walk, he will soon go out to sea. For Uchiha Obito, who is good at fire-style ninjutsu, the sea is not a good combat terrain. It's now 3 Tomo Sharingan in Uchiha Obito's right eye became Mangekyo Sharingan in vain. Wait a minute, that guy's chakra is weird. It was almost as if he had noticed something unusual, and quickly issued a reminder. I don't know if Uchiha Obito heard it. Anyway, he has already launched Kamui for space transfer. The movement of Kamui's space is very small, almost silent. In terms of concealment alone, Kamui is even higher than Huangquan than Liangsaka. Of course Huangquan Hirasaka is the Ōtsutsuki clan based on the interstellar shuttle, developed a blood follow-up snare. The theory of force and the upper limit of ability are not on the same level. It's like a mosquito can sneak in silently, but a goshawk can't. But you can't say that mosquitoes are more powerful than goshawks, right? Behind Hyuga Shiratori, a distorted space appeared. It's done. Uchiha Obito thought he appeared silently, and his murderous black hand reached out to Hyuga Shiratori's neck. The prey is hooked. The corners of Hyuga Shiratori's mouth formed a pleasant arc. Wood-style instrument technique. A branch grew from the palm of Uchiha Obito's palm, aimed at the back of Hyuga Shiratori's neck, and thrust it fiercely. Don't look at this thing inconspicuously. In fact, this is a very vicious ninjutsu. As long as the branches are inserted into the human body, the surgeon can use wood style to stimulate the growth of branches, thereby piercing the target's internal organs from the inside out. It is a very effective one-strike ninjutsu. Wow. Hyuga Shiratori tilted his head and easily avoided the opponent's wood-style branches. Sure enough, is it Byakugan of the Hyuga clan? Uchiha Obito's eyes narrowed slightly, but this was within his budget. Hyuga Shiratori turned around and gave gentle fist a heavy blow to the opponent's chest. Uchiha Obito had already prepared, and the right eye, Mangekyo Sharingan, activated hollow. Hyuga Shiratori was full of chakra's palms, and just penetrated the opponent's body. How about it? Are you panicking? You never thought of it, did you? Uchiha Obito said the conspiracy has succeeded. Nothing. Very calm. You thought it was not what I thought. Hyuga Shiratori completely passed through the opponent's body without a slight wave on his face. However, at the moment when the body crossed, Uchiha Obito immediately used pupil technique to materialize the body. The wood-style branch in his hand drew towards the opponent's neck again. It's no use fighting back. My eyes can see through your movements. Once you take the counterattack action, I immediately enter hollow. After going back and forth several times like this, I don't believe you can fight back every time? Uchiha Obito is confident. I saw it. Hyuga Shiratori's Byakugan, transformed into blue Rinnegan. This is the unique ability of Ōtsutsuki Urashiki, back in time, able to return to the previous few seconds from the current point in time, so as to achieve the effect of predicting the future. Time has returned to the point where the two first met. Wood-style instrument technique. Sure enough, is it Byakugan from the Hyuga clan? Uchiha Obito felt that everything was under control. Facing Hyuga Shiratori's gentle fist counterattacked, he immediately moved his body into the hollow. The bodies of the two crossed by. Uchiha Obito felt that the conspiracy had succeeded again. I think the other party is panicked. I think I'm very stable. And many more. Why do you want to say it again? Uchiha Obito faintly felt something was wrong. However, according to the original battle plan, he immediately materialized at the moment when the two bodies intersected, and then, puff. Hyuga Shiratori pierced the opponent's chest with one shot. Uchiha Obito's eyes widened suddenly. What's happening here? It's like when playing chess, just as soon as he raised his hand, the opponent spotted his position and blocked his chess path. Oh. Uchiha Obito endured the severe pain in his chest and activated his pupil technique to enter hollow again. Separated from the opponent's red light rod. How do you know my next step? Uchiha Obito clutched the bleeding wound and subconsciously drove the power of wood style to try to heal it. But something surprised him again. I saw the unfavorable wood style's resilience, and it was unable to heal the wound at this moment. She had to use physical means to forcibly plug the wound. And he reminded in a deep voice, this chakra, the weapon is made by yin and yang. It has the effect of dissolving all things, and wood style's chakra will be decomposed once it gets close. You must first find a way to get rid of the wound. The remaining yin and yang escape chakra. Ju also felt the seriousness of the situation at this time. Because the power of yin and yang escapes, it belongs to the power of the 6 realms. Could it be that the other party also owns Rinnegan? This is impossible. Over the past thousands of years, I must have targeted any ninja with the potential to awaken Rinnegan. That is why Uchiha Madara has such potential. How come a member of the Hyuga clan suddenly turned on Rinnegan? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito's face also sank. In other words, in a short period of time, is it impossible to deal with the injury? Retreat now, Ju strictly reminded. No, I haven't lost yet. Uchiha Obito is stubborn. Since the awakening of Mangekyo Sharinon, Uchiha Obito has been very successful from flicking Nagato to heads-up Namikaze Minato to controlling 4th Mizukage. I have never thought of such a big loss today. That should be an accident just now. My Kamui is invincible. Uchiha Obito was hit hard, but he still didn't give up. Stubbornly believe that his Kamui is invincible? Oh, didn't you run away? Really ambitious. Hyuga Shiratori looked ridiculously authentic. Huh? Hyuga clan people, when did they learn to play tricks? Uchiha Obito said coldly. Only you are not qualified to say that, Uchiha Obito. Hyuga Shiratori gave the opponent a knowing blow. Uchiha Obito's face changed suddenly and fell into a weird silence. The other party actually revealed his identity in one word. Who on earth are you? Hyuga Tenin. Absurd. Uchiha Obito was negative on the surface, but in fact there was a certain shake in his heart. After all, the legendary Uchiha Madara was also alive, so it's not surprising that the old monsters of the same era are alive, right? Don't listen to him nonsense, this guy's chakra is completely different from Hyuga Tenin. Definitely reminded. Then who do you think he is? Uchiha Obito frowned. This, I don't know. I am also very confused. He was an old monster who had been lingering for thousands of years, no one had ever seen him. But I really couldn't guess the identity of the mysterious person in front of me. Then you just shut up. Uchiha Obito snorted coldly. Hyuga Shiratori quietly looked at the other party wrangling, and he was not in a hurry. Anyway, he knows that Uchiha Obito's hollow time is 10 minutes at most. Long-distance space transfer needs to be materialized first. However, as soon as the opponent materializes, he will immediately launch an attack. Uchiha Obito also knew the time of his pupil operation, and immediately stopped grinding, holding the wood-style branch and rushed towards Hyuga Shiratori. Hyuga Shiratori narrowed his eyes slightly, and saw that the opponent was in a completely hollow state. Therefore, at this time, all attacks on him are ineffective. Of course, at the same time, all the opponent's attacks are also invalid. I saw Uchiha Obito stab at Hyuga Shiratori's branch and directly passed through the latter's forehead. The damage caused is 0. This guy didn't even shake his eyelids. He really saw through my hollow. Uchiha Obito frowned. It's one thing to see through, but it's another thing to stay calm and come in the face of an attack on your face. This means that the other party is extremely confident and not afraid of any accidents. Wow. Uchiha Obito turned around and stabbed the branch to the back of Hyuga Shiratori again. Still hollow. Hyuga Shiratori didn't even move a finger during the whole process. Let the opponent keep pushing the branches through the chest, head, and abdomen. Oh. Hyuga Shiratori couldn't help but yawned, and said indifferently, the bluffing trick is almost enough, right? Uchiha Obito's right eye flashed with cold. Materialization? Ninfa Coral Palm. Hyuga Shiratori used 4th Mizukage's solo technique to smash the branch in the opponent's hand with one palm. Boom. When destroying the weapon in the opponent's hand, Hyuga Shiratori immediately stopped. The palm of the hand hovered directly in front of Uchiha Obito's forehead, then put it away, because he knew it didn't make sense to fight. The moment the opponent's weapon was destroyed, he immediately entered hollow again. Uchiha Obito's face was ugly. His every move is counted as death by the other party. There is no chance at all. In this case, try a long-range attack. Uchiha Obito backed back, his hands quickly sealed. Fire Style Flurry. This is his original and top fire style, which combines Kamui's space distortion characteristics to create a Uzumaki. Not only is the speed fast, but the attack range is also quite wide. It's fancy, not worth mentioning. Hyuga Shiratori spewed a lot of water from the red light fish basket behind him. Water style Great Waterfall technique. With absolute amount of water, extinguish all the flames of Uzumaki? It's not over yet. Uchiha Obito used the top shuriken of the Uchiha clan, and once again combined with Kamui's twisted space, it turned into an erratic shuriken formation from all directions. Revolving Heaven. Hyuga Shiratori erupts from acupuncture points throughout the body, forming an absolute defense barrier. No matter how weird your shurikens fly, there is nothing you can do to defend the Jedi with no dead ends. Ding, 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 ding. Is there any more? You only have this level of power. Hyuga Shiratori looked contemptuously. To be honest, in terms of combat effectiveness, Uchiha Obito is not as good as 4th Mizukage, and it is not much different from the Loquat Juzo and his like. Had it not been for that Mangekyo Sharinon, he would have been blown by Hyuga Shiratori 10 times 8 times. Now as long as Kamui's skills cool down, Uchiha Obito will undoubtedly lose. Swish swish. Uchiha Obito punched and kicked Hyuga Shiratori almost frantically. But most of them are hollow, without any harm. The imaginary is the real is the imaginary, and the imaginary is the real, the unpredictable. However, all this, in front of Hyuga Shiratori's blue Rinnegan, is just a video that can be reversed. Back in time. At the moment Uchiha Obito materialized, it was hit by Hyuga Shiratori's palm. Why? Uchiha Obito's eyes were wide open, puzzled. Could it be that? Do you really have the power to predict the future? This, absolutely impossible. Uchiha Obito clutched his chest with damaged internal organs, and took a few steps backwards vainly. Forget it? That guy's power is too weird, you are not an opponent. Persuaded painfully. Had it not been for him to use the power of wood style to supplement Uchiha Obito's chakra, the latter would have been blown up. Damn it. Uchiha Obito tried his best, but he couldn't help but Hyuga Shiratori. Instead, he was beaten all over. Ho, I have to admit that you are stronger now. Uchiha Obito's voice is deep and authentic. Although he was very unwilling, but at this moment he also understood the difference in strength between the two sides. But, not necessarily next time. Uchiha Obito pressed a harsh word and prepared to leave. Yo, it's so light, since you came to attack me, don't pay any price, do you think you can retreat with your whole body? Hyuga Shiratori mocked. Huh, don't get too smug. I can't beat you, but I want to run. No one can catch me. Uchiha Obito's self-confidence came again now. Hehe. Hyuga Shiratori raised his hand and swayed, and said calmly, you can try it. Calculating the time secretly, less than a minute is left before the opponent's hollow limit. Uchiha Obito also knew that time was running out, so he didn't dare to love fighting immediately. Turn around decisively and run away. Wow. Hyuga Shiratori followed closely behind. Wow. Uchiha Obito interspersed from side to side, ran alleys, and deliberately ran into dead ends. Anyway, in hollow state, he can enter directly through the wall. Boring. Hyuga Shiratori was rude and direct, blasting through the wall with one palm. Physical means open the way. This guy. Uchiha Obito looked behind him, rushed all the way, faced obstacles, and violently broke through. Suddenly feel the scalp numb? Half a minute is left until hollow is over. Can't pester him anymore. Uchiha Obito paused and dived directly into the ground. Lava style dissolve everything. Hyuga Shiratori raised his hands and released a large amount of gray-brown strong acid solution from his palms. Sneak through the ground through corrosion? At the same time, with the help of Byakugan, Uchiha Obito's sneaking direction was firmly locked. Even using lava style to open the way, this lunatic. Uchiha Obito was dumbfounded by shock. Blood succession boundary consumes chakra very much. The other party wastes lava style like this. The chakra that needs to be consumed is absolutely massive. Most people use it like this, and it's already squeezed dry. This shows how huge chakra the latter has to have. Hyuga Shiratori is certainly not afraid of chakra consumption. He now has 2 tail beasts, and the massive amount of chakra is enough for him to splurge at will. There are 10 seconds left before the end of hollow. No, if this continues, I will be caught up. Uchiha Obito was finally in a hurry. The descending figure rose rapidly and jumped out of the ground. Hyuga Shiratori followed closely. But in the process of moving up, the opponent did not forget to set up a powerful barrier. Enchantment Art Uchiha Flame Array. The advanced forbearance of the Uchiha clan has a powerful defense ability to resist the attacks of tail beasts. The dark red enchantment covers the entire surface. Blocked the way Hyuga Shiratori returned to the ground. This trick should be able to hold him for a while, right? Uchiha Obito secretly said in his heart, and at the same time he was ready to materialize. It's not even a second. Hyuga Shiratori didn't dare to face the opponent head-on, and his eyes turned directly into the red Rinnegan of the 6-Gold Jade. Huangquan Hirasaka? Start instantly? The open space door penetrated the barrier directly and unscathed. What? Uchiha Obito was shocked. At this time, Hollow's time has come. You're done. Hyuga Shiratori saw through the details of the opponent at a glance. The red light fishing rod in his hand flicked. Puff. The thin red thread pierced Uchiha Obito's chest. Your chakra, I accept it. Hyuga Shiratori drew abruptly and fished out a bunch of purple and a bunch of green chakra. They represent his Sharinon blood succession limit and wood-style blood succession limit chakra. Ha-ah. Uchiha Obito let out a scream of pain and collapsed weakly to the ground. My purpose is only to collect chakra. Under normal circumstances, I am not interested in killing. However, I think you are unhappy, so kill it. Hyuga Shiratori glanced at him indifferently. In his previous life, he hated this master-killing boy, and he thought about Project Tsuki no Mi, and eventually became a chess piece. But the most weird thing is at the end of the original. Such a top war criminal would actually be washed white? Are you ridiculous? Wood-style instrument technique. From the palm of the hand, a tree branch shot out, hitting Uchiha Obito's chest. Puff 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 puff. I saw the branches growing rapidly in the opponent's body, and the extended branches pierced his internal organs. In the end, he emerged from the piercing bones, and his death was terrible. But, after being killed, Uchiha Obito's body gradually became illusory. Hyuga Shiratori's eyes narrowed slightly, and his eyes were blue. Rinnegan activated. Back in time? Time has returned to the moment when Uchiha Obito was pulled away from chakra. Uchiha Obito fainted because of chakra's overdraft and his injuries. During this period, the Jew set on him immediately occupied the latter's body. Unleash the forbidden art Izanaki? At the cost of the permanent blindness of Sherinon, who sacrificed his left eye, he was able to transform all his disadvantages, including death, into a dream. The ultimate illusion free from illusion and reality? Hey! Hyuga Shiratori curled the corner of his mouth and took the wood-style branch back into the palm of his hand. Suddenly, he was also stunned. Because in the time he experienced, the opponent immediately stopped attacking after he launched the forbidden technique Izanaki. It seems that there is no meaning to make up the knife at all. Then he launched the forbidden technique Izanaki at this time. Wouldn't it be a waste? Boring procrastination. Hyuga Shiratori stared at each other indifferently. 10 minutes. He definitely felt his scalp numb, if he had a scalp. Shocked in his heart, this guy, why can he still see through Izanaki's timeliness? Could it be said that he really has the ability to predict the future? The more I thought about it, the more I felt that Hyuga Shiratori's strength was unfathomable, and he didn't want to stay any longer. Taking advantage of Izanaki's invincible time, he absolutely controls Uchiha Obito's body and moves Kamui's space. Uzumaki, the twisted space, sucked Uchiha Obito's body in. I finally escaped. The power of Obito's eye can't be better used to save your life. I must breathe a sigh of relief. But then, a scene that horrified him appeared. I saw a twisted space Uzumaki that appeared again in the Kamui space. Very well, my eyes have recorded this space, and I can enter and exit at any time. The figure of Hyuga Shiratori walked out of it. The red Rinnegan of the six-gold jade with both eyes flashed away. As long as you have seen the Kamui space once, his Huangquan Biliangzaka can invade at any time? Even Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil skills can be used for your own use. Who are you? Absolutely scared. For thousands of years, he has never seen such a ninja. The level of weirdness of its abilities is even comparable to that of Sage of Six Paths back then. Do not? Even the mother is compared to Ōtsutsuki Kagaya? And many more? Ōtsutsuki? This guy is not from the alien Ōtsutsuki family, is it? Ju's true identity is Kagayaji's will, and he naturally knows that Kagayaji created the plan of the White Zetsu Legion in order to resist the alien Ōtsutsuki family. That is the existence that even the mother is afraid of. Are you from the Ōtsutsuki family? Absolutely raised the question in his mind carefully. Hyuga Shiratori was taken aback for a moment, and then habitually used the big flicker technique. Yeah, I came here to capture the traitor Kagaya by the order of the family. Do you know where she is? I don't know. I don't? He denied it subconsciously, but soon he noticed something wrong. Wait. Your body is obviously human, and it is absolutely impossible to belong to the Ōtsutsuki family. Who knows? Hyuga Shiratori babbled with each other leisurely. Anyway, it is also consuming time. It seemed that he was also aware of his intentions, and closed his mouth and stopped talking nonsense. Use your own chakra to activate Kamui again. Attempt to use space transfer again. But Hyuga Shiratori is faster than him. 6-hook Jade Red Rinnegan. Instantly launch Huangquan Hirizaka. The open space door perfectly covers the twisted space created by Kamui. I don't know why, plus I panicked and went straight in, but suddenly discovered that he had come to a strange and mysterious space. Not good. Suddenly, the secret path was bad, and he immediately discovered that he had entered the wrong space. Launch Kamui again. Sizzle. I saw the distorted space that was unprofitable, but it didn't work at this time. There are only small fluctuations in the space, far from reaching the level of space transfer. Damn it. He almost madly injected chakra into Uchiha Obito's right eye, and forced the Kamui pupil technique to the limit. As a result, the latter's right eye was covered with bloodshot eyes, overflowing with blood. Under his desperate Kamui, he finally reluctantly twisted a space Uzumaki. But, lightning-style thunder banquet. Hyuga Shiratori waved a thunder and knocked Uchiha Obito under absolute control to the ground. Mangekyo Sherinon with his right eye finally returned to the state of Sanguyu overwhelmed. At the same time, the space Uzumaki, which was finally forcibly twisted, was forced to close. Excuse me, this is my space. The power of the mere limit of blood is not my opponent at all. Hyuga Shiratori's face was indifferent and authentic. Uchiha Obito, who was knocked to the ground, turned into an illusion, then resurrect in situ and rebirth. Within the effective time of Izanaki, even death can be reversed. But now, the time has come. Hyuga Shiratori snapped his fingers, a lot of flames appeared all over his body, and then they revolved around together. Fire-style flurry. The tossing flame storm rolled Uchiha Obito's body into the sky. The hot flames burned him beyond recognition. What followed was a water dragon swallowing it in one bite. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. Boom. The water dragon burst and turned into a burst of hot rain falling. Uchiha Obito's broken body spiraled and fell in midair. Hyuga Shiratori's Byakugan firmly locked the chakra meridian of the opponent's body. Thanks to the transplantation of Senjo Hashirama's cells, his body strength and resilience are very strong. But even so, it can't withstand Hyuga Shiratori's continuous ninjutsu bombing? This is the last blow. A ball of chakra light condensed instantly in Hyuga Shiratori's hand. Raise non. Boom. Penetrating through Uchiha Obito's chest, a strong energy shock wave ripped out from behind him, piercing a huge watermelon-like cavity forcibly. All the internal organs and bones in the heart and chest were blown away. Now, even if Senjo Hashirama is alive, he has to kneel. Uchiha Obito swallowed completely. Byakugan of Hyuga Shiratori confirmed that chakra in the opponent's body had stopped flowing. I can't die. Crack, click. On Uchiha Obito's body, a part of White Zetsu's body was scattered. Huh? The black one, did it run away? Hyuga Shiratori Byakugan swept away, but never found the breath of Black Zetsu. This guy who had been lingering for thousands of years finally showed what he was best at the last moment. Go ahead. Never mind. Just let you keep on, it's not a bad thing anyway. Hyuga Shiratori secretly estimated. Black Zetsu's plan is to resurrect Ōtsutsuki Kagaya. For him, it may not be a bad thing. After all, there is no chakra in this world, it is more delicious than Kagayaji. Kirigakuru's trip ended successfully. Hyuga Shiratori's red light fish basket contained a large amount of chakra, and he returned with a full load. At the same time, the name Hyuga Tenin spread rapidly in the black market. In turn, the intelligence agencies of the 5 major countries have collected this explosive information. Everyone was amazed at the Hyuga Tenin who came out of nowhere, and at the same time was very jealous. Especially Konoha Shinobi Village. As we all know, the Hyuga clan belongs to the ancient family of Konoha. Now suddenly an old ancestor has appeared to run rampant in the world of shinobi, and he is bound to be susceptible to the suspicion of various forces. Not to mention whether this Hyuga Tenin is really a legendary character. But the only certainty is that 100% of the mysterious people who attacked Vunin village were ninjas from the Hyuga clan. The newly appointed 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei immediately stopped the civil war and lifted Kirigakuru's long-term blockade policy. The first diplomacy is to publicly condemn the Konoha Hyuga clan for assassinating 4th Mizukage's despicable behavior. As soon as this news came out, it immediately caused an uproar in the major ninja villages, whether it is sneaking into a shinobu village, or assassinating a shadow-level powerhouse. It's all extremely difficult things. This shows the power of the Hyuga Tenin. In the face of Kirigakuru's condemnation, Konoha seemed very passive diplomatically. In peaceful times, sending people to assassinate the shadow of another village is a despicable act that has been spurned. If this causes a war, Konoha must bear full responsibility. In order to appease Kirigakure, Konoha paid a great price. Namikaze Minato changed from the forgiving policy of treating the Uchiha clan and imposed extremely strict monitoring on the Hyuga clan. The reason is that he suffered a big loss in the Nine Tails incident. Namikaze Minato privately agreed to divide Nine Tails for the safety of his family. This move is equivalent to betraying Konoha's significant benefits, so that he can only conceal the existence of Hyuga Tenin. He didn't even dare to issue an arrest warrant. It's all right now. Mizukage's diplomatic condemnation just allows Konoha to issue a wanted warrant in a justified manner. And Namikaze Minato took the opportunity to publicly accountable the Hyuga family, hoping to pressure the other party to return the half of Nine Tails. However, the Hyuga clan didn't even know what was going on. Therefore, in the face of Namikaze Minato's hint in his words, he did not respond at all. Namikaze Minato feels very annoyed, and believes that the Hyuga clan embezzled Nine Tails as a hidden evil. The Hyuga clan felt inexplicable, and felt that Hokage was looking for trouble. For a time, the relationship between the Hyuga clan and Hokage quickly deteriorated. The mutual suspicion is getting deeper and deeper. It is very similar to the tense confrontation with the Uchiha clan in the 3rd generation era. Namikaze Minato was able to calm down the ambitious Uchiha clan, but turned the original loyal and safe Hyuga clan into the opposite. This left 4th Hokage's original glorious achievements, leaving a flaw. But none of this has anything to do with Hyuga Shiratori. For the next period of time, he will temporarily stop his activities in the black market. Concentrate on processing the chakra stored in the red light fish basket. Yang Nine Tails, Bayunyi Mountain, Troy, Loquat Juzo, Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, Black Hore Tooth, Terumi Mei, Gaku Tachibana Yakura, 3 Tails. As long as all these chakras are refined into pills and eaten, Hyuga Shiratori's strength will be upgraded to a higher level. Time flies by. 2 years later, the name Hyuga Tenin seemed to disappear after a brief flash in the ninja world. Konoha and Mist Shinobi issued a joint wanted warrant, and sent a large number of ninjas to hunt down the latter. The rest of Sand Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, Rock Shinobi all tried to get in, and also sent ninjas to follow them secretly. The 5 ninja villages are pursuing the same goal together. This is the first time in the history of ninja world. Even the black market has been mixed in, because many forces have invested sky-high rewards, just to find the personal information of Hyuga Tenin. Regrettably, however, the actions of the various forces are doomed to fail. Hyuga Tenin seem to evaporate in the world of ninja, leaving no trace of activity. In fact, these 2 years, Hyuga Shiratori spends most of his time living in the different space of Huangquan Pyrazaka, busy making alchemy every day. He didn't know anything about the fact that all the outside parties were frantically pursuing him. Damn it. In a different space, Nine Tails is nailed to death by the black rod made by Yin and Yang escape. These black rods are controlled by Hyuga Shiratori's Rinnegan pupil power. Suppress Nine Tails to death. I saw it was skinny all over, its 9 tails were refined to only a small half, and its breath became sluggish. It doesn't have the majesty of being the strongest tail beast. For the past 3 years, Hyuga Shiratori has come to smoke its chakra almost every day. It was squeezed into a fox dry abruptly. Can you still make a lot of noise? You are really tenacious. It took me 3 years. Hyuga Shiratori looked speechless and authentic. Under normal circumstances, no matter how many chakras, it will not take 3 years. The reason why it took so much effort is because Nine Tails has been fighting fiercely all the time. Desperately refused to succumb to him. It's a hard fox. On the other hand, Three Tails, which is the same as the tail beast, is different. This old tortoise. Hyuga Shiratori just bathes it with lava style every day, lightning style gives it electrotherapy, fire style gives it fire, and Mangekyou's illusion damage. After persisting for a month, Three Tails was completely taken. Give up resistance, open up and let him pump. Therefore, it only took less than half a year before and after Hyuga Shiratori to refine the entire chakra of Three Tails into pill. Of course, there is also the reason that the total amount of chakra of Three Tails is far less than that of Nine Tails. As for those Jonin and the chakra of the blood succession boundary, it is not worth mentioning. Very easy to control. The time required for alchemy is almost negligible. There is only Nine Tails, this iron-clawed fox. Persist in stubborn resistance from beginning to end. However, facing Hyuga Shiratori, who possesses Rinnegan, the power of yin and yang to escape, Nine Tails has no power to fight back at all. Can only be passively drawn. Although it has the strongest chakra of the 9 big-tailed beasts. But one trades each other. In this long chakra seesaw, Nine Tails finally lost the battle. This is the last time Nine Tails. Hyuga Shiratori's eyes suddenly changed to the red 6-gold jade Rinnegan. Use the secret method of the Ōtsutsuki clan to forcibly strip chakra from Nine Tails. Nine Tails let out a terrible howl. The feeling of being taken away from chakra alive is not at all uncomfortable. If possible, Nine Tails would rather be killed by 4th Hokage with a ghoul seal than to suffer such a crime. Most importantly, Nine Tails is already very weak at this time. There is not one chakra in the body. If you continue to be pumped like this, I'm afraid it will really be over. Human, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. After 3 consecutive roars full of hatred, Nine Tails' body quickly melted like a blazing sun. In the end, it turned into a series of dozens of pills and completely disappeared in this world. At this moment, the long struggle between Hyuga Shiratori and Nine Tails finally came to an end. It's finally over, I have to say, this is a ruthless fox. Hyuga Shiratori let out a long sigh, with a rare look of awe on his face. Of course respect belongs to respect, and mercy is impossible. Rushing to kill is the greatest respect for the enemy. Konoha Shinobi Village. Death Forest, a secret training base. From the inside to the outside, a powerful blockade is arranged. Hundreds of Konoha elites were waiting around him. Surrounded in the very center is a red-haired woman. Uzumaki Kushina seemed calm on the surface, but in fact the sweat dripping from her forehead exposed her timidity at this time. Don't worry, Kushina. I will always be here to watch over you, please trust me, Namikaze Minato patiently advised. He couldn't bear to see his wife suffering in front of him, but as Konoha's 4th Hokage, he must plan for the benefit of the village. Jinchuriki is an important deterrent weapon in Ninja Village, and it is necessary to master the power of tail beastization. Especially what outsiders don't know is that Uzumaki Kushina has only half of Nine Tails in his body. Namikaze Minato has a ghost in his heart, so it is more urgent for his wife to master the power of Nine Tails as soon as possible. Minato, I believe you. Uzumaki Kushina forced an ugly smile. But there was a dull pain in my heart involuntarily. If it was the former Namikaze Minato, she would never make her suffer. Since the latter became Hokage, everything has changed. For Konoha's benefit, he would ask himself to be patient. Experiment with tail animalization. But how easy is the power of Nine Tails to master? Uzumaki Kushina tried again and failed again and again. Chakra, who was violent by Nine Tails, was bruised all over. Had it not been for her Uzumaki clan who had a strong physique, she would have died long ago, and for some reason, she felt that Nine Tails in her body had become more and more violent recently. It seems very anxious. Muttering, my body is getting weaker and weaker, my body is getting weaker and weaker. Uzumaki Kushina said that she couldn't understand Nine Tails' anxiety. She tried to communicate with each other, but Nine Tails doesn't kill her at all. As Hokage's wife, I hope you can contribute your strength to Konoha. Shimura Danzo said coldly. Uzumaki Kushina's eyes darkened. Secretly said in her heart, if she can, she really doesn't want to be the wife of Naruto. Helpless Hokage is her husband's lifelong dream, and she can only support it silently behind her back. Kushina, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Minato is a very good Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen is kind and purposeful on the surface, smiling like a good old man. In fact, there is a needle hidden in the words. The subtext is saying that your husband is an excellent Hokage, so you must also be an excellent Jinchuriki. Invisible, it exerted tremendous pressure on Uzumaki Kushina. I see, Lord 3rd Generation. Uzumaki Kushina was stubborn and looked even more humble. The 2 old men at the top of Konoha are pushing Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina, I'm sorry. Namikaze Minato watched him the whole time, but he cannot protect his wife. Because of Konoha, I need to be able to master Jinchuriki of Nine Tails. Seeing her husband's indifferent reaction, Uzumaki Kushina was even more disappointed. But what can she do? Konoha's second tail animalization experiment. Let's start. Shimura Danzo announced the start of the experiment blankly. Uzumaki Kushina made a handprint expertly, ready to unscrew the seal on his body. But at this moment, she suddenly felt a scorching pain in her abdomen. Uzumaki Kushina hugged his belly and squatted on the ground, his face pale and a lot of cold sweat leaked out of his forehead. Kushina, what's wrong with you? Do you feel uncomfortable in any way? Namikaze Minato hurried forward, staring at the latter with concern. Uzumaki Kushina frowned. She found 9 tails in her body and seemed to become abnormally violent. Asshole human, what the hell did you do to my bust? 9 tails went crazy and kept hitting the sealed cage. Yin and Yang 9 tails are the same. When one party is seriously injured, the other party will also feel it. Yin 9 tails is very anxious, because it faintly feels that the breath of its own body has become particularly weak. Like a candle in the wind, it will go out at any time. Minato, today's 9 tails, it seems something is not right. Uzumaki Kushina raised his head and said seriously to Namikaze Minato. Chakras riot. Namikaze Minato suddenly felt disapproved. 9 tails is cruel and restless, isn't it normal? But what else Uzumaki Kushina wants to say? But Shimura Danzo's urging sound came from behind. Why are you still wrestling here? Everyone is waiting for you. Kushina, if it doesn't work, the experiment can be carried out tomorrow. Sarutobi Hiruzen said kindly. No, tomorrow is Naruto's 3rd birthday. The experiment will be completed today. Uzumaki Kushina stood up firmly. When it comes to children, this mother will become extremely brave. I believe in you, Kushina. Namikaze Minato gave her a thumbs up and smiled and encouraged each other. I don't believe in myself. Uzumaki Kushina has nothing in his heart. But in order not to affect the child's birthday tomorrow, she bit the bullet. 8 sign seal solution. Uzumaki Kushina unlocked part of the seal. 9 tails violent chakra immediately spouted from the gap in the seal. Uzumaki Kushina proceeded step by step, driving his own chakra, trying to merge the overflowing 9 tails chakra. But an unexpected scene happened. The chakra that came out far exceeded expectations. I want to go out. Seeing the moment Uzumaki Kushina unlocked the seal, 9 tails desperately slammed and broke half of the seal abruptly. The dark red high-density chakra covered Uzumaki Kushina's whole body in an instant, and 4 tails grew behind him. Roar. Uzumaki Kushina let out a roar like a beast, and his consciousness was briefly occupied by 9 tails. Kushina, you wake up soon. Namikaze Minato shouted loudly, trying to wake his wife. Not good. 9 tails ran away. The Konoha elite ninja stationed nearby immediately took action. Surrounded by Uzumaki Kushina, who has fallen into a runaway. Tisk. Did it fail again? This guy has no potential to be Jinchuriki at all. Shimura Danzo said coldly. I'm planning in my heart, do you want to change to a 9 tails Jinchuriki? Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the constantly churning 9 tails chakra. With his wealth of knowledge as a ninjutsu professor, he was vaguely aware of the abnormality of 9 tails chakra. How can this chakra from 9 tails be so cold? And it's still very unbalanced, it looks like. Sarutobi Hiruzen was lost in thought. Boom. The tail animalization experiment in the Death Forest caused a lot of movement. There was a strong chakra in the air. Hyuga Shiratori, Shadow Clone, is keenly aware of this anomaly, and as the eyeliner of Konoha's body, he earnestly fulfills his duties. Byakugan. The vision penetrated the walls of the house, crossed the dense jungle, and came to the Death Forest. Kushina, you wake up, this is your home. Namikaze Minato is still trying to awaken Uzumaki Kushina who has fallen into a rampage. But at this time the latter was already occupied by the violent 9 tails chakra, and he could not hear what he said. Roar. I saw Uzumaki Kushina let out a roar, and a 5th tail grew behind him. The ominous scarlet chakra surrounds the whole body. Master 4th generation. The surrounding Konoha shinobi were shocked and afraid to step forward. Base. Uzumaki Kushina, who was walking violently, did not attack them, kicked on all 4s, and ran out of the barrier. Namikaze Minato's eyes condensed, and the figure disappeared. Wow. Raiznon. Namikaze Minato flashed like a flash, blocking Uzumaki Kushina for an instant, and Raiznon hit the latter. Boom. Uzumaki Kushina was shot and flew out, eating pain let out a roar. Kushina, sorry, I will wake you up right away, but it might hurt a bit. Namikaze Minato said distressedly. Minato. It seems that Uzumaki Kushina's remaining will has collapsed because of being attacked by her husband. Consciousness was completely taken away by 9 tails. The humans of Demet are merciless when attacking their own people. This time, from Uzumaki Kushina's mouth, 9 tails shouted. Namikaze Minato didn't dare to respond to 9 tails' words directly, but questioned instead. 9 tails, why do you want to do this? You know, you can't get away. Stop talking nonsense. I have to go out anyway today, my half-body. 9 tails' tone was irritable, it seemed that something important was anxious. Hyuga Shiratori certainly knows what 9 tails is worried about. It's nothing more than the body, who has completely refined Yang 9 tails. Both were induced, and Yin 9 tails was also anxious. Half-length. Everyone in Konoha has no idea what 9 tails said. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. Namikaze Minato has a ghost in his heart, even more forbid Nine Tails to tell the truth. Without a word, the attack was launched directly. Threw a handful of kunao to Nine Tails, and then made a few handprints skillfully with both hands. Ninfa Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. I saw that Kyuwo was divided into 2 and 2 were divided into 4, and in a blink of an eye it became a burst of hundreds of Kyuwo showers. Nine Tails immediately rolled up the 5 tails behind him to protect the whole body. Ding, 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 ding. Kyuwo fell on the thick chakra of Nine Tails and couldn't hurt it. Immediately, Nine Tails took rapid steps and broke through the outer boundary of the barrier. Flying Thunder God Technique. Namikaze Minato's figure was stopped in front of Nine Tails again, and Rinnegan hit the past with a regular shot. Go away. Nine Tails slapped it. Boom. The two head-to-head, Nine Tails relied on Chakra's strong advantage to gain a little advantage in this confrontation. Namikaze Minato was knocked out, but his figure rolled in midair and landed smoothly without injury. Master 4th Generation. Everyone in Konoha couldn't help but cast their respectful eyes. Being able to confront Nine Tails head-on is enough to show the power of Naruto. I'm fine. Everyone, please buy me time. Namikaze Minato knows that he can do nothing about Nine Tails under normal conditions. Only use that trick. Everyone, please hold Nine Tails with the old man. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the initiative to take over the command of the troops. Shimura Danzo was watching coldly. Then please come to Lord 3rd Generation. After Namikaze Minato left a word, the figure quickly moved backwards, and then sat down on the ground. Concentrate on absorbing natural energy? Hyuga Shiratori, Shadow Clone, saw all this in his eyes. Byakugan locked onto Namikaze Minato, and quickly saw the opponent's preparations. Sage Mode? It's really good. Chakra, the next time the body returns, there will be new harvest objects. At the time of the Nine Tails incident, Hyuga Shiratori took advantage of the danger to squeeze Namikaze Minato's wool once, and now plans to squeeze it a second time. Don't get in the way, you ants. Nine Tails roared, feeling anxious, and immediately released Chakra desperately. The 6th tail grows behind him. At the same time, the exoskeleton of a beast grew on the body. From the morphological point of view, it is already approaching the body of Nine Tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed. He was old and frail, and he was no longer suitable to lead the battle. Ever since, he stood in the back row of the team and commanded the troops to charge. You go up first, go and top one. Konoha swordsmanship, bang. Despite the fancy moves, Nine Tails slapped the Konoha shinobi with a slap in the face. Quickly, use the detonating talisman to explode it. The Konoha shinobi was panicked. Boom, boom, boom. However, the damage of the detonation talisman did not even break the chakra on the outer layer of Nine Tails. Facing the violent Nine Tails, the ninjas below Jonin are basically ants. Oh. Nine Tails slapped a paw on the ground, like a giant stomping to the ground. The whole land shook violently. Nine Tails extended countless large dark red chakra hands from the body, tearing the surrounding Konoha shinobi to pieces. Puff 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 puff. Countless human flesh and blood, separated from flesh and blood, scattered all over the place. The scene is terrible. Fire style fire dragon flare. Sarutobi Hiruzen used the high-end fire style of the Sarutobi family. The powerful flames turned into a fire dragon, coming straight towards Nine Tails. Boom. The fire dragon bit Nine Tails and drove it back a few steps. But immediately Nine Tails shredded the fire dragon with a single claw. This is the power of Nine Tails, and it's just 6 tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen has an ugly expression on his face. To be honest, in his old age, except for the use of forbidden spells and ghouls, there is really no way to subdue the Nine Tails in front of me. At the moment, Konoha shinobi has suffered heavy casualties. Nine Tails is gradually breaking through the siege, and if this continues, I am afraid that it will break through the barrier. At that time, Konoha Shinobi Village will reproduce the Nine Tails disaster 3 years ago. Are you still, Minato? Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted. Okay, leave it to me next. Namikaze Minato opened his eyes and saw that his original sky blue eyes had turned into golden horizontal pupils in vain, and orange eyeshadow appeared at the corners of his eyes. However, compared to the changes in appearance, the most important thing is that his chakra at this time has already made a qualitative leap. Sage Mode? Flying Thunder God Technique? Namikaze Minato's figure disappeared on the spot, almost at the same time, instantly appeared above Nine Tails' head. Sage Art Super Big Ball Rinnegan. A huge ball of light condensed from the palm of the hand in one breath, with an overwhelming chakra, crushed to Nine Tails. Roar. Nine Tails roared, and immediately mobilized the huge chakra on his body, turning it into a hand of chakra, and lifting it up. Squeaky. When the two touched, they immediately made a sharp, harsh sound. At this time, Namikaze Minato's face was full of confidence that he would win. This is the result of his cultivation in the past 3 years. Not only did it become Sage Mode, but also completed the advanced development of Rinnegan. With the help of the increase in natural energy, a giant Rinnegan more than 10 times more can be used. Crack, click, click. Facing the Zyonsha chakra leaning above his head, Nine Tails was crushed and bent down, and the white bones hanging outside were also crushed into powder under tremendous pressure. On the one hand, Nine Tails is still subject to the seal and has failed to exert its true strength. On the other hand, the strength of Namikaze Minato has greatly improved from 3 years ago. One decrease and one increase makes it easy for the two sides to decide the winner. Boom. I saw that Nine Tails was smashed into the ground by the super big ball raised non, with huge destructive power, and it also exploded a big pit with a diameter of more than 100 meters. The humans of damn it. Nine Tails was full of unwillingness and anger, and finally Chakra withdrew from the sealing technique. Uzumaki Kushina withdrew from tail animalization, rolled his eyes and fainted. She was covered in blood and bruised. These injuries are not only eroded by Nine Tails' violent chakra, but also from the wounds made by her husband. Kushina, I'm sorry. Namikaze Minato left a tear and felt very sorry for his wife. Minato's sage mode is no less than Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but sighed. The former civilian, who was pulled out by his hand, was a puppet Hokage who was obedient to him. Unconsciously, it has grown into a real fourth Hokage. The substantial increase in strength gave the latter the ability to uniform Nine Tails. Just when the dust was about to settle, Shimura Danzo, who was watching coldly all the way, couldn't help but stand up. Fourth Hokage, I don't know how you plan to deal with the funeral of these victims. Namikaze Minato glanced over the terrible battlefield. This Konoha's elite force suffered more than half of the casualties, and they all died in the hands of Uzumaki Kushina. Although he knew, his wife could not be blamed for this, because this was done after Nine Tails' runaway. However, in the eyes of the public, Jinchuriki and Nine Tails are the same monsters. Originally, the public had a deep prejudice against Uzumaki Kushina, but now this accident has happened. The experiment failed, causing heavy casualties. It will inevitably arouse huge public outrage. What to do? Namikaze Minato was in a state of confusion. What a boring ending. Hyuga Shiratori closed Byakugan, feeling dull. Namikaze Minato refining into Sage mode, and Nine Tails runaway will be subdued. All this was in his expectation. Only the subsequent processing results greatly exceeded his expectations. Based on his knowledge of Namikaze Minato in the original work, the other party is a man who values love and righteousness and has a strong sense of responsibility. In the previous Nine Tails incident, Namikaze Minato would rather die than live alone, which is enough to prove this point. This also forced Hyuga Shiratori to make a compromise and split Nine Tails into two. Hyuga Shiratori took Yang Nine Tails, and Yin Nine Tails were sealed back to Uzumaki Kushina by Namikaze Minato. In the end, Namikaze Minato succeeded in protecting his wife's life and the happiness of the family of three. I have to say that this is a very charming character. No wonder the popularity of Namikaze Minato in the original book is so high. Even Hyuga Shiratori himself likes this character. Subjectively, I am a little reluctant to kill. However, people will always change. Since Namikaze Minato became Hokage and inherited the will of fire, everything must be considered from the standpoint of Konoha. In order to enhance Konoha's great power of deterrence, the tail animalization experiment must be carried out. But such an experiment will definitely cause harm to Jinchuriki's body. Almost every experiment, Uzumaki Kushina will be tossed all over. Namikaze Minato loves his wife, but for the benefit of Konoha, he still insists on the experiment. Also heard Uzumaki Kushina again and again. The Nine Tails runaway this time caused heavy casualties to Konoha shinobi. But anyone with a discerning eye knows that this is not a matter of Uzumaki Kushina in the first place, because she was also a victim of the whole thing. But the ignorant people don't understand this, they only know that the monster came from Jinchuriki, so she is also a monster? Suddenly aroused huge public outrage? The people also need such a catharsis? Namikaze Minato, as fourth Hokage, has a high position. If he personally explained the situation to the people, he would then use his good reputation as a guarantee. It is not impossible to use Naruto's power to forcefully suppress popular anger. Hyuga Shiratori originally expected that Namikaze Minato would do this out of 10 in order to protect his wife. But in fact the other party did not do so. Namikaze Minato's processing method is righteousness and extermination. He personally ordered the perpetrator Uzumaki Kushina to be imprisoned in Konoha's prison. No one, including him, is allowed to visit. In order to calm Konoha's public anger, maintaining the perfect image of fourth Hokage in the eyes of the public. From Konoha's perspective, Namikaze Minato, Hokage's approach, can be said to be impeccable. Even Shimura Danzo, who likes to pick bones in an egg, may not be able to grasp his pigtail. However, in Hyuga Shiratori's personal opinion, it is the perfection of fourth Hokage, which broke his impression of perfection. In reality, only the imperfect Namikaze Minato is the perfect he thinks. The perfect fourth Hokage is no longer the perfect Namikaze Minato. This sounds a bit convoluted. In fact, in the final analysis, it can be summed up in one sentence. He is not happy. Once, Namikaze Minato, who would rather live and die with his wife, moved him. Now, Namikaze Minato, who personally throws his wife into prison for Konoha's benefit and Hokage's reputation, only makes him feel sick. Namikaze Minato is just rubbish. Hyuga Shiratori showed disdain. Sure enough, the original work is returned to the original, and it is not the same as the real world. He shouldn't have preconceived views of likes and dislikes about the so-called original characters. After all, the human heart is separated from the belly. What kind of person the original character is, you need to know it personally. The second runaway incident of Nine Tails caused nearly 100 elite deaths and injuries to Konoha. Under the pressure of the huge fishing boat, Konoha had to suspend the experiment of tail animalization. As the main person in charge of this incident, Namikaze Minato selflessly disposed of his wife and actively responded to the aftermath. Keep 4th Hokage's perfect reputation to the greatest extent. Although the people have grievances, most of them expressed their willingness to accept a small mistake made by 4th Hokage. Only Hyuga Shiratori did not accept it. He was dismissive of Namikaze Minato's perfection. Of course, he did nothing. After all, Uzumaki Kushina, who suffered, is not his. What does the life and death of other people's wives have to do with him? Wouldn't anyone really be greedy for a wife? Not right? No way. Here, Hyuga Shiratori would like to solemnly declare. Someone in Hyuga, is not interested in married women? Real? P.S. By the way, the protagonist's previous surname is Cao. The rest is your fine product leftward arrow_leftward arrow. In this way, Konoha Shinobi Village returned to calm. Hyuga Shiratori continues to work as a lurking shadow clone, secretly collecting information about Konoha. The following month, Cloud Shinobi Village sent messengers to Konoha to discuss the alliance. After receiving the news, Konoha was happy. Because Cloud Shinobi has always been hostile to Konoha, the two sides continue to war. If an alliance can be formed, the war between the two countries can be reduced. Why not? Namikaze Minato is also a peace-loving Naruto, and he gladly accepted the messenger of Cloud Shinobi. And in order to demonstrate the sincerity of the great powers, Namikaze Minato personally led the representatives of Konoha's famous sects, and prepared to welcome the visit of Cloud Shinobi's envoys with the highest standard of treatment. On this day, the Hyuga clan, Konoha's best in class, were absent from the scene. There are two reasons. The first is the 3rd birthday of Hyuga Hinata, the clan eldest of the Hyuga clan. The clansmen gather to congratulate each other in accordance with the regulations. The second is the countermeasures taken by the Hyuga clan for unprovoked suppression of 4th Hokage. I am afraid that only the second point is the root cause. Otherwise, it is impossible for the Hyuga clan to fight against Hokage's call for the so-called clan rules. 4th Hokage has repeatedly held accountability to the Hyuga clan, but the other party is vague and doesn't know what it means. In short, it is to imply that they should return the important property that Konoha has stolen as soon as possible. Hyuga Hayashi said inexplicably, when did they steal something? Regarding this matter, he has also repeatedly asked 4th Hokage, what exactly is that property? However, 4th Hokage hesitated every time and refused to answer directly. This makes Hyuga Hayashi so angry. You said that we stole something, but don't say what it was. That's a shit. 4th Hokage is also very angry, thinking that you have stolen something. Doesn't it mean that there is no number 13 in his heart? In addition, 4th Hokage once again held the Hyuga clan accountable for the Hyuga tenon that was so popular in the ninja world. The Hyuga clan denied it again. Someone must have pretended that they didn't know this ancestor at all. However, Mist Shinobi provided key evidence to assassinate the prisoner of Mizukage, possessing Byakugan and revolving heaven. Look at it. You said it wasn't from your Hyuga family? Obviously it's already a real hammer. The Hyuga clan was speechless and unable to explain. Just like the Uchiha clan who was suspected by Konoha's senior management in the last Nine Tails incident. Only Uchiha Madara has controlled Nine Tails in history. In the same way, only the Hyuga clan possesses Byakugan and the absolute defense revolving heaven. If it is the 3rd generation who is in power, the Uchiha clan is a scapegoat? Fortunately, Namikaze Minato is still alive. He has a good personal relationship with Uchiha Fugaku, which ensures that the communication bridge between Hokage and Uchiha can be unimpeded. Under the leadership of 4th Hokage, the Uchiha clan has gradually integrated into Konoha's collective. But the Hyuga clan was extremely rejected by 4th Hokage, because Namikaze Minato had personally experienced the Hyuga tenon. It is only natural to suspect that the Hyuga clan has different intentions. The Hyuga clan, as an ancient famous family with a long history, also has its own pride. Faced with 4th Hokage's groundless accusation, the whole clan responded with unity and resistance. For example, he refused to attend the Cloud Shinobi VIP greet led by Hokage. There is a festive atmosphere in Konoha Shinobi Village. The Hyuga clan chose to close the door. On the surface, it was to celebrate the birthday of Miss Zong's family. In fact, the Hyuga clan is not in the mood to consider a little girl's birthday. Hyuga Hayashi is now gathering with all the tribes sadly to discuss how to deal with the escalating extreme pressure from 4th Hokage. The young Hyuga Hinata is still ignorant. She only knew that it was on her birthday. The father ignored it, and the people ignored it. She was alone. Feeling wronged and pitiful, a man ran out of the house crying. Hyuga Shiratori stayed idle and followed up. According to the original plot, this time Cloud Shinobi's mission to Konoha was apparently for peace talks, but in fact it was for the Hyuga family's Byakugan blood succession boundary, and kidnapped the Hyuga clan's eldest lady. Hyuga Shiratori thinks he can get a kick? Followed Hyuga Hinata secretly along the way. I saw her crying and running around alone, and soon lost her way in the small woods of the back mountain. I accidentally bumped into a group of kids who were playing. It hurts? Don't you walk with eyes long? The fat man who was hit turned his head and stared at Hyuga Hinata fiercely. Yes, I'm sorry. Hyuga Hinata quickly bowed his head to apologize. Huh? Look, her eyes are white. Wow, really? In other words, she is from the Hyuga clan. Huh? I heard my father say that the Hyuga clan often sings against the Naruto-sama, and I hate it. I hate these Byakugan beads guys too. The little kids gathered one after another, staring at Hyuga Hinata with ugly faces. Under 4th Hokage's intentional or unintentional guidance, the Konoha people have isolated the Hyuga clan one after another. I'm sorry, oh. Hyuga Hinata was very sad at first, but now being bullied by a group of older bear kids, he couldn't help crying immediately. Hyuga Shiratori watched all this secretly, and couldn't help being speechless. The visual sense of this picture. Byakugan was opened for the first time. Hyuga Shiratori glanced around, trying to find a little boy with blonde hair and blue eyes. But surprisingly, the boy who should have been here is nowhere to be seen. According to the original plot, he should be here now. Then staged here a heroic plot to save the United States. But if you think about it, you know that he can't be here now, because 4th Hokage is hosting Cloud Shinobi's guests. As the son of Hokage, he will naturally follow his father to attend. By the way, the boy's name is Namikaze Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto in the original book rewrites a tragic life from the very beginning. Enjoying the love of his parents at home, he is loved by the Konoha people as the son of Hokage after going out. As for the mother's imprisonment, Namikaze Minato concealed this fact from the child in order not to be hit, weaving lies to deceive him by saying that his mother is out for a long-term mission and cannot return home temporarily. It is hard to imagine what kind of ninja Namikaze Naruto who has grown up in this environment will become in the future. If you want to know what happened, please see the next chapter, manual.doghead.jpg. Now back to the topic. Hyuga Hinata is being bullied by a group of little kids. There was no hero to rescue her at this time. Hyuga Shiratori just watched quietly, without any interest in interfering. Some people may ask, why did Uchiha Kwan shoot when he was bullied? Those are two different things, of different nature. Uchiha Spring was conspired by the root Umbu behind the scenes. In principle, adults bully children, which is extremely bad in nature. Hyuga Shiratori couldn't see it before he stepped in. And now Hyuga Hinata is being bullied by a group of little kids. It was purely a fight between children, without the slightest conspiracy. Hyuga Shiratori is not interested in intervening. Although it was pitiful to watch a little girl being bullied. But you know, the ninja world is essentially a cruel world where the weak can eat the strong. Hyuga Hinata started training since childhood. There can be no resistance. Being bullied like this can only show that she is weak in heart. Hyuga Shiratori, don't save such waste. However, it seems that God has always looked after Hyuga Hinata, a kind girl. The hero in life did not appear, but the heroine did appear. Hey, what are you doing? In Hyuga Shiratori's Byakugan vision, a familiar figure appeared. This surprised him very much. Stop. The girl's tender drink stopped the bear child's bullying of Hyuga Hinata. The bear children turned around and saw that the person who came was a girl about the same age as them. A pair of big black eyes, a mole at the corner of the eye, and long brown hair with a refreshing ponytail. Amazingly, it is Uchiha Spring. What? It scares me. Who are you? Nosy. The bear children are very arrogant because of the large number of people. Hyuga Hinata blinked with teary eyes and looked worriedly at this young lady who was a few years older than her. Don't be afraid, little sister. Uchiha Izumi first gave the latter a reassuring smile, and then glared at the crowded peers with his arms akimbo. Hey, don't you feel ashamed that you bully the young by the longest, and the more people bully the less? Off, whatever your business. Be careful we beat you. The bear children raised their fists and tried to bully each other with force. Try it. Uchiha Izumi's face did not change his face, and raised 2 fingers, making a mark of opposition. For a while, this serious attitude calmed the bear children. She seems to be a ninja. How is it possible? About the same size as us. Is it possible that it is a senior who graduated early? The momentum of the bear children went down all at once. Congratulations, you guessed it right. Uchiha Izumi took out the ninja forehead protector from his pocket and put it on his forehead. 1 month ago, I passed the early graduation exam and became a genin. Hyuga Shiratori, Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Itachi, tied for Konoha Genin 3 show, enjoy the reputation of genius. Mom. Bear children are bullies and fears of hardship, and they meet a ruthless character when they see it. Without having to do anything, they just turned around and ran away crying and crying. Humph. Uchiha Kwan snorted coldly. At her level, she actually surpassed Genin's level a long time ago. I really don't bother to start with a group of brats. Are you okay? After Uchiha Kwan drove away the bear child, he walked to Hyuga Hinata's, and stretched out his palm to the latter who was squatting on the ground with his knees. Thanks, thank you, big sister. Hyuga Hinata put his hand on the other's palm timidly, with a grateful expression on his face. Then, with sharp eyes, she noticed the family pattern behind Uchiha Kwan with a fan of flames. That is, the Uchiha clan? A look of surprise suddenly appeared on his little face. My name is Uchiha Kwan. Surprised, right? Uchiha Kwan also noticed the other's expression and smiled slightly. She couldn't help but think of herself 3 years ago. Once she was bullied on the street, no one in the street wanted to help her. Only Hyuga Shiratori. She was also surprised at the time that the other party was actually from the Hyuga clan. The Uchiha clan and Hyuga clan have always had a bad relationship. Now 4th Hokage favors the Uchiha clan and suppresses the Hyuga clan. The relationship between the two is even more unlikely. Hyuga Hinata has been educated since he was a child, and he must cultivate and grow up, and inherit the clan in the future. Defeat the Uchiha clan? I never expected that the old enemy would be saved today. Thank you sister, my name is Hyuga Hinata. Hyuga Hinata still doesn't know much about the fights between famous families, but he also knows what good people and bad people are. Little Hinata? What a nice name. Uchiha Izumi raised her little hand affectionately. Woo. Hyuga Hinata had such close contact with an outsider for the first time, and a shy pink appeared involuntarily on his cheeks. Hey. Uchiha Izumi blinked, then picked up the ladder, put his face on the pink and tender cheek of the other party, and rubbed it hard. So cute. Woohoo. Hyuga Hinata's face suddenly turned from pink to flushed, and even bursts of white smoke appeared, completely turning into a steam girl. Hyuga Shiratori silently watched the two of them right from the side. I always feel that this plot seems to be advancing in a weird direction. Is this the rhythm of Lily Xiang? Little Hinata, so cute. Woo sister Quan, don't be like this, you hold it too tight. Two lowly, one big and one small, played affectionately for a while. The two hold hands and prepare to leave. Finally come. The long-awaited goal of Hyuga Shiratori has finally appeared. In Byakugan's vision, an uninvited guest with a face covered was quietly approaching the two people in the woods. Pupil fluoroscopy. You can see that under the veil, it is indeed the messenger of Cloud Shinobi who is visiting today. Hyuga Shiratori pinched a small stone. The Hyuga clan, and the Uchiha clan? I'm so lucky. The envoy Cloud Shinobi's eyes widened, revealing a strong color of greed. Looking around, after confirming that there was no one around, he immediately started. Smack. A stone fell beside Uchiha Spring and attracted her attention. Who? Uchiha Quan immediately increased his vigilance. Wow. The Cloud Shinobi messenger used the instantaneous technique in an attempt to sneak attack from behind. Uchiha Quan's expression changed. When she spotted the attacker, the palm of the attacker was almost on her neck. Sharinon? The eyes of the three Guyu Sharinon suddenly opened up. The attacker's movements suddenly became slow. Wow. Uchiha Spring hugged Hyuga Hinata, who didn't know the danger was coming, and rolled sideways in a thrilling manner, avoiding the attacker's attack with both hands. What? The messenger Cloud Shinobi rushed to the air, and was suddenly shocked. With him as Cloud Shinobi Jonan's skill, and he still sneaks behind him, he hasn't succeeded yet? Good growth, it seems that Quan has already mastered the use of Sharinon. Hyuga Shiratori observed in secret. The little stone just now was naturally a reminder from him. What? Hyuga Hinata let out a cry of exclamation, and only then did he discover the malicious enemy. Who are you? How dare you openly attack a famous ninja in Konoha Shinobi village? Uchiha Izumi stared at the opponent warily. Sharinon. The messenger Cloud Shinobi frowned slightly, and said solemnly, I didn't expect that such a small child would have awakened the blood succession boundary. It's really the enviable Uchiha clan. Originally, my primary goal was the kid of the Hyuga clan. Now, fire-style great fireball technique. Uchiha Quan didn't want to talk nonsense with the other party at all, and skillfully made a few handprints, and used the family signature fire style. It's only halfway through, it's really an impolite kid. The messenger Cloud Shinobi said so, but the counterattack did not slow down at all. After the hands were printed, a strong lightning shock wave was released. Lightning-style emotion wave. Boom. The fireball collided head-on with the lightning and exploded in midair. Run. Uchiha Quan did not dare to fall in love with the battle, and immediately pulled Hyuga Hinata to turn around and ran away. Good skill. If you run alone, I really may not be able to catch up with you, but if you bring a drag oil bottle, it will be different. The messenger Cloud Shinobi sneered, and lightning flashed under his feet. Zi. Lightning-style instant? I saw his figure turned into a thunder light. The speed was astonishing. Blocking the escape route of Uchiha Spring, the two girls kicked out. However, the figure kicked into the air turned into two voids. What? The eyes of Cloud Shinobi's messenger suddenly tightened, and his experience of many battles made him immediately think of illusion. The body reflexively stimulates chakra. Untie. Shoo. Hoo. At the moment of unlocking the illusion, I saw shurikens flying in all directions. Ding, 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 ding. The messenger Cloud Shinobi drew out Kiwa to quickly block, glanced around, looking for the other person's figure. Zi. Uchiha Quan's figure turned into a thunder light and appeared behind the opponent in an instant. Lightning-style instantaneous, copied my technique. The messenger Cloud Shinobi was kicked coldly by the latter. Hi. Uchiha Izumi used a series of physical skill combos one after another. The messenger of Cloud Shinobi was caught off guard from the beginning, but the subsequent calm response demonstrated Jonin's comprehensive strength. Finally, I caught a flaw in Uchiha Spring's movement and knocked her out with a punch. Sister Quan. Hyuga Hinata shouted. It's okay. Uchiha Izumi shook his numb arm, and Sharinon of Sangujade locked in the other side's figure firmly. In fact, she knew in her heart that with her currently fledgling genin, there was a huge gap between her combat experience and the opponent. It is impossible to beat the opponent at all. At least, let one person escape. Uchiha Spring settled down, and the god tier shouted, Little Hinata, run. No, I can't leave Sister Quan. Surprisingly, Hyuga Hinata, who was timid and weak, actually ignited his courage at this moment and refused to leave. Don't worry, none of you can escape. The messenger Cloud Shinobi gave a grin. Hyuga's Byakugan and Uchiha's Sharinon, he wants them all. Zi. Lightning style instant? Too fast? Uchiha Izumi's eyes widened. With the pupil power of her 3-tomo Sharingan, she can indeed capture the opponent's movement trajectory. But helplessly, her body couldn't keep up with Jonin's speed. Is it over? At this moment of crisis, Uchiha Kwan subconsciously thought of the figure. Then he appeared. Gentle Fist Method 8 Trigrams Air Palm. A violent shockwave from the air forcibly interrupted the lightning style of Cloud Shinobi's messenger. Varied. Boom. After being slapped in the face by a palm, more than a dozen somersaults appeared in the air, and the messenger Cloud Shinobi touched the ground on one knee, just barely stopped the impact. He suddenly raised his head, his face solemn and authentic. Who are you? I thought it was a certain Konoha Jonin, but what he never expected was that the person who came was also a boy who was only 8 or 9 years old. Shiratori-san. Uchiha Izumi's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I'm saved. For some reason, when I saw this figure in front of me, she felt that all the dangers would be solved. Shiratori, brother. Hyuga Hinata yelled in a low voice. She knew the elder brother of the same race, a genius ninja, being advertised by the elders of the clan as a model for the younger generations to learn from. Well, I'm here, you can rest assured. Hyuga Shiratori looked calm and authentic. What a big tone. The messenger Cloud Shinobi snorted coldly, relying on the physical advantage of an adult, standing with a condescending gaze, looking down at Hyuga Shiratori. Attempt to give the opponent a psychological offensive. You don't have to pretend that you are strong. The more you want to show something, the less you lack, and your guilty conscience. Hyuga Shiratori's face remained unchanged, and he was looking straight at the opponent. You. The messenger Cloud Shinobi's face sank. In fact, the other party is not completely unreasonable. The master makes a move, and you know if there is any. Judging from the palm of the opponent just now, the strength has definitely reached Jonin's level. As far as chakra is concerned, the kid in front of him is even stronger than him. Damn it! Where's the kid? How can there be such a strong chakra? However, if you let him know, Hyuga Shiratori at this time is just a shadow clone. I don't know what kind of horror expression it will show. Oh, Hyuga Shiratori sighed. He didn't even think about the messenger Cloud Shinobi in the original work before him. It's just a trivial trick. Hyuga Shiratori slowly raised 2 fingers and pointed them at each other coldly. Quick fight and quick decision. Zi. The Cloud Shinobi messenger casts lightning style instant. It is already very fast. Lightning flashes on the battlefield, making it difficult to observe with the naked eye. Carefully. Uchiha Kwan reminded. Hyuga Hinata also clenched his small fist. Zi. The figure of the messenger Cloud Shinobi went around behind Hyuga Shiratori, and Kyo pierced the back of his head fiercely. However, at this moment, the opponent seemed to hit an invisible shield wall. Yes. Chakra. The eyes of the messenger Cloud Shinobi suddenly tightened. The opponent can spew such a powerful chakra from the A-cup ointment? I saw Hyuga Shiratori's footsteps moved, and his body made a swinging posture. Revolving heaven. Bang, bang. Kunal was shattered, and the messenger Cloud Shinobi was bumped by the high-speed rotating chakra barrier. Immediately afterwards, Hyuga Shiratori quickened his pace to catch up and made a beautiful combo. Gentle fist method. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. Envoy Cloud Shinobi ate this set. Turning his eyes up, foaming at the mouth, he died suddenly on the spot. Konoha held a large banquet to warmly entertain the delegation from Cloud Shinobi. Namikaze Minato took the initiative to step forward, toasted a cup of the messenger Cloud Shinobi, and smiled. My friend of Cloud Shinobi, Raikage's alliance book, is it time to bring it out? Ahaha, I'm really sorry, Hokage-sama, I left the alliance book in the hotel, I will go get it now. The messenger Cloud Shinobi oozes cold sweat on his forehead, and wants to leave with excuses. It's okay, I'll accompany you. The smile on Namikaze Minato's face gradually disappeared. The other party has been slow to hand out the official documents, and Guzo said his attitude every time he inquired, which has aroused Namikaze Minato's suspicion. The messenger Cloud Shinobi stiffened suddenly and opened his mouth. In the next second, the body turned into a white smoke and disappeared. Boom. Suddenly, the banquet fell into a dead silence. Shadow Clone. The Cloud Shinobi messenger actually only sent Shadow Clone to attend this important meeting. Such a contemptuous attitude is enough to show that the other party has no sincerity in negotiations from the beginning. This also means that the so-called alliance proposed by Cloud Shinobi is a scam. Konoha gave a grand reception and opened a banquet. It's down to a joke? Namikaze Minato's face turned black like an iron pan. Shisui. Exist. As Hokage's left arm and right arm, Umbu team leader Uchiha Shisui came and went like the wind, and instantly appeared in front of Namikaze Minato. Immediately send someone to search for the Cloud Shinobi mission. Wow. Umbu Captain Heitake Kakashi stepped forward to report. The messenger Cloud Shinobi attempted to attack the clan eldest of the Hyuga clan, but was killed on the spot by Konoha Genin Hyuga Shiratori. The death of the messenger Cloud Shinobi is a very serious diplomatic incident. Although it was said that Cloud Shinobi's people attacked Miss Hyugama's Miss family first, the problem is that there is no evidence to prove it. Sure enough, Cloud Shinobi village immediately took a bite, and diplomatically publicly accused Konoha of killing their messenger for no reason. Kirigakure expressed his solidarity and once again condemned Hyuga's despicable act of assassinating Mizukage. Iwagakure was afraid of the young and strong 4th Hokage, and for the benefit of the village, he spread rumors and slandered Konoha diplomatically. Tsunagakure wanted to take advantage of the fire and raise a claim to Konoha for a territorial claim of Kikyo Mountain in exchange for diplomatic support. But it was strictly rejected by 4th Hokage. Tsunagakure immediately tore up the alliance agreement with Konoha and joined the condemnation team in the ninja world. Suddenly, 4 of the 5 ninja villages publicly condemned Konoha. Konoha's diplomatic reputation suddenly fell to the bottom. Cloud Shinobi Village originally only wanted to blackmail a bit, but never expected that there would be so much support in the shinobi world, and the courage became even bigger. So he proposed to Konoha that the murderer of the Hyuga clan must be handed over, and publicly apologize, otherwise, war against Konoha will not be ruled out. Namikaze Minato went into a rage and said that he would not eat this set. Respond strongly to Cloud Shinobi Village. If you want to fight, then fight. The tough external 4th Hokage won a lot of praise in Konoha village, but in the village, the modest faction headed by Sarutobi Hiruzen was very dissatisfied. Think that Namikaze Minato's decision was too hasty and should not speak of war lightly. The Hawks headed by Shimura Danzo expressed their full support. They can't wait for Konoha to declare war. Ever since, Namikaze Minato and Shimura Danzo reached an unprecedented cooperation. Secretly, Hokage appoints the roots to spread rumors. The blame for Konoha's fault facing the war is attributed to the Hyuga clan. It creates an atmosphere for the people that trouble is caused by the Hyuga clan. Namikaze Minato has failed to learn. No. He won't admit it. In his opinion, this was done to force the Hyuga clan to return the half of 9 tails. At the same time, he forced out the big boss Hyuga Tenin behind the scenes. Namikaze Minato firmly believes that everything he does is for Konoha. The other side. Faced with the unprecedented pressure inside and outside Konoha, the Hyuga clan could hardly breathe. Some people in the clan even proposed to sacrifice Hyuga Shiratori in exchange for the peace of the family and the peace of Konoha. Hyuga Hayashi resolutely denies it, claiming to protect every member of the Hyuga family to the death. Look, how touching. In fact, Hyuga Hayashi's protection of Hyuga Shiratori is nothing more than to value his genius potential. It is planned to cultivate Hyuga Shiratori into the most loyal branch house in the future as a high-level servant to defend the clan. Hyuga Shiratori was calm and watched the performance of the Hyuga clan quietly. There is no trace of fluctuations on his face, and I even want to laugh. But that's fine. They play theirs, and I play mine too. As the branch house of the Hyuga clan, it is incumbent to protect the family. Hyuga Shiratori stepped forward and shouted, I am willing to make sacrifices for the family. The loud words stunned everyone in Hyuga. Everyone was moved. Look, what a good kid this is. Self-sacrifice for the family at a young age. This is the model of branch house. Shiratori, you. Hyuga Hayashi was furious. Ishine wanted to keep the opponent, but he didn't expect this stunned young man to jump out for sacrifice by himself. Good. I deserve to be a child of my Hyuga clan. Seeing someone stepping up to the culprit, Hyuga's elders unanimously agreed on the spot. Hayashi-sama, since the person concerned has agreed, let's do it like this. Although it is a pity to sacrifice Shiratori, it is very worthwhile to trade for the peace of the Hyuga clan by yourself. I do not care. Hyuga Hayashi was furious and said to let go. In the final analysis, I want to be just a slave of the branch house. I will pick it up slowly in the future, brother Shiratori. Hyuga Hinata burst into tears. Although she is the eldest lady of the Zong family, she cannot speak at her current age. The whole Hyuga clan, just a little girl, really considers him? Hyuga Shiratori felt her kindness and responded, it's okay, I will be back soon. Hyuga Shiratori stretched out his hand and gently stroked her little head, and said with a smile. At this time, everyone in the Hyuga clan thought that these were just words from Hyuga Shiratori to coax the child. That is Cloud Shinobi Village? With sturdy folk customs, it is known as the Battle Nation in the world of forbearance. Hyuga Shiratori killed the Cloud Shinobi messenger, and 100% of the Cloud Shinobi village is a dead end. Okay, the preparations have been done, and then we will look at the ontology. When Hyuga Shiratori returned to the room alone, he took the initiative to release the Shadow Clone state. All the experience and memory information of Shadow Clone in Konoha Shinobi Village are all fed back to the body. At this time, Hyuga Shiratori, main body, happened to be in the different space of Huangquan Hirazaka, finishing all the chakras of 9 tails and 3 tails. When receiving the memory of Shadow Clone, he fell into a brief loss of consciousness. That's it, I was escorted to Cloud Shinobi Village as a political victim, so I can enter Cloud Shinobi Village with integrity. A strange light flashed through Hyuga Shiratori's silver-white eyes. He originally planned to sneak into Cloud Shinobi Village. The goal is to harvest chakra. Now that his Shadow Clone has taken the initiative to set up, it couldn't be better, the memory of Shadow Clone. Under 4th Hokage's suppressive policy, the Hyuga clan was largely rejected. Hyuga Shiratori was isolated at school, but he graduated early with extremely outstanding grades a month ago, became a genius genin. In the same period, Uchiha Spring and Uchiha Itachi also graduated early. The 3 of them are collectively called the best ninjas of Konoha's younger generation. Then there was the outbreak of the second 9 Tails incident. Jinchuriki Uzumaki Jusina was imprisoned. There is also the cooperation between Namikaze Minato and Shimura Danzo to coerce the Hyuga clan by means of fishing boats. The rest are insignificant information, so I won't go into details one by one here. This fourth Hokage, it looks like it has turned black. Hyuga Shiratori's face was surprised, and he made the same evaluation as Shadow Clone. He was really surprised. Namikaze Minato, who is known for his brilliant image in the original work, turns out to be such an insidious look. But when you think about it, it's not surprising. How can someone who can be a Hokage be natural? Even if Namikaze Minato once had a sincere heart, Hokage will inevitably come into contact with the deep darkness of Konoha after a long time. The attitude towards Jinchuriki and the cooperation with Shimura Danzo. This strong sense of sight is the same as third Hokage back then. It just so happens that the two of them are also in the relationship between their teachers and grandchildren, and they are really in the same line. In the unpredictable future, things will become more interesting, don't they? The corners of Hyuga Shiratori's mouth lifted slightly, and he felt happy. Red 6 Hook Jade Rinnegan. Huangquan Hirazaka. The opening of the space gate can travel thousands of miles away in a flash. Hyuga Shiratori, main body, returned to the home of the Konoha Hyuga clan. During the period, the barrier of Konoha Shinobi Village did not react at all. So far, Hyuga Shiratori has become more and more proficient in using the power of the bloody trap. Naruto building. Shiratori-san, are you really willing to make sacrifices for the village? Namikaze Minato stared at the loyal and honest child with a complicated face. As a Konoha shinobi, the branch house of the Hyuga clan contributes to the village and the family. Isn't that natural? Hyuga Shiratori said solemnly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Yuditen Koharu, Midokado Homura, and the high-level Konoha can't help but feel moved. Look at it. What a loyal Konoha shinobi this is. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very dissatisfied. He originally opposed the fourth generation's suppression of the Hyuga clan. If you want to suppress it, you are also suppressing Uchiha. At the same time, I was faintly aware of the abnormality of Nine Tails Jinchuriki. However, there is no evidence yet. The murderer of our mission, you kid, is dead. Several miscellaneous fishes from the Cloud Shinobi mission stared at Hyuga Shiratori with a bitter expression. Pay attention to your attitude, Cloud Shinobi. Namikaze Minato snorted coldly. If you want war, just let go. To be honest, with his young, strong, confident, and heroic character, he really doesn't fear war. And he is not the kind of completely black Hokage. He still has a heart of love for the young genius Hyuga Shiratori. The reason for this is to force the Hyuga clan's behind-the-scenes boss Hyuga Tenin. I secretly said in my heart, now that the geniuses of Hyuga's family are all forced to die, I don't believe that you, an old monster, still refuses to show up? Namikaze Minato is unscrupulous. Hein wants to force Hyuga Tenin to show up. It's just that he wouldn't think of it anyway. Far in the sky and close in front of you, the prisoner he has been searching for, not only did not hide, but dangling under his nose every day. Namikaze Minato, why are you still not coming out? Hyuga Shiratori, I have always been here. Hehe. The corner of Hyuga Shiratori's mouth was slightly raised, and he smiled mysteriously at Namikaze Minato. This is the second time. Namikaze Minato only felt the other person's eyes, making him feel a little hairy. This reminded him involuntarily when he was in the ninja school 3 years ago. The child in front of him had also laughed at him like this. At the time, Namikaze Minato disagreed. Find flowers 0. Now Namikaze Minato always feels something is wrong. Even in the brain, there was an absurd idea. Wearing a white gown and Konoha shinobi forward protector, Hyuga Shiratori is upright. Wearing a black robe from head to toe, the mysterious figure, the wicked Hyuga Tenin. The images of the two people overlapped perfectly. Not to mention, the height of these two people is the same, but a ninja cannot be considered from appearance alone. That Hyuga Tenin must have made a disguise? How is this possible? Namikaze Minato shook his head and laughed at himself. It seems that I have been a little tired from doing government affairs these days, and I am so confused that I think about these two people who are very different from each other. 0. Shiratori, you can move around freely after entering the borders of Thunderland. Namikaze Minato looked at him seriously and continued, kill Cloud Shinobi and return to the country of fire. The door of Konoha Shinobi village will open for you at any time. Hey, 4th Hokage? This is not the same as what we said. When the Cloud Shinobi mission members heard this, they were immediately angry. The content of the agreement is to send Hyuga Shiratori to the realm of Thunder Country. As for the Cloud Shinobi people, if you have the ability to do it, it's not our business. Namikaze Minato said coldly. The meaning is clear. It is to encourage Hyuga Shiratori to actively resist after arriving in the land of Thunder Country. If it can escape from Cloud Shinobi's hands, it will not violate the agreement between the two parties. I see. Hyuga Shiratori nodded indifferently. Namikaze Minato's proposal seemed very human, and seemed to be concerned about the safety of Hyuga Shiratori. In fact, it is sinister. Otherwise, why didn't he tell Hyuga Shiratori privately, but he had to say it in front of Cloud Shinobi? The purpose of telling Cloud Shinobi's people about what Hyuga Shiratori will resist is to tell the enemy to make adequate preparations. Push Hyuga Shiratori to a dead end, and finally let the big boss Hyuga Tenin appear behind the scenes. Namikaze Minato has a good abacus. I just don't know When Hyuga Tenin really shows up, what kind of wonderful expression will he show? Talent. The next day, Hyuga Shiratori was escorted to Cloud Shinobi Village as the murderer who killed the messenger of Cloud Shinobi. After Cloud Shinobi Village received the news, for a while, I also felt puzzled. Strange. With a golden shining personality, I shouldn't agree with such nonsense conditions. Fourth Reikage put his chin on, thinking. During the Third Ninja War, he played against Namikaze Minato many times. It is very clear what kind of person the other party is. Despite being a hostile camp, Fourth Reikage also recognizes this old opponent. The Cloud Shinobi authorities are asking for prices, but they didn't expect Konoha to agree to it. After all, it was their people who first attacked the Hyuga clan first, and now the evil 9 and 7 people filed a lawsuit first, just because they wanted to take advantage of the fishing boat. Try to avoid being condemned by Konoha diplomatically. What he never thought was that Konoha had actually agreed to some of the conditions proposed by Cloud Shinobi. Actually sent the murderer of the Hyuga clan. What kind of honey operation is this? It must be Konoha's timidity. I was overwhelmed by the eldest brother's haki admittedly. Killer Bee hummed and rapped and talked happily. Impossible? If it's an old thing like Third Hokage in power, it's a little bit possible to give in. Golden Glitter is not that kind of weak man. Fourth Reikage said categorically. According to the information from the front lines, Konoha is already prepared for war on the border. Cloud Shinobi advises Minister Tutai and analyzes solemnly, please don't be careless, Lord Reikage, Fourth Hokage is serious. Once we take military action, we will inevitably encounter Konoha's strong counterattack. At that time, the two countries will break out of war. Tisk, I know this too. Fourth Reikage was speechless, even though he was a militant. But it's not foolish. As far as the current situation is concerned, Cloud Shinobi's strength is far inferior to Konoha. If there is a war, they can't ask for any bargain at all. Then why does Konoha want Hyuga's people to send the heads? Fourth Reikage said he was puzzled. This may be a political battle within Konoha. Tutai took out an intelligence scroll and analyzed it carefully. According to our Spy Ninja report, Fourth Hokage has a bad relationship with the Hyuga clan. Let the Hyuga clan come and die. It is estimated that they want to borrow our Cloud Shinobi knife to attack Hyuga, a family of people. It turned out to be like this. It suddenly dawned on Fourth Reikage, and an expression of disgust appeared on his face. Cut. This golden glitter, it's not good to learn, but to learn this kind of conspiracy. Disgusting golden glitter, no black glitter, bad. Killer Bee also spurned it. In vain, he has always regarded the other party as a respectable opponent. Unexpectedly, he is such an unsightly person. This is the decayed Konoha? I thought Fourth Hokage would be different, but it seems we are thinking too much. Today nodded and continued to ask, Master Reikage, what shall we do next? This Hyuga Shiratori, of course it was killed. Fourth Reikage said without hesitation, no matter what the reason for Hokage, as long as it is Konoha's people, we will kill? It is said that the kid is only 8 years old this year, and he was able to kill Jonin in our village, a veritable genius. Ninja. Since we have the strength of Jonin, we must send an elite force to wait on the border. Once he steps into the country, we will kill him immediately. Tutai suggested. No, there is no need to send someone. I will go personally. Fourth Reikage flexed his hands, and said proudly, I want to see how talented Konoha, a genius kid, really is. Kill a chicken with a sledge knife 8 years old, little baby will be scared to cry, right? Killer Bee smiled disapprovingly. The ones in charge of escorting him were those Cloud Shinobi in the mission. These people are also ordinary Chunin, with no abilities. When dealing with Hyuga Shiratori, who was a captive, they did not dare to neglect. Because the harmless little demon in front of him was the murderer who killed their mission leader Jonin with one hand. Since the opponent can kill Jonin, they can easily screw off their Chunin heads. So on the way, the people of Cloud Shinobi not only did not dare to beat and scold the murderer who killed their companions, but they had to serve them deliciously. People who don't know thought they were escorting the uncle? Don't look at me so tightly, I won't run away. Hyuga Shiratori comforted the nervous Cloud Shinobi with a kind face. Perhaps it was because the other party did not cause trouble along the way, and Cloud Shinobi, who was in charge of the escort, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But then Hyuga Shiratori's words made them angry enough. Anyway, it makes no sense whether you look at it or not. You? Cloud Shinobi and the others had pale faces, as if they had eaten flies. I'm hungry, go cook for me. Hyuga Shiratori directly waved his hand without waiting for the other party's response, and ordered Cloud Shinobi to do things in a commanding tone. Why should we listen to you? Cloud Shinobi's tone was bad and authentic. Do you really not listen to me? If that's the case, then I know I will find something to eat by myself. Hyuga Shiratori shrugged and said it didn't matter. Then he walked to the periphery of the team. Stop? Where do you want to go? Cloud Shinobi quickly stopped him. Guess what? Hyuga Shiratori looked at them quietly. Guru. When they met his silver-white eyes, everyone at Cloud Shinobi felt an inexplicable pressure and couldn't help but swallow. They looked at each other and said helplessly, You, just stay here, don't walk around, let's cook for you. Cloud Shinobi and his group were so aggrieved. Obviously it is to escort the prisoner, and you have to cook for the other party like an uncle? The people of Cloud Shinobi can only dare to be angry but not speak, and endure no more ninjas. I thought fiercely in my heart, when they arrive at their site, you will be good looking. Tisk tusk, you guys are too slow, this way has gone for a whole week. Hyuga Shiratori said with a look of disgust. Depart from Konoha Shinobi Village and cross the border of the Country of Fire. All the way north, passing through the neutral country Yonokuni. Then enter the territory of Thunder Country. At this point, Hyuga Shiratori's Huangquan Hirazaka can be reached in 1 second. Cloud Shinobi and others have been beaten and exhausted, unable to complain. They are just ordinary Chunin, with limited physical fitness. Besides, do they dare to hurry up? If they run out of energy halfway, how can they restrain Hyuga Shiratori? In fact, what they don't know is that even if the physical chakra state is full, they will not be able to restrain Hyuga Shiratori. The reason for the escort was entirely because Hyuga Shiratori had no intention of leaving. He is going to use this opportunity to enter Cloud Shinobi's territory in an open manner. 17. Hey, I really can't do anything with you, so let's rest on the spot. Hyuga Shiratori commanded at will. Yes. Cloud Shinobi and others responded weakly. Before I knew it, I seemed to have become accustomed to Hyuga Shiratori giving orders to them. And many more. What are we doing? Cloud Shinobi's brain was confused for an instant, almost forgot his identity. At this moment, another group of Cloud Shinobi came to respond. The Cloud Shinobi Samui team, on the order of Lord Raikage, came to meet the escorted team. Those who came were Samui, Mabai, and Darui. Hyuga Shiratori glanced away and found that he was still an acquaintance. 3 years ago, when he was in the black market, hunted a unit of Cloud Shinobi. Take away chakra from the blood succession boundary ninja Troy. The remaining 3 people were too weak to reach the level that would allow him to smoke chakra. So just let it go. Now, 3 years later, all 3 of them have grown up very well. Hyuga Shiratori is very pleased. There is a sense of pleasure that can cut leaks. It's really great. The reinforcements are our Jonin 3 show of Cloud Shinobi. Cloud Shinobi, who was in charge of the escort, had his eyes all of a sudden. They breathed a sigh of relief. Don't look at the 3 people in front of you, all of whom are 15 or 16-year-old girls. Their strength should not be underestimated. Not long ago, he successfully passed the Jonin assessment and was personally commended by Raikage as the Jonin 3 show. It can be said that they are the 3 best ninjas among the younger generation of Cloud Shinobi. I saw Sam Yi 3 people. The son was full of confidence and flying. Since the failure 3 years ago, the 3 of them returned to the village and practiced every day and night. In the 3 years of training, their strength has steadily advanced and become a model for the younger generation of Cloud Shinobi village. Seniors have worked hard all the way. Excuse me, where is the Konoha prisoner escorted? Samui said politely and glanced around, subconsciously ignoring the boy lying on the lawn. For some reason, when she asked this sentence, the boy, raising his hand slightly, seemed to greet her. Samui looked blank. That Konoha's criminal is him. Cloud Shinobi's expression was a bit awkward, and he pointed at Hyuga Shiratori. What? Seniors are joking? I heard that Konoha's murderer killed our Jonin. Darui opened his eyes wide and said with an incredible expression on his face. The murderer is the Hyuga clan, that boy. At the tip of his eyes, Azabu noticed the silver-white pupils of Hyuga Shiratori. Hello everyone, the person you are looking for is me. Hyuga Shiratori smiled and greeted the 3 people in front of him. Samui, Darui, Azabu. 3-faced dumbfounded? You seem to be teasing me? Hyuga Shiratori's eyes have blue veins bulging out. Byakugan. Huh? Feeling Chakra's reaction, everyone is on alert. Mabai has a good perception ability. He noticed the changes in Hyuga Shiratori's chakra for the first time, and immediately reminded him. Samui crossed the slender fingers in both hands, and made a gesture of Yin preparing for ninjutsu. Zhang. Darui narrowed his eyes and put it on a machete behind him. The rest of Cloud Shinobi also put on a fighting posture. The atmosphere of the scene became frozen for a while. Ninja of Konoha, please don't act rashly. Samui warned. A pair of turquoise eyes stared at each other tightly. The narrow eyebrows frowned involuntarily. Secretly said in his heart, this kid, where did I seem to have seen it? Be careful, everyone, his chakra is no small thing. Mabai said solemnly. Although the other party didn't use too much chakra, but a glimpse of it made her feel an unfathomable heart palpitations. Although you are a kid, we will not underestimate the enemy. Darui looked serious and honest. However, when the 3 of them were extremely alert, Hyuga Shiratori suddenly put away chakra. The blue veins in the eyelids disappeared and Byakugan was relieved. The corners of Hyuga Shiratori's mouth rose slightly, and he smiled kindly at Cloud Shinobi and others. Don't be so nervous, I'm just looking at it casually. Yes. He just looked at it. Use Byakugan to observe Samui's chakra. Unsurprisingly, all 3 of them have reached the level of Jonin. In addition to the growth of chakra, there is also a lot of growth in appearance. Especially Samui. Hyuga Shiratori said that he only looked at 100 million more eyes. What are you looking at? Wait. Hyuga's Byakugan pupil technique, perspective, Samui was startled first, and when his suspicious eyes were fixed on the silver-white eyes of Hyuga Shiratori, he suddenly wanted to understand something. I subconsciously covered myself in front of me with my hands, and my face with the image of a cold beauty on weekdays became hot and red. You guy. Mabai also subconsciously blocked him with his hands, but she quickly understood it. Under the famous Byakugan pupil technique, any covering action is meaningless. In the eyes of each other, they are no different from naked bodies. You stinky kid, what are you looking at? Darui was immediately angry. Although he is a male, there is no reason to be seen through by the other party, but knowing that the two female teammates around were used eyes repent and humiliate, he also felt very upset. Don't offend the dignity of the Cloud Shinobi ninja? Then what do you think I am looking at? Hyuga Shiratori asked the other side calmly. You. Darui gritted his teeth with anger. Does this still need to be said? Things that men know, although he hasn't seen it. Envy. Damn it too. Darui expressed his righteous indignation. Only people with yellow eyes can see yellow things. Hyuga Shiratori explained solemnly. Actually, when I first started, I just looked at your chakra. In the beginning, Samai's eyes were cold. He caught the loopholes in his words, and said in a deep voice, in other words, you still looked at things that you shouldn't be looking at, right? Samui, calm down. Azabai persuaded. Although she pretends to disapproval on the surface, in fact, if you look closely, you can find that the roots of her ears are all red. It's just that the darker skin tone makes it difficult to see the difference. Sam Yi's skin is very fair, so it's so obvious. Stop talking, let me slash him first. Darui couldn't bear it anymore and took off the big knife behind him. I saw that it was a ninja that looked exactly like a kitchen knife. Wow, instant technique? Jonan's speed is extraordinary. Don't play hard, Darui. Master Reikage is personally. Mabai originally wanted to persuade her teammates to be merciful, but she was only halfway through her words, and she couldn't say anything. Ding. I saw Hyuga Shiratori stretched out 2 fingers and easily clamped Darui's big knife. What? Darui's eyes suddenly tightened, holding the big knife in both hands, and injecting it into chakra. Under the action of chakra, the muscles of both arms swelled. However, even if he summoned his strength, it was difficult for the blade to drop another inch. The other's 2 fingers are like an immortal grip from the gods. He firmly fixed his blade, immobile. Crack. Several cracks appeared on the thick blade. Darui was so frightened that he quickly threw down the knife in his hand, and his figure quickly moved backwards. He stared at him with a devilish expression on his face. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Hyuga Shiratori squeezed his fingers. The blade is like fragile glass, cracked every inch and then turned into iron scraps scattered under the feet. You have to know that it is quite difficult to hold an ant still and keep it still. Hyuga Shiratori's understatement. These words fell in the ears of the 3 of them, like thunder in a clear sky, numbing people's scalp. You guy. Samai gritted his teeth, resisting the trembling hands, forming a mark. Lightning style. Stop. Azabai quickly stopped his teammate's attack. Mabai. Samui cast a puzzled look. Don't misjudge the power gap between ourselves and the enemy. Azabai looked serious and honest. Perception. In just a moment, she faintly spied the opponent's huge and terrifying chakra. Sam Yi was stunned. Darui looked at the shattered blade, and his face changed. Let's retreat first. Master Reikage, they are waiting near the border. When Mabai said this, his gaze swept towards Hyuga Shiratori intentionally or unintentionally. It seems that you want to warn the other person. Reikage is not far here, you'd better not act rashly. At 2 o'clock, the distance is 25 kilometers. Hyuga Shiratori accurately reported the location of Reikage and his team. In one fell swoop, Mabai's bluff was pierced. Don't be so scared, I'm here. The primary goal is not you. Hyuga Shiratori comforted again. Not the primary goal. In other words, are we also your secondary goals? Samui said solemnly. What a careful girl. Hyuga Shiratori smiled at the latter. There is no denying the fact that the other party is regarded as prey. Darui clenched his fists, but his heart was roaring. 3 years. I have obviously gone through arduous cultivation and inherited the blood inheritance of a clan. Why are you afraid? Mabai's eyes turned, and she, with a clever brain, seemed to be thinking about how to deal with it next. However, without waiting for her to think about it, Hyuga Shiratori made the decision first. Let's go. Hyuga Shiratori said. Go, where? Samai's eyes tightened, and he subconsciously thought that the other party was probably trying to hijack them. It's just that the other party's next words stunned her again. Of course I went to see Reikage. Hyuga Shiratori asked the other party with a strange look. You guys are here, isn't it just to take me to Reikage? Sam Yi suddenly opened his mouth wide, with an expression that you said so reasonable that I was speechless. At this time, Mabai also had a brain down. She has always been known for her wisdom, but now she can't understand the thoughts of the Konoha shinobi in front of her. Reikage is just ahead. You, a Konoha shinobi, have to take the initiative to lean in. What the hell is this? What the hell do you want to do? Darui questioned loudly, his voice becoming hoarse under his emotions. Don't shout so loudly, no-nos, this will only expose your weakness. Hyuga Shiratori saw through the cowardice in the other party's heart, and said earnestly, it is good to know how to be afraid. Because this will make you live longer. Weak and arrogant people are usually short-lived ghosts. Damn it. Darui's anger skyrocketed. Born to be a famous child of Cloud Shinobi, has he ever been treated with such contempt? Okay, yes. That time 3 years ago, that ninja named Hyuga Tenin, and many more. Hyuga changed? Hyuga Tenin. Samai said this, the name that had been in their hearts for 3 years. His eyes were fixed on Hyuga Shiratori. She had a hunch that the person in front of her had a great relationship with their master-killing enemy. Who is yours? The corner of Hyuga Shiratori's mouth twitched and he smiled authentically. I am Hyuga Tenin. I am Hyuga Tenin. Hyuga Shiratori was open and honest, and made no secret of his identity. Samui looked at him with an indifferent expression, with a big disbelief written on his cold face. Are you playing us like fools? Darui said angrily. If you want to pretend to be a legendary ninja, at least you have to use transformation technique. Azabayai's face was speechless and authentic. I also felt that the other party was talking nonsense. Okay, the character Hyuga Tenin was originally a nonsense. There is no particular reason. Just out of a whim of evil taste. Okay, then let's stop talking nonsense here. After Hyuga Shiratori finished speaking, he walked forward on his own. Samui and others are a little at a loss. Their task is to bring Hyuga Shiratori to Reikage. It's just that under the huge power gap, they can't restrain each other at all. But the opponent didn't run or retreat, and even took the initiative to walk towards Reikage. What do we do now? Darui scratched his head, looking blank. Or, we'll just keep up. Sam Yi looked hesitant and authentic. There is no way, it can only be like this. When I get to Master Reikage, I believe there will be a way to deal with this guy. Azabayai looked serious and honest. Reikage is recognized as the #1 strong in Cloud Shinobi village and has a strong personal charm. Almost all Cloud Shinobi believe that their Reikage is the strongest ninja. That's it. As a captive, Hyuga Shiratori swaggered toward Reikage's location. The Samui team was originally responsible for the escort, but now they can only follow Hyuga Shiratori far behind, and dare not approach within 100 meters at all. It's not so much an escort, it's more like a compliment. 25 kilometers away. For the ninja, it's nothing. Hyuga Shiratori walked leisurely without rushing. It's like an outing. The Samui team behind him did not dare to urge. Suffocated. Then. Can only continue to hold back. No way, the strength is not as good as people. Can only watch the other party's recklessness. How else can I drop? 5 kilometers away. Fourth Reikage lays his arms flat on his chest, and his sturdy body stands upright like an Iron Man. At this time, his endurance is dropping sharply. Found the chakra of the Konoha Shinobi, the target is 5 kilometers straight ahead. Cloud Shinobi's young talent, Jonin Nozomi, is good at lightning style, illusion, medical ninjutsu, and perception, and is known as an all-round talent. Slow so slow? Team Samui, lazy everyone is waiting impatiently. Killer Bee hummed and sang. Tisk, why have you walked this way for so long? What the hell are they doing, Samui? Fourth Reikage was impatient to wait, with an unhappy expression on his face. The situation seems a bit strange. Samui team, put in a battle formation, seems to be on high alert. She expressed puzzled authenticity. His perception skills are only remote chakra detection, and he can only roughly judge the target's state of action. The specific situation cannot be directly visually observed. Huh? Fearful? People who don't know, thought they had gone to Konoha's realm. Fourth Reikage snorted coldly. Feel very dissatisfied? What's to be afraid of? Here is clearly Cloud Shinobi's sphere of influence. It would be too timid to be so cautious when going home. Another half hour passed. The distance is 3 kilometers. She reminded again. My heart is also involuntarily complaining. It takes only half an hour to walk 2 kilometers. Are you here to travel? Killer Bee hummed rap for most of the day in order to ease the atmosphere, which made his mouth dry and didn't want to sing anymore. Asshole. Fourth Reikage glared at him, and he couldn't hold back his grumpy temper. Don't wait. Let's go straight over. He has always been vigorous and resolute. Once he decides something, he will do it immediately. Zizzy. I saw blue electric lights lingering around him. Cast the lightning style instant. Big brother is angry. Konoha Shinobi, bad luck. Killer Bee shrugged and followed close behind. Master Reikage is really impatient. She sighed helplessly, and then led a small team to chase the man in front of him who was like lightning. Finally can't wait. Byakugan of Hyuga Shiratori, I saw Fourth Reikage rushing towards him from a distance. Zizzy. You can hear the thunderous lightning style from a long distance away? It's Master Reikage. Samui and others suddenly lit up. Facing Hyuga Shiratori's tense emotions, he suddenly relaxed. Because in their opinion, Reikage is the strongest? As long as the lightning figure arrives, no matter what kind of enemy it is, it will be defeated. Zi. Fourth Reikage seemed to deliberately want to give him a chance. Deliberately released the powerful chakra? Lightning flint, deafening thunder? I saw that it was a tall figure bathed in electric light, and it was heading straight towards Hyuga Shiratori with an unstoppable posture. Visually, it gives a strong sense of oppression. 100 meters. 50 meters. 10 m. 5 meters. 1 meter. Stop abruptly. Fourth Reikage stopped right in front of Hyuga Shiratori, only a step away between the two. This distance is for ninjas on both sides. It is a very dangerous attack range. But Hyuga Shiratori's face does not change color. Fourth Reikage is not moving like a mountain. The two stood silently, looking at each other. Big brother. Killer Bee, who arrived slowly, stopped speaking immediately. Changed from the frivolousness and indolence of the past, his expression became solemn. What a strong momentum. Samui and the others held their breath and stared at the confrontation between the two in front of them. Although neither side has done it now, but in terms of momentum, a silent confrontation has already begun. Master Reikage. She led the remaining Cloud Shinobi troops and rushed to the scene. I saw Fourth Reikage and Hyuga Shiratori in a silent confrontation. As soon as the perception technique is turned on, she's eyes suddenly tightened, her face turned pale in shock, as if she had seen something terrifying. Be careful, his chakra is amazingly big, like a tail beast. Fourth Raikage's face was heavy. Of course he felt it. The little devil in front of him who seems to be only 8 years old, the chakra exuding from his body, is not inferior to him. Do not? It should be above him? Fourth Raikage can be sure that this is a powerful chakra he has never seen before. Master Raikage, this man is the murderer who killed Jonin in our village? A member of the Konoha Hyuga clan. Darui reminded loudly. Zi. Lei Guang skyrocketed in an instant. Fourth Raikage has no unnecessary nonsense, nor does he need any opening remarks. After confirming the strong enemy in front of him, he did not stop for a moment, and chose to do it directly. Hyuga Shiratori raised a palm. That seemingly light palm contains an extremely large chakra. Lightning straight. 8 trigrams air palm. Lightning style ninjutsu vs gentle fist. Thunder fisted to a soft palm. Boom. The moment when the two head-to-head, the air burst. A terrible shock wave of energy was formed, spreading in all directions around the point of contact between the two of them. Crack, click, click. The ground where the two were on was blown up into flight. The violent air current drove the nearby samurai team so hard to open their eyes. This is the first round of Fourth Raikage's confrontation with Hyuga Shiratori. The result is surprising. Sang sang sang. I saw Fourth Raikage's body that resembled an Iron Man, and stepped backwards in a row. On the other side, Hyuga Shiratori maintained the palm-out posture, and his feet remained steady as if he were a mountain. Master Raikage, is it at a disadvantage? Samui opened his mouth in astonishment. How can this be? Darui was so horrified that he almost forgot to breathe. He has regarded Fourth Raikage as his idol since he was a child, and is determined to become the latter's right-hand man in the future. Raikage, who has always moved forward courageously, can be beaten back by others? So strong. Azabai was amazed. This chakra, I have to admit that it is stronger than Lord Raikage. She finally confirmed this incredible fact with her own perception skills. Amazing guy. Fourth Raikage spoke for the first time, with an expression of admiration on his face. The strong cherish the strong? Fourth Raikage has a good first impression of Hyuga Shiratori. If it wasn't a matter of position ownership, perhaps he would come forward and pat the other person on the shoulder to show respect. Wow. Hyuga Shiratori said nothing. Exerting the instantaneous technique, he slapped the opponent's forehead with a palm. Boom. The terrible chakra shock wave blasted a trench of nearly 100 meters on the ground. Zi. Fourth Raikage evaded the blow in a thrilling manner under the rapid movement of Lightning Style's instant body. Unexpectedly, the Hyuga clan would have such a ninja. You have a lot of words, like just now, don't force it. Wouldn't it be good to do it directly? While talking, Hyuga Shiratori waved his hand and rubbed out fiery fireballs and threw them at Fourth Raikage. Great fireball. Although the opponent uses only the most common sea-level ninjutsu, the power of the technique varies from person to person. Fourth Raikage didn't dare to be careless, and immediately concentrated a large amount of chakra on his left hand, forming a hand knife. Lateral bolt of pain. Hey! Thunder's hand knife cut open the fireballs one by one. Wearing the armor formed by Lightning Style, Fourth Raikage can still feel the heat from the fireball. Ordinary sea-level ninjutsu has such power. Find flowers. Once again proved how powerful Hyuga Shiratori's chakra is. Whoa. Hyuga Shiratori flicked his palm and released a huge fireball, which instantly condensed into a fire dragon, roaring and biting at Fourth Raikage. This guy displays high-level ninjutsu. Why don't you need Jin? Fourth Raikage didn't dare to resist, and used Lightning Style to instantaneously dodge. Zi. But with Hyuga Shiratori's palm swinging, the fire dragon turned sharply and continued to chase Fourth Raikage. Don't underestimate Raikage. Fourth Raikage's eyes were cold, and he further released the power of Lightning Style, activating his body to its peak. The hair also stood up involuntarily. 000. This is the fully open state of Lightning Style chakra mode. In this state, his speed and strength have reached the highest level. Zi. Thunder flashed. Fourth Raikage got rid of the chase of the fire dragon at an astonishing speed. A beautiful arc was circumvented in the air, and Fourth Raikage's figure quickly turned and launched a counterattack towards Hyuga Shiratori. Water Dragon Bomb. Boom. I saw a water dragon suddenly rise from the feet of Hyuga Shiratori. Fourth Raikage went forward bravely, raised his sturdy arms horizontally, and ran straight into it. Heavy current violence. Thunder's elbow hit violently knocked off the water dragon. But what appeared in front of him was a water-flowing mirror screen. The figure of Fourth Raikage was reflected in the mirror. At the same time, in the next second, the figure in the mirror jumped out. He used the same thunderous elbow as Fourth Raikage. Boom. Fourth Raikage was beaten out by his own thoughts. An incredible color appeared on his face. This is Fourth Mizukage's move, Shui Jing technique. Why are you? The second round of confrontation. Fourth Raikage fell into a disadvantage again. Samurai and the others were also stunned and exclaimed. Unexpectedly, who has mastered so many advanced ninjutsu at the same time? Who is this guy? Kunda possess an unusually large chakra and master a variety of advanced ninjutsu. If you say that this is a top-notch ninja who has experienced many battles, you may not feel that there is any problem. But on a boy who is only 8 years old, this is intriguing. Because from the common sense, Hyuga Shiratori continues to practice even from the beginning of the mother's womb. Just 8 years of life is not enough to give him such a powerful force. Everyone at Cloud Shinobi was puzzled. What do you want so much to do? You just need to know that I am your enemy, and that's it. Hyuga Shiratori said blankly. Tisk. Damn kid, don't be too smug. Fourth Raikage gritted his teeth and shouted. The thunder and lightning lingering on his body also became more and more violent. Nearly 40 years of ninja career let him develop a powerful force. In terms of chakra's strength alone, he is also at the level of the tail beast. This is the pride Fourth Raikage is proud of. However, the existence of Hyuga Shiratori has trampled on his pride. No need to feel inferior, Raikage. With your mortal body, being able to reach this level is already pretty good. Hyuga Shiratori comforted. Shut up. Fourth Raikage jumped into the air, turning into a flash of lightning. A lot of lightning-style power was concentrated on the right foot in one breath. Hold up to 120 degrees. Guillotine drop. The top-down thunderstorm strikes down all obstacles. Boom. Deafening crit. A huge deep pit was blasted out of the surrounding earth. In the center of the pit, there is a golden chakra that protects the Hyuga Shiratori. In the face of Fourth Raikage's ultimate ninjutsu crit, he was unscathed. This is the chakra of the tail beast. Fourth Raikage opened his eyes wide and stared at the golden chakra. So, it's useless. Hyuga Shiratori slowly raised a hand. I saw the golden chakra on his body, quickly converging into a big chakra hand, and suddenly the opponent flew out. Ahem. A mouthful of blood spilled from the corner of Fourth Raikage's mouth, and his figure flew backwards. Big brother. Seeing that his brother was hit hard, Killer Bee decisively joined the battlefield. Master Raikage, we have to go to war too. Samui, Darui, Mabai, and she, 4 Cloud Shinobi Jonin joined the battle at the same time. Cloud Shinobi floating knife art Erera Heron cutting sword. I saw Killer Bee clamp 7 sharp knives with his mouth, arms, wrists, underarms, belly, thighs, and back knees, and assumed a particularly weird posture. Quickly rushed to the Hyuga Shiratori, the whole body was in its flexible dance, and the attack trajectory of multiple sharp knives was unpredictable. Fancy stuff. Hyuga Shiratori drove the chakra of 9 tails and slapped Killer Bee to the ground. Wow, weird, why is my wonderful sword technique ineffective? Killer Bee lay on the ground and vomited blood, with a skeptical expression on his face. Land done laser circus. Darui used his unique blood to succeed the limit. This is a ninjutsu combining water style and lightning style, which is transformed from water vapor into a powerful laser penetrating the target. There is the fluidity of water and the power of thunder. This is land done. Good chakra, but still too weak at the moment. Hyuga Shiratori shook his head without any movement. You can easily control the 9 tails chakra on your body and turn it into the hands of countless chakras, and all the lasers that will strike in the future will fly away. Shoo, hoo. The land done laser was shot everywhere. Darui dodged in a hurry, and was shot off the ninja forehead protector by one of them, looking extremely embarrassed. Damn it! The enemy's chakra is too strong, our attack can't even beat his skin. Since you can't defeat the opponent's chakra head-on, let's blast from the inside. Mabai took out a kunao tied with a detonating talisman, and gently threw it into the air. Quickly seal with both hands. Ninfa Tiansong technique. Detonation Kua disappeared out of thin air in midair. In the next second, detonation kunao suddenly appeared at Hyuga Shiratori's feet. Boom. Hyuga Shiratori was caught off guard. 9 tails chakra was not reserved in advance to protect her feet, so she was caught off guard. However, even the chakra protection of 9 tails is removed. He also has 3 tails chakra on him. The zero-distance detonating talisman exploded, only slightly causing his footsteps to explode a small step back. Crack. Several grey-blue chakra fragments resembling tortoise shells were dropped from his body. Otherwise, Hyuga Shiratori didn't even hurt a single hair. Interesting time and space ninjutsu. Hyuga Shiratori was slightly surprised and authentic. How so? Mabai opened his mouth wide and his face was full of disbelief. Don't stop, let's attack together. She yelled, and quickly completed the mudra with both hands. Lightning-style thunder magic beam. I saw a dazzling thunder on his body. Using light as a medium can make people fall into illusion. Sharingan? The mirror world turns. Hyuga Shiratori activated Sharingan's pupil technique to bounce back to the opponent's body. My eyes. Seeing she suddenly covered her eyes, she fell to the ground and rolled. Wow. Sam Yi took the opportunity to sneak attack from behind him with an instant technique. Hyuga Shiratori raised his hand and grabbed the opponent's arm, pressing her under him with his backhand. Too weak. Lightning-style shadow clone. I saw Samui's figure, turning into countless lightning, entwining Hyuga Shiratori. Wow. Sam Yi's body appeared behind him again. Then, once again, he was subdued by Hyuga Shiratori. Samui couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt. So you are still not strong enough. Stupid Cloud Shinobi. Hyuga Shiratori raised his hand. Using the power of yin and yang to escape, a red light fishing rod was quickly condensed. This weapon, you are. Samui suddenly opened his eyes. I recognized it at a glance, the red light fishing rod in Hyuga Shiratori's hand. It was the man who killed their Jonin mentor 3 years ago. It's you? The murderer who killed teacher Troy 3 years ago. Asabuyi also recognized the weapon in Hyuga Shiratori's hand. Didn't I say it a long time ago? Hyuga Shiratori said calmly. From the beginning, he admitted that he was the Hyuga Tenin. No one believes the truth. In fact, it is no wonder. After all, who would believe that the person who killed Jonin was actually made by a kid? Hyuga Tenin. Is Kirigakuer claiming to assassinate Mizukage's murderer? Fourth Raikage's face changed. Although he is impetuous and arrogant, he will still be fearful when facing the real strong. The opponent killed Mizukage's ruthless man? It's okay, it's good to know who I am. Then, you should also understand my style of behavior. Hyuga Shiratori waved his hand and said blankly, I'm only interested in the powerful chakra. You are all good and meet my hunting requirements. As long as you are willing to hand over chakra obediently, I promise not to kill you. This is telling the truth. Hyuga Shiratori has no interest in killing, unless it's a character he really hates, such as Uchiha Obito. As for Cloud Shinobi and his group, he has neither good feelings nor dislikes. It doesn't matter whether you can kill or not. Impossible. Samui was pressed to the ground, unable to move. But she still turned her head, a pair of turquoise eyes, stubborn will flowed. Samui, never surrender. Well said. This is our Cloud Shinobi ninja. Fourth Raikage couldn't help but complimented. Kawahe who won't. Come and save her if you have the ability. Hyuga Shiratori mocked. You. Fourth Raikage was so angry that his old face went black. It's too arrogant to want to give in to us alone? Stupid guy, bastard guy. Killer Bee stood up and abandoned the sharp knives that had been beaten up and down. He raised his palm high and made a strange gesture. I'm going to use the 8th knife. Guru. I saw the crimson translucent chakra, flowing out of his body, gradually forming the tail beast clothes. Then the tail beast's clothes were gathered together and pressed tightly to the skin, forming a crimson pattern, and 7 tails grew behind him. The tail beastization of state 2, are you kidding me? Hyuga Shiratori glanced at the other person with a face of disdain. What are you talking about? Look at this uncle beat you to a mess. Killer Bee raised his arm, and chakra was very violent and erected. Ready, then. Fourth Raikage also raised his arms, and lightning flashed all over his body. Appeared, Abi's combined nirvana. Darui's eyes shone, and he looked at them both with a look of admiration. Raikage-sama and Bai-sama are going to be real, that guy is dead. But, Samai's words, I'm afraid it will be too. She finally recovered from the illusion rebound. Samui. A look of worry flashed in Azabai's eyes. She is worried about whether the tricks of Raikage and 8 Tails Jinchuriki will hurt Samai, who is held hostage by the enemy. However, as far as Fourth Raikage and Killer Bee are concerned, the safety of their teammates is no longer a concern at this moment. Because the opponent in front of you, a powerful enemy who must go all out to deal with. Fearful, falling down will only be a complete defeat. The benevolence of women cannot be Raikage. As for Killer Bee, it is purely naive. He never thought of the problem of accidentally hurting his teammates. Feeling the two people whose breath has become extremely terrifying on the left and right. Samui couldn't help swallowing. I couldn't help feeling scared in my heart. As a ninja, she has the consciousness to sacrifice in the mission. But being killed by an enemy and being killed by a teammate are two different things. To die in your own hands is too aggrieved. Just as she felt anxious, a comforting voice rang in her ears. Be at ease, with me, they can't hurt you. Hyuga Shiratori chuckled lightly. Samui looked at him for a while. Seeing the understatement of the other party's smiling face, the fear in her heart has indeed disappeared a lot. But, is there something wrong with this? She is now being captured by the enemy. The two teammates are trying their best to accumulate big moves. This blow, if it can kill the enemy, that would definitely kill her as well. However, at this moment, the enemy in front of her even comforted her without being afraid. What kind of expression should she use now? Zi, who? Fourth Raikage and Killer Bee, the two carrying the terrible chakra, launched a flanking attack from left to right. This combination of nirvana, the power is definitely not as simple as 1+1. This represents the pinnacle of Cloud Shinobi Village ninjutsu. There is no one who has seen this trick in the rumors that is immortal. None knew 000. Blue Lightning, Lariat, Crimson Beast, Roar. The real fierce beast roars. Hyuga Shiratori released the power of 9 tails in one breath. The golden chakra formed an exquisite and beautiful battlesuit on him. At the same time, a large amount of chakra spouting out of the well turned into a hideous beast head. At first glance, it looks like the head of 9 tails. Boom, boom. Fourth Raikage and Killer Bee's hot knives slammed into 9 tails' head. How powerful is chakra from 9 tails? The best Lila hot knife that can cut all targets, but can't cut 9 tails. This is chakra from 9 tails. Although Fourth Raikage knew that the opponent was using the power of the tail beast, he never thought of using 9 tails chakra. Impossible? Jinchuriki of 9 tails, isn't he the wife of the golden glitter? It is said to be locked up now. Killer Bee looked surprised and authentic. This is. Samui was in the middle of the golden chakra, and his mouth opened blankly. A moment ago, she was still worried that she would be killed by her teammates. Now it seems that she is thinking too much, under the protection of the power of 9 tails. Hyuga Shiratori was unscathed. Even with Sam Yi, he didn't suffer any harm. How? I'm right. Hyuga Shiratori released the suppression of Samui. At this moment, there is no need to physically suppress the latter, because psychologically, the opponent has been completely subdued. As expected, Sam Yi did not get up and run away immediately after he was free, just squatted on the ground blankly. Silence. Sam Yibai clenched her teeth, and she didn't know what to say. Logically speaking, she is in a hostile relationship with the other party, but it is also true that the other party's actions saved her life. So, should she say thank you? Do not. The person in front of him was the murderer who killed their teacher. This is the enemy. But the ninja died in battle. Isn't this a normal thing? Thinking in another way, if they were the ones who won the battle, would they let the enemy go? The answer is obviously no. In the ninja world, you have always killed me or I have killed you. I am not as skilled as others, so what can I say? Puff. Samui only felt her chest numb, and found a thin red thread pierced into her body. Be good, don't move. It will be done soon. Hyuga Shiratori was holding a red light fishing rod and caught the chakra from Sam Yi. Sam seemed to be drained of all the strength of his body for a moment, and slumped weakly to the ground. Samui. Mabai in the distance uttered a call. Don't worry, I just took her chakra away. Look, as long as you cooperate, I won't hurt your lives. Hyuga Shiratori said seriously, trying to persuade the group of cloud shinobi in front of them by reasoning. If you cooperate, you can save your lives. Isn't this bad? Asshole. Fourth Raikage was furious. As the dignity of Raikage, how could he surrender? I saw that he immediately concentrated the whole chakra on the left-hand knife. Lateral bolt of pain, chop. Through the training of crushing bones, honed a heirloom hand knife that is as sharp as a flash. This is the strongest nirvana in lightning-style ninjutsu. With this trick, Fourth Raikage once cut off the horns of 8 tails. It seems that you haven't figured out how much the gap is. Hyuga Shiratori's mind moved, and the golden chakra on his body skyrocketed again. 9 tails stretched out in a row, gathered in front, forming an indestructible shield wall. Boom. Fourth Raikage's thunder hand knife hit Chakra's tail hard. His full blow was only to the extent that he barely cut a half tail. Each tail contains an extremely strong chakra. Fourth Raikage couldn't make a breakthrough at all. Boom. Hyuga Shiratori drove Chakra's tail violently and flew Fourth Raikage like a ball. If it were an ordinary ninja, it would have become a ball of meat sauce just by being swept away by this tail. In addition, Fourth Raikage has a strong physique, coupled with a thick lightning-style armor covering his body, and only then has the damage been greatly reduced. But despite this, one of Fourth Raikage's arms was broken by the shock, and his left arm's wrist was abnormally twisted. It looks like this hand is abolished. Fourth Raikage was also stiff. He waved his left hand and cut off his left arm without frowning. The plot is always surprisingly similar. Big brother. Seeing that my brother was hit hard, Killer B on the side was also anxious. Immediately he desperately lifted the seal on his body, fully releasing the power of 8 tails. I saw that his lower body was the first to become countless thick octopus tentacles, and his upper body became a giant cow. 8 tails Jaiki, completely tail animalized. Roar. 8 tails picked up a huge fist and slammed it with terrifying power. Oh, is this 8 tails? Judging by the amount of chakra alone, it is only second to 9 tails. Hyuga Shiratori nodded. Facing 8 tails' angry blow, he didn't pay attention to it at all. I saw the 9 tails chakra on his body soaring instantly, and the original 9 tails head grew out of a huge body. A giant claw was stretched out and steadily caught 8 tails' fist. The first 8 tails slammed over immediately. With the thick and sharp horns, he pierced 9 tails fiercely. 9 tails opened its teeth and danced its claws, and bit the face of 8 tails with one bite. 8 tails let out a roar in pain, and then immediately drove a large number of octopus tentacles on its lower body, and quickly tied 9 tails' whole body. 9 tails rolled up the tail behind her, and in turn stabbed 8 tails into the body. Bang, 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 bang. At the moment, 2 huge monsters are fighting fiercely. Judging from the situation, it is clear that 9 tails has the absolute upper hand. After all, there is a clear gap between the 2 chakras. What's more, Killer B and 8 tails are a single entity compared to when they are completely tailed. Hyuga Shiratori just uses 9 tails chakra purely, and he can move around freely, while 9 tails and 8 tails are fighting each other and fighting endlessly. Hyuga Shiratori slapped 8 tails' head in the air. Gentle fist law 8 trigrams air palm of Zhao. Boom. The violent chakra shockwave is no less than the blow of the tail beast. With this palm, 8 tails' brain trembled and a few teeth broke. 8 tails vomited blood, and its strength suddenly dropped a lot. The beast is still a beast after all. Hyuga Shiratori immediately controlled the power of 9 tails, transformed into a giant claw, and squeezed 8 tails by the neck. Lateral bolt of pain, chop 7. At the critical moment, Fourth Raikage once again brought the thunder knife to kill. One blow smashed the hand of chakra transformed by 9 tails. It's okay. Fourth Raikage cast a caring look. He is okay, but you are okay. Hyuga Shiratori saw the right time, and decisively used the instantaneous technique. With the blessing of 9 tails chakra, his speed has reached an astonishing level. It looks like a golden glitter. Swish swish swish. The golden light and shadow flickered in front of my eyes. So fast? The speed of this guy is not inferior to the golden glitter. Fourth Raikage's pupils tightened suddenly. His eyes turned left and right, but without pupil surgery, his eyes couldn't keep up with this speed at all. However, in the fully open state of lightning-style chakra, his body's nerve response has also reached the extreme of human beings. Even if the eyes cannot see, the body will automatically counterattack. The figure of Hyuga Shiratori instantly appeared behind the opponent. Rinnegan. Fourth Rinnegan relied on his body's conditioned reflex to turn around and fight back for the first time. A punch full of lightning style hit Rinnegan in his hand. Nice counterattack. Hyuga Shiratori complimented the other party, and then changed her voice. Unfortunately, there is an overwhelming gap in chakra between you and me. Hyuga Shiratori doesn't need any skills at all, he only needs to inject chakra in a large amount into Rinnegan. Boom. In the end, it was fourth Rinnegan's lightning style fist, which couldn't hold his strengthened Rinnegan. The whole person was beaten out. Hyuga Shiratori flicked the red fishing rod with his right hand. Puff. Skillfully hooked chakra off fourth Rinnegan. Damn it. I would actually lose to a mere kid. Fourth Rinnegan fell to the ground feebly with unwillingness and anger. Master Rinnegan. Darui paled in surprise. Since childhood, he has always regarded Rinnegan as the object of worship. At the same time, I firmly believe that Rinnegan is the most powerful ninja in the world. Now he has witnessed the results of Rinnegan's fiasco. The faith in the heart is facing collapse all of a sudden. What should I do? Azabai couldn't help trembling. The brain, which has always been smart, can't think of any countermeasures at this time. Once again proved the cruel fact that the ninja world respects force. No matter how many tactics you have, it is meaningless in the face of absolute strength. Even so strong. Sam Yi stared blankly at the man in the golden chakra. A touch of reverence faintly appeared in the beautiful eyes. Cloud Shinobi Village has strong folk customs and a strong atmosphere of martial arts. Therefore, the powerful Rinnegan can rule the village well with extraordinary force. But the worship of the strong is not only for Rinnegan, but also for the enemy. The martial arts education he cultivated since childhood has made Sam Yi feel a strange feeling for Hyuga Shiratori involuntarily. For the enemy, she shouldn't have such ambiguous feelings. However, Hyuga Shiratori is really too strong. It is so powerful that it is so exciting. Asshole? Asshole. After witnessing his eldest brother being knocked down, Killer Bee's eyes became red. In extreme anger, he could no longer control Eight Tails' huge chakra. Reason is gradually occupied by animality. Opening his mouth, the high-density chakra particles quickly condensed. That is, Tailed Beast Bomb. Darui and others were terrified. Wait, Lord Bai, you will kill us together. Linen shouted loudly. However, Killer Bee, who had fallen into a runaway state, couldn't listen to his teammates at all. Continue to accumulate chakra frantically. She has a keen sense of perception. After sensing the violent Eight Tails, he rushed to the fallen fourth Rinnegan immediately, picked him up, turned around and ran. Hehe, the last person who smashed the tailed beast bomb with me has become a dead turtle. Hyuga Shiratori sneered, and didn't back down and decided to go straight. Controlling the power of 9 tails, opening the blood basin and mouth also accumulates an excessive amount of high-density chakra particles? No, stay here, you will die. Darui finally realized the danger of the situation at this time, and immediately turned and fled. Samui. Mabai also wanted to run, but she still couldn't bear to leave her teammate lying aside and ran in the direction of Samui. Stupid, don't come here. Samui was moved and sad again. Did I tell you to run away? Surprisingly, Hyuga Shiratori was using the power of 9 tails to prepare the tailed beast bomb, but he was able to deal with Cloud Shinobi who wanted to escape. Puff. A thin red line pierced Darui's body from behind. Abruptly, a group of blue and white chakra was hooked out of his body. Although the intensity is not high, but at any rate it is also a rare blood succession boundary, then I will reluctantly accept it. Hyuga Shiratori collected the captured land dun chakra into the red light fish basket behind him. Darui lost his strength and fell to the ground. As for the other she who ran away, Hyuga Shiratori glanced at him. Ordinary Jonin chakra, nothing special. He had already taken what Rinnegan had said, and was not interested. If you have to catch up, it's not impossible. It's just not necessary at all. After all, the 8 tails in front of him is his primary goal. Tailed Beast Bomb. Tailed Beast Bomb. The battle between 9 tails and 8 tails unleashed a huge explosion that destroyed the quartet. Azabai showed a resolute color, and his hands were sealed. Ninfa Tiansong technique. This is the spacetime ninjutsu used to transmit ninjas. It can even send people in an emergency. With this move, Mabai can completely escape the strike range of Tailed Beast Bomb. Although people will be severely injured by forcibly crossing the space, it is more cost-effective than staying in place and being bombarded to death by the Tailed Beast Bomb. However, Mabai's teleportation location is not the periphery. Samui only felt warm and was hugged tightly in his arms. What a fool. Mabai teleported to her side, covering the latter with his body. I will never abandon my companions. In this earth-shattering tail beast battle, the close embrace of the two girls became the only beautiful scenery on the battlefield. Boom. A terrible energy tsunami, spreading more than 10 kilometers. All the creatures within the scope of the big explosion turned into flying ash and annihilated. 9 tails and 8 tails tailed beast bomb blast. The result is naturally no suspense. 9 tails was blown a quarter of its body. 8 tails was gone, and the octopus tentacles on the lower body were blown apart. Hyuga Shiratori is protected by 9 tails golden chakra, unscathed. There was no wave of waves on his calm face. Because this is the expected ending. She took the seriously injured Rinnegan and fled the scene of the disaster. Landun Ninja Derui, unfortunately, was involved in this big explosion and was wiped out in smoke. As for Samui and Mabai, we are not dead yet. Samui and Mabai hugged each other, and originally planned to die together. Unexpectedly, they also escaped the terrible disaster of the tailed beast bomb. This is time and space ninjutsu. Mabai noticed that, surrounding them, an array of 4 red light kunai formed a mysterious enchantment. The barrier separated the 2 spaces. On the outside, there are mountains and cracks, but the inside is undamaged. Even a small flower at his feet was not damaged by the big explosion. Flying Thunder God Enchantment? This is the ninjutsu collected by Hyuga Shiratori from Namikaze Minato. Use the barrier to open up an absolutely safe space. All the damage from outside the barrier can be transferred to other places. Yo, are you all right? Hyuga Shiratori turned his head and smiled at the second daughter who was holding her and shivering. You, why do you want to save us? Samui gritted his teeth and asked puzzledly. It's a moment of interest. In this tragic battlefield, the only blooming landscape, it would be a shame to destroy it. Hyuga Shiratori said casually. In fact, he still has some other ideas. After all, it's inside. Men know it all. At this moment, Samui and Mabai had nothing to say. As losers, they have nothing to say, only to be slaughtered. Fortunately, the enemy in front of them didn't seem to have any plans to kill them. It's okay to stay alive, but Chakra still has to hand it over. Hyuga Shiratori hooked the red fishing rod in his hand. Chakra was drawn from Mabai's body. During this time, the octopus tentacles were scattered all over the place by the explosion. His hiss. One of them moved, like a large earthworm, and went into the ground quietly. Are you awake? Then. 8 Tails said. Yes, I actually killed my companion, dumb guy, bastard guy. Killer Bee felt guilty. This is not the time to be guilty. My body was blasted away by the enemy, and I can't use tail beastization for the time being. You should run away quickly. 8 Tails urged. Escape with a broken foot. It is the unique escape technique of 8 Tails. In the original work, it used this method to escape from danger many times. It's so concealed to use, even Mangekyo Sherinon can't see through it. However, for Hyuga Shiratori, who owns Byakugan and knows its technique in advance, it is easy to detect Killer Bee's movements. Haha, after so much effort, in such a battle, the primary target is you. How can you escape? Hyuga Shiratori's Byakugan locked the octopus tentacles that had dived into the depths of 100 meters. No, he found us. 8 Tails was shocked. Killer Bee didn't say anything, the body immediately came out of the octopus's tentacles. Next second, a laser beam penetrated the surface and blasted directly through the ground. Call out. The octopus tentacles were beaten into a pile of meat sauce. This technique isn't the Landun blood inheritance boundary of our village. Killer Bee only feels numb on the scalp. If he had been slow for a second, the result would be that he would also become a part of the meat sauce. Encourage and lock up the lotus. Hyuga Shiratori shot laser beams from the palm of his hand. This is the Lanyung Syojija he snatched from Derui. Compared with the original caster, Hyuga Shiratori is obviously more capable of exerting the power of Landun. Find flowers. Shoo, 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 shoo. The laser beam can penetrate the ground at a depth of 100 meters, making Killer Bee dodge embarrassed. When he is not good at Earth style, hiding under the ground greatly limits his movement speed. Immediately had to get back to the ground. Oncoming laser rays. Lightning style. Killer Bee crossed his arms in front of him, trying to use the power of lightning style to resist these laser rays. Boom, boom, puff. Killer Bee blocked the first 2 shots and was penetrated by the subsequent laser beam. Wow. Killer Bee spit out blood. Wow. Hyuga Shiratori's figure came to him with a flashing technique, and he tapped gentle fist with a palm. 0-0. Wow. Killer Bee was hit, and his body turned into a ball of ink, and quickly spread to Hyuga Shiratori's body. Seal technique 100 million anger and countless troubled loose slaves. This is ink from 8 Tails, with a powerful sealing effect. Sucker punch. Hyuga Shiratori erupts from acupuncture points all over the body of Chakra. Revolving heaven, the spreading ink and Killer Bee, who tried to sneak attack from behind, all flew away. Hyuga Shiratori flicked the red fishing rod in his hand. What? Killer Bee's eyes suddenly tightened, and he twisted his body forcibly in midair, avoiding the fish hook that took his chest straight. Then, he was immediately entangled by the subsequent fishing line. Killer Bee's secret path was not good, and immediately activated lightning style to break these fishing lines. Zizzy. As a result, under the torn of lightning style, the fishing line didn't move at all. This is over. This thing is made by yin and yang escape, not so easy to break free. 8 Tails also felt cold at this time. You should almost give up, too. Hyuga Shiratori walked slowly to Killer Bee who was entangled in the fishing line. I have the powerful iron armor seal of Cloud Shinobi Village. You can't steal my chakra. Killer Bee saw that he couldn't escape and stopped struggling. But there was still a glimmer of hope in his heart. I hope the iron seal on him can prevent the opponent from taking his chakra. Seal? It just takes a little effort. Hyuga Shiratori showed disdain. He pinched Killer Bee's neck with one hand and lifted the ladder. What do you want to do? Killer Bee was tied up by the fishing line and could not move. Can only be at the mercy of the other side. You will know soon. Hyuga Shiratori hit his other hand severely on the opponent's abdomen. The eyes have changed from Byakugan to Rinnegan. These eyes, can it be said? Eight Tails immediately recognized these eyes, and was shocked immediately. Isn't this Rinnegan unique to Sage of Six Paths? How can this be? Hyuga Shiratori can see through the iron armor seal on Killer Bee at once with the pupil power of round 0 and 13 times. Is this the iron armor seal? It's much easier than sealing 9 Tails 8 sign seal. Hyuga Shiratori's face was indifferent and authentic. 3 years ago, he was unable to break the seal to capture the tail beast alone, and had to cooperate with the 4th generation couple. But now, 3 years later, he already has enough strength. Opening the iron armor seal, which is 1 line weaker than the 8 sign seal, naturally will not cause any problems. Hyuga Shiratori only needs to use the yin and yang escape to dissolve all things, and gradually erase the seal on the latter. Killer Bee only felt like her abdomen was burning, and there was a deep pain in her heart. Stop. Eight Tails let out an angry growl. Once the seal is completely lifted, it will be free again. But Jinchuriki left the tail beast, there was only a dead end. Eight Tails and Killer Bee get along very well, and they treat each other as their companions. It does not want the other party to die. Tailed beasts and humans are really touching cross-species friendship. What a pity. Hyuga Shiratori sighed regretfully. But he did not show mercy for this. Ninja world is not a beautiful fairy tale. There is blood and killing everywhere. Hyuga Shiratori needs a huge chakra, he needs more chakra. Rinnegan, a 6-go jade, exudes a terrifying and fierce light. The 5 fingers of the palm pinched the seal technique on the opponent's abdomen. Boom. In the end, it seemed like peeling off a layer of skin, forcibly tore the seal technique on the opponent's body. The iron armor seal has been completely erased. Wow, so big, so big, so big, it's coming out. Killer Bee was tossed incoherently, his eyes turned white and foaming at the mouth. The huge chakra spewed out of him uncontrollably. The body of Eight Tails Jayaki was pulled out alive. Roar. Eight Tails uttered an extremely angry growl. He knew that the Killer Bee at the moment was almost dead. I will give you a happy one. Hyuga Shiratori held a red light fishing rod and drew the last trace of chakra from Killer Bee. This caused Killer Bee, who was dying, to swallow completely. Humans of Demet. Eight Tails angrily danced with a large number of octopus tentacles, wishing to tear the Hyuga Shiratori into pieces. But immediately, a large number of golden tails tied all its tentacles. Now, do you still have to resist? Hyuga Shiratori drives the power of 9 tails and can easily suppress 8 tails. Roar. 8 tails certainly knew this, but it had lost its sanity at this time. Furiously wriggling the octopus tentacles, trying to break free of the golden tail. It turned out to be bursting by the latter. Puff 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 puff. However, 8 Tails didn't care about the injuries on his body and slammed his fist at Hyuga Shiratori in anger. Zi. Thunder flashed. Lariat. Hyuga Shiratori raised his arms horizontally, and his figure turned into a burst of thunder. Puff. One arm of 8 Tails was cut off neatly. You are not allowed to use Bai's ninjutsu. 8 Tails was beaten all over, but its heart hurts more than the physical hurt. It's Jayaki, who is affectionate and righteous. A touch of movement flashed across Hyuga Shiratori's face, and then he nodded seriously and said, "Okay, I promise not to use Killer Bee's ninjutsu." Zi. Lightning style instantaneous. Hyuga Shiratori flashed under the 8 Tails, hitting the latter's huge body with an uppercut and flying into the sky. Immediately afterwards, his figure appeared behind 8 Tails for an instant. He stretched out 2 big golden chakra hands and hugged 8 Tails' waist tightly, turning sharply down into nirvana, like a thunderous blow. Rumble, rumbling, rumbling. 8 Tails fell to the ground, striking like a meteorite. A sinkhole with a radius of more than 10 kilometers was smashed into the ground. In addition to the terrifying physical crit, it is also mixed with violent thunder strikes. This is 4th Raikage's ninjutsu. Thunder Bomb. 8 Tails was completely beaten by this move, and the whole body was smashed into blood and blood. Oh, this time, it was the last cry of the dead beast. 8 Tails was filled with despair. Facing this mysterious man with the same eyes as the Sage of Six Paths who created them, he has no chance of winning at all. No wonder 9 Tails also fell into your hands. 8 Tails was downcast, it was completely beaten by the man in front of him. Yes, not just 9 Tails, but 3 Tails, plus you now. Hyuga Shiratori said with an indifferent expression, "Don't worry, the remaining tail beasts will be with you soon. The 9 big tail beasts created by Sage of Six Paths will eventually become one with me. You are not human." 8 Tails stared at him blankly. Well anyway, it's not a person in your world. While talking, Hyuga Shiratori waved a red fishing rod to trap the dying 8 Tails. The latter seemed to have given up meaningless resistance, allowing him to drag himself into the red fish basket abruptly. So far, 8 Tails' hunt has been a complete success. Cloud Shinobi Village and his party, Hyuga Shiratori returned with a rewarding experience. He harvested chakra from Raikage, Samai, Darui, Mabai, Killer Bee, 8 Tails. The next day, Cloud Shinobi Village is officially open to the public. Konoha Shinobi's Hyuga Shiratori's heinous behavior, and announced that the other party's true identity is Hyuga Tenin. As soon as this news came out, it immediately detonated the entire ninja world. Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi, the two eating melons, suddenly lost the thought of gloating. Because both Mist Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi have been taken away from the tail beasts, is it their turn to be the next target? This is unbearable. Kirigaku once again publicly condemned and called on the 5 major countries to form a joint wanted force to capture this epic giant Hyuga Shiratori. Konoha Shinobi Village immediately listed Hyuga Shiratori as an S-rank rebel, showing that it has drawn a clear line from the latter. 4th Hokage's anger far exceeds others. 3 years ago, he was forced to cede half of 9 tails. This became an ironclad proof of his betrayal of Konoha. Over the years, he tried to conceal the truth of 17. He has never given up on the tracing of the prisoner, and sent a large number of Umbu before and after to track Hyuga Tenin for 3 full years. However, the information gained is very little. The only bit of information found was also started on the black market. Namikaze Minato was very upset about this, but still did not give up, continue to investigate. But I never thought that people would not hide at all. Staying in Konoha, Tenten wondered under his nose. It's a graveyard? Recalling the mysterious smile that Hyuga Shiratori gave him twice. Now Namikaze Minato finally understood. This is obviously a great mockery of him. Namikaze Minato was so angry that he almost burst on the spot. Dispatch envoys immediately to spread the 5 ninja villages and prepare to hold the 5 Shadows Conference. Out of the common interests of protecting the tail beasts, the 5 great ninja villages responded positively. For the first time in the history of Ninja World, the Joint Wanted Force jointly initiated by the 5 ninja villages is formally established. When the Joint Wanted Force was first established, everyone was full of confidence. Think that they will be able to catch this bold criminal soon. However, the reality has surprised them. Outstanding ninjas from the 5 great ninja villages joined the Joint Wanted Force and searched almost the entire ninja world. But there is still no trace of Hyuga Shiratori. Even the effective information about Hyuga Shiratori is very few. That person seemed to have evaporated from the world, completely disappearing from the world of shinobi. In fact, Hyuga Shiratori entered the independent space of Hirizaka immediately after leaving the Land of Thunder. Set out to deal with the large amount of chakra stored in the red light fish basket, and use the secret method of the Ōtsutsuki clan to refine the huge chakra into a pill, especially 8 tails. Chakra is second only to 9 tails. This process of alchemy lasted a whole year. After a year of unsuccessful search by the outside world, it is itself a mixed wanted unit. Dissatisfaction gradually arose in the interior, and the 5 ninja villages began to blame each other, which eventually led to intensification of the contradictions. In this way, this joint wanted force, which was established for the first time in history, has not yet exerted any combat effects, and it ended hastily disbanded. The ninja world wanted for Hyuga Shiratori was ultimately unstoppable. 1 year later, Hyuga Shiratori has thoroughly refined the chakra stored in the red light fish basket. After devouring a large amount of chakra tango, his strength has improved again. There is no need to spend years and months practicing like ordinary ninjas. As long as you eat pill, you can easily gain powerful power. This is the plugin of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Hyuga Shiratori walked out of the independent space of Hirizaka and returned to the real world. The first time he came to the black market again. He needs to learn new information. Hey, that guy, isn't it true? It's true. The photo is exactly the same as the wanted order issued by the 5 ninja villages. It's fatal to not even do any disguise. In the black market, everyone focused on him and talked a lot. Hyuga Shiratori walked stumblingly as there was no one next to him. At this time, he did not wear the black cloak that used to hide his identity. Because the name of Hyuga Tenin has been exposed, there is no need to bluff people by impersonating celebrities. And there is no need at all. At present, his strength has reached the level of the pinnacle of the ninja world, and there is nothing wrong with showing his true colors. Even if you do, it will cause trouble. It doesn't matter, anyway, it's just a gift. Yes. His mentality has expanded. This kid is a bounty worth hundreds of millions. Let's make him together. Under the temptation of the sky-high bounties issued by the 5 ninja villages, there are naturally no shortage of desperados. Kuro no sneak attack. Wind-style beast wave palm. Ninjutsu attack. Grass hidden fluid technique. Close physical combat. Various attacks greeted Hyuga Shiratori. The result can be imagined. Hyuga Shiratori only showed a little chakra. All the attacks were blown away. The attacker was crushed on the ground by this extremely large chakra, unable to move. Under the great horror, they forgot to breathe and were finally suffocated to death. Hyuga Shiratori hasn't even moved a finger during the whole journey. You can kill with momentum alone. These weird methods instantly deterred other malicious gangsters in the black market. It also includes Kakuzu from Akatsuki. He happened to work in the black market to raise funds for the organization. He advocating the supremacy of money, of course, is also coveted by Hyuga Shiratori, which is worth hundreds of millions. It's just that he's not stupid. He didn't make any rash moves. Choose to observe in the dark. Sure enough, all the miscellaneous fish that were shot were killed. It's very strong, this kind of heart-pounding feeling. I only felt it in Senjo Hashirama back then. Kakuzu expressed fear. After some consideration, he still persuaded him and didn't dare to make a move. Let's bring the information back to Xiao, gather the people and do it together. Slideshow body technique? This is the secret technique of Akatsuki's members for long-distance communication. Hyuga Shiratori, did you finally show up? Pain's Rinnegan shone with a strange cold light. Rumor has it that Hyuga Shiratori also owns Rinnegan. He wanted to see if it was true. This guy is really arrogant. He even dared to show people upright after causing such a big thing? Isn't he afraid of people from the 5 ninja village coming to encircle and suppress? Sasori said coldly. As Sand Shinobi's S-rank rebel, although he claims to be strong, he dare not show up in public. Interesting, really interesting? I didn't expect that the Hyuga clan would have such a freak. Orochimaru licked his tongue and showed great interest. A few years ago, he was engaged in taboo research. After the incident was exposed, he was forced to leave Konoha Shinobi village. Now he has joined the Akatsuki organization and thinks it is profitable. Are we really going to do it? Akatsuki's manpower is not enough, and the other party is not easy to deal with. Konan hesitated. The suspicious masked man hasn't appeared for a long time. She thought that the other party was probably dead, and it was in the hands of Hyuga Shiratori. Do you still need to think about it? This guy's head is worth hundreds of millions of taels. Kakuzu strongly recommends it. In his eyes, Hyuga Shiratori is 100 million mobile. Not only that, he has chakra from 9 taels, 3 taels, and 8 taels. This is Akatsuki's goal. Orochimaru said negatively. He is also encouraging. He has such a powerful force at a young age. I am really curious about what structure his body is. If it is used as an adult puppet, it must be great, right? Sasori also favors hands-on for personal purposes. The target seems to have mastered a superb space-time ninjutsu. Once he disappears again, we will not be able to find any information about him. So this time, we have to seize the opportunity. This time, it was also a rare occasion to open his mouth and express his opinions. In fact, he is the only person in Akatsuki who has really seen the power of Hyuga Shiratori. Uchiha Obito failed to attack the opponent and was killed on the spot. Only by relying on his own weird means of concealment, he was able to escape. He was very afraid of Hyuga Shiratori, thinking that the existence of the latter would seriously affect his mother's resurrection plan. So I want to use Akatsuki's power to destroy the opponent? Then do it. The tail beast is an indispensable weapon for Akatsuki to achieve peace, and we must seize it. After comprehensive consideration, Pain finally decided to finalize the action. The other side. The news of Hyuga Shiratori's appearance on the black market was also obtained by the intelligence network of the 5 ninja villages. Konoha Shinobi Village. Kakashi, Gai, Asuma, Red, Shisui, Yamato, this time the mission is very dangerous, I hope you must act cautiously. Namikaze Minato said with a serious expression, it doesn't matter if you can't beat it. The point is to collect the enemy's intelligence and bring it back to the village. He thinks Hyuga Shiratori is very powerful, and his abilities are quite strange. It is too dangerous to confront the opponent head-on without knowing the opponent's abilities. That's why we have to send it. As long as useful information can be obtained, even a certain degree of sacrifice is worthwhile. Kirigakuer. Tozo, Pufferfish Ghost, Yu Yuri, no more cuts, Full Moon, Kisame. This operation does not require you to defeat Hyuga Shiratori, but it is foreseeable that other ninja villages will definitely send people to arrest. Yours the task is to follow them and act together according to the actual situation. Terumime gave the order. These people in front of them are the newly formed 7-man ninja unit by Mist Shinobi. Loquat Juzo obeyed his friend 4th Mizukage's death, unconditionally loyal to 5th Mizukage. The watermelon pufferfish ghost is submissive on the surface, but in fact it is violent. In the battle with Hyuga Shiratori, Black Horeya was seriously injured and died not long after. Lei Dao Fang's successor is Mist Shinobi's young lightning-style genius Ringo Yuyuri. The famous genius ghost lantern is full of the moon, and logically inherited the double sword flounder held by the ancestors. Mamakai no longer inherited the stitches of the long knife, and as the captain of Mist Shinobi's Umbu, his silent assassination technique has been improved. Hoshigaki Kisame inherited the blunt knife, but he didn't seem to like this knife personally, just temporarily make do. Bayadao Fuyamo hasn't selected a successor for the time being, so he will keep it for now. Iweigakuer. Hyuga Shiratori, this man is powerful, and he is out of sight. After a year of silence, he suddenly appeared again. I am afraid that this guy came at the tail beast. Huang Tu, you immediately lead a troop to call Lao Ziai return. 3rd Tsuchikage said solemnly. But, Master Tsuchikage, with the stubborn character of Master Ziai, I'm afraid I won't listen to us. Huang Tu responded. Then you will take someone to his place to guard? I have a hunch, the enemy's next target is likely to be 4 tails. 3rd Tsuchikage frowned. Tsunagakuer. This is an opportunity? Hyuga Shiratori has 3-tailed beasts on him. Once you defeat him, you can catch the 3-tailed beasts at once? I decided to lead the team myself. 4th Kazekage is ambitious and thinks they can take advantage of this opportunity to hit the tail beast's idea. Master Fengying, forgive me, even if you take the shot yourself, you don't have much chance of winning, Zhao, and defeating the enemy. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations poured cold water on him, and said solemnly, no this Hyuga Shiratori, but killed Mizukage and defeated Reikage. There is one more word left. But everyone knows the subtext of this 1,000-generation mother-in-law. Both Mizukage and Reikage have failed, and your Fengying will not be Hyuga Shiratori's opponent? Huh? As far as I know, other shinobu villages will send people to act. As the saying goes, 2 fists are hard to beat 4 hands. If that guy can fight by himself, is it possible that he can kill everyone? 4th Kazekage is confident. I think I can control the situation and use other ninjas in the ninja village. However, it just so happened that other shinobu villages thought the same way. Everyone wants to use each other. This is also the reason why the joint wanted force was forced to disband. It is impossible to cooperate sincerely between ninja village and ninja village. 3rd Ōtsutsuki is worthy of being an old man. His judgment is completely correct. Hyuga Shiratori's next goal is Uegaku's Four Tails. The reason is to obtain intelligence from the black market. Four Tails Jinchuriki Laozi, due to his stubborn personality and at odds with 3rd Ōtsutsuki, left Uegaku alone. He is now living in seclusion in a place called Hyuga, deep in the western part of the land of soil. The single Jinchuriki, as a hunting object, couldn't be better. Hyuga Shiratori immediately set off for the land of the earth. Kakuzu followed. The intelligence ninjas of the 5 great ninja villages are also following all the way. However, the sneaky actions of these people are nothing more than cover UPS in front of Hyuga Shiratori's Byakugan. Hehe. Hyuga Shiratori smiled. He didn't care about the tracking behind him. Come on. The more people give away, the better. Hyuga Shiratori arrived in the land of the earth. Enter the country openly, and take the initiative to approach the rock shinobi team patrolling nearby. Hello, I want to ask about the way to Hyuga. Where is it? Kakuzu is hidden in the dark, thinking he hasn't been found. Seeing Hyuga 017 Shiratori's initiative to ask Rock Shinobi for directions, Chunin couldn't help but complain. Do you think you are here for an outing? Hyuga? That's the forbidden area of the land of Earth, so, wait. Who are you, kid? Rock Shinobi's patrol team found a suspicious person and was about to come forward and ask questions. I saw that the person who came was a child less than 10 years old, who seemed harmless to humans and animals. Somewhat disapproving at first, but as soon as he heard the other party asking about the location of Hyuga, his vigilance immediately rose. Because Hyuga is a famous volcanic area in the country of Tuzi, it is also the hometown of Four Tails. Uegaku lists it as a military forbidden area that no one can enter. Huh? It always feels like this kid's face. Where did you see it? A rock shinobi looked at Hyuga Shiratori up and down for a long time, and thought about it. The rest of rock shinobi also feel the same. It's really forgetful. Do you look through the posters in your pockets? Hyuga Shiratori kindly reminded him. When rock shinobi heard it, he subconsciously took out a poster from his pocket. S-Class Wanted Order. A childish boy was painted on it impressively. This. Rock Shinobi suddenly opened his eyes, and once again compared Hyuga Shiratori with the wanted poster in his hand. It looks pretty much painted. Hyuga Shiratori kept a smile on her face, but in the eyes of everyone at Rock Shinobi, this smile is like the smile of the devil. All alert. Someone among them reacted, and immediately drew out Kunao, and stared at Hyuga Shiratori as if facing an enemy. However, the hand holding Kyo was trembling constantly. These idiots are dead. Kakuzu, hiding in the dark, expressed disdain for Rock Shinobi. I believe that this group of trash fish is 100% dead. It just so happens that he can also witness it with his own eyes. Hyuga Shiratori's methods? But to his disappointment, Hyuga Shiratori did not do anything. Don't be so scared, I am not interested in the weak. The smile on Hyuga Shiratori's face did not change, trying to calm the shocking Rock Shinobi in front of him. You, what do you want to do? The Rock Shinobi patrol couldn't stand up to resistance at all. They are just ordinary Chunin, sent by the village to patrol the border on a daily basis. Never encountered any dangerous person. And the boy in front of him is a famous S-rank wanted criminal in the world of ninja. A ruthless character wanted by the 5 ninja villages? How can their scumbags have the ability to do it? Tell me the exact location of Hyuga Mountain. Hyuga Shiratori is indifferent and authentic. No, that's my Uegaku forbidden area, outsiders don't. One of the young rock shinobi subconsciously refused, but was stopped by his teammates before he could finish his words. Shut up. The caller was an older rock shinobi with a pale face and cold sweat on his forehead. As an elderly ninja, his strength may not be good, but his ability to behave in the world is quite sufficient. At the moment, he keenly noticed the murderous intent emanating from Hyuga Shiratori. He believed that as long as they refused to answer each other's questions honestly, the opponent will definitely kill them. The boy in front of him is definitely not harmless on the surface. Recovered a life. Hyuga Shiratori nodded and motioned for the answer. Going west at 10 o'clock, passing through a few large mountains, about a kilometer away, there is a volcano there, and the Hyuga mountain is there. The elderly rock shinobi obediently gave out the information. Thanks for your cooperation. After Hyuga Shiratori got the information he wanted, he turned and left. Under the horrified gaze of the rock shinobi patrol, they passed by and set off towards the west. Old Master Zi, it's dangerous here. Please come back to the village with us. Huang Tu led a troop to Hyuga mountain. Huh? I want to lie to me again? My uncle has been here well and won't go back with you. Lao Zi glared and blew his beard, expressing rejection. No, it's true this time. A powerful enemy is eyeing the tail beast on old Zi master, and he will kill him soon. Huang Tu continued to persuade with all his heart. A powerful enemy? Are you teasing the old man again? Lao Zi looked disgusted and expressed his disbelief. He has lived in Hyuga for many years and has little knowledge of outside information. Therefore, I have never heard of Hyuga Shiratori. Besides, he himself is a powerful ninja of the blood succession boundary, so how can he be afraid of powerful enemies? I'm serious? Master Ōtsutsuki said that I must take you back to the village. Huang Tu shouted anxiously. However, it's okay not to mention it, when it comes to Ōtsutsuki. Lao Ziai's stubborn temper came up and shouted angrily. Fuck me, go back and tell Ōtsutsuki that old stubbornness, even if the uncle died outside, he would never step into a Waigakur. Well said. Then I will fulfill you today. A strange voice came suddenly. Who dared to break into this uncle's Huiguo mountain? Lao Ziai had a violent temper. He was entangled by Huang Tu and others, so he was very upset. There's just no place to sneer? You're Huiguoshan? You really treat yourself as a monkey king. I saw a gloomy space door opened in the sky, and Hyuga Shiratori walked out of it. What? Where's the wild boy? Lao Ziai stared at it and found that a kid who looked less than 10 years old came. This is. Huang Tu's eyes suddenly tightened, and subconsciously took out a wanted order from his pocket. Compare the portraits. You can't go wrong, it's him. Lois has a solemn and authentic expression. Lois, your big what is all the fuss about? Lao Ziai frowned, expressing puzzlement. Master Ziai, that guy is a powerful enemy. Huang Tu's face was heavy and authentic. Huh? Are you kidding me? Strong enemy? Just this kid? Ha 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 ha. Old Ziai laughed. No, I mean it. He is a wanted S-level criminal from the 5 ninja villages. Huang Tu shouted loudly, his words didn't seem like a joke at all. At this time, the 4 tails in old Ziai's body also let out a cry of horror. Sun Ryukong, where did he know this name? 4 tails was surprised. The name of the tail beast is taken from Sage of 6 Paths, a very important existence. People who are not recognized by the tail beast will not tell their names. 4 tails has never told humans its name, and even Lao Ziai, who is Jinchuriki, doesn't know it. How does this human know? 4 tails? What are you yelling about? Stained holes? What is it? Lao Ziai looked strange and authentic. It's none of your business. 4 tails snorts coldly. Dead monkey, what do you pretend? Lao Ziai also expressed his unhappiness. Hehe. Hyuga Shiratori chuckled lightly, and didn't bother to push them too hard. Chakra accumulation. Not good. All prepare. Defensive array. Huang Tu's complexion changed drastically. He had good perception abilities. After noticing the horror chakra emanating from Hyuga Shiratori, he immediately issued an order. I saw the rock shinobi troops behind him, all forming the same handprints. Earth-style Wanli Earthly Wall. Joint Earth-style launched by dozens of rock shinobi. In the blink of an eye, a huge wall was erected on the ground. Use this as soon as you come up. What are you doing? Lao Ziai looked dumbfounded and didn't know what was going on. But in the next second, he will know. 8 trigrams air palm. Hyuga Shiratori slapped it casually. Boom. The ultimate chakra, with an overwhelming potential. One encounter was to defensively blast the wall-level earth-style into scum. Wow. Along with those who were beaten up, it was a group of rock shinobi troops who performed the operation. Huang Tu and Lao Ziai responded quickly and avoided the blow. The faces of the two of them involuntarily showed a look of horror. This guy's chakra. Lao Ziai understood it all right now. The epic giants wanted by the 5 ninja villages? Old Master Ziai, please retreat immediately. Huang Tu shouted loudly. That's too late. Lao Ziai shook his head gravely. Hyuga Shiratori raised his hand for a while, an aperture condensed in front of his eyes, and laser beams shot out from it. Encourage and lock up the lotus. Earth-style wall. Tweet, 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 tweet. The laser beam penetrates the dirt wall, like a bullet passing through cheese, easily. A large number of rock shinobi were shot on the spot. Lao Ziai and Huang Tu dodge in a hurry. Does Lan Dun's blood follow the limit? Then try my lava style. Lao Ziai nodded his hands and launched a counterattack. Lava style scorching river rock technique. I saw him spit out hot magma balls one after another from his mouth. Solving monster technique. Hyuga Shiratori spewed a large amount of strong acid solution from the red light fish basket behind him. Dissolved the opponent's magma ball in an instant. What? Lava style's blood inherits the limit. Lao Ziai opened his eyes wide. Old Master Ziai, we are here for the time being. Please escape back to Iwagakur. Huang Tu gritted his teeth, led the rest of rock shinobi, and launched a suicidal charge towards Hyuga Shiratori. Shoo, hoo. Rock shinobi's forces joined forces and threw countless shurikens. Magnet-style magnetic rebound. Hyuga Shiratori released a chakra full of magnetism all over his body, and bounced back all the iron weapons that came. A large number of rock shinobi troops were knocked to the ground. Damn it. Even magnet-style. Find flowers. Earth-style mountain technique. Lois has used the earth-style of Upanishad. 2 big mountains were created in one breath, and Hyuga Shiratori was flanked from both sides. This move has a strong suppressing effect. He has used this technique to suppress a violent tail beast. But, crack. I saw 2 closed mountains with a lot of cracks. Zi. Thunder roar. Hyuga Shiratori is covered with lightning style, breaking through the suppression of the 2 mountains. This is lightning style chakra mode from 4th Reikage. Zi. Hyuga Shiratori's figure turned into a swift thunder, and he faced Lao Zi. Asshole, don't get too smug. 0. Lao Ziyi was also angry, making seals on both hands, and a tail stretched out behind him. A lot of hot lava began to overflow all over his body. Lava-style chakra mode. Boom. Hyuga Shiratori's thunderous blow hit Lao Ziyi's body hard. The huge impact pushed him back hundreds of meters all the way. Cough. The hard armor generated from magma on Lao Ziyi's body was pierced by thunder and lightning, and he himself suffered a lot of injuries in this hit. Earth-style fist rock technique. Lois's arms gathered hard rocks and attacked from behind. Byakugan saw it clearly. Hyuga Shiratori didn't look back, but moved back with his bare hands. Boom. One hand steadily blocked the giant rock fist of Lois. Immediately with gentle fists moves, with a backhand, he threw away the opponent's giant rock fist and took the opponent's forehead directly. What? Lois moved his head reflexively, but he was immediately hit by an elbow on his chest. Heavy current violence. Hyuga Shiratori uses this lightning-style ninjutsu, a destructive physical attack. Boom. The huge explosive force instantly blasted the Lois, vomiting blood, and fell to the ground. Get out of one first. Lois. Lao Ziyi's face was heavy. Huang Tu is the son of 3rd Tsuchikage, the top master of Rock Shinobi Village. Unexpectedly, under the opponent's hand, if he couldn't go through a few rounds, he would be knocked to the ground. It seems that this time, it is really bad luck. It's too strong. The Hyuga Shiratori is rumored to be able to take other people's chakra at will, and master the ninjutsu including the bloodline limit, but I didn't expect it to be true. Kakuzu, who was observing in secret, looked solemn and authentic. He was very fortunate that he was cautious and did not rashly choose to attack Hyuga Shiratori. Otherwise, if he is alone, he might not be beaten by 5 hearts. Hyuga Shiratori brandished a red fishing rod and skillfully caught chakra from the Lois. Drink. Lao Ziyi was covered with a layer of high-temperature lava, and slammed into it. Boom. Hyuga Shiratori grabbed the opponent's fist with his bare hands and stopped the opponent's collision. Ba ba ba. The hot magma scorched Hyuga Shiratori continuously, but under the protection of lightning-style chakra mode, he couldn't feel the heat at all. From the perspective of chakra attributes, lava style must be stronger than ordinary lightning style. To put it simply, you want to resist the lava style of the same power, and lightning style needs to come up with 1.5 times the power to resist. It's useless. In the face of absolute power, attributes or anything are irrelevant. Hyuga Shiratori is cold and authentic. With an extremely large chakra, even if you only use ordinary lightning style, you can still defeat lava style's blood limit. Zizi. Hyuga Shiratori shook the palm of his hand to release the more fierce lightning style power. Small lightning style, how is it possible? Lao Ziyi was pushed back, stepping back constantly. His face was full of incredible color. It's not just lightning style. Hyuga Shiratori breathed forward. Wind style. I saw a hurricane rise on the spot, and a violent tornado instantly formed. Lao Ziyi was caught in it, as if being thrown into a drum washing machine, constantly tumbling. Long Huo. Water dragon bomb. Tulong bomb. Fire dragon, water dragon, earth dragon. 3 dragons roar. Boom, boom, boom. The lava-style chakra mode on Lao Ziyi was completely shattered. His whole body was bruised, dying. It's almost time to come out. 4 tails. Hyuga Shiratori's Byakugan firmly locked the seal technique on Lao Ziyi's body. As Jinchuriki was hit hard, the strength of the seal was greatly reduced, and the tail beast in his body took the opportunity to break out. I saw Lao Ziyi's entire body quickly swelled and turned into a huge ape, with 4 thick tails wagging behind him. Roar. 4 tails let out an angry roar. Damn human, who are you? Where did you know my name? Just you, the red-haired monkey, is also worthy of being called Monkey King. Hyuga Shiratori's footsteps, his figure turned into a thunderlight and went straight to 4 tails to kill. Asshole. Lava-style the burning river Spitfire. 4 tails was furious, opened its mouth in the blood basin, and spit out ultra-high temperature magma fire from the ejector in the throat. Great Falls. Hyuga Shiratori was surrounded by a huge amount of water. At the same moment, the rivers and oceans were formed, and the magma fire of 4 tails was quickly extinguished with an astonishing amount of water. Ba 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 ba. A large amount of water vapor filled the battlefield. Where? 4 tails waved its fists wildly. However, for Hyuga Shiratori, who owns Byakugan, it is clear in the mist. Zi. The figure of Hyuga Shiratori appeared behind 4 tails for an instant, and slashed the latter's tail with his bare hands. Lateral bolt of pain, chop, puff, 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 puff. 4 consecutive horrible lightning-style hand knives cut off the thick tail of 4 tails abruptly. 4 tails was in great pain and let out a screaming cry. You damn human, I'm going to kill you. 4 tails used both hands and feet to attack Hyuga Shiratori frantically. However, its clumsy movement is obviously impossible to touch Hyuga Shiratori. Mountain technique. Hyuga Shiratori raised his hand and shook it. I saw 4 big mountains rise on the flat ground, and then the 4 tails were clamped tightly from all sides. How does it feel to be attacked by your own ninjutsu? The mountain soil technique used by Hyuga Shiratori is much stronger than Huang Tu himself. Even a behemoth like a tail beast can still be suppressed. Ho 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 ho. Four tails slammed the mountains on all sides frantically, splashing with rubble. But the broken stones were soon replaced by more stones. The earth style used in it requires fierce consumption of chakra. If it is used for Lois, I am afraid that I will be squeezed out of work before the moves are used up. But for Hyuga Shiratori, this is only a fraction of the chakra. Although you are not the real Monkey King, my 5-finger mountain is real. Hyuga Shiratori stretched out his hand and pressed it to the ground, lifted a huge mountain, and threw it into the sky. Then he made a free fall motion and hit Four Tails hard on the head. In this way, Four Tails was crushed by 5 mountains. The roar is getting weaker and weaker. Easily suppressed the tail beast with his own power. Is this guy really a human? Kakuzu looked terrified. He has an ominous premonition. Even if Akatsuki is dispatched, can he really defeat this guy in front of him? Okay, I've done it here. How long do you plan to wait and see, you little mice? Hyuga Shiratori turned his head after finishing the suppression of Four Tails. Senbai's gaze scanned the audience. No one answered. Hehe. Hyuga Shiratori slapped the ground with a slap. The earth moves the core. The whole earth churned violently, comparable to a real earthquake. In an instant, the mountain collapsed and the ground cracked. The large-scale terrain-changing activities will force the hidden Kakuzu in the dark and the tracking ninjas from various ninja villages to appear. Kakuzu's face was heavy. Konoha, Sand Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, all the ninjas looked dumbfounded. They thought they could track each other unconsciously. It seems that people have known their existence a long time ago. Hyuga Shiratori's Byakugan was firmly locked on Kakuzu's body. Without a word, it's a blast. 8 trigrams air palm. Boom. The earth was blasted through a big pit. Wow. Kakuzu dodged in a thrilling manner, his expression ugly. So many people, why are they attacking me? Because of these people, your chakra is more valuable. Hyuga Shiratori flashed and appeared in front of Kakuzu. Earth-style Earth Spear. Hardening the skin with the power of Earth-style, Kakuzu greatly increases defense and attack power. Lightning straight. Lightning-style ninjutsu, galloping and fiercely bursting straight punches. Boom. Kakuzu was hit by a punch. A large part of the heart was sunken, a fatal blow. It's just a blow and it's done. Everyone around couldn't help being dumbfounded. Although they don't know who Kakuzu is, it can be seen from Kakuzu's initial 17 dodge action that the other party is also a good ninja. In the end, he was given a second by one move. Puff. Kakuzu's heart was destroyed and fell to the ground. Stop pretending. Hyuga Shiratori shot a laser at the latter's body. Boom. At the critical moment, Kakuzu suddenly scammed his body, and his figure flashed back quickly. Wow, what's the matter with this man? Hasn't he been beaten up? Everyone expressed surprise. Damn it. Kakuzu clutched his bleeding chest, his face ugly. His heart was indeed blown up, and if it were a normal ninja, he would have died a long time ago. But there are 5 hearts on him? There is no way, I can only use this trick. I saw Kakuzu lifted the red cloud and black robe with one hand, revealing a body full of stitches. 4 mask monsters, with a large number of vascular tentacles, stretched out. Secret technique Earth Grievance. If the heart is blown, you can still fight. Where is this ninja from? Everyone was shocked. But now 2 ruthless men are fighting. They can just be the crowds who eat melons and collect information secretly. At this time they hadn't realized how serious the consequences of being involved in the shadow level battle would be. Fire style head hard. Wind style suppress. Kakuzu controlled the mask monster and released 2 high-level ninjutsu at the same time. And it's a combination of fire style plus wind style ninjutsu. I saw the flames turned into a sea of flames in the blink of an eye under the eruption of the hurricane, formed a large-scale flame storm. Many ninjas nearby were implicated and burned into coke. Great Falls. Hyuga Shiratori directly used water style. With the continuous blessing of the huge chakra, the water volume of the river is summoned. Wow. Unexpectedly, in a place where there is no water, such a large current was summoned. The huge waves tossed and swept the nearby ninjas. Really fulfilled that sentence, mortals suffer when the gods fight. The huge waves are facing a blazing storm. Ba 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 ba. Fire and water are incompatible. After the 2 contact, a lot of water vapor is produced. This guy, water style alone. Kakuzu looked solemn. Deeply understand the gap between the strength of the enemy and ourselves. Zi. Hyuga Shiratori's figure turned into a thunder light and appeared behind Kakuzu. Water style water curtain. Kakuzu cleverly used a piece of Wang Yang's water and land, condensing a powerful water curtain behind him. The moves are used very well. It's a pity that they are all eggs. Heavy current violence. With a thunderous elbow, Hyuga Shiratori smashed through the water curtain and exploded a mask monster next to Kakuzu. Another heart is destroyed. Wow. Kakuzu vomited blood and backed away in a panic. Having been destroyed by 2 hearts in a row, Kakuzu dared not fight anymore. Hyuga Shiratori used chakra to control her hair to lengthen and harden, launching countless thousand bullets in all directions. Needle Chiban. Kakuzu immediately wrapped a large number of vascular tentacles all over his body and defended it with all his strength. On the other side, the ninjas of various villages who were shot so much that they cried and called their mothers. Facts have proved that people who eat melons are not so good to behave. Watching the battle of the movie class powerhouse up close, and wanting to collect information or something, if you are not careful, you will lose your life. In a blink of an eye, those tracking ninjas from various ninja villages were more than half dead and injured, but at this moment, the combat troops dispatched by various shinobu villages finally arrived. Earth-style multiple earth flow walls. Heitake Kakashi summoned a multifaceted sturdy earth wall in one breath, but still couldn't stop the bullet-pointed Senbon fire. The multifaceted soil wall was shot through into a hornet's nest in an instant. Wood-style wood ingot wall. Yamato used wood-style defense. The toughness of wood can effectively weaken Senbon's penetrating power. Together, the two rescued the remaining Konoha tracking troops. Hey, are you all right? Swish, swish. Sarutobi Asuma, Might Guy, Yuri Hong, Uchiha Shisui arrived. On the other side, Mist Shinobi's new ninja 7 people arrived at the scene and rescued the ninja on his side. Water-style water barrier. Water-style water barrier. Water-style water barrier. Loquat Tenzo, the Dino More Cut, and Ghost Lantern menu all displayed water-style defenses at the same time, barely blocking Kanben's attack. This is the ninjutsu of the Puffer Fish Ghost Senior, but it is much more powerful than the Senior. Ringo Yuri's face was shocked and authentic. The Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost was silent. Placer Gold Defense Wall. 4th Kazekage took the shot and manipulated a large amount of gold dust to form a huge shield, blocking most of the 1,000 books. It's a pity that he took a step slower, causing Sand Shinobi's tracking force to be completely wiped out. Damn bastard. This has nothing to do with the level of ninjutsu, the enemy's chakra is too powerful. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations narrowed her eyes, her face solemn and authentic. Oh, there are a lot of people who come here to give heads. Byakugan of Hyuga Shiratori quietly scanned the audience. Konoha, Mist Shinobi, and Rock Shinobi are all combat troops coming towards him. And the ones who came are basically the first-class ninjas familiar in the original book. The chakra worthy of his extraction is very rich. Konoha, Mist Shinobi, and Sand Shinobi chased troops one after another. Everyone at the scene locked the target on Hyuga Shiratori. Being stared at by so many people at once, logically speaking, normal people will feel scared. However, Hyuga Shiratori remained as calm as ever, not even blinking his eyelids. It seems that these ninjas in front of me are just scumbags who come to give away their heads? S-Class wanted Hyuga Shiratori, you. As the ninja with the highest status in the audience, 4th Kazekage Loasha spoke first. Shut up. Hyuga Shiratori interrupted the opponent without looking straight, but said indifferently, wait, you guys are not there yet. 4th Kazekage froze for a moment, then his face turned blue and white, and became quite exciting. Tang Tang Fengiying, the other party didn't give any face? This is unbearable. Humph. 4th Kazekage snorted coldly. Since the other party didn't want to talk nonsense with him, he was too lazy to push. Raising a hand, commanding the Sand Shinobi troops behind him, gave an offensive order. I saw a line of ninjas holding iron fans walking out of Sand Shinobi's troops. That's Sand Shinobi's unique ninja 3-star fan. It can greatly increase the power of wind-style ninjutsu. Only equipped with fewer elite troops. Heitake Kakashi looked astonished. Sand Shinobi actually sent so many elite troops over, it seems that they are also determined to win. Loquat Shizang said solemnly. Stupid Sand Shinobi? The real powerhouse can fill the gap in combat effectiveness not by quantity. Kakuzu expressed contempt and authenticity. In the short confrontation with Hyuga Shiratori, he lost 2 hearts. He deeply understands the strength of the other party. The wind-style class is ready. Attack. 4th Kazekage issued an attack order. Sand Shinobi drives chakra, waving a 3-star fan neatly. Wind-style Degwavong. 50 Sand Shinobi wind-style ninjas joined forces to form a super large dance wind net. Each network cable has a strong cutting power, and it is overwhelmingly killed. Faced with the combined force of Sand Shinobi's forces, everyone couldn't help but marvel at it, and at the same time secretly estimated how they would dodge. Just can't wait to die. Hyuga Shiratori's eyes glanced at Sand Shinobi. Raising his hand, the flames gathered into a dragon. Halangwo. Roar. 1 vs 50? The fire dragon hit the wind net head-on. The corner of 4th Kazekige's mouth twitched, and a confident smile appeared on his face. From the attributes of chakra, fire style can indeed restrain wind style, but the wind style issued by Samsung fans is different. Our wind style can create a vacuum effect, making fire style, sound, bombs and other ninjutsu all useless. Sure. Before 4th Kazekage finished speaking, his eyes widened involuntarily. I saw that the fire dragon, instead of being extinguished by the vacuum wind net, broke through the wind net with a force of tearing and tearing, with a terrible flame, swallowed a large piece of Sand Shinobi troops holding a Samsung fan. 50 elite Sand Shinobi were burned to death. The air was filled with a disgusting smell of roast human flesh. Chakra? Overwhelming chakra. Kakuzu looked solemn. The fire style plus wind style combination ninjutsu he used before was extinguished by the opponent using only ordinary water style. This is for the same reason. This is the high-end fire style of our Uchiha clan, but the person who can use this power is probably only the ancestor Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Shisui looked bitter and authentic. This guy's chakra is much stronger than it was a year ago. The Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost spied on the chakra of Hyuga Shiratori through perception, which is huge and amazing. You bastard. 4th Kazekage looked at the wind-style elite who was burnt to charcoal in front of him, his eyes were cracked, and his anger rose straight up. Sand Shinobi all listened to the order. Now, Please calm down, Your Excellency Feng Ying. Just as 4th Kazekage was about to desperately order all the troops to attack, the 1000th-generation mother-in-law on the side stopped him. Don't ruin the precious life of Sand Shinobi Ninja for nothing because of your recklessness. The mother-in-law of the 1000th generation spoke sharply, revealing deep dissatisfaction. If it wasn't for the crowds, she would have liked to step forward and slap Feng Ying. The 5 big ninja villages teamed up to join the wanted epic-level criminals. Everyone knows the strength of the other party. It happened that under 4th Kazekage's leadership, Sand Shinobi became an early bird and was beaten to the point that the dog's head was rotted. Tisk damn it. Hearing that although 4th Kazekage gritted his teeth, he still endured it in order to take care of the overall situation. This makes Konoha and Mist Shinobi a little regretful. They are still waiting for Sand Shinobi to take action and try more of the enemy's strength. In this way, there are more than 50 charred bodies left by Sand Shinobi. Everyone dared not act rashly anymore and could only look at Hyuga Shiratori from a distance. The last group of people, here comes Byakugan of Hyuga Shiratori, looking in a certain direction in the distance. This chakra, it seems that Akatsuki has arrived. Kakuzu secretly let out a sigh of relief. Teammates come, at least there is no need to fight alone. What? Do you want me to invite you? Hyuga Shiratori raised his eyebrows and said to a forest somewhere in the distance. Konoha, Sand Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, and others were also surprised. There were ninjas of the perception system in their troops, but they didn't even notice that anyone was approaching. In this case, there are 2 reasons. The first is that Hyuga Shiratori got it wrong. The second type is the last wave of people who are quite powerful and cannot be found by ordinary sensing ninjas. The former is very unlikely. Then the only possibility is the latter. The last wave of people is from the Akatsuki organization. They still remain dormant. Kakuzu sent back news that Konoha, Sand Shinobi, and Mist Shinobi have all arrived. Rinnegan of Pain, looking into the distance. How about it, boss? The enemy seems to have discovered us. Sasori asked. Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, I remember that I should not have seen that far. It seems that this guy's Byakugan is different. Orochimaru was thoughtful and authentic. Everyone pay attention. There is a violent chakra fluctuation in the atmosphere. Konan shouted. By manipulating the paper to float in the air, it is possible to physically perceive the chakra flowing in the air. I saw Hyuga Shiratori raised his hands and pushed out his palms towards the front. 8 trigrams mountain breaking strike. 8 trigrams mountain break. Gentle Fist's most powerful secret moves? The ultimate chakra shock wave from both palms? Released in a straight line, it can sweep and destroy all obstacles ahead. In the horrified eyes of everyone. Boom. This dead light cannon passed through the forest and even penetrated a mountain peak. The enemy's attack is coming, hurry up. After Konan's control of the paper felt the amazing chakra, it trembled violently. Pain Rinnegan flashed coldly and opened his arms. Shen Luo Tianzhang. Focusing on yourself, release the repulsive force that can bounce off all attacks. But at this moment, his repulsion couldn't bounce off the shock wave, so he could barely protect himself. Paper Shield of God. Konan summoned a large number of pieces of paper to defend in front of him. Fei Liuhu armor. Sasori hid in the puppet armor. Summoning technique Triple Rashomon. Orochimaru resorted to the forbidden technique and summoned 3 demon gates in one breath. OM. The suffocating light of death. The forests and peaks in front were all razed to the ground. A huge hole was torn open in the ground. Within 10 kilometers, an endless passage was opened. Guru. Everyone swallowed involuntarily. Although I don't know who came in the last wave, I'm afraid I can't survive being hit by such an attack, right? Heitake Kakashi's forehead was sweaty. The destructive power of this attack is no less than Tailed Beast Bomb. The mother-in-law of the 1000 generations looked solemn and authentic. Hello? What did this guy do? A monster. Loquat Shizang spit out crazy. This. Boss, they should be fine, right? Kakuzu's face changed for a while, saying that it was difficult to confirm. Cut, it's really fateful, but it's right. This is Akatsuki. The corners of Hyuga Shiratori's mouth rose slightly, and his face became a little more interesting. Byakugan looked into the distance, and he waited for Akatsuki's people to come over. Everyone dared not move, but waited for him quietly. After a while, Pain, Konan, Sasori, and Orochimaru arrived at the scene. I saw them in ragged clothes and looked very embarrassed. Sasori's outer Fei Luhu puppets were all blown up, revealing their real bodies. Sasori, the mother-in-law of Kyande, recognized her grandson for the first time. Orochimaru, Heitake Kakashi and others recognized the once famous Konoha Sunin. Cut. The dead old woman is here too. Sasori glanced at the other person, expressing disdain. Huh? 4th Hokage is so active in sending you, and it seems that there are many unspeakable secrets. Orochimaru said meaningfully. Rumor has it that Hyuga Shiratori owns 9 tails, and there is another 9 tails Jinchuriki in Konoha. This is interesting. Really? They are still alive after being attacked by that kind of attack. What kind of ninja are these? Loquat Juzo cast a weird look on Akatsuki and his group. It is reported that a mysterious organization called Xiao recently appeared in the ninja world. The team members are wearing red clouds and black robes. Although they don't know what their purpose is, the only thing that is certain is that the ninjas of this organization are all first class. Master. The Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost is in charge of Kirigakure's intelligence department and learns more. Mizukage-sama ordered that our first goal is Hyuga Shiratori. As for others, let's leave it alone. Didai said without cutting. That's how it is said, but once the fight starts, it is not so easy to distinguish the enemy from us. Ghost Lantern Manmoon said. Cut? Why do you want so much? Do it and you're done. Ringo Yuri licked his tongue with a look of excitement. Then someone found Pain's eyes. Hey, look at that, don't that guy's eyes be the legendary Rinnegan? Wow, it looks so awesome. Everyone once again locked their surprised eyes on Pain. The clothes of these people are unified, and since they can absorb the Orochimaru in, it doesn't seem to be an ordinary organization. Uchiha Shisui's brows were frowning and authentic. I don't understand the situation at all now. Might Guy scratched his head in distress and questioned, so, with so many people, who is the teammate and who is the enemy? Hyuga Shiratori, he is also Konoha's ninja no matter what, do we really want to do it? Shirahong hesitated. Of course I have to do it? This guy is an S-class wanted criminal. Sarutobi Asuma is gearing up. He had just returned from practicing in the Temple of Fire, but he was full of confidence. In any case, the collection of intelligence must be carried out. Yamato was expressionless and authentic. Pain, will Akatsuki show up in a big way, will there be a problem? Konan expressed concern. It's okay, anyway, the organization will show up in the eyes of the world sooner or later. It's just that now the plan is a little bit ahead. Pen's Rinnegan is locked on Hyuga Shiratori from beginning to end. He could faintly perceive that the opponent's body exuded an extremely powerful pupil power. Okay, have you discussed the combat strategy? Then, let's start killing now. Hyuga Shiratori flickered. In a blink of an eye, the figure has become 1,000. Multiple shadow clone? This hand shocked everyone. Multiple shadow clone is a forbidden technique. The more clones, the fierce chakra consumption of the body. The average ninja is hard to learn. Even if you learn it, it is impossible to summon thousands of shadow clone in one go. No, impossible? So many shadow clone. Everyone at Sand Shinobi was terrified. Originally, Feng Ying brought an army here, and there were hundreds of ninjas. It's all right now, Sand Shinobi, Konoha, Mist Shinobi, plus Akatsuki, all of them add up. In terms of numbers, it is Hyuga Shiratori who has the advantage. Don't be afraid. Multiple shadow clone is an even distribution of chakra's forbidden technique. The more clones there are, the weaker the individual strength will be. It's just a bluffing trick. Fourth Kazekage shouted loudly, soothing the morale under his hands. When everyone heard it, it seemed to be the same. Then, wind, 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 wind. Thousands of shadow clones of Hyuga Shiratori, at the same time, pounced on Konoha, Sand Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, and Akatsuki. This lunatic actually launched an attack on all forces at the same time. Fourth Kazekage looked terrified. Although Sand Shinobi has the most ninjas, personal combat effectiveness is not very strong. One-on-one, but it is not Shadow Clone's opponent. Gentle Fist. The chakra allocated by Shadow Clone is not too much and can only use ordinary moves. But even so, Sand Shinobi's troops were still looking for Tooth. Wow. Sand Shinobi's troops wailed on the battlefield. Boom 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 boom. Might Guy fought for a while with Shadow Clone. After several tricks in a row, he couldn't tell the outcome. Ding. Mamakai no longer cuts the needle with a long knife, and collides with Shadow Clone's Kunao. Although it is only Shadow Clone, it is not weaker than Jonin. Fur. Orochimaru avoided the gentle fist of Shadow Clone with his dexterity. Troublesome guy. Ninfa Shulking Snake Hand. From the sleeves of both hands, a large number of snake shadows were summoned, bound to the Shadow Clone and then destroyed. Boom boom boom. Pain came out in 6 ways, but he seemed to conceal his own ability information deliberately. The 6 attacked only with black sticks. Although it can also suppress Shadow Clone, the speed of elimination is very slow. Paper Dance. Konan has no scruples, and constantly sends a large number of paper feather attacks. Get out of here. Sasori took out the strongest puppet, Third Kazekage. With their respective organs, a Shadow Clone was beheaded. That's the missing master Third Kazekage. Sand Shinobi recognized Sasori's puppet. Feng Ying, who had been missing for many years, is now found to have been turned into a puppet. This was originally a shocking thing. But at this moment, Sand Shinobi's people have no time to take care of these issues. Boom. Shadow Clone kicked and exploded the Samsung fan in Sand Shinobi's hand, and was about to give the latter a final blow. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations came to support in time. Puppetry fighting. Through the chakra silk thread, control Kunao for precise shooting. Destroyed a Shadow Clone. Only the masters with Shadow level strength have the ability to quickly kill Shadow Clone. Lightning style rakery. Heitake Kakashi can quickly kill Shadow Clone if it is true, but immediately there were more Shadow Clones rushing towards him. 8 inner gates 5th gate, open. Might Guy opened the 5th gate successively, and both speed and strength increased exponentially. It swept across and kicked several Shadow Clones. Standing back to back with Heitake Kakashi. Guy, you use the forbidden technique as soon as you come up, can you hold it up? Heitake Kakashi expressed concern about authenticity. There is no way, the number of enemies is too much. If we don't show up any skills, I'm afraid we will be overwhelmed by the crowd. Might Guy said. Swiss technique. Uchiha Shisui used a uniquely created instantaneous technique, and his figure turned into countless unobservable clones. At an astonishing speed, he launched a powerful counterattack to Shadow Clone. Drink. Loquat Juzo wielded his beheading sword vigorously, while slashing the Shadow Clone. The blade also cracked a corner of Shadow Clone. Cut. Shadow Clone has no blood, my decapitator can't be repaired. Loquat Shizang looked distressed and authentic. Ninfa Acupuncture Chiban. The watermelon mountain blowfish ghost used unique ninjutsu, and his hair hardened and fired a large number of senbons. But the power used in front of Hyuga Shiratori is not on the same level at all. Revolving Heaven. Shadow Clone used absolute defense and bounced off 1,000 attacks. The watermelon mountain blowfish ghost took the opportunity to slay him with a big knife same hada. Water-style water gun technique. The ghost lantern full moon fired water drop bullets, but it was smashed by Shadow Clone's bare hand's gentle fist. Seeing that ordinary moves cannot be solved, he can only resort to tricks. Flounder Liberation. The flounder released a huge chopping wave and wiped out the Shadow Clone in one fell swoop. It's really endless. To deal with Shadow Clone, you have to use this kind of trick. Zis. Ringo Yuri wielded his thunder knife teeth and smiled wantonly. Haha, really a powerful opponent. Shadow Clone alone can fight so well. How strong the body is. Find flowers. Hoshigaki Kisame held a blunt knife in his pocket and silently killed Shadow Clone. There are not many people who are ruthless, and his strength is not weak at all. The main body of Hyuga Shiratori, watching the whole process. Byakugan scanned the audience. His eyes were fixed on a sand shinobi's body. Wind-style wind blade. Beiki projected wind-style sharply to attack Shadow Clone, but was swiftly avoided by the latter. Damn it, his Byakugan, you can see the wind blade invisible to the naked eye. Ability is strictly restrained. However, as Sand Shinobi Elite Jonin, he is among the best, but he is not so easy to deal with. At least it won't be killed by Shadow Clone. But a red line shot from behind. 0. Beiki turned around subconsciously, holding kunao in his hand. Ding. The fishhook pierced the kunao in his hand and plunged into his chest fiercely. Your chakra, I accept it. Hyuga Shiratori skillfully hooked away the opponent's chakra. Damn it, I actually know. Beiki fell to the ground feebly. Come and kill Senju. Sarutobi Asuma used the secret technique of the Temple of Fire, transformed into a gleaming Senju Guanyin, and eliminated several Shadow Clones with offense and defense. Illusory magic tree-bound kill. Yuri Hong used the A-level illusion technique to restrain the Shadow Clone. But immediately another Shadow Clone attacked her. Ho. Yuri Hong was sweating profusely, and muttered to herself, the low-level illusion can't be subdued. You can only use the strongest illusion every time. If this continues, I am afraid my chakra. Just as she was thinking about it, a sudden red line pierced through her heart. Puff. Well, before your chakra runs out, let me take it away. Hyuga Shiratori pulled out the opponent's chakra. Shira Hong slumped to the ground feebly. Red. Sarutobi Asuma was shocked and rushed to rescue subconsciously. Why are you panicking? I just took her chakra. Hyuga Shiratori aimed at the moment when the opponent was lost, and took the opportunity to sneak attack with a red fishing rod. Inch. Puff. Sarutobi Asuma was eager to save people and was hit by Hyuga Shiratori. Easily took chakra away. Purely for nothing. Red. Asuma. Seeing his companion fall, Might Guy subconsciously wants to rescue. But he was stopped by Heitake Kakashi on the side. Stop. Focus now. Heitake Kakashi shot Reikari and cut a Shadow Clone. Ninjas should not be emotional. Anxiety is only bad. Sarutobi Asuma was attacked in seconds is the best example. Heitake Kakashi's Sharinon never left Hyuga Shiratori's body for half a second. Oh, there are really no flaws at all. Hyuga Shiratori glanced at each other, but there was no chance. Of course, if you really want to do it, you can still do it. But for now, let's get rid of the easy first. Byakugan swept away, and the next goal was missed Shinobi's peach ground not to be cut again. Mamakai no longer cuts and moves swiftly, holding a long knife and stitching needles at Shadow Clone. Shadow Clone ignored it and took a suicidal attack. While being pierced through the body by the blade, he also hit the gentle fist in his hand on the latter. Cough. No longer cut the corner of Taodi's mouth, a trace of blood overflowed. Not good. Puff chuff. Sure enough, at the moment he was injured and lost consciousness, Hyuga Shiratori launched a sneak attack from behind, and the fishhook penetrated his chest. Another chakra is here. Hyuga Shiratori continues to the next goal. In this way, Hyuga Shiratori uses Shadow Clone to attack and force out the flaws in the target. The body swings a red light fishing rod from behind. Basically it can kill with one hit. In less than 10 minutes before and after, the number of ninjas standing on the battlefield quickly decreased. Konoha also has Heitake Kakashi, Might Guy, Yamato, Uchiha Shisui. Only 4th Kazekage and Chi-Dai mother-in-law remain on Sand Shinobi's side. On the Mist Shinobi side, there are also Loquat Juzo, Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, Ringo Yuri, Hoshigaki Kisame, Ghost Light Full Moon. Akatsuki organizes Pain, Orochimaru, Kakuzu, Konan, Sasori. The ninjas who survived from all sides were more or less embarrassed and injured. For this reason, Hyuga Shiratori paid more than half of the losses of multiple Shadow Clone. The damage to the body is 0.01000. What a desperate battle loss is this. After so many Shadow Clone battles have been separated, the aura of the body has not diminished in the slightest. How strong is his chakra? Yamato said shockedly. As the only survivor of the wood-style experiment, he was transplanted with Senjo Hashirama cells and obtained chakra far beyond ordinary people. But compared to the Hyuga Shiratori in front of me, it is like a glass of water and the sea. This monster, Shadow Clone alone defeated my Sand Shinobi's elite troops. Fourth Kazekich's face was distorted. They Sand Shinobi brought the most people, but the deaths and injuries were the most serious. Mist Shinobi's new 7-man ninja swords, the combat coordination is quite tacit, the loss is not big. The guys over there is not even one less, it seems that they are not ordinary ninjas. Loquat Shizang looked deeply at Xiao's side. Keep the defensive camp and wait for the people from the 5 ninja village to go and consume him first. Pain whispered. But then, an unexpected scene happened. I saw all the shadow clone in front of me, all turned into a cloud of smoke and dissipated. Well, that's the end of the warm-up game. Hyuga Shiratori took the initiative to disarm multiple shadow clone. There are more than 400 copies of shadow clone of 1000 copies. Originally, it still had good combat effectiveness. At least it can make all the ninjas in front of you feel tricky. It's just that Hyuga Shiratori feels a little tired. Don't want to play this kind of procrastination tricks. Let's do it myself. This guy, doesn't he really want to deal with all of us alone? Might Guy's face was shocked and authentic. This kind of arrogance that doesn't put the power of the ninja world in the eyes is just like Uchiha Madara and Senjo Hashirama back then. The mother-in-law of the 1000 generations sighed. Good Haki? What a charming man. I really love it. Ringo Yuri unabashedly showed her admiration, and her pale face showed a sickly blush. After all, he couldn't bear it, and rushed towards the opponent with 2 knives first. Hey, Yuri, don't charge up alone, idiot. Loquat Ju hid behind him and shouted. However, at this time, Ringo Yuri seemed to be in a state of fanaticism. He didn't listen at all. Like a beast in heat, he rushed to Hyuga Shiratori desperately. The other ninjas said they wait and see, trying to find the flaws in Hyuga Shiratori. Hyuga Shiratori's Byakugan glanced at the opponent. It is to understand the status of the other party. Thunder Knife Uprising Landfang Slash. Ringo Yuri madly aroused chakra on her body, and the double knives released violent thunder and lightning. With deafening thunder, he slashed on Hyuga Shiratori's body severely. Xertzi. Lightning Style Chakra Mode. An extremely hard lightning style armor is condensed on Hyuga Shiratori's body. The opponent's double knives slashed on him, making a few metal croaks. I'm very sick. Hyuga Shiratori fixed his eyes on Ringo Yuri in front of him. Can you see it? Ringo Yuri was taken aback for a moment, and then his complexion gradually became more complicated. Young and frivolous, known as Mist Shinobi's youngest lightning-style genius, he inherited the name of the Ninja 7. It's a pity that she is born with a disease and can't live long. Such chakra, I won't accept it. Hyuga Shiratori shook his head, expressing no interest. Doesn't this seem like my old lady is worthless to me? Ringo Yuri looked disappointed, seeing that his knife couldn't even hurt a single hair of the opponent. He threw the knife to the ground weakly. Just kill me. Hyuga Shiratori glanced at the other person again. You can faintly see that there is a hint of pleading in the other party's sad eyes. For someone like her who is extremely ill and cannot live for a few days, death may be a relief. It is good. Hyuga Shiratori nodded and agreed to the request. He lifted a finger slightly and lightly placed it on the opponent's heart. I am lucky to be able to die under a powerful man like you. Ringo Yuri smiled calmly. Acupuncture. Hyuga Shiratori released a powerful chakra from his fingertips, which pierced Yuri's heart like acupuncture. Cut off the heart of the latter in an instant. Ringo Yu kept a slight upward arc from the corner of her sharp mouth, and ended up smiling. Puff. Collapsed to the ground, his pupils lost focus. Yuri. Mist Shinobi and others yelled and focused their hateful eyes on Hyuga Shiratori. They didn't know about Ringo Yuri's serious illness. Only know that Hyuga Shiratori killed her? You bastard. Loquat Juzo and others rushed up angrily. Base. Hyuga Shiratori used 2 fingers with his bare hands to pinch the beheading knife that Loquat Juzo swung over. I remember I've received your chakra, I don't need you anymore. Hyuga Shiratori is indifferent and authentic. In the last trip to Kirigakure, he had already captured the opponent's chakra. Damn it, didn't you say that only taking Chuck 17 locks, wouldn't it hurt your life? Loquat 10 Tibetans gritted their teeth authentically. Killing her is just to end her pain. Of course, Hyuga Shiratori didn't bother to explain anything. I temporarily changed my mind. Wow. I saw Hoshigaki Kisame and Ghost Lantern Man Moon, flanking them from both sides. Lightning-style thunder. Thunder fell from the sky and blasted on Hyuga Shiratori's body. Then it turned into a large number of thunder and lightning scattered around. This is the ninjutsu of the Black Ho Thunder Tooth. Ahem. This is unfortunate, I really don't have the defense against lightning style. Loquat Juzo and Hoshigaki Kisame were electrocuted, and the Ghost Lantern Full Moon used a secret technique to liquefy the body. It was originally immune to all physical attacks, but it was unable to resist lightning style. All 3 were brought down. Wow. The Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost saw the timing and launched a sneak attack from behind. The power of the huge lightning style is concentrated on 1-foot guillotine drop. Boom. Without looking back, Hyuga Shiratori kicked the opponent with a knife and flew out. Wow. The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost suffered severe damage and vomited a blood clot mixed with visceral fragments. The same hada in his hand also flew out of his hand. My knife. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost fell to the ground and looked at the big knife same hada, who fell far away, his face twisted. As long as he gets the knife, he can quickly heal his injuries with the help of same hada's chakra. The knife just fell by Hoshigaki Kisame's side. Kisame. Pick up the knife for me, hurry up. Watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost shouted weakly. It is good. After Hoshigaki Kisame picked it up, those dead eyes, a flash of greed, seemed to finally get the treasure he had dreamed of, and then turned around and ran away. Kisame, what are you doing? You bastard. The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost stared wide-eyed, and was so angry that he was very angry. In addition to the serious injuries on his body, he quickly died. With Hoshigaki Kisame's immediate escape, Mist Shinobi's side almost completely lost the ability to fight. At this moment, Konoha and Sand Shinobi who were left on the scene did not dare to wait and see anymore. Glancing at each other, a tacit understanding of cooperation was reached temporarily. Friends of Konoha, we, Sand Shinobi, are also your allies. We work together to catch criminals, okay? Fourth Kazekage said without a smile. Master Fengying said yes. Heitake Kakashi is so smart that he understood the current situation in an instant and decided to join forces with Sand Shinobi. The Akatsuki organization is an organization dedicated to maintaining peace in the ninja world. The criminals who stole the tail beast severely undermined the peace, and we are willing to contribute. Pain said straightforwardly. None of the people present are stupid hats. Everyone knows that this Akatsuki organization, which has absorbed so many powerful ninjas, is definitely not a group of good people. However, in order to deal with the common enemy in front of them, they are still willing to temporarily reach cooperation. Oh, did you finally know how to unite against me? The corners of Hyuga Shiratori's mouth rose up, showing a Ruao smile. So, can you please me a little bit? Must. Fourth Kazekage laughed so furiously that he launched a fierce attack first. WHHHHHHHH. Using magnetic force to control a huge sand gold wave, it rushed towards the Hyuga Shiratori in an overwhelming manner. Magnet-style golden placer wave. Magnet-style repulsion rebound. Hyuga Shiratori raised a hand and used the magnet-style blood air bound from Cloud Shinobi Troy. Although the two ninjutsu factions are different, the use of magnetism has the same goal in different ways. Use the principle of magnetic repulsion with the same pole. Hyuga Shiratori broke up 4th Kazekige's gold dust wave. Lightning-style rakery. Heitake Kakashi held a thunder ray in his hand, rushing forward quickly. Raise non. A chakra ball of light instantly condenses in the palm of Hyuga Shiratori's hand. The two touched. There was no stalemate for a second. Rakery was broken up along with Heitake Kakashi. Boom. Shadow clone. Heitake Kakashi's good tricks. Boom. Use earth style to launch a sneak attack from the ground. Holding a handful of kunao, he stabs Hyuga Shiratori from a tricky angle. As expected, Hyuga Shiratori slapped the opponent into the air with one palm. Cough. Heitake Kakashi vomited blood, but while retreating, he grabbed a hand with his palm to the ground and pulled out a chain of iron. It turned out that when he used earth style to hide, he quietly buried the iron chain in the ground. The iron chain forms a circle of nets to surround Hyuga Shiratori. This kind of tattered thing, oh, it turns out that it also has a sealing technique, which is quite a bit of thought. Hyuga Shiratori glanced away and noticed the seal on the chain. This is a seal technique applied by Master 4th Hokage himself, but it's not that ruinous. Heitake Kakashi yelled, take advantage of it now. Wood-style thorn kill technique. Yamato shot, summoned a large number of thorny wooden bars, and added a layer of wood-style imprisonment along the iron chain. There are many sealing charms on the wooden strips. It can be seen that they are well prepared. Finally, Uchiha Shisui will launch the final blow. Fire-style Longian singing technique. Uchiha Shisui used the fire-style secrets of the Uchiha clan's uppermost layer, spit out several fire dragons from their mouths, and attacked them from all directions. The flame ignited the wood, forming a sea of fire in an instant. Konoha, the shot is pretty fierce. Konan opened his mouth. Did you kill it? Sasori questioned. Konoha's just now. Kamui vs Kamui? Looking at the blazing fire in front of me. On Konoha's side, the shots are quite fierce. Kakuzu said solemnly. Namikaze Minato's sealing technique has been adequately prepared for them. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. He thinks he can't get out of this series of attacks. Did you kill it? Sasori questioned. I have to admit that Konoha's teamwork is perfect. Even if it is a strong shadow-level player, he will lose a layer of skin if he doesn't die. No, Chakra, the target, barely weakened a half-point. Pain's Rinnegan was locked in the flames, the standing figure. That's it. Hyuga Shiratori's disdainful voice came from the fire. Boom, boom. The chains of the seal technique broke. The wood-style sealing charm bursts. At the same time, the flame is also kept out. There are no fancy moves, only the trembling ultimate chakra. Hyuga Shiratori walked out of the flames unscathed. What? Heitake Kakashi and others were shocked. In all fairness, they are already perfect in terms of cooperation and moves. However, the result is still a failure, which can only show that the gap in strength is too large. Any routine is just a trifling matter. This guy's chakra has exceeded the limits of human beings. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations said in a deep and authentic voice, normal moves, even if they are teaming up, don't make much sense. You can only use unconventional means. After all, I saw the grandmother 1,000 generations take out a large set of scrolls from her backpack. Does the 1,000 generation mother-in-law still use that? It seems that she is ready to work hard. Fourth Kazekige's eyes narrowed. He knew that Sand Shinobi's first puppet master had more hidden power. Everyone is ready for the second wave of attacks. Heitake Kakashi closed his right eye and concentrated a large amount of chakra on Sharingan in the left eye in one breath. The three Guyu faint signs of gathering together. Kakashi-senpai also turned on, so too will I. Uchiha Shisui's eyes shrank, and he also focused chakra in his eyes. The three Go Jade gradually joined together. 8 inner gates, 6th gate, King Gate, open. Might Guy's chakra has skyrocketed further. The body emits cyan steam. Yamato's hands are sealed, and a large-scale wood style is ready. This time, let's Akatsuki come first. Pain offered to fight, and summoned the 6 ways of pain lurking around. The 6 pairs of Rinnegan are very attractive. This mysterious Akatsuki leader is definitely a ninja with outstanding strength. Summoning technique. Beast Deo summoned strange and weird summoning beasts such as Cancer, Chameleon, Hellhound, Rhino, Bull, and 3-legged bird. Suradeo strange arm rocket. Shura Road launched countless rocket launches. Renjiandeo and Hungry Kido rushed forward respectively. 8 trigrams mountain break. Hyuga Shiratori both palms out, and the ultimate chakra shock wave blasted out. All the summoning beasts were shattered in an instant. Even the Hellhound is no exception. Amplifying summoning can make it constantly split its head when it is attacked. But in this blow, it blasted it into dregs and nothing was left, and there was no time to split. Encourage the frustration and lock in the suspense. The Landun laser beam is launched, and all the missiles that will be attacked in the future are shot down. Tattered stuff. Hyuga Shiratori confronts the approaching human beings and the Hungry Kido with his bare hands. Because he knows the characteristics of the other party, one draws soul and the other draws chakra. Directly use physical skills to blow up. Boom, boom. With 2 punches, he smashed the human world and the Hungry Kido. The latter had no time to absorb anything, so he was beaten into a mess. Paper rain. Konan fired dense paper shots from above. Hyuga Shiratori didn't look straight. A large amount of strong acid solution was sprayed from the red light fish basket. Lava-style solving monster technique. All the pieces of paper that will be attacked in the future are corroded and burnt. Magnet-style sand-iron boundary method. Sasori controls the 3rd Kazekage puppet and uses the most powerful Nirvana. Utilize the huge magnetic sand iron to hit, release countless dendritic sand iron, can pierce everything? You better save the time, magnet style is not valid for me. Hyuga Shiratori released its magnetic force, and all the sand and iron hit in the future were shaken to pieces. How about trying my trick? Nympha Snake Luo Array. Orikimura summoned a huge sea of snakes in one breath. There are densely packed snakes, each snake has a sharp blade in its mouth, and it looks like the scalp is tingling. Hyuga Shiratori probed with his bare hands, used the power of 9 tails to form a giant claw, and slammed it to the ground. Boom. The terrible shock wave blows the sea of snakes away in a blink of an eye. The high-density chakra produces ultra-high heat. Roast all the snakes into coke. Grass and tentacles grabbing. Kakuzu released a large number of tentacles, trying to surround him from all directions. Hyuga Shiratori stumped to the ground and poured chakra from 8 tails into the ground. Boom, bang, bang, bang. I saw dozens of octopus tentacles exploded on the ground. In the future, Kakuzu's tentacles were tied up and entangled together. The power of Akatsuki's entire offense was also quite amazing. For a while, Hyuga Shiratori was forced to use the power of the tail beast. Konoha and Sand Shinobi quickly took over the attack after being shocked. Toward the peacock. Might Guy punches at speeding speed with both hands, rubbing the air through physical skills, and generating shockwaves of fireworks. Hyuga Shiratori used the power of 3 tails, and a grey-blue tortoise chakra appeared around him. Boom 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 boom. All blocked Might Guy's peacock attack. 3 tails tortoise shell is indestructible. Kamui. Heitake Kakashi widened his left eye and activated his pupil surgery. Distorted the space and moved part of the turtle's shell to another space. There was a gap. At this time, the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations also summoned her forbidden technique, the 10,000 powers of Jinsong. 10 delicate puppets flew to the gap in the turtle shell. Boring. Hyuga Shiratori took out a purple chakra. It turned into a Mangekyo Sharingan on the palm of the hand. It was Uchiha Obito's eyes. Kamui. The gap in the tortoise shell that had been removed by Heitake Kakashi in an instant was transferred back. Clang, clang, clang. 10 people from Jinsong slammed their heads on the intact chakra shell, unable to break through. Papa Papa. Hyuga Shiratori drives the power of 9 tails, and the chakra giant claws swept away, and all the 10 people who were blocked by Jinsong were shot into pieces. Old puppet. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations was so angry that she almost fainted. Go. These 10 puppets are all treasures she has carefully collected, and they are not willing to use them when they are listed as forbidden techniques. Unexpectedly, she was destroyed by the 10 people in her Nearsong dynasty in such a rude manner. It can't be wrong. That's Obito's eye. Heitake Kakashi was shocked and yelled, "Where did you get the power of this eye?" Stupid question. Hyuga Shiratori disdained to answer. A ball of flame was spit out from the mouth, and then the space was distorted through Mangekyo pupil technique. Fire-style flurry. Under the distorted space, the flame quickly expanded into a huge flame storm. Kamui. Heitake Kakashi activated the pupil operation on the left eye again, distorted the space and transferred part of the flame out. But because the range of the blaze storm was too large, he could not transfer all of it. Kakashi-senpai, let me help you. Yamato assisted at the critical moment. Wood-style blasting gun tree. A towering tree grew from Yamato's arm to protect Heitake Kakashi. Leave it to me next. I saw Uchiha Shisui pull out the short sword from his waist, and after making the seal with one hand, he wiped the blade with his palm. Fire-style sword Yuion. The unique ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan incorporates fire style into the sword technique. Oh, the split flame blade led the flames that burned the tree out. I'm saved. Heitake Kakashi's figure emerged from the tree trunk, his hair curled slightly, his head and face was embarrassed. But it didn't wait for him to catch a breath. The enemy's fierce attack is coming again? I saw the golden chakra on Hyuga Shiratori, transformed into a small nine tails, and flew towards Heitake Kakashi. This is the power of nine tails. Heitake Kakashi's pupils suddenly tightened, and Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil power can clearly see that the quality of this golden chakra is very huge. Heitake Kakashi, who has copied more than 1,000 kinds of ninjutsu, is known as Konoha's #1 technician. At this time, he can't think of any ninjutsu that can resist this little nine tails. Still have to rely on the power of the left eye. God, cough cough. Heitake Kakashi suddenly covered his left eye, and blood flowed from his fingers. The pupil power has been consumed too much. As a non-Uchiha clan, the side effects of using the Uchiha clan's blood inheritance boundary are also natural. Fire-style Halong fire technique. Wood-style wood ingot wall. The fire dragon sent by Uchiha Shisui was slapped away by the little nine tails. The stake defense summoned by Yamato also failed to stop being smashed for a second. The little nine tails drove straight in and took Heitake Kakashi straight to pounce. At the time of life and death, good friends are still reliable. 8 inner gates, 7th gate, open the door. Boom. Might Guy released an astonishing chakra all over his body, and a violent gust of wind formed around him. His hands made a strange gesture at the senior day tiger. With the forward punch, the compressed air was released in an instant, forming a fierce white tiger. Roar. The white tiger and the little nine tails bit each other, and they couldn't tell the difference in a short time. There are still two things on Konoha's side. Hyuga Shiratori nodded indifferently. I am not disappointed because of my own attacks. Because for him, the goal is not to win or lose, but to win chakra. The more tenacious Konoha's people behave, it proves that the chakra he captured in the end is more valuable. On the other hand, Akatsuki is unwilling to lag behind. Everyone launched a fierce attack. Universal pull. Tiandeo shot and released a strong gravitational force from the palm of his hand, trying to pull Hyuga Shiratori over. Okay, he was really dragged over. Surprising result? In fact, Hyuga Shiratori did it deliberately. A lot of golden chakra came out of his body. Find flowers. Tiandeo was taken aback for a moment, and then immediately noticed the other party's plan. In turn, use my gravity to launch an attack. Tiandeo was expressionless, and the gravitational force released by his palm suddenly turned into an astonishing repulsive force. Shen Luo Tianzhang. Boom. Hyuga Shiratori was covered with nine tails golden chakra, and slammed into the repulsive force released by the heavenly Deo from the front. No. Impossible? Can you actually withstand the power of Shen Luo Tianzhang? Tiandeo was distorted by the reaction force, and his body retreated uncontrollably. It's ridiculous, don't you know that force and force interact? Hyuga Shiratori mocked. Heavenly Deo exerts a repulsive force on Hyuga Shiratori's body, which in turn will also receive a huge reaction force. 0. Boom. With a violent air blast, Tiandeo was blasted away by a huge reaction force. Hyuga Shiratori stepped up immediately and ran in the direction where the opponent was flying backwards. It was intercepted by Sasori midway. Manipulate third Kaze cage, unfold the mechanism arm, revealing a large number of sharp poisonous knives. Under Byakugan's perspective, it can be seen that this puppet's body is also covered with a lot of subtle organs. There are all kinds of back players. But all these bells and whistles are useless to me. Hyuga Shiratori played 8 trigrams air palm. Chakra's shockwave, the chakra thread that Sasori used to manipulate the puppet, all shattered. Then take a quick shot, and beat the out-of-control third Kaze cage puppet into a mess. Damn it. Sasori's strongest puppet was blown to the ground, and he was shocked, and his figure quickly moved backwards. Konan fired a lot of paper again, trying to suppress firepower. And every piece of paper is attached with the technique of the detonation talisman. Rumble, rumbling, rumbling. A series of explosions of detonating talisman. Hyuga Shiratori, who has the protection of Nine Tails chakra, did not cause any substantial harm. The battlefield has fallen into a stalemate. After a fierce fight, Little Nine Tails and Day Tiger finally cancelled each other out. Might Guy suffered the side effects of 8 inner gates and fell tired to the ground. Heitake Kakashi also collapsed weakly to the ground due to excessive use of Kamui, temporarily losing his fighting ability. Little Nine Tails is just the chakra battle pet that Hyuga Shiratori used a small part of the power of Nine Tails to temporarily condense. The power of Nine Tails in him is still very abundant. Seeing the timing of their weakness, Hyuga Shiratori's body entered the Nine Tails chakra mode. The golden chakra, all gathered on the body, transformed into a gorgeous cloak. There are many mysterious lines on the body, and it looks very hacky. Wow. In the Nine Tails chakra mode, Hyuga Shiratori can move as fast as a golden flash. So fast. Heitake Kakashi's eyes suddenly tightened, and even his Sharingan couldn't catch the shadow. After he reacted, Hyuga Shiratori had already pierced the red light fishing rod into his body. Your chakra, I accept it. Charge chakra skillfully. Turn around and prepare to harvest Might Guy's chakra. But at this time, Uchiha Shisui's figure stood in front of him. Chang. Holding the shinobi sword with fire-style attribute attached, it blocked the red light fishing rod of Hyuga Shiratori. Yamato took the opportunity to use the branches generated by wood style to wrap around the bodies of Might Guy and Heitake Kakashi, and quickly drag them away. Oh, what about a good instant technique? Hyuga Shiratori fixed his gaze on the latter. The opponent's speed is only slightly inferior to him. However, under Mangekyo Sharingan's strong pupil power, he could barely keep up with Hyuga Shiratori's movements. Uchiha Shisui looked solemn, knowing he was not an opponent, and quickly backed away. Hyuga Shiratori stepped up immediately, chasing and fighting. Uchiha Shisui was helpless, so he had to come up with the strongest assassin. Susanoo, a green chakra emerged from his body, and a weird skeleton appeared. Then, boom. Hyuga Shiratori in Nine Tails mode blasted the opponent's Susanoo with one punch. Susanoo, a mere junior, is so fragile, you should practice for a few more years. Hyuga Shiratori looked disdainful. The current Uchiha Shisui is still too tender. The 14-5-year-old boy has just started Mangekyo Sharingan. Where can it be stronger? With a flick of the red fishing rod, Uchiha Shisui's chakra was once again taken away. Immediately afterwards, Yamato and the weak Might Guy failed to pull out their claws, and they were all taken away from chakra. Konoha's side, the whole army is wiped out. Hyuga Shiratori cleared Konoha's team without stopping for a moment. Turn around and hit Sand Shinobi. Fourth Kazekage hurriedly controlled the placer gold back to defense, but the heavy placer gold couldn't keep up with the golden glitter that the naked eye could not keep up with. Boom. Hyuga Shiratori kicked the opponent to the ground, then immediately waved the red fishing rod in his hand. This red hook, which could capture the target chakra, quickly shot towards fourth Kazekage. At the critical moment, a 1000-generation mother-in-law rushed to use the prosthetic arm of her wrist to release a powerful defensive enchantment. Puppet Art Machine Light Shield Seal. Boom. The chakra light shield was shattered, but it also deviated from the attack trajectory of the fishhook. Allow fourth Kazekage to escape. But he escaped the first blow, but he couldn't escape the second blow. Wow. The golden glitter reappears. The mother-in-law of 1000 generations has no ability to stop her at all. Not only was fourth Kazekage taken away from chakra, she herself could not escape bad luck. Both exited. The Sand Shinobi party is all destroyed. Hyuga Shiratori continued to pursue only Akatsuki, who was left. Because of the delay of the first two groups, Kakuzu can have plenty of time to prepare for the ultimate move. I saw him fuse the remaining 3 mask monsters together to form a muzzle composed of 3 masks. Finally, the final shot. Wind style, fire style, lightning style, the chakra cannon formed by the aggregation of 3 types of chakra properties, turn into a cluster of white, red, and blue shells. It has a strong impact under the vision. I've said it all, what's the use of rectifying these empty-headed things? Hyuga Shiratori did not back down, and chose to meet up. Gathering the power of 9 tails in his hand, a golden ball of light was condensed. Raised on. Boom. The two collided head-on. From the visual effect point of view, it is obvious that Kakuzu's 3-color light cannon is more deterrent. At first glance, it is a very powerful move. In contrast, Raise-non of Hyuga Shiratori looks unremarkable. It's just that everyone knows. Uzumaki Naruto, the protagonist in the original book, relies on a variety of rubbing balls to clear the level with one stroke. Something like strength. Always get the same result by different routes. In this way, the golden Raise-non of Hyuga Shiratori, with the 3-color light cannon in front of him, continued to advance. How is this possible? Under Kakuzu's shocking gaze, he exploded the muzzle of his 3 masks. He harvested his chakra easily. Because of the 3 masks, there are 3 hearts attached, plus the 2 destroyed by Hyuga Shiratori. Kakuzu's 5 hearts were all destroyed and died on the spot. The next goal, Orochimaru, summoning technique. Orochimaru summoned his strongest summoning beast man snake for the first time. Orochimaru, suddenly call me what to do? You should know the cost. Without waiting for 10,000 snakes to be forced, Orochimaru promised. Give you 1,000 heads, block him from me. So easy to say. Wan Shi was overjoyed, and attacked. He stared, but found that the golden figure in front of him was exuding an appalling chakra. This chakra, 9 tails. Wan Shi was so frightened that she wanted to escape by burrowing in the ground. But it was too late, and Hyuga Shiratori stepped down from the air. Lightning-style ninjutsu. Guillotine drop. Under the double blow of physical power and the power of thunder, Wan Snake was instantly stamped into meat sauce. Boom. The huge impact even shook the ground. He also forced Orochimaru, who was trying to hide in the ground, out. Wow. The golden glitter reappears. Before Orochimaru's hands could make a knot, he was hit by the palm of Hyuga Shiratori in his heart.
Hello, everyone.
As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.